Chapter 557. When he did not know what the officials and rich merchants in Shuzhou wanted to do, Zhang Zhong put his energy into government affairs. The struggle was just a distraction. What he really needed to do was to bring benefits to the people. Li Sun pulled a portion of the commoners to build roads, scenic spots, and waterways. Zhang Zhong used his status as the provincial governor and Li Sun's status as the county prince to vouch for the commoners. They borrowed money from the commoners to implement three-dimensional farming. Compared to the people in Luzhou, the people in Shuzhou had a much better life. After all, there was only one middle county here, and the rest were all upper counties. There was no such thing as working hard and starving. It was just that they could not eat meat often. There was nothing they could do about it. Even in the whole Great Tang, there were only a few places where ordinary people could eat meat as they wished, let alone them. Now, there were only 3 places that could be confirmed: Sanshui County, some counties in Yaozhou, and Luzhou. Zhang Zhong's name was written on the back of each place. Therefore, when Zhang Zhong first arrived in Shuzhou, the people did not know the situation. After a while, the people learned who Zhang Zhong was through various channels. They immediately changed their attitude and were very cooperative. The people were not stupid. There were 2 kinds of people who judged the wealth of the officials. One was a very poor official, so the people could rest assured. If the official was poor, it meant that he was not greedy. The other was a rich official, such as Zhang Zhong, who came from a rich family, would not be greedy, especially when he knew that his family was in business. The most frightening thing was that his family was rich and did not have any business. It would be troublesome if he met such an official. With Zhang Zhong and Li Sun's guarantee, the commoners came over to draw and choose a project. The commoners who lived near rivers or lakes chose to rear pigs, ducks, and ponds. Those who did not have such conditions chose to rear pigs, chickens, crabs, and rice. If they did not even have rice and only had mountainous areas, they would use fruit trees or mulberry trees to rear forest frogs. The Zhang family and Li Sun were responsible for the recycling, and the Zhang family was also responsible for providing the technology. This was not a technology that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan came up with. They only provided an idea, and the Zhang family and the Wang family figured it out after several years of experiments. If it were any other aristocratic family or businessman, they would definitely selfishly keep the technology. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had already helped their family get through the most difficult days, so they didn't care about the technology and money that they were keeping. Other than the industrial technology that they were afraid of being leaked and stolen by others, almost all of the agricultural technology had been made public. Only the technology of hatching chickens and planting fungus was still kept. Among them, the technology of hatching chickens was also ready to be made public. When more people were willing to raise chickens, the technology of hatching poultry would be more important. Fungus was a luxury, so there was no need to tell others. Ordinary people did not have spare money to eat fungus, so it was fine if they didn't have it. The people took the money and the technology to catch pigs and started to buy the poultry hatched by the Zhang family. None of them knew if they would succeed. If it weren't for the 2 big shots guarantees and Zhang Zhong's reputation, they really wouldn't dare to try. In order to make the people feel at ease, the Zhang family and the Wang family also sent people from the inner courtyard to guide them. There would be a technician in every village. If there was something that they did not understand, they could look for him. If this was the first time Zhang Zhong and Li Sun became officials, and the first time they went to a place to do things for the people, the officials in Shuzhou might have the idea of watching the bustle, and the surrounding provinces were the same. However, it was not the first time the 2 of them came out. They had a lot of halos, so no one thought that the technology they showed was not successful. There were not many bad officials in the Tang Empire now. This ratio was calculated according to the time of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. When the officials in Luzhou, Shuzhou, and the counties near Shuzhou saw Zhang Zhong take action, they immediately sent people to learn. This was not a new idea. Before Zhang Zhong took office, they already had this idea. They did not want to be like Qinzhou, who foolishly insisted on doing things. If they could learn something, they would learn it. The surrounding terrain was similar. As long as they could do it in Shuzhou, they could do it in Shuzhou. As a result, a place was set up in the nearest county and a test site was set up according to the 3 patterns. From time to time, people were sent to the same place in Shuzhou to secretly learn. If they were successful, they could do the same next year. Needless to say, those who sincerely cared for the people would be able to live a good life after learning it. Even if the officials wanted to be greedy, they would also support them. Greed could only be done if they had money. The richer the people were, the more they would be greedy. If the people were begging, who would they be greedy for? After a period of busy work, it was already midsummer. The four little guys were already 1 year old. They could run and jog, and they would work hard to walk with their short legs. The most common action they would do was to walk, and if they didn't walk properly, they would sit on the ground with their buttocks. If the old people or adults were not careful, they could easily break their bones. However, the little ones were not affected at all. They were short. When they sat on the ground, they forgot to walk and randomly picked up something to play with. Under the efforts of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, they could already speak more than 5 words. They could recognize many kinds of objects. If they wanted something, they had to think hard about the name of the object. If they could not think of it, they would cry. Their curiosity was stronger. In fact, they were curious before, but they could not walk and could only crawl. It was difficult to go from one place to another. In the process of crawling, they had to turn again when they saw something else. Now it was different. When they were curious about something, they could run over and see it. If a butterfly or a dragonfly landed, they could see it from a distance. Then, they would run over and stretch out their little hands to take it. Yes, take it. The little guys thought that everything that could be taken belonged to them. In the end, the dragonfly and butterfly flew away. The little guys were stunned. They raised their heads to look at the direction the butterfly and dragonfly flew, and then looked at the flowers and grass where the two stopped. They were lost in thought. No one knew what they were thinking. Cold melon, cold melon. Zhang Xiaobao held Wang Wan's younger brother in his arms and held a picture in his hand and said to him, "Cucumber, cucumber." Wang Wan's younger brother looked at the picture and then at Zhang Xiaobao and said, "Cold melon, drink on Han, not drink Wuang Huang, cold melon. Cucumber, cucumber." So stupid. Didn't you say it was good yesterday? You forgot again? What is it? Cold melon. Right? Why did you say it wrong just now? Are you stupid? You are stupid. I want to eat cucumber, cucumber. Oh, then you should have said it earlier. Next time, remember to finish your words. Bring me a cucumber and peel the skin. Zhang Xiaobao was very happy that he could be refuted. This showed that the little guy's intelligence was higher. See, as long as there is something that can attract them, it can make them use their brains more. If it weren't for the fear that they would develop bad habits, I would teach them to scold people now. Zhang Xiaobao took the picture away and said to Wang Wan, who was squatting next to another little guy, to look at the ants. I have never heard that scolding people can train intelligence. Don't touch it, be careful that it crawls on your body. Wang Wan grabbed Zhang Xiaobao's younger brother's hand. Zhang Xiaobao also brought Wang Wan's younger brother over to look at them and moved the insects with satisfaction. He personally pinched an ant and put it on his younger brother's hand. Don't worry, just touch it. This kind of ant can't cause any harm to people. Even if you eat it, it's fine. I often ate it when I was a child. Of course, it's useful to scold people. Scolding people is a very emotional behavior. Whether it's laughing or scolding, it's more emotional than usual. When children feel emotions, they will imitate this kind of emotion, which has a great effect on training the brain. Therefore, children generally learn to scold people faster. Oh, there's such a saying. This is the first time I've heard of it. Quickly throw the insect away. What do you want to do with it? Wang Wan hit the insect that Zhang Xiaobao's younger brother had just caught. Zhang Xiaobao's younger brother looked very wronged. He pinched the ant with one hand and wanted to take the insect with the other. Zhang Xiaobao saw that Wang Wan was going to hit the insect again and hurriedly stopped her. Just watch the child and don't put the insect into his mouth. Isn't this like treating the insect as an ant? You have to understand it from the child's point of view. If you interrupt, there will be 2 consequences. One is that the child still wants to feed the insect to the ant and continues the original action. The other is that he gives up. If you continuously interrupted the child, The consequence would be that the child would no longer want to feed the ants. In other words, the child would have one less research direction. What you dispelled was the child's curiosity towards the unknown. Without curiosity, how could a person delve into it? The real way to educate children is to adopt a guiding and understanding method, not an experiential and convenient method. For example, when children play with mud, many adults will directly tell them that it's dirty and they can't play with it. In fact, the most fundamental reason is not that. The adults are worried about it. What's there to be afraid of if it's dirty? Afraid of eating it? Can't you watch from the side? My idea is that when a person is not prepared to bear the responsibility of raising a new life, then don't have children. Of course, in today's world, having children is sometimes passive. In the past, I have seen it more than once. There were children who reached out to grab the food when they were being fed by the adults. The adults restricted the children's movements and told the children not to use their hands. Such adults don't understand that the children don't necessarily want to eat with their hands. They just want to feel what the rice looks like. This has led to a result. Many children, if you ask them what the rice looks like, they will say that it's fragrant, oval-shaped, and white. They will not say that it's soft or sticky. If everything has to be done like this, how many talented children do you think will be killed? Wang Wan was confused. She didn't expect that her action of hitting the insect would be changed to killing geniuses by Zhang Xiaobao. This time, she didn't stop Zhang Xiaobao's younger brother from taking the insect as an ant, even if the ant in his hand didn't eat it. You have a lot of crooked ideas. If you feed it now, the ant won't eat it. What should we do? Then find a way to let him see how ants eat. Catch more ants and put them in a glass jar. Cover it with a layer of sand and throw the insects in for the ants to eat. When they eat, look at it with a magnifying glass. Zhang Xiaobao immediately came up with a solution. Then he can understand how ants eat? Wang Wan argued. No, but he may be interested in the magnifying glass or the glass jar. It's better than being an obedient child with no interests. I'm not afraid of trouble. We have professionals at home to take care of children. We don't need to raise them to be good children who don't move and don't make trouble for the adults. Chapter 558. In this era, no one could compare with Zhang Xiaobao when it came to educating children. When they ate that day, they really steamed insects. They specially left a few for the younger brother to feed the ants. They even let the younger brother take a bite of an unprocessed green insect. As a result, the little fellow no longer put the insects they found outside into his mouth. In the afternoon, they found insects and gave them to the servant girl, which meant that they would cook them for him. They also made a glass jar and threw a small nest of ants into it. They were not afraid of them running out with a lid. As Zhang Xiaobao said, the little fellow lost interest in the ants after a while. Instead, she became curious about the magnifying glass and held it in her hand to shine around. When she shone it on her sister's face, she was shocked by her sister's curious big eyes. Since the younger brothers and sisters could run, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan began to think of ways to train them. They could not be like the two of them in the past. That would cause trouble. They made a few balls for them to play with. They also prepared some slightly heavy toys. If the children wanted to play with them, they had to exert themselves. If they were tired, they would not play with them. It's hot. We can let them learn to swim. Throw a few more life buoys sewn with pig bubbles into the water. The temperature of the water needs to be adjusted. Let them play in it. Also, throw in the ducks and fish made of wood. When Zhang Xiaobao got up in the morning and saw the four little guys sleeping in the shade after eating, he adjusted their jackets and said, the purpose of wearing jackets was not to look good, but to block the navel. This was the place where nutrients were transmitted. It was easy to get sick when it was cold. Wang Wan took 2 books and gave one to Zhang Xiaobao. When she found a place to sit down and was ready to read, she said, aren't you afraid that they will choke on the water? Shallow water. Even if they sit in the pool, they can still show their heads. Zhang Xiaobao took the book and read it. It turned out to be the notes from last year's imperial examination. He suddenly felt a headache. Then why do we need a life buoy? Let them know what it's like to climb on a life buoy and experience the buoyancy for themselves. Perhaps there's no need to teach them. They'll know how to swim by themselves in a few days. Right now, They don't know how to be afraid like when they grow up. Zhang Xiaobao explained and began to read the book. In the past, the questions from the imperial examinations could be collected by others, but the good answers could not be found. These were brought out by people from Beijing. Some were directly placed there, and some were looked at by others with comments. These were very useful to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. From the fact that the rice seedlings had not yet formed ears, it was obvious that this year's harvest would not be small. There was no need to worry about rent. Zhang Zhong then thought about the tax collected from the people who were selling the condoms after the end of the year. He estimated that the tax collected would also increase by a lot. His mission here could be considered completed. He estimated that after 2 years, he would be able to move to another place. After that, he would be free. If it were other provincial governors, they would think of ways to have fun. They would have a small banquet every 3 days or a big banquet every 5 days. Or they would go hunting and send benefits to the higher-ups. Zhang Zhong did not have this kind of hobby. He did not need to care about giving gifts. He would either read the book or see the children. In the end, when he was really bored, he would go out for a stroll after breakfast every day. He would bring along his bodyguards and go from place to place. He would see the lives of the people, look at the goods in the market, and admire the scenery of Shuzhou. After visiting the nearby places, Zhang Zhong wanted to go further away. When that day came, he would not be able to come back. Traveling on the road that had not been repaired yet, it would take half a month to travel from the magistrate's office to the furthest riverside. Zhang Zhong did not plan to not go home for so many days. He wanted to go to Lake Tai, which was 3 to 4 days away, to take a look. He asked people to set up the carriage and bring along more bodyguards. After informing his family, he headed towards Lake Tai unhurriedly. As for the matters in the prefecture, he left it to the people in the inner courtyard to manage. The procession walked leisurely, looking at the scenery and tasting tea. It was already night time, and they were in the middle of nowhere. Other officials might feel uncomfortable because of this, but Zhang Zhong did not feel the same way. They found an open space and set up their tents. The chefs began to cook for everyone. The 3 chefs did not cook for Zhang Zhong. They all knew that even if they cooked a small stir-fry, Zhang Zhong would not eat it. He had to eat with everyone. It was not that he deliberately wanted to get closer to the people in the inner courtyard. Zhang Zhong had already treated the villagers and the people in the inner courtyard as his family. It was more comfortable to eat with family members. After a day's journey, they did not eat any stir-fried dishes. The chefs also followed suit. They directly asked the 3 chefs to cook a stew and a big pot of rice. Everyone ate with the rice. There were dry and watery dishes. It was very lively. Zhang Zhong ate a lot and walked around the tent. There were 2 bodyguards and a little boy following him. The little boy was a villager from Zhuangzi, which was the first village of the Zhang family. He usually studied in the Jianjia Academy. When he heard that he could follow the master of the family, he applied to come here. Although he had left the academy, he had learned a lot. It was much better to follow Zhang Zhong than in the academy. The knowledge that he could learn in the academy could also be learned by Zhang Zhong. At the same time, he could also broaden his horizons by going outside. Zhang Tong, you are 16 this year, right? Zhang Zhong suddenly stopped walking and looked at the starry sky. He asked the little boy. The little boy nodded and replied, "Yes, master. Your memory is very accurate. Study hard this year. Next year, before I leave Shuzhou, take off your status and take the imperial examination. Then you can go to the places where our 2 shops are. Read thousands of books, travel thousands of miles, see the mountains and rivers of the Tang Empire, and experience the happiness, anger, sorrow, and joy of the people in different places. When you feel it's enough, go to the capital and take the imperial examination. Don't be lazy." Zhang Zhong warned Zhang Tong. Zhang Tong was stunned and did not know how to reply. He nervously rubbed his hands and said, "Master, I don't want to take off my status. I just want to stay in the Zhang family and be a villager of the Zhang family." "You are still a child. If you don't take off your status, how can you take the imperial examination? If you don't take the imperial examination, who will help Xiao Bao and the others in the future? Not only you, but all the villager who can take the imperial examination should take off their status and take the imperial examination. You also have to take the military examination. When the time comes, you will be scattered everywhere and be an official, so that the people of the Tang Empire can benefit. If you lack money, you can get it from the main family. Don't be greedy. If the Zhang family and the Wang family can let those people go, we can also beat them down. Do you remember? Zhang Zhong's thoughts had already shifted to when his sons grew up. As long as the Zhang family and the Wang family cultivated more outstanding children to be officials, they would have a helper. Zhang Zhong just thought of it. He was so busy with other things that he was muddle-headed. He did not know that his son had this plan long ago. Not only the villager, but also the people in the academy and the people supported by the Zhang family and the Wang family in various places. Some of them were already officials now. They were all cultivated secretly and did not allow corruption or bribery. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan spent more than 20,000 strings of money on this every year. The person with the most money had already sat in the position of the lower province's subclass 5th grade official. After Zhang Zhong entered the capital, there would be several people, at least 2 assistant ministers. There were also people who were specially trained to be in the censorate. These people had to be in the 3 provinces and 6 ministries. These people might not be used even once in their lives and would only be wasting money. However, once they forced Zhang Xiaobao to use them, it would definitely not be a small matter. Only Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, and the people close to them knew about this. Even Zhang Zhong and the other family members did not know about this. While Zhang Zhong was thinking about the future, Zhang Tong's heart was unable to remain calm. He could imagine a day not too far away when the young master and his brothers in the manor would all be officials at the same time, helping each other. As long as they walked the right path and sat upright, they would not have to worry about being framed or pushed aside. The 2 of them were silent for a while. They looked at the stars and the moon. After a while, Zhang Tong spoke. "Master, don't worry. We all know what to do. We think for the people. We are all people who have suffered. Yes. Let's go. There is still a long way to go." Zhang Zhong, who did not know the direction of history, was not like Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who had already started to calculate people and wanted to make the Tang Empire more prosperous. The 2 of them strolled around for more than 2 hours. In fact, they were just walking in circles around the tent. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had distilled the toilet water according to the mosquito-repellent prescription. Otherwise, they would have been stared at by the insects long ago. There was also cooling oil and essential balm, which were used to ensure a stable sleep in the wild or to help refresh one's mind. After a few rounds, they were finally tired. Zhang Zhong yawned and said, "It's late. Let's all rest. We still have to hurry on tomorrow morning." As soon as he finished speaking, they heard a shout from the west. "Who is it?" "The governor of Shuzhou is here. Report. Stop and come down." As the voice came, Zhang Zhong was immediately surrounded by guards. More torches were lit one after another. After a few breaths of time, 3 riders came back from the east. They were all Zhang Zhong's bodyguards. One of the horses had a person tied up on it. There was an arrow stuck in the shoulder of this person. There was another horse behind the 3 horses. It seemed that the tied man was riding it. "Master, we caught a sneaky man. He didn't rest in the middle of the night and rode here. After he was seen, he fled in a hurry. I guess he is going to do something bad to you. Please punish him." Immediately, a guard who had tied the person up flipped over and threw the person to the ground. He said to Zhang Zhong. There was no joy or worry on his face, as if he had done something insignificant. This was what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had taught him. The responsibility of a guard was to protect, and there was nothing to be happy about in ensuring the safety of others. Zhang Zhong didn't know who the person was. He looked at the person on the ground and waved his hand. "You can interrogate him. Tell me when you have news. I'm going back to lie down for a while." After saying this, Zhang Zhong went back into the tent. Immediately, someone took out the thing in the tied man's mouth. Before they could ask, the man threatened, "Do you know who I am? I am the prince's subordinate. I work for the prince." "Then hurry up and say it. I'm sleepy. It's time to sleep. Why talk so much nonsense? Which prince? Tell me. What is the prince?" The guard didn't care who the man was. The information was the most important. He kicked the man to make him speak quickly. It's Prince Ning. Let me go." The man struggled to get up but couldn't use any strength. Chapter 559. Prince Ning was Li Sun's father. If he really wanted to know something, he could ask the guards of the mansion who guarded Li Sun. There was no need to send people here to inquire. It was impossible for him to do something bad. Of course, no one would believe the words of the captive. After a round of interrogation, the captive finally couldn't bear it and told everything he knew. After hearing this, the guards were relieved. It turned out that the captive wasn't targeting the master. It was just a coincidence. There was a place that produced marble on the other side of Lake Tai. In the beginning, there was an account book in the government office. Later, for some reason, the account book was gone. The book in the government office only had the words marble written on it. As for what kind of stone it was, it couldn't be seen from the book. This stone could be sold for money. There were also copper ores, but the account book only had the words ore written on it. The common people didn't know that there was no account book in the government office, so it was impossible for them to report it. In the past, even if they reported it, they had to go to the county first. Needless to say, the consequences were obvious. Marble and copper ores weren't processed locally. They were all transported away. The captive didn't know where they were transported to, so it was very mysterious. Since they didn't want the government office to know, they had to transport them secretly. After Zhang Zhong arrived in Shuzhou, he did this with the two mines. Tonight, they were going to transport them, but they were discovered. The captive didn't know much. He only knew that there was someone in the capital behind this matter. As for who it was, he didn't know. Some said it was a prince, some said it was a county prince, and some said it was a big aristocratic family. Anyway, the person who was caught heard it from others, so after being caught, he casually said a prince to scare people. In the end, he could have said anyone, but he had to say Prince Ning. After the guards got this information, they immediately passed it to Zhang Zhong. When Zhang Zhong heard that someone was selling marble and copper ores, he was shocked and hurriedly ordered people to catch the transport team. However, when the guards rushed over, they found that everyone had run away, leaving only dozens of cars with goods parked there. The traces on the ground were very messy. In addition, it was night, so they couldn't track them at all. That was not right. How did they know? He returned and continued to interrogate the captured people. Only then did he understand that the people who transported the goods were very careful. Every scout sent out had to return within a specified time. If there was no news after half an hour, it meant that there was a problem. They would rather make a wrong judgment than take the risk. After this person exceeded the time limit, the people there realized that something was wrong. They sent another rider to approach carefully. When they saw the light of the torches, they immediately went back to report. In the end, they all ran away, leaving behind only goods worth 6,000 strings of coins. Everything was inferred from the words of those who were captured. At this time, Zhang Zhong nodded and said in realization, I understand now. No wonder the local tax revenue is getting lower and lower. Most of it has been shipped away and sold elsewhere. Investigate. I don't care who is behind this, as long as I find it, I will investigate. Send someone back to inform Xiaobao and Cuckoo, and then send more people over. I will go check out the place that produces the marble and copper ores. After giving the order, Zhang Zhong returned to the tent to sleep. The guards arranged their patrol shifts one by one, not daring to be careless. In fact, Zhang Zhong wanted to go over and see how the stone was mined, but when he came out, his son and daughter-in-law told him not to rush over if there was danger, and to wait for more people to arrive. It was okay to be safe, but he could not put himself in danger. Zhang Zhong was very obedient. The whole family could not do without him. He did not know what would happen if he really chased to the place. If hundreds of people surrounded and attacked him, the family would be finished. It took a day to get here, but it did not take too much time for the people who went back to report. They took turns to ride 3 horses, and it only took them 3 hours to get back to the mansion. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were still awake. The two of them were making a generator, which was made of copper coins wrapped around magnets. Other than being able to light up a light bulb, it could also be used to electrolyze something. The simplest way was to electrolyze water. Once it was formed, it could provide oxygen to the hospital. It could be used to save people at critical times. This work was not easy to do. They did not know how to control the density and power of the coil, so they could only make one to see if it would work. After wrapping one, before they could test it, the guard came back. After explaining the matter, Zhang Xiaobao arranged for more people to go over. He looked at the generator on the table and lost interest for a moment. Wang Wan guessed for a while but could not guess, so she could only ask Zhang Xiaobao, who was also in deep thought. Xiaobao, which prince do you think it is? Zhang Xiaobao looked up at Wang Wan and said, "It's not any of the princes. The princes and the legitimate imperial grandson are all under Li Longji's watch. Who would dare to play tricks at this time? Do they not want to live anymore? It's probably a certain aristocratic family, or several aristocratic families. Otherwise, it could be a certain prince. If that's the case, it's not impossible for the princes and aristocratic families to work together. Who knows? When we catch them, we'll ask them. We'll do what we need to do. At worst, we'll hand the matter over to Li Longji and let him handle it personally. Then aren't you afraid that Li Longji will really complain about us when he faces his own son?" Wang Wan asked worriedly. "This matter needs to be told to him secretly. You can't let him know openly. The imperial family also needs to maintain their reputation. I finally understand why they stopped after failing this time. The reason they stopped causing trouble for my father was because my father did not discover this secret. They thought that by providing my father with more rent this year, my father would be careless. Unfortunately, man proposes, God disposes. My father insisted on going there for a stroll, so he met them. My guess is that in the beginning, there was a lot of tax due to the discovery of marble as well as copper. In the beginning, there wasn't much mining, so the tax collected was higher than usual and people didn't pay too much attention to it. At that time, the official probably didn't want to be greedy, or maybe he was being careful and sold this matter to someone else. When he received the benefits and was promoted, the new official began to be controlled by others. After all, a single official didn't have enough manpower and couldn't do too much. Moreover, the accounts didn't show any good results. How much could a single stone be worth? As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he used a pen to draw a schematic diagram for Wang Wan. There were many diagrams for various aspects, and there were also some that were unclear and were marked with question marks. Wang Wan picked up the pen and ticked off the diagram. Then why did they have to lower the rent? Could it be that they were unwilling to part with that little bit of money to sell marble and copper? If I were them, I would make the rent equal. Wang Wan felt that the person behind the scenes was stupid. Did they really think that it would be fine if they paid less rent? What happened now? He was being targeted, wasn't he? Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent Xiaobao's father over just to deal with him. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the diagram and tapped his hand on the table. After a while, he said, "There are several possibilities. The first is that the person who did this is really stupid. Basically, this situation is not easy to occur. The second possibility is that they are in urgent need of money and really can't give it. They want to wait until this period of time. Before the secret is exposed, they think it is very safe. The whole of Shuzhou has been bought. What can a provincial governor do? How many provincial governors will have nothing to do like my father? First, when they take office, they will threaten them and then compromise. For example, what happened to my father? Naturally, it will be easy to deal with. Anyway, most people don't know about the two mines. They only think that they are producing stones. For example, my father, they will give him some face first. This year, the rent tax is higher, so everything will be easy to deal with. I know. Normally, they should take out the profit of the two mines and say that there are more stones in the stone mine. This year is good, and then they will give your father an explanation. But we started to help the local development as soon as we came. In this way, the rent tax will be higher. They don't need to take out money at all. They have a little idea and secretly transport the stones. As long as we don't find out, they can continue to make money. It seems that we are really the nemesis of bad people. Life, it is life." When Zhang Xiaobao mentioned it, Wang Wan was able to analyze a portion of the content. Zhang Xiaobao laughed twice. "Of course. Isn't this the work of the special second department? There are only those who don't want to catch and those who can't. There is no one who can't catch and those who can't. In fact, it's all our fault. We have to be good people. Now we are in trouble. It turns out that there are more bad people than good people. Also, the third point is that there are many forces sharing the profit. Although the rent tax is only a few tens of thousands of strings of coins, it is enough for the subordinates of each force to spend. No one wants to earn less. In the end, the rent tax is not going up. The fourth point is that the profit is too big. For example, the copper ore has a high copper content. In the past, they could always dig out a lot of waste stones. Now, it is all good copper ore. The waste stones are sold less, so the rent tax is less. They don't want to give up this part of the profit. Anyway, the account is a stone producer. There can be more or less stones. To them, the one who should be complaining the most is the provincial governor who raised the rent tax. If he didn't raise the rent tax, how could there be such a troublesome matter? Zhang Xiaobao could understand their feelings. Who didn't want money? However, he couldn't pretend that he didn't see it just because he understood. If it were another emperor, he might be able to turn a blind eye. Wasn't it just a rent tax? His family could improve the living standards of the local people and satisfy the desires of the imperial court. However, the current emperor was Li Longji. Zhang Xiaobao had no choice but to offend people when he knew that he could. Offending others was better than offending Li Longji. Then what he had to do now was to turn a blind eye. It would be easier to aim and see who would be the unlucky one. In the current situation, it definitely wouldn't be his family that would be unlucky. As he thought about it, Zhang Xiaobao's hands stopped knocking on the table and changed to knocking on his face. When Wang Wan saw this, she understood. Zhang Xiaobao was going to scheme against someone again. Wang Wan once again felt sad for Zhang Xiaobao's opponent. Couldn't he have endured for 2 years? Why did he have to commit a crime against the wind? Moreover, he used such a lowly method. If one walked by the river often, how could one's shoes not get wet? Not to mention that he had met Zhang Xiaobao's father today. Even if he hadn't met him, he wouldn't have been able to escape. The Zhang family's inner courtyard had already been distributed to various places. With so many inner courtyards, how could they not have discovered the situation? They would definitely be caught in 2 years. There was no escaping. Xiaobao, I'm thinking now. What will happen in the process of the struggle? Wang Wan seemed very excited. She loved to see Zhang Xiaobao make a move. As long as Zhang Xiaobao made a move, the other party would definitely not be able to resist. For the time being, nothing will happen. When our people go there, they will find that the place is already empty. Moreover, the mine can't be dug anymore. It's all been filled up. If it were me, I would even open a paddy field there and buy seedlings from elsewhere to plant. Then I would never show up again. Zhang Xiaobao was familiar with this kind of thing. To be precise, he had done it many times in the past. Wang Wan thought about it and felt that it made sense. She asked again, then they can just avoid it, but don't tell me they don't want the mine? Why don't they want it? If it's really like what I said, they are now farming. Don't tell me you dare to dig it up? Isn't it just soil, water, and rice seedlings? You can do it with money. If you want to dig it up, there will be many people coming to stop you. There will also be officials who will not agree. There will even be impeachment memorials from the imperial court. Even if your roots are deep and you are not afraid of the people, before you can dig it up, someone will report to the imperial court in advance that they found a marble mine and copper mine. They will also estimate the output. These things can be estimated more or less. If it is estimated more, then how much do you think my father should pay for this year's tax? That mine is filled up with stones. How much effort would it take to dig in? It is completely different from the estimation. Would my father submit a memorial? If he submitted a memorial saying that the copper mine and marble mine had to be cleared first, then the imperial court would definitely agree. Then what? We would be foolishly digging. After digging for a while, we would suddenly find out that someone else had dug in before. The news would spread like wildfire in Great Tang. The most appropriate way to describe it is that my father told the imperial court to clear the mine first for his own personal gain while he continued to mine. My father would immediately say that he has wronged the emperor and the people. He might not be beheaded for the crime of deceiving the emperor. After all, my family is in the right. There is no need for him to go to Lingnan. Even if he goes there, he can't let my father go to Luzhou. I think Li Longji will send my father to Sichuan for the sake of his reputation. If there is a chance in the future, it will be fine. However, now is definitely not the time. Therefore, this matter won't be resolved in the short term. Let's wait. Zhang Xiaobao explained his plan to deal with this situation. If it were him, he would have done the same. He was not bluffing at all. Wang Wan listened to Zhang Xiaobao's speculation. Or rather, she was convinced by Zhang Xiaobao's plan. It was not good to be too smart. Although she knew, she was still unwilling to accept this. Why did she have to be treated like this in the past? Just as he was feeling vexed, he suddenly recalled that everything that had just happened was Zhang Xiaobao's own conjecture. Regardless of whether the other party could come up with the same idea or not, just the fact that Zhang Xiaobao was able to figure it out meant that he had a way to deal with it. Xiaobao, don't tell me that you don't have a solution and can only wait. That's embarrassing. How can you call yourself an international swindler? How is that embarrassing? You're from the Special Second Division. Do you have a solution? Just wait. I really hope that they are farming. Farming is good. They can set up an experimental field and send people 24 hours a day to check the changes in the crops. Chapter 560. At the crack of dawn, the guards sent by the Zhang family had already arrived. Normally, there were 150 guards, and there were 40 members of the Zero Squad. They were either training or learning various battle tactics, as well as the key points that Wang Wan had taught them in certain situations, such as how to defeat the strong with fewer and the weak. They rarely accompanied Zhang Zhong, but today's situation was special. Zhang Xiaobao didn't want to throw his father into danger because he wasn't prepared enough. He had seen too many similar scenes in the movies before. If he didn't prepare in advance despite knowing that there was danger, wouldn't he be a fool? The 40 members of the Zero Squad were no longer as arrogant as they were at the beginning. They looked like they hadn't woken up yet. Compared to the guards, they had less backpacks on their backs and more pockets on their bodies. Some were full, some were empty, and others were full. Outsiders wouldn't even know what was inside. When little Tang saw the 40 people, he was completely relieved. When he looked at the horses of the 40 people, he was even less afraid. If they really encountered danger, as long as they didn't enter the range of the arrows, even 1,000 people here wouldn't be able to stop them from breaking through. The horses were good horses, and each one was worth at least 200 strings of coins. The weapons were also long-handled crescent halberds made of stainless steel. There was also a fixed handle on the horse's body. It was not used to place the halberd, but to hold it. When charging on horseback, the outcome of the battle could be decided in one move. The longer the horse was, the stronger the horse was. Whoever could touch the opponent first would basically win. Especially when facing people, don't expect to perform many actions. Usually, there was only one action, which was to stab. After the stab, one would have to bear the impact of 2 horses. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had tested it before. It was no different from being hit by a car traveling at 50 to 60 kilometers per hour. If one was stabbed, the force would be concentrated on a certain point, and it would be too easy to cause a penetrating injury. When Zhang Zhong saw that everyone was present and had a comfortable breakfast, he waved his hand and got into another car. This car was not as comfortable as the first one, but it was safer. In case there was an assassination attempt, he had to get a fake one. With so many people, the speed at which they were advancing had also slowed down. In addition, when the guards came, they had Zhang Xiaobao's words, so there was no need to rush. They wanted to give the other party more time to prepare. It would probably be a tug of war to deal with these people. There was no need to rush. They should focus on economic development. Fighting was an art. The most important thing was to achieve their goal, which was to help the people lead a better life. Zhang Zhong was also happy to be idle. He followed the team and walked for 3 days before arriving at Lake Tai. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not come. Otherwise, they would have discovered that Lake Tai was different from the previous one. The size and shape did not overlap. The team followed the captive's directions and came to the foot of the mountain next to Lake Tai. There were terraced fields and trees on the mountain. There were also 2 streams flowing down into Lake Tai. Master, it's here. You can reach the copper mine along the road. You see, the road is wide and the pressure is firm. It's for transporting the ore. The leader of the guards rode forward and came to the side of Zhang Zhong's most luxurious car and said in a loud voice. Zhang Zhong, who was in the other car, said, "Go up the mountain." The team then went up the mountain. When the team had just walked for 3 miles, the mountain road became steeper. Suddenly, more than 10 men appeared on the road in front of them. They were holding sticks in their hands and blocking the way. Who dares to break into the mountain? Before Zhang Zhong's people could ask, one of the men blocking the road first questioned. Is the mountain yours? Why do you care who it is? If you want to go up, then go up. Are you thieves who occupy the mountain and block the road? Not everyone had to explain their identity. A person from Zhang Zhong's team came out. He didn't care about the dozens of men staring at him. He urged his horse forward and asked condescendingly. He looked like he was going to start a fight if the answer was not good. The men blocking the road didn't expect that the person who came would be so angry. They were all stunned for a moment. While they were stunned, the Zhang family's guards surrounded them and pointed the weapons in their hands at the men. Stop, all of you stop. It's a misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding. Just as the Zhangs were about to make a move, an old man came out from the bushes nearby. He was wearing new linen clothes and leather boots. His hair was tied up in a ponytail with a silver hairpin in it. When he came over, he had a panicked look on his face, but his eyes were calm. He cupped his hands to the leader of the guards, then turned his head and scolded the men. Why aren't you throwing your weapons away? Don't you want to lose your heads after offending the master? The men cooperated and threw the weapons in their hands to the ground. They lowered their heads and looked uneasy. The old man turned back, raised his arm, and wiped his forehead with his sleeve. He said to the leader of the guards, I didn't know that you were coming. Please forgive me for offending you. Because of this, bad people often come here. This village has sent people to guard it. May I know who is on the carriage, sir? If you don't know, then don't know. You don't need to know. Get out of the way. Otherwise, don't blame the weapons for having no eyes. The leader of the guards made a good pose and waved his hand. The team continued to move forward. The old man seemed to be anxious. With a sad face, he said pleadingly, Good man, this old man is the village chief of Shanhu village. If you don't make it clear, this old man can't explain himself. The leader of the guards smiled and handed the knife in his hand to the old man. He curled his lips and said, The mountain is not your mountain, and the road is not your road. What can you do if you're the village chief? How you explain yourself is your business. What does it have to do with us? If you don't get out of the way, you'll be charged with assaulting an official. Kill. The other guards shouted in unison, but there wasn't any murderous intent. The team moved forward with their swords. The men and the old man didn't dare to stop them. When the carriage and horses had passed, the old man spat and said disdainfully, You're so arrogant. You're so arrogant. Official, what kind of official are you? When you're in Shuzhou, you have to follow behind and see which official the delivery team meets. What bad luck. Zhang Zhong and the others were not fools. As soon as they heard the old man's question, they knew that the old man still did not know their identity. The only reason they stopped them was to see who the official who caused the accident was. As for how they knew it was an official, it was very simple. Those who weren't officials were usually only equipped with a sword. A military bow wasn't that easy to carry. Scout the way. Zhang Zhong, who was in the carriage, instructed the people outside. Immediately, 10 members of the Zero team left the team and ran toward the mountains on both sides. As soon as they entered the grass, their figures disappeared, as if no one had ever been there. This time, the guards were completely convinced, especially those who were added later. They thought that their usual training was already pretty good. Today, when they saw the very mysterious seedling protection team in action, they realized that they were still far from it. They could not even find a trace of them. If this was a battle, a few arrows from the back would be fatal. The remaining 30 members of the Sprout protection team acted as if nothing had happened. Their responsibility was to protect the master. They did not care about the safety of those 10 people. They believed that there was no one here who could win against the members of the Sprout protection team in the mountain station. In fact, it was indeed so. The equipment of the 10 people who were sent to scout the way and check for danger was not what ordinary people could imagine. In addition, they often played hide and seek with people in the jungle and were equipped with the clairvoyance. As long as they met other people, they could discover them in advance. The team continued to move forward without any surprises until they reached a steeper place in front. They had no choice but to stop in the carriage. Tang jumped out of the second carriage and carefully observed the place. There were grass, trees, and a small stream flowing past. There were also 2 thatched cottages. Other than gravel and mud on the road, there were also stairs built along the road. There was even a small pavilion. The scenery was not bad. However, he knew that this was the mining place mentioned by the captives. To be precise, it was a mine cave along the road. Normally speaking, this should be a place with gravel. Otherwise, it would be difficult to transport large pieces of ore. At the same time, it also took up a lot of space. The road up should also be broken. Who would care if the miners were comfortable going up and down? However, this place was filled with fragrant grass and gurgling streams. Not to mention a mine, even the dregs of or could not be seen. High, it was really high. Tang gave an evaluation. He was not talking about the local miners, but about the young master and young lady. They actually knew what they would do. If they foolishly rushed over in the name of investigating the theft of the mine, not only would it be embarrassing, it would also be easy to be impeached. Since they already knew, there was no need to be anxious. Tang turned back and went to Zhang Zhong's empty carriage. He said, "Master, the carriage in front cannot move forward. Master, please move." As his voice fell, someone brought up a slide pole. There was a cover on it. In fact, it was a palanquin. It stopped beside the carriage. The curtain moved, and the people who lifted the slide pole began to move up. When the group of people moved back and forth, Zhang Zhong changed into a guard's clothes and followed the crowd of guards. He was at a position slightly behind, and he also walked up with a knife in his hand. The 30 people of the protection team protected the slide pole. Step by step, Zhang Zhong carefully looked at the things on the road and on both sides of the road. He could not help but admire this group of people. If it were not for his son and daughter-in-law's reminder, he would have thought that the captured people were talking nonsense. This was clearly a good place to cultivate. When they reached the pavilion, Zhang Zhong looked at the stone used for resting. He didn't know where they found it, but it was actually polished to the point that it looked like jade. Coupled with the simple and unadorned pillars and the carvings on them, which had already lost its color, if a scholar saw it, he would definitely compose a poem. Okay, listen to Xiao Bao. In the future, every 10 days or half a month, come and take a look. What's that called? Oh, right, it's called the construction of spiritual civilization. Find a scholar to come and write a poem that suits the occasion. Put it in the brothel and the school. Zhang Zhong looked at the scenery in front of him and said to the guard beside him. The guard really did not understand the meaning behind it. Since the master had decided, it was enough to support it. The crowd continued to walk up. After turning a corner, a water bubble appeared in front of them. Oh, perhaps the people here had to call it a lake. From the position, it looked like the location of the mine. Zhang Zhong was puzzled. It was not strange to plant rice on the surface, but this lake was so easy to make. Why didn't it seep down? Amazing. It seemed that he had underestimated these people who stole the mine. The most amazing thing was not the lake, but the light boats in the lake. There were tourists on the lake, and the singing of female singers could be heard. Guan Guan Jujiu in the river continent. A fair lady, a gentleman's good mate. The voice came from afar. Not to mention Zhang Zhong, even the guards knew what the song was. They were not sure if the song had just changed, or if the song had just started. Zhang Zhong listened for a while and looked for a while. He gave a few instructions to the guard beside him. The guard went forward and whispered to the guard leader. The group approached the lake. The people there seemed to have noticed the group and came over with a small boat. A person stood at the bow of the boat and bowed from afar. May I know which elegant scholar is on the shore? Can we board the boat for a chat? Or you dare to alarm the provincial governor? Get out of here quickly. The head guard shouted as he put up a defensive posture. That person did not retreat. Instead, he let the boat come closer and said, "Provincial governor? Do you have proof?" Whoosh! An arrow flew over and hit the water in front of that person. "This is the proof. If you come any closer, you will be killed," the guard leader warned as he put away the bow. After getting off the boat, he did not dare to continue forward. He turned around and retreated as fast as he could. The person on the boat did not speak anymore. "The governor has been alarmed. Return to the residence," the guard leader shouted again. The group began to turn around. The rear group became the front group and slowly left. When the last person in the group disappeared from the mountain, the boat came to the shore as fast as it could. The person who spoke just now jumped down and ran along the side road without saying anything. Zhang Zhong returned to the place where there were vehicles and stopped beside them. Zhang Zhong entered another vehicle and turned around, quickly going down the mountain. After walking for about half a li, 10 people from the protection team were already waiting by the road. There were also 4 people who were tied up and gagged. The guard didn't ask any more questions and threw the 4 of them into another car. The whole group left the mountain as fast as they could. As for the other place that produced the marble, there was no need to go. It must have been processed by someone else using the same method. "Let's go back." Zhang Zhong had achieved his goal. He ordered and leaned his head on the top of the carriage, closing his eyes to rest. The group stirred up a cloud of dust and disappeared. After an hour, the guard who interrogated the 4 people came to report that the 4 people were here to keep an eye on them. They wanted to know who stopped the oars halfway. It was not a big deal to lose the oars once, but they were afraid that they would be watched in the future. When Zhang Zhong rushed over after 2 days, he saw Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan in the courtyard with the 4 little guys skating. It could be said that they were skating. The ice surface was made of marble. It was not a waste at all. The 4 little guys sat on a cushion respectively. There were ropes connecting the front and back of the cushion. The people on both sides pulled back and forth, and the cushion kept moving on the marble floor. The children on the cushion seemed to like this feeling very much. They looked around and giggled. The 4 little guys were still young. Otherwise, Zhang Xiaobao would have made 4 sets of protective clothing, which were knee pads, wrist pads, elbow pads, and helmet. He would also make a few pairs of roller skates. He would bring his younger siblings to roller skate. It would be a waste not to use the marble he picked up. Zhang Zhong also knew that it was not easy to process the stone, but he did not expect his son and daughter-in-law to do it so quickly. The marble surface was polished like a mirror. "Xiaobao, come out. Father wants to talk to you." Zhang Zhong still had things to deal with. The 4 children had servant girls to play with, so there was no need for Zhang Xiaobao to guard there. "Father, what's wrong?" Zhang Xiaobao asked curiously after he came out. "Nothing. They built a lake. I don't know how they did it. It only took 2 or 3 days. They are quite skilled." Zhang Zhong told his son what he saw. When Zhang Xiaobao heard that there was a lake there, he did not think much of it. As long as there was enough manpower, it could be done even with buckets. He just thought that the other party was a bit stupid. Couldn't they just make a field? If they had to make a lake, how could it not seep? It was just a matter of how much seeped. Could it be that they were not going to dig again in the future? Otherwise, how much effort would it take to get the water out of the lake and then clean up the water in the mine? After pondering for a while, Zhang Xiaobao said to his father, "Father, I will give you a plan tomorrow. You just need to follow it." The focus is still on the people's livelihood. While the Zhang family was happy, some people were worried. The people in the government office of Shuzhou just found out that the copper and marble mines were being targeted. 4.5 days later, another piece of news made them worried. They never expected that Zhang Zhong would go there for no reason. Usually, there were people watching Zhang Zhong, but Zhang Zhong was always wandering around. Why would he go to Lake Tai on a whim? Even if the people watching were beaten to death, they would not be able to do anything. How dare they be lazy and think that Zhang Zhong was always wandering around? The county magistrate of Lake Tai, the magistrate of the state, and the military registrar had all arrived. They gathered at the top of the near the river restaurant. Even though the waiters served the dishes one after another, no one touched their chopsticks. Zhang Zhong's appearance was like a huge mountain pressing down on their hearts. "My lords, what should we do? Are we not going to mine there anymore?" The county magistrate of Lake Tai was in charge of that place, so he was the most worried. He asked the others first. The others did not want to push all the blame to the county magistrate of Lake Tai. After all, everyone came up with the plan together. Moreover, the county magistrate of Lake Tai did nothing wrong. He even sent people to scout ahead. Not to mention him, even if it was anyone else, they would not be able to avoid it. What they had to do now was to find a way to make up for it. The military registrar poured himself a glass of wine and drank it. He exhaled heavily and said, "Fortunately, you have turned that place into a lake. After Zhang Zhong goes there to take a look, he will definitely think that the people we caught are lying. You did a good job, but the goods were taken by Zhang Zhong. In any case, we have been exposed. Zhang Zhong is not stupid. Even if he can't find it in that place, he will think that we are secretly mining somewhere else. It all depends on what he wants to do. If he wants to send troops there, he can only send troops. I think there will be some of his people in the troops. We can't hide." "Yes, that's right. It seems that we will lose a lot of money. If Zhang Zhong sets his eyes on us, it will not only be a matter of losing money. If we don't do it well, we will lose our official positions. If Zhang Zhong catches us, we may not even be able to live." The military registrar of Lake Tai also said. He had long eyebrows. When he spoke, his eyebrows became 8 characters. Hearing his words, the county magistrate of Taihu Lake was the one who was most afraid. After all, he was directly in charge of that area. His sweat kept flowing out. In addition to the hot weather, after a while, his clothes were wet. He looked at the registrar with a pleading look and said, "Milord, you have to save this lowly one. Who knows where Zhang Zhong would go for no reason? Furthermore, he doesn't make a big fuss like the others. Instead, he just brings people over whenever he wants to. I have to get people to carry water every day, otherwise the lake would be gone." Zhang Zhong has only been an official for a few years. He has been promoted to such a position. Naturally, he can't be the same as others. What's more, the guards in his house are equipped with the best weapons. Even his horse is not ordinary. He is not afraid of being assassinated. If it were me, I would also dare to go out for a stroll. Since this has happened, we can only blame ourselves for using the wrong people. The people who were sent to monitor Zhang Zhong dared to be lazy. But it's useless. We have to kill them. This matter has to be solved. But this is also good. We can see Zhang Zhong's reaction. He has already been there once. If he comes to ask us, we won't be able to deny it. That's right. Immediately arrange for people to find a place to build a quarry. The stones are also part of the rent. The military registrar spoke at this time. In fact, he didn't have a better idea. If they were caught, it would be difficult to solve the matter. The other people also couldn't think of any other way. They could only continue to report this matter and see what the higher-ups said. They couldn't stop production. "Sir, can I continue to mine now? Oh, I have to spend a lot of money again." The county magistrate of Taihu County was distressed about the money. He used a few days to take a break. In the end, he spent more than 2,000 strings of coins. This was only because the local people could get some benefits. If he continued to mine, it would cost more than 2,000 strings of coins. Especially for the small lake, not only did he have to remove the water, but he also had to put in a lot of effort in the mine to continue mining. This money could only be paid by the people of Shuzhou. As a county magistrate, his position was the lowest. Naturally, he had to pay the most. It was estimated that he had to work for free for 6 months this year. The other people calculated differently from the county magistrate. They didn't calculate how much money they had to pay. They calculated the difference between the money they received and the money they took out if nothing happened. The military registrar didn't know if he should continue mining immediately to make up for the loss. He thought about it and said, "Don't worry. Wait for 10 days. If nothing happens, it won't be too late to start mining again. Someone will send you the news. What you need to do now is to watch the local people. It's best to give them more benefits. Don't let them leak the situation there. Otherwise, no one can protect you." "Sir." Yes, milord, I understand. I will go back and make the arrangements. I will definitely not let anyone speak of what happened over there. Milord, Don't worry. I will definitely not be bad at using people. Oh, my lord, I'm not saying that you are bad at using people. No, I mean I will wait and listen to my lord. The county magistrate of Taihu County suddenly realized that he had said something wrong when he was making his promise. The most fundamental reason this time was that the people who were watching Zhang Zhong thought that Zhang Zhong would go home after taking a stroll around the nearby area like before. In the end, they went to drink. When the matter came out, it was too late to say anything. After making his promise, the county magistrate of Taihu County saw that the other officials didn't say anything. He tactfully found an opportunity to leave and go back to make arrangements as soon as possible. He didn't want them to vent their anger on him. After he left, the rest of the people began to eat and drink slowly. The wine and dishes that they usually thought tasted good tasted like wax today. Even so, they still pretended to be calm and ate. Sir, why don't we give Zhang Zhong some trouble and let him know how powerful we are? Fortunately, we'll give in on the mine. I've thought about it. We can poison the poultry and livestock raised by the people. As long as they die from the poison, Zhang Zhong will definitely be worried if he wants to let the people live a good life. The Secretary General put down his chopsticks and expressed his idea. Two people nodded at the side, thinking that this was a good idea. However, the Secretary General sneered and said, "Are you trying to force Zhang Zhong to go against us? Maybe they've noticed something, or maybe he's still thinking. It's easy for you to poison, but how many people can you poison? It's useless if there's too little poison, but if there's too much poison, then Zhang Zhong will catch people. As long as he gives us away, we can't do anything to avoid suspicion. Sir, don't worry about this. Zhang Zhong won't be able to detect it. We'll act quickly and then run quickly. That way, he won't know who did it," the Secretary General added. "If he doesn't know who did it, then how can he give in? Does he know who to give in to? Remind him from the side? Then the first people he'll deal with will be us, not the poultry and livestock raised by the people. Do you think he's a fool? He'll get rid of us first, then he can continue to let the people live a good life." The Secretary General glared at the Secretary General. He was usually very smart, so why was he acting like a fool now? After he said this, the others couldn't say anything else. The Secretary General took a breath and said, "Don't rush. It'll be troublesome if something goes wrong. Wait a moment and see what Zhang Zhong will do." Everyone could only listen to him. They all picked up the wine and drank it down, all of them looking worried. After waiting for 10 days, Zhang Zhong seemed to have forgotten about that matter and put all his energy into helping the people improve their standard of living. The Secretary General and the others felt that it was about time, so they ordered the county magistrate of Taihu County to start mining again. After another 2 days, when they thought that the matter was over for the time being, Zhang Zhong suddenly invited them to a banquet at his home. They were puzzled and tried to guess what Zhang Zhong meant. Before going to Zhang Zhong's home, which was the house behind the state capital, they gathered to discuss what would happen when Zhang Zhong invited them over. The Secretary General was pushed to the front. The Secretary General asked first, "Sir, what do you think Zhang Zhong wants to do this time? Is it about the mines, the people, or completely compromising with us so that he can get a share of the benefits?" "Are you dreaming? Get a share of the benefits? Don't you know how much money Zhang Zhong's family has?" "Yes, I don't know either, but I know that it's definitely more than the entire mine." "Would he care about that?" "It's probably about the people." The Secretary General couldn't guess it, but he had to say it. The news had already been sent up, but they hadn't arrived yet. The new orders from the higher-ups hadn't come down yet. He didn't have a pigeon to send him information. Even if he did, he couldn't use it. The pigeon flying back and forth was too obvious. However, he couldn't lose face. He could only find a reason to tell others to show his ability. "Sir, you're right. Zhang Zhong's family doesn't lack money. It's impossible that he wants to get a share of the benefits. It can't be about the mines either. Otherwise, wouldn't it be obvious? Besides, he doesn't have any evidence. It's probably about the people." The Secretary General quickly flattered at the side. They couldn't figure out why Zhang Zhong was looking for them, so they just casually said a few words. When the time came, it would be fine as long as they didn't match up. The 7 people came to the house at the back at noon. Ever since Zhang Zhong came over, they hadn't come here once. They didn't know what Zhang Zhong had done to his home, but they guessed that it wouldn't be too luxurious. Otherwise, once they left, there would be nothing left. It wouldn't be worth it to leave it for the next person. Usually, when a rich person took office, they would choose to buy a house in another place. Even if they left office, it would still be the property of their family. It was impossible to transfer it to others. After all, when they bought it with the identity of an official, the price would be cheap. Everyone knew this. But when they really entered the Zhang family's courtyard, they all felt that they didn't have eyes. It was really too beautiful. The ground and the road were all paved with blue stone. Beside it was yellow sand. There were also all kinds of beautiful flowers and plants. Even the big trees were moved in. It was a very magical thing to see them die. In addition to this, there were high mountains and flowing water. They didn't know how the water came up, but it flowed down from the rockery. There was a small pond at the bottom. In the pond, there were a few red fish swimming slowly. While the 7 people were shocked, no one thought that Zhang Zhong was stupid. He really wasn't stupid. It was because Zhang Zhong was rich and knew how to enjoy life. He didn't have to worry about being found trouble. The 7 people came in. Zhang Zhong personally welcomed them. The servant girls standing next to him were wearing the same clothes. This was nothing. The main thing was that the 2 rows of servant girls didn't look like servant girls. They were more elegant than some daughters of slightly wealthy families. People didn't dare to look at them directly to avoid offending them. Ability, real ability. The 7 people had the same feeling in their hearts. Previously, they looked down on Zhang Zhong, thinking that he had only been an official for a short time and wasn't the son of an aristocratic family. Now, no one would think so. Then, they thought of the person who helped Zhang Zhong deal with the official affairs and were confused for a moment. How on earth did the Zhang family do it? The servant girls looked like the kind of people who were educated and polite. The male servants were also able to help with the official affairs. Could it be that the Zhang family found people from other places? Zhang Zhong didn't know what the 7 people were thinking, but he didn't have time to care. He was very happy today and was ready to fool people. Even though he was a high-ranking official, it was still a happy thing to have the opportunity to fool people. Following his directions, the crowd walked through one courtyard after another. Finally, they came to the courtyard that was paved with marble. It was actually the courtyard of the 4 little guys. It was needless to say how beautiful it was, especially in the center position. There was a 3-story structure, small building. Sit, everyone sit. I've troubled you a lot. Today's weather is warm, so we can drink and have fun in the courtyard. Zhang Zhong said to the 7 people with a smile. He sat at the head of the table. Immediately, someone served tea and snacks. It seemed that he was not in a hurry to eat. The 7 people originally thought that they would be able to eat in the main hall. They didn't expect that they would be arranged to eat in a very remote courtyard. They had no intention of entering the house at all. As for what Zhang Zhong said about the weather being warm, there was no need to mention it. It was always warm, and they were sweating non-stop. It was summer. The judicial military officer was dissatisfied. He took a sip of the tea. It tasted good, but it couldn't dispel his anger of not being able to eat in the house. Thus, he said, "Sir, why don't we find a better place? This humble official doesn't think that this place is small. I'm sure we can find it." What? Zhang Zhong's face darkened when he heard this. Is it unfair for military officer Fan to stay here? Do you know where this place is? If I didn't invite you all here, normal people wouldn't even think of coming in. Look at that house. It's where my family and the 4 youngest children of the Wang family live. If others want to come here, it's a dream. What if they bring in their illness? Look at the things in the courtyard. They're inlaid with gold and silver. Even the ground is made of marble. Do you want me to lead you to that small house? Hearing Zhang Zhong's words, the 7 people were shocked. They began to look around the courtyard. It was just as Zhang Zhong said. It looked simple, but they had never seen anything that was casually taken out. They could only guess how it was used, let alone how much it was worth. They looked at the small 3-story house. There really were 4 children crawling back and forth inside. One of the little girls had even climbed to the 1st floor. She pushed open the small door on the 1st floor and stuck her head out to look at the people curiously. She was a little afraid of strangers. She whispered a few words and then shrunk her head back to close the door. In addition, the windows were made of glass that had just been sold in the capital at a very high price. The 7 people didn't dare to be picky in this regard. The cute appearance of the children, the decorations of the small house, and the various layouts here, it was just as Zhang Zhong said. There was no place more noble than this courtyard. The judicial military attaché who had just spoken was frightened. His eyes were fixed on the 3-story house. Through the glass, he could see what kind of carpet was laid out inside. The entire house was worth no less than 50,000 strings of coins. Sir, don't be angry. It's all because attaché Fan has seen little of the world. How could he understand the benefits of this courtyard? Sir, actually let us stay in the place of your son and young wife. It can be seen how much importance Sir places on us. Attaché Fan, why haven't you apologized to Sir? The military attaché further understood what it meant to be rich and overbearing. If the entire courtyard, the house, and all kinds of strange things were added together, it definitely exceeded 100,000 strings of coins. Which family's children could enjoy such treatment? Even the palace couldn't. Even the crown prince's grandson couldn't spend 100,000 strings of coins to let the children have a place to play. It was impossible to sleep in the courtyard at night, right? The judicial military attaché was like the little girl just now. He was so scared that he didn't dare to look directly at Zhang Zhong. He lowered his head and said, "Sir, please don't lower yourself to the same level as me. It's okay. To be honest, the ground here originally wasn't paved with marble. A few days ago, I was interested and went outside for a walk. As a result, I found a lot of marble. It's just right for the children to play with. It's very interesting to slide around on it." Before the judicial military attaché could finish his apology, Zhang Zhong interrupted him and pointed to the marble on the ground. The 7 people were just calculating how much the courtyard cost. When they heard Zhang Zhong's words, their hearts jumped. What did he mean? Marble? Was this the marble that should be taken away but was left behind by Zhang Zhong? Did he mention the marble to talk about something? How should they deal with it? The 7 people didn't know what to say for a while. They were afraid. They were afraid that Zhang Zhong would directly ask people to arrest them. Although Zhang Zhong's children were not far away, how could they go over to threaten Zhang Zhong? It was obvious that if they really rushed over, they would definitely be shot into hedgehogs. Since Zhang Zhong dared to put the place in the children's courtyard, he would naturally make the corresponding preparations. Did he deliberately want them to rush over? Then he would have an excuse to kill. The 7 people didn't know what to say. They could only look at Zhang Zhong and listen to him. Zhang Zhong looked very happy when he saw the 7 people's faces. It was fun. It was really fun. He knew that he had given them enough pressure, so he said, "Although the decoration of my house is good, I'm not happy at all. What's the use of having a good family? The people in Shuzhou have a good life. Sir is really a good official. We are not as good as you, but we can help the people live a good life. We will definitely listen to Sir. Even if it's a mountain of blades or a sea of flames, we will not fear it." The registrar carefully followed Zhang Zhong's words. He really didn't know what Zhang Zhong wanted to do. Zhang Zhong nodded solemnly. If everyone can think this way, this official's heart will feel much better. In fact, this official knows that as long as the people follow that set of methods to raise poultry and livestock, they will be able to earn more money. But what's the use? In order to let the people live a better life, His Majesty specially built a pear garden. Local officials like us should be considerate of His Majesty. I wonder if anyone has a way to let the people of Shuzhou have as many happy things as the people of the capital? Zhang Zhong's words made the 7 people even more confused. What did he mean? Could it be that he also wanted to build a pear garden in Shuzhou? Sure. Thus, the registrar said, "Sir, do you want to build a pear garden?" "Sir, we are willing to help you build a pear garden." The other 6 people also nodded, looking like they were really going to work hard. "Sir, perhaps we can build a pear garden in each county of this province so that the people can go and take a look when they have free time." The registrar also agreed. Zhang Zhong felt very good. He finally understood what Old Man Pai meant when he said that subordinates couldn't figure out the thoughts of their superiors. Seeing that the 7 people were waiting for him to speak, Zhang Zhong shook his head and said, "No, now is not the time. We can only start with small things, such as poetry." This official went to Lake Tai a few days ago and found that there is a good mountain there. The scenery is beautiful and there is a lake. Chapter 561. The county magistrate of Taihu County had just found someone to clean up the water in the lake and half of the mine. Just as he was about to start production again, a letter arrived on a fast horse, causing him to stand on the mountaintop in a daze. "Grandmother, what were you doing earlier? Who's paying for this? Who's paying for this? Stop draining the water. Block it up. Once you're done, bring the water back. Hurry up, it's going to be too late." The county magistrate of Taihu County held the letter in his trembling hands and roared loudly. Aggrieved, it was really too aggrieved. Others just came over and he had to spend a lot of money. Who could he blame? Whoever sent people to slack off should be held responsible. Why did he have to do all the hard work? The commoners were obedient and did as they were told. After all, they were paid and were not afraid of working for nothing. They understood that if they were paid more, it wasn't just their wages. There was also money to keep their mouths shut. When they heard the new order, they started to work hard to block the entrance of the mine. They also brought buckets of water over. This time, they were more familiar with it and were faster than the previous time. After the county magistrate of Taihu County was aggrieved for a while, he endured the depression in his heart. He still had to find people to attend to the provincial governor. At the very least, he had to make a few decent scenic spots for people to compose poems about. It was another sum of money. He could not expect the provincial governor to give him this money. There was never such a rule. If he had to rely on his salary, his family would have starved to death. "Zhang Zhong, oh Zhang Zhong, how can you let people live? You're here to clean people up. You can't be greedy. If you're not greedy, you won't have the money to attend to the provincial governor. Then why do you have to come here? Your family is rich, but you have to think about other people's lives." The county magistrate of Taihu County mumbled and took out money from his family to decorate. Other than the scenic spots, he also had to take care of the food and wine. He also had to repair the roads and find people to attend to the provincial governor. Which of these did not cost money? He wanted to leave the yamen but did not dare to do so. Zhang Zhong was here to collect taxes. He could not touch the books. He could not afford to live anymore. Zhang Zhong didn't care about what others thought. Normally, as long as he increased the rental tax, he would be able to earn more than 150,000 strings of cash this year and next year. Even if he completed the mission, he wouldn't think about leaving. However, Li Sun's fief was here. If he didn't help him deal with the local officials, it would be difficult for him to do things in the future. Today, this official delayed the government affairs. Tomorrow, another official came looking for trouble. Li Sun really couldn't handle it. Furthermore, if he still allowed others to secretly mine the two mines, Li Sun would become a laughingstock. Outsiders were allowed to meddle in his own territory. It was no longer a matter of money. It was also because of this that Zhang Zhong decided to deal with all the people who needed to be dealt with. Those who had connections would be moved to another place, and those who had no connections would either have to obediently compromise or be removed from office. Early the next morning, in order to make this matter seem grand, Zhang Zhong and Wang family's people moved. Only the yamen runners from the prefectural government were left to patrol outside the courtyard. They did not allow others to enter. Not a single person from the Zhang family and Wang family was left. Zhang Zhong did not believe that the yamen runners would dare to have any bad ideas. When the 7 people from the military registrar brought the other officials and attendants to prepare, the Zhang family and Wang family's group appeared. Just like when they arrived, they were majestic. The entire group stretched out for 2 li from the beginning to the end. It was not an ordinary style. In particular, the aura that the people from the inner courtyard exuded made people not dare to look directly at them. In addition, there were men and women wearing clothes of the same color. Even if no one was sounding the gong to clear the street still appeared very quiet. The commoners were curious, but they were not disgusted. One reason was because they were used to the style of officials. Another reason was that they understood whose family this was. Since they were Governor Zhang's family, they had to be treated differently. Governor Zhang was a good person. He had found new ways to make money for them. Furthermore, such a group was very eye-catching. As soon as the group left the city, the bodyguards unsheathed their sabers and readied their bows and urged their horses to gallop back and forth. In the group, there were also a few lookouts supported by carriages. The 4 people on the lookouts each held a clairvoyance and looked into the distance. The lookouts were more eye-catching, but the most eye-catching thing was a house in the middle of the group. It had a total of 3 floors. Each floor was not tall, but when all 3 floors were added together, it was not short. There were beautiful decorations on the roof and transparent glass windows. From time to time, a child's curious head would appear near the glass windows. He looked around and occasionally said a few words from his mouth. The military registrar and the others had already seen it once. At that time, the house was still on the ground. At this moment, there were several large wheels underneath. It was not a big deal that there were wheels. What was most surprising was that when other carriages passed by a large ditch, they would shake and make clanging sounds. When they passed by this house, it was as if they were passing by a small pit. They did not even shake much, let alone hear any sounds. Upon closer inspection, they realized that this house was different from the other carriages. The wheels at the bottom were different from other wheels. In the middle, there was a thick iron bar connecting the outer ring. The outer ring was not made of wood or iron, and there were no rivets. It was not clear what it was exactly. They only saw that when they encountered a pit, the wheels of other carriages would directly crash into it. However, the moment the wheels of this house hit a stone or pit, they seemed to be able to change their shape a little with Weiwei. All the force of the collision was eliminated because of Weiwei's change of shape. At least, it was not as obvious as other carriages. What was even more surprising was that when they encountered a small slope, other carriages would lean back, but this house would slowly adjust itself to the slope. When they leaned back, the back of the house would tilt up. The more they leaned back, the greater the tilt would be. When they leaned back, the front of the house would tilt up again. It kept the house flat all the time. It was really amazing. It was definitely the most comfortable to stay inside. There were so many carriages in the group, but only this house with wheels had such a shape. Even Zhang Zhong's car could not enjoy this. This was what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had specially done for their younger siblings. The tires were made of various kinds of gum, and the inner tube was also made of several layers of shark foam glue. It was naturally better than other carriages when it was inflated. As for why the house would change during the process of climbing and descending, it was because of dynamic balance. When the center of gravity of the entire house changed, there would immediately be mercury flowing in it, which would drive the force of the lever, causing the house to change its center of gravity in the opposite direction. Finally, it would achieve balance. If it was placed on a fast carriage, such a simple equipment would not have any effect at all. However, the moving speed of the house was not fast. It could not reach the level of dozens of kilometers per hour. The simple equipment was enough to support the balance adjustment. At the place where the wheels and the house were connected, there were steel shock absorbers. The 4 children in the house received the least vibration. Of course, they did not know what they were enjoying. All of them were very excited to be able to come out and see the scenery, and they laughed cheerfully from time to time. The adults of the Zhang family and the Wang family did not have any intention of stopping Xiaobao and Wang Wan from doing what they were doing. They left the best for their children. Moreover, the carriage they were in could not achieve dynamic balance. The consequence of being too simple was that the equipment was relatively large. Unless the carriage was made as big as the house, it would be fine. Outsiders did not know the principle of the house's shock absorber, nor did they know why it could be adjusted back and forth, but this did not prevent them from being shocked. If a country's cutting-edge military strength showed the country's comprehensive strength, then the house of the 4 children told everyone how powerful the Zhang family was. Therefore, when they were on the road, all the people near the house could not help but look at the house. One was because they were amazed, and the other was because the 4 children were very cute. As long as you made a face or something to them, they would smile back at you. If someone could enter the house, they would find that it was very comfortable to stay in the house. No matter how cold or hot the outside changed, the inside of the house was almost the same. Only Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan knew that the temperature in the house was basically between 23 and 27 degrees. When it was hot, there would be a cool breeze in the interlayer, and when it was cold, there would be a hot breeze in the interlayer. The cool breeze was produced by blowing ice, and the hot breeze was produced by putting lime in water. This required people to personally adjust it, and it was far from being automated. The measuring tool was a mercury thermometer, which was not very accurate. The boiling point was easy to grasp, but the freezing point was not. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan could only try to mix water and ice equally. Then they used this temperature as 0 degrees. It was impossible to make it so accurate, but it was still within the general range. Because it was not accurate, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan let people set the temperature in the house between 23 and 27 degrees, and the average was 25 degrees. As long as the thermometer was out, it was fine. As for how much glass was damaged and how many times it was tested, it was not a problem for the two of them to consider. This was the work of a craftsman to achieve a certain success in a failed experiment. During the day, the house of the little ones had become the focus of the group. However, at night the light bulbs in the house were no longer the focus, but the fear. All along, there had only been torches, bonfires, oil lamps, and wax. Since when had there been such a beautiful thing that didn't emit fire? In the house of the children, there was a light bulb in the hall of the 3rd floor. Outside the house, there were people who were stepping on something. If they stepped faster, the light bulb would be brighter. If they stepped slower, the light bulb would be dimmer. If they did not step on it, it would be extinguished. 5 or 6 people were found in the inner courtyard, and each of them took turns to step on it for half an hour. Slowly, they got used to the speed so that the light bulb was always at a relatively stable brightness. This was the invention of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan in the first 2 days. The light bulb was made of bamboo charcoal wire, and the outside was blown-out glass. The air inside was extracted as much as possible, and then it was sealed. The two of them were not ready to reach Edison's level at once, and they did not expect to burn for thousands of hours. It was enough to burn for a day. They could improve slowly. This was the advantage of standing on the shoulders of giants. Knowing the process and direction of development of things, there was no need to take detours. Although there were many aspects of electricity that could not be controlled, after all, when the light was on, it was progress. With a direction, it could be left to others to study. The little ones were the first to enjoy this treatment. Except for the light bulbs used by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, they were the first to shine in front of outsiders. When the others were drooling, Zhang Zhong was the first to react. He shouted to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were sitting outside the house reading books with the help of the light from their younger brother and sister. "Xiaobao, Cuckoo, come here. The adults have something to ask." "Dad, what's the matter?" Zhang Xiaobao closed the book and came to the two adults with Wang Wan. He asked knowingly, "What's that?" Zhang Zhong pointed at the light bulb and asked. "Light, it's on," Zhang Xiaobao answered honestly. "What's it for?" Zhang Zhong asked again. "It's for the younger brother and sister. Otherwise, what can we do? Candles? That won't do. Although there are certain things in the house that can set fire, once the candles burn, it will be difficult to breathe. Don't worry about this, it won't easily catch fire, and it won't affect breathing." Zhang Xiaobao's reason was very good, and it was also the case. The reason why he and Wang Wan took it out early was for their younger brother and sister to use. If they always looked at the candles, the children would not be able to adjust themselves, and it was easy for them to be nearsighted. The sooner they made the light, the sooner they could solve this hidden danger. When Zhang Zhong heard his son's answer, he turned to look at the other 7 people of the 2 families, meaning that it was indeed the case. If there was a need, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo would immediately make the corresponding thing. Everything was the kind of existence that defied the natural order. If they did not see it with their own eyes, who would believe it? When they made the cement, it was to strengthen the seawall. When they made the glass, it was to reduce the damage to the eyes of the people who burned the cement. When they made the tires and dynamic balance, it was to make the little ones less bumpy. Now, they once again made such a dazzling thing for their younger brother and sister. It seemed that their younger brother and sister held a considerable weight in their hearts. Many things, including this house, were made for the 4 little ones. For example, the marble floor was made for the convenience of the little ones when they slid back and forth on it. Too much, too much. For the four of them, how could the two of you? How could the two of you? Why didn't you say anything in advance? It was so scary. Zhang Zhong pointed at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, wanting to say something, but found that he could not organize his words. Zhang Xiaobao snickered in his heart, but said, "Dad, why didn't you say anything? Didn't you say a few days ago that Cuckoo and I were going to make something bright for Xiaobei and the others? You still said so, then hurry up and do it." You said this last time? The bright thing is some kind of a lamp? Zhang Zhong recalled. He did say that before, but who would have thought that the bright thing was something that should not appear in the mortal world? There was also that thing called a thermometer, which could be used by Pomegranate and Xiaohong. It could also be used in the little one's house, so that the temperature inside would always be within a certain range. When one put their head in to feel, it would be very comfortable. No wonder the little ones were not willing to come out. It was so good to be in home. It was not cold, not hot. Zhang Zhong really did not know what to say to his son and daughter-in-law. Good things should be given to the younger brother and sister first. The third pin officer's car did not say that it would not be so bumpy when crossing ditches, and it would not lean back when going uphill. The little ones only went to enjoy it. How could they know that the thing they were using did not belong to this mortal world? Okay, what else is there to say? In the future, make more of these lights and put them in the house to brighten it up. Jiang Wang clan saw that Zhang Zhong wanted to find an excuse to talk about Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, so she was immediately dissatisfied. She helped him and said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, "Go read your books. Don't worry about your dad. Your dad is envious of the good things that Xiaobei and the others have. He's already an adult, but he's still competing with the children." "I'm not. Okay, don't say any more. Go, this light is really beautiful." Before Zhang Zhong could explain, Jiang Wang clan interrupted him and waved her hand. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan went back to reading. In fact, the two of them wanted to see how the light was like. Xiaobao and Cuckoo don't have it easy either. Their children are born in rich families, but our Xiaobao and Cuckoo have to help their families at such a young age. When they grow up, we have to talk to them about the current situation. Without their older brothers and sisters, they wouldn't be able to live such good lives. Seeing that her son and daughter-in-law had left, Jiang Wang clan complained to Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong sighed, "I'm not talking about them. I'm just worried that they will make too many heaven-defying things and shorten their lifespan. Look at that light. Is it something that should appear in the mortal world? Do you think that I don't know? Now that people are kicking it, it means that in the future, we can use wind and water to make that thing turn. I've also learned quite a bit now. Anything that requires manpower and animals to do can be replaced by wind and water. If I'm not wrong, a river will be specially drawn from the backyard of the manor to light up this lantern. Isn't this heaven-defying? How much does it cost to light candles? With this light, it's just a little bit of glass. It's not like you don't know what glass is made of. It's much cheaper than wax. The cost of this light is basically the cost of a stick of wax, or even less. Just put it in the water and it will save a lot of money. I'm worried about such a heaven-defying thing. We can't let anything happen to Xiao Bao and Cuckoo because of these four little guys. If we don't have to do it in the future, then we shouldn't do it. Don't other children live well without this thing? Jiang Wang clan and the other family members finally understood that Zhang Zhong was worried about Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. That's right, if this family suddenly lost two sensible children, or little immortals, one day, they didn't dare to imagine what would happen. Even if the days were tough, they couldn't let the two children be struck by lightning. Yes, the two children weren't afraid of lightning and had lightning rods. Even the house was equipped with lightning rods. What if the heavens thought of another way? Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did as Zhang Zhong said. They sat outside the house and thought about how to use water to replace manpower. The best way was to specially draw a river in the manor. The two of them were very troubled about how to change the voltage. Although it was easy to generate electricity, it was difficult to make a transformer. Wang Wan couldn't make that thing. Moreover, electricity could only be generated and used at the same time. It couldn't be stored. Wang Wan only knew that the battery seemed to have sulfuric acid and lead plates. As for the specifics, she didn't know and didn't know how to use them. In this regard, The two of them couldn't even compare to a person who repaired cars all year round. With that kind of experienced person, he could make the battery, voltage regulator, and transformer himself. Look, they're not sleepy. They like to stay in bright places. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the place on the second floor. The four little guys were crowded in the hall, snatching and throwing the toys in front of them. Especially Xiaobei, she was like a little tyrant. She snatched whatever others played with. After she got it, she threw it in her hand and continued to snatch it when she saw others playing with something else. She repeated it endlessly. No one knew what she wanted to play. Or rather, she just wanted to snatch other people's things to play with. When they're tired, they can sleep. We'll see when the time comes. If they really can't, we'll carry them out. Actually, it's better to sleep in the house. There are so many people now and it's lively, so they don't want to sleep. How fortunate. If only we had a house like this when we were 1 year old. Wang Wan waved her hand at her younger brother who was lying on the window. The little guy chuckled and called out, "Sister." His saliva flowed out. If we let you live in such a house when we were 1 year old, you wouldn't live in it. You're not a real child. Zhang Xiaobao opened the window and wiped the little guy's mouth. He stuffed him back to play with the other three. I'm talking about the past. Then you've forgotten when you grew up? Who could let you live in such a house in the past? Just the cashmere carpet inside is enough to buy a small villa. This is genuine and pure cashmere, not fake cashmere with soft leather and coarse hair. Coupled with this kind of agarwood frame, even a seaside villa has come out. Keep your voice down. Don't let our family hear you. Only you can do such a thing. After wandering in the Sherwan Mountains for so long, you cut down a lot of big agarwood. Then you tell our family that it's mahogany. It's not much. It's not much. You didn't use money to buy it at all. Other people take a small piece, either to make medicinal herbs or as incense. It's already precious enough. You're good. You used it to build a house. It's fine if others don't know. Didn't you see the look in your mother's eyes every time she saw this house? She even helped you hide it. I don't dare to say that it's expensive. Wang Wan really didn't know what to do with Zhang Xiaobao. She did whatever she wanted. Big agarwood was hard to find. Usually, a small piece was very expensive. She didn't go to the Sherwan Mountains in vain. She found it and came back to build a house for her younger siblings. Fortunately, she pasted a layer of colored paper on the outermost surface. Otherwise, how could others not see it? Especially Zhang Xiaobao's mother. She had seen everything. When it was just built, she found something wrong at first sight. She followed the lie and said that it was mahogany. Even if I cut it down, I'll still plant it. This is the wealth left for the little guys. If they need it one day, I'll let them break down the house they played in when they were young. Selling the wood can guarantee a lifetime of wealth. It smells really good. It's time to put other spices on the outside. In the future, try not to take it out and let more people see it. Zhang Xiaobao didn't feel that there was anything wrong with what he did. It was not a waste to give it to his younger siblings. It was better than burning it. While the two of them were chatting, a sensible official who accompanied them outside roasted some hoof tendons and brought them over. Accompanied by the guards, he handed the hoof tendons to the Zhang and Zhong families with a smile on his face and said, "Brother Zhang, this is the Zhang and Zhong families. I just roasted the hoof tendons. It's chewy and not stuffed. It's just right for the young master and his wife. The children in my family eat this." Chapter 562. Everyone had a good time that night. Even the officials who were hostile to Zhang Zhong didn't go to bed until very late. After all, it was rare to have such a lively night, not to mention that it was under the atmosphere of a bonfire. None of the officials dared to casually comment on Zhang Zhong's good or bad. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the house. Some were contemplative, some were curious, and some wanted to own it. However, none of the officials could figure out what the glowing thing was. Similarly, they couldn't figure out why the house could move on its own. Everyone only understood one thing, and that was that the Zhang family and the Wang family valued the four children very much. They didn't eat anything given by outsiders, and they didn't use any toys given by outsiders. Someone suggested that they make clothes for them, but that suggestion was also rejected. When they were sleeping that night, the judicial military supervisor even suggested kidnapping the four children to threaten Zhang Zhong. Without a doubt, that idea was vetoed by the other people in the same tent. If they really dared to kidnap the children, regardless of whether they succeeded or not, it wouldn't be a simple matter of dealing with Zhang Zhong. If they failed or succeeded, they would have to face the Zhang family's pursuit. There was absolutely no doubt that the Zhang family wouldn't use any official means to solve this matter. The worried people were very satisfied with the food. Even the 7 people who had eaten at Zhang Zhong's house yesterday and didn't taste anything had to admit that the cooks at near the river restaurant were far inferior to the cooks at Zhang Zhong and the Wang family. They could make the simplest dish with the most complicated method, and they could also make the most difficult dish with the simplest method. Even the barbecue was different from other places. The meat skewers that were made without lamb were so tender. When they asked what they put in, the cooks refused to say. It was a secret. Everyone slept through the night with their own thoughts and woke up early the next morning. Under the leadership of the judicial military supervisor, everyone ate very slowly. When they set off, they couldn't move faster. Zhang Zhong understood that this was to buy time for Mountain Lake Village. After all, they had just removed the lake, and it would be even more difficult to build a new one. The soaked ground was too muddy. Zhang Zhong did not rush them. It was like bringing the 2 families on a trip together. Wang Wan's father also received the corresponding courtesy. He was a 4th-rank official after all. Even if he was dismissed, he was still an official. At the very least, his wife also received the title of a 4th-rank imperial lady. The most direct benefit was the salary. Another benefit was that they would be treated differently when they were in court. The large group of people and horses moved forward slowly. The slow little ones occasionally came down and ran with the group. When they passed by the small river, they could even play by the side for a while. Since no one was in a hurry, they would just drag it out. In the end, it took them 7 days to arrive at their destination. The county magistrate of Taihu County had already finished all the preparations and brought a group of people to welcome them. Apart from the officials, there were also scholars who could accompany them and recite poems. Compared to Lu Zhou, Shu Zhou was indeed much better. At the very least, those who could enter the school were not people Lu Zhou could compare to. They had already known about this mission in advance. In advance, each of them had prepared a few poems that they thought were good enough to avoid embarrassing themselves at the crucial moment. The official matters were handled by Zhang Zhong. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were free, so they took their younger brothers and sisters to wander around. Even a weaved insect made of grass was enough for the 4 little ones to play with for half a day. Not to mention, they rarely had the chance to play outside in the past. The 4 little ones had a slightly older brother, who was Zhang Zhong's adopted son. He rarely came out to play and was sick. Perhaps it had something to do with the different soil and water in Lu Zhou's place. It should be caused by the difference in the physique of the people in the north and the south. In a deeper sense, it was genetic. That was to say, the medical standards of the Zhang family and Wang family were slightly better than the people here. Otherwise, it was very likely that they would have died. For example, when the people in the north were sent to Lingnan Road, many of them died on the way. After recuperating for a while, he could occasionally come out for a while, mainly to let him bask in the sun more. The excuse of coming here was to build a spiritual civilization in Shuzhou. What they did was to go on a scenic tour. Hundreds of people did not take cars but walked up the mountain on foot. At this moment, Zhang Zhong finally showed his ability. Occasionally, he would stop to write a poem or take out a classic sentence from a book he had read. Although Zhang Zhong became the top scorer through tricks, that was because of the actual situation. However, Zhang Zhong himself was not bad. He also studied hard for many years in a slightly rich family to get to where he was. At this moment, when he spoke, many people around him who wanted to echo him felt it was difficult. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not care about this kind of thing. The 2 of them led the people in the inner courtyard to carry the 4 little guys up the mountain with poles. Every time they encountered something edible, they would pick a little, wash it, and feed it to the 4 little guys. There was both sour and sweet. It was also a personal experience of life. Especially the bitter mountain vegetables, which were eaten by the common people as vegetables. In Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's time, it was a good thing. Now, as long as people could think of a way, they would not eat wild vegetables. The consequence of eating salted wild vegetables was that the food consumption was very large, and there was no oil and water. When everyone climbed to the top of a mountain, there was a lake in front of them as far as the eye could see. It was bigger than when Zhang Zhong came a few days ago. There was even a running water leading to the lake. It was unknown how much effort the county magistrate of Taihu County had put in. In addition to the lake, there were also the boats that the county magistrate of Taihu County found. They were not big, and each boat could not hold more than 5 or 6 people. Those with enough status would go on the boat to play, while those who were not could only watch from the shore, find things to do, and chat in groups of 3 or 5. Xiao Bei, the youngest of the 4 little guys, was sick from eating too much sour food. After being fed some green onions and being smoked, his eyes turned red. When he saw others getting on the boat, he pointed at the lake and shouted, "Boat, boat," over and over again. The boat had already left the shore and been rowed away. Where could he find a boat for her? Besides, that was where the adults did things, so he could not get involved now. Zhang Xiaobao's eyes were fixed on the house in the middle of the mountain. If he really wanted to, he could push the house into the water. As soon as this idea came out, it was rejected by Zhang Xiaobao. It was not suitable to reveal too many things now. He reckoned that the news of this house would spread to Beijing very soon. It seemed that he had to make 2 houses for Beijing according to the little guys. Of course, it was impossible to give them a house made of agarwood. It was not a matter of money, but wood was not easy to find. The glass windows were simple, and he could just buy some cheap carpets. If they wanted fine cashmere carpets, they could buy them themselves. He could give them a few wheels and let the Ministry of Work study them. It was not a big deal to hand over the mercury dynamic balance. The production cost was too high. He only told them the principle and did not provide them with the real thing. While Zhang Xiaobao was thinking about this, Wang Wan went to the lake to take a look. The water was very clear and the temperature was suitable. She gave a look to some of the members of Team Zero who stayed on the shore. 8 of them changed into swimsuits and jumped in. After swimming up and down in the water for a while, they popped their heads out and nodded to Wang Wan on the shore. Wang Wan then put on swimming trunks for the 4 little guys and threw a life buoy into the water for them to play with. "Put on your swimsuits. We'll also go down to play. Let's see if someone wants to kill the children of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family." Zhang Xiaobao said to Wang Wan when he saw his younger brother and sister paddling happily in the water. This was also an opportunity for others to attack them. At the same time, it was also an opportunity to deal with others. After Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan went into the water, there were 2 places on the lake that were lively. One was Zhang Zhong's boat, and the other was naturally the small water area where the children of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family played. People who did not know the situation inside would really think that this was a very harmonious scene. Shuzhou was a pier on the side of the Yangtze River. At this time, there were many people moving things from the boat here. They all looked a little happy, but also a little unfamiliar with the environment. 2 old men ignored the busy people and walked slowly along the road that led to Shuzhou from the pier. One of the 2 old men looked at the surrounding scenery and said to the other old man next to him, "Long Zai, this place doesn't look so rich now. The Zhang family hasn't completely freed up their hands. Besides, this place is far from the place where the people live. It's not worth spending money around the pier immediately. When the people live better, they can build the road here. At this time, they are already building it. They have a lot of people and they don't lack money. It's estimated that by this winter, they will be able to build the main road from the provincial capital to the counties. Then, they will build this place for convenient transportation. You have just come from the capital, so naturally, you will feel that this place is not as good as the capital. But Shuzhou is already good enough. If you have seen Luzhou, you will understand the difference between the 2 places. When I went to Luzhou, what I saw was not bad. At least, the Zhang family has built the road there. But when you pass by Lianzhou, you will know the situation in Luzhou. This matter can't be rushed. The imperial court doesn't know when the road will be built, and there is no edict to ask Zhang Zhong to build the road. The imperial court cares about this year's tax. Since you are here, don't worry about it. Take care of yourself. I have thought it through. As long as I am alive, there is hope. The old man called Long Zhe looked much better than the old man who spoke first. The old man who spoke first not only had many age spots on his face, but also many wrinkles and a lot of hair loss. Moreover, he gave people the feeling that his eyes would only be lively at certain special times. Usually, they were so cloudy. After hearing Long Zhe's words, the old man did not say much about this issue. He sniffed the smell of the soil here and said, "Yes, it is good to be alive, but people can't do more things when they are alive. What's the difference between that and a walking corpse? I have resigned, but my heart can't rest. I have to do something. Fortunately, you came early. Otherwise, I might be buried in the soil. Yunji, you are wrong to think so. Even if I don't go, I think you will be fine. It is just a small illness. When we meet Xiaobao and Cuckoo, we will ask them to make a special diet for you. Take care of your body and live a few more years. See how the people of Tang live a good life." Old man Long Zhe comforted the person he called Yuan. After he finished speaking, he sighed again. Perhaps it was because he felt that he was too old. He really wanted to live a few more years, especially when he saw with his own eyes how the Zhang family gave good lives to the people everywhere they went. Old Yuanji nodded and said, "Then try your best to live. It is a good opportunity to see the means of the masters of the Zhang family and see what other things they can do. Tell people to hurry up. I also want to see if the two children you praised to the heavens are so smart. Well, when the time comes, one more person to teach, one more ability. But I don't know how the people of Shuzhou will deal with the Zhang family this time. It is reasonable to say that the rent tax should be higher every year, but now it is lower every year. If Zhang Zhong can't raise the rent tax this year, the people in the imperial court will definitely look down on him." Old Long Zhe looked at old Yuanji and said with a trace of worry in his eyebrows. Old Yuanji smiled. How could he not know what Long Zhe meant? "I just came here, and there are many things I don't understand. It depends on the ability of the Zhang family. Unless there is no other choice, you can just treat me as an idle person. Raising the rent tax to 150,000 strings of coins a year is difficult for other people, but for the Zhang family, no one will think it is too much. After all, he has done so many things." As the two were talking, the people unloading the goods behind them were almost done. A carriage came and waited for the two to get on. The carriage began to speed up in the direction of the provincial capital of Shuzhou. Time flew while they were traveling. When the water was cold, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who had not encountered any danger, carried their younger brother and sister to the shore again. The people on the boat began to return, preparing to find a place to sleep in the mountains tonight. Zhang Zhong was really playing. He had not been like this for a long time. Today, he did not care why he was here, but he could play to his heart's content. At night, the county magistrate of Taihu County prepared a sumptuous feast. When he saw a few hundred people eating there, he felt his heart ache. This was all money, and he couldn't just use ordinary dishes to deal with it. He didn't even need to think about it if he didn't have the 1,000 strings of coins for this meal. The military counselor and the others wouldn't pay for this meal. It was a matter of course for a lower official to entertain a higher official. As for where the money came from, the higher official would not ask. Anyway, when there was a problem in checking the account, the higher official would look for the lower official. There was no fairness. After Zhang Zhong and the others and their families had rested, the county magistrate of Taihu County found the registrar and the others. He was anxious. Because of Zhang Zhong, he lost a batch of goods and was delayed for so many days. Every day, he lost a lot of money. Even if he did not get a lot of money, the pressure from above was great. Obviously, something happened to the registrar, but in the end he had to bear the responsibility. He said that he did not choose the right route when he was transporting the goods. There was only one route and it was to be taken at night. How could he choose? Was he supposed to take the field in the middle of the night? Or climb the mountain? Thinking about it was just thinking about it. He still had to explain the matter clearly. When the county magistrate of Taihu County arrived at the tent where the registrar and the others were, the 7 of them were drinking tea and chatting. They did not seem to be anxious at all. Only the county magistrate of Taihu County was anxious. Seeing the 7 of them drinking poorly, the county magistrate of Taihu County felt his heart ache again. This was tea bought from the Zhang family. Zhang Zhong had not done anything when he came to Shuzhou, but he had brought the Chamber of Commerce here to sell things. This tea was part of the goods. Although it was expensive, not everyone could buy it. It was very rare. When the county magistrate of Taihu County bought this tea to welcome Zhang Zhong, he was really impressed. He thought that he should also have a shopping center at home. If he sold food and drinks, even if they were not delicious, he could go to the villages below to have a look. Then, he would specially mention this food and drink on the way. His subordinates would have to arrange for the food and drink. Even if the price was high, they would have to bear with it. The tea that was bought now was very expensive. They even had to use a silver scale to weigh it. A sip of tea would cost dozens of copper coins. Although this was what he thought in his heart, the county magistrate of Taihu County did not show it on his face. He greeted the 7 of them with a smile and asked about their discomfort with concern. He meant that he wanted to find a few women to serve the 7 of them. When he asked, the county magistrate was a little nervous. He was afraid that the 7 of them would really agree. Then he would have to fork out a lot of money. Now, the person he was most grateful to was Zhang Zhong. At least, when Zhang Zhong came, he had already told people in advance that he did not want to be assigned a few prostitutes. If he could save, he would save. Boo bye, it would not be good if Provincial Governor Zhang heard this. You came at the right time. You have done well this year. Let me ask you, have you thought of a solution? When the registrar saw the county magistrate of Taihu County, he put down the teacup in his hand and asked, "A solution? What solution do I have? If Zhang Zhong comes every few days, don't even think about mining the mine." The county magistrate of Taihu County was very angry. When he came over just now, he wanted to ask if the 7 of them had a solution. In the end, he was directly asked, what solution could he, a small county magistrate, have? Anyway, he could only earn a little more every year. At most, he would give up and become a county magistrate in another place. When the registrar heard the words of the county magistrate of Taihu County, Wei Wei was stunned. His expression immediately became gentler. He also knew that it was not good to bully people too much. If he really forced the county magistrate of Taihu County into a corner, he would directly write a memorial and send it to the higher-ups. Even if the person behind him was fine, he and the others would also be finished. When he signaled the registrar to sit down, the registrar's expression also changed. It's fine if you can't think of it. I think we will receive news in the next 1 or 2 days. The next place is the Cloud Rock. Has it been arranged? Rest assured, sir. Everything has been arranged. That place is not like the copper mine. There are too many places to excavate. I have already asked people to clean up the traces on the ground. The exposed places are covered with a layer of mud and grass. Also, small trees and grass have been planted. As long as you don't look carefully, you won't find any problems. Seeing that the registrar was pressuring him, the county magistrate of Taihu County suppressed the anger in his heart and told him the arrangement of the other place. The registrar nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. You have done very well. I think that Zhang Zhong will not insist on removing the mud from a certain place. If that's the case, everyone will have a hard time. We will push the responsibility to him and make it difficult for him to do anything in Shuzhou. You are right, sir. Zhang Zhong already knows what is going on, but he doesn't dare to make it clear. He is also afraid of sir's means. The county magistrate of Taihu County flattered. In his heart, he felt that the registrar was boasting. If he really had the ability, why would he let Zhang Zhong come over and force him to be in such a hurry? He was probably just bragging to people like him. The registrar seemed to have realized that he had said too much. He no longer mentioned this matter and changed the topic. He asked, "Can you find anyone in Zhang Zhong's family who is special?" 2 people. If you find them, even if you don't want the mine here, we will have made a great contribution. Special? Yes, I did see them. There are really 2 people who are very special. They are different from the others. The county magistrate of Taihu County thought for a while and said, "Really? Which 2 people? What do they look like? Are they hiding in the crowd? Hurry up and say it. If you really find them, you won't be the county magistrate anymore." The registrar's eyes lit up and asked anxiously. The other 6 judges also did the same. They all looked at the county magistrate of Taihu County. The county magistrate of Taihu County was shocked. He didn't know what happened to the 7 of them. He immediately said, "Actually, all of you know who those 2 people are. They are the young master and young lady of the Zhang family and Wang family. I found something very important. Everyone has to listen to what they say. Even the stewards of the Zhang family and Wang family don't dare to oppose them. How is that not special?" Sigh. After hearing the county magistrate of Taihu County's answer, the 7 of them sighed at the same time. They were still wondering who those 2 people were. There was no need for others to say anything. Of course, they were special. But what was the use of that? They were trying to find the 2 hidden masters of the Zhang family, not 2 kids. Got it? You did a good job. Although the person is wrong, you did your best. If there's nothing else, go back and rest early. The registrar was very disappointed. However, he couldn't dispel the county magistrate of Taihu County's enthusiasm. He praised them and was about to chase them out. When the county magistrate of Taihu County heard this, he understood that he didn't find the right person. The 7 of them were dissatisfied. He thought for a while and said, "Sir, how about this? I saw that the car in their house is very good. I will get it when they are not paying attention. After thinking about it, I will send it to the imperial court. Why don't you just catch Zhang Zhong as well? You saw the house. Is it something normal? How do you get someone to get it? Steal it. He is such a big guy. Do you think we are blind? Steal it? Then you can go and try. After you succeed, you will be rewarded." The registrar looked at the county magistrate of Taihu County as if he was looking at a fool. The county magistrate of Taihu County just mentioned it. He thought that the 7 of them would help him. Seeing that they didn't have the intention to do so, he could only take back his thoughts. After greeting them, they turned around and prepared to leave. Suddenly, a person came in from outside the tent. After glancing at everyone present, he took out a sealed letter from his bosom and handed it to the registrar of military affairs. The registrar took the letter. When he saw the words on it, his eyes immediately widened. He asked the person who delivered the letter to go outside the tent to read it carefully. After reading from the beginning to the end, he said to the others, "The orders from the higher-ups are that if Zhang Zhong doesn't give up the place, we are to make things difficult for him elsewhere. Let's see if we should do this." Chapter 563. When the crickets stopped chirping, the sky was already bright. When everyone woke up for breakfast, Zhang Zhong looked very energetic. It seemed that he had slept well last night. However, it was different for the 7 people in charge of affairs and the county magistrate of Taihu County. All of them had dark circles under their eyes and were yawning nonstop. It was as if they had not slept at all last night. They couldn't be blamed for this. Last night's letter had given them too much of a shock. If they really followed the letter, they didn't know if there would be even more trouble. Once someone found out, it wouldn't be as simple as beheading. Even their entire clan would be destroyed along with it. They also admitted that if they did that, Zhang Zhong would definitely not have the time to take care of them. Otherwise, let alone the 150,000 yuan tax this year, it was still uncertain whether they would be able to collect it. They might even need the help of the imperial court. With such a choice in mind, how could the 8 of them sleep well? Even if they were to lie down, they wouldn't be able to sleep. The county magistrate of Taihu County fell asleep when the sun was about to rise. However, the things that happened in his dream woke him up again. For the entire night, the 8 of them asked themselves whether they should do it or not. Zhang Zhong didn't know why these 8 people didn't sleep well. He only knew that these 8 people definitely didn't have good intentions. Zhang Zhong watched as the 8 of them ate a little bit of porridge listlessly and didn't eat anything else. Zhang Zhong didn't care about them and slowly ate by himself. Today, he still had a place to go, which was more than 2 hours away from here. Zhang Zhong was afraid that he would get hungry while talking to others on the road, so he couldn't eat casually. He had to eat his fill first. When everyone was almost done eating, the group continued their journey and prepared to go to another place with beautiful scenery. Just as they went down the mountain, another group appeared at the foot of the mountain. From the flag, it was obvious who had arrived. It was Tang and Commandery Prince, Li Sun. Upon seeing Li Sun, Zhang Zhong was very calm and brought the officials to greet him. Li Sun was a secondary grade 1 official. No one could compare to him. Zhang Zhong did not think much of it because he was familiar with Li Sun. He had never treated Li Sun as an important person and had always treated him as a junior. He only cared about him and did not respect him. However, the others were not like this, especially the military officers. They were really afraid now. They were afraid that Li Sun would find out something and directly impeach them. Then, they would not be able to deal with Li Sun like how they dealt with Zhang Zhong. They did not sleep well last night and were feeling very uncomfortable at this time. Then they met Li Sun again. They were scared and immediately felt that they were in a trance. They could not see both sides of the road clearly. However, Zhang Zhong talked to them from time to time, so they had to force themselves to deal with it. This was the end. Their minds were not enough. They were also worried about Li Sun, who suddenly appeared. They kept looking at Li Sun to see what he wanted. Li Sun did not have time to care about them. He directly ran to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Seeing the two of them accompanying the 4 little fellows, he also helped to cut fruits and feed the 4 greedy little fellows. As a commandery prince, Li Sun did not feel that he was inferior at all to personally serve others. The 4 little fellows of the Zhang family could not be fed by just anyone. After he came over, he just washed his hands and took the fruits himself. The Zhang family did not check at all. This showed his status. After all, they were a family. What made Li Sun even more proud was that the 4 little fellows could not be fed by just anyone, even if it was someone from the inner courtyard. However, when he fed them, the little fellows always smiled at him. This made him even happier than when he suddenly received 10,000 strings of coins. After the 4 little fellows were stuffed to the point that they covered their stomachs and did not eat anymore, Li Sun asked Zhang Xiaobao, "Why did you call me here in such a hurry?" "I'm busy with the road. I'm going to finish the road before this year's winter. There must be roads that lead to the various counties and docks. Also, I planted the fruit trees on the side of the road. There is a ditch between 2 trees. When they grow up and passers-by are thirsty, they can use stones to knock down a few fruits to eat. There are 4 kinds of fruits. Except for the winter, there are all kinds of fruits in spring, summer, and autumn." "What kind of fruits are there in spring?" Zhang Xiaobao thought that Li Sun had made an out-of-season fruit. "Yes, there are flowers. It's the flowers of the locust tree. If there is no other way, I'll ask someone to look for them. There must be some. When the trees grow up, my fief will be better than others. Tell me, why did you call me here?" "I'm busy. It costs tens of thousands of yuan for a quarter of an hour." Li Sun used the words he learned from Zhang Xiaobao. Wang Wan laughed. In fact, Zhang Xiaobao was right. He did cost hundreds of thousands of yuan per minute, but Li Sun did not believe it. After listening to Li Sun's plan, Zhang Xiaobao did not want to discourage him. "Anyway, when the time comes, we will know whether it will succeed or not. It's just a matter of spending a little more money." Looking around, other than the 4 little guys who were eating fruits and sleeping, no one else could hear them. "Do you want to be rich? The kind with a lot of money? I have a way to make you rich, and you don't have to worry about others making trouble for you." "No, I'm thinking about how to spend money now. How can I be in the mood to make money? My money is enough for me to build my fief. After the fief is built, I can get more money. I don't have to worry. I can't lose the big picture for small gains. I'm not afraid of others making trouble for me. I won't rebel. Who dares to make trouble for me? Who dares? There are many ways to die. Why do you want to find me?" Li Sun refused. From the meaning of his words, it showed that he was now focused on building his fief. He did not consider other sources when he was not short of funds. "You really don't want to? Make a fortune in your fief. There are 2 mines. One is a copper mine, and the other is a marble mine. They have been secretly mined for several years. Did you see the mountain we just came down from? There is a copper mine on it. However, in the official book, there is only an entry of or income. Do you understand what I mean? And that cloud stone, the real cloud stone. It's as white as the clouds, and it seems to be transparent. I use it to pave the floor at home. It stopped a thief once. If we don't think of a way, the 2 mines will be stolen away." Zhang Xiaobao pointed to the mountain they just came down from, and then pointed to the clouds floating in the sky. Li Sun was stunned by Zhang Xiaobao's words. After a while, he suddenly shouted, "What? Really? Retreat? What are you doing here?" After shouting at the guards who rushed to protect him to retreat, Li Sun's face was ashen. He lowered his voice and asked Zhang Xiaobao, "Xiaobao, you're not lying to me, right? Who has the guts to secretly mine the copper and marble mines in my fief for several years? I think they don't want to live anymore. If I find out who it is, I will make them spit out all the money they have accumulated in the past few years." "Really? When have I ever lied to you? But what happened a few years ago has nothing to do with you. At that time, it was not your fief. After we came here, they probably could only transport it out 3 or 4 times. My father happened to meet them once. They ran away and did not catch up. The goods were left behind. Most of the marble was given to Xiao Bei and the others to play with. The copper mine is still there. You can arrange for people to take it away. There was a copper mine on the mountain just now. The place we are going to now is the marble mine." Zhang Xiaobao finally found a solution to the problem. Although the 2 mines were good, the target was too big. After all, they were places where they could earn money by mining. It was not suitable for his own family to occupy them. It was better to give them to Li Sun and let Li Sun occupy them. No one could say anything. Li Sun felt that it was right. The previous mine had nothing to do with him, but he still felt uncomfortable. He thought that if others did not secretly mine and left it to him, how much more money could he earn? He did not lack money. The problem was that it was his own money. He could not let others take it for free. He finally understood why Zhang Xiaobao asked him to come. "You don't have to give me what your family left behind. Xiao Bei and the others like to play on the marble? Wait until I take back the mine, then I will give you more marble. How about this? Let's work together to mine, just like how your family brought me along when you did business. Now that I have something good, I want to give you a share. Xiaobao, do you know who secretly dug it? Tell me, and I will take care of them immediately. Beheading is a light punishment. Charge them with the crime of privately minting coins. Exterminate their entire family." Li Sun did not care about giving the marble to Xiao Bei and the others to play with. The 4 of them were so cute. It did not matter how many marble there were. He just wanted to find the culprit and take action. Zhang Xiaobao saw Li Sun's reaction and knew that he had guessed correctly. But there was no evidence now. It was easy to kill, but difficult to convince the public. If he wanted to deal with someone, he had to find an excuse. "Young Master Li, don't be anxious. We know who the culprit is. It is the officials here. Anyone who can come into contact with them is a suspect. Wait until we find evidence. Take a look at the place first and remember it. It is good to have a target. We can't take action directly. There is no evidence, and it is not an emergency period. It is fine. They have to dig, right? As long as they dig, we can catch them. Let's see who is more daring." Li Sun was no longer the little prince who only knew how to bully others. Since he had a fief, he had to do things according to the rules. He agreed to Zhang Xiaobao's suggestion. Zhang Xiaobao thought for a while and asked, "Then what if the person we find is from the imperial clan? If it's a member of the imperial family, then I'll just treat it as a gift. However, the people below must be dealt with. I can't let imperial uncle kill all my cousins, right? That's impossible." Li Sun did not hide his thoughts at all. The leader was fine, but the people below were unlucky. It was their fault for not doing a good job. Now that they were caught, they had to bear such a punishment. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan could understand Li Sun. Not to mention now, when was it not the same? When something happened, the small fish were caught, the medium fish would be moved to another place, and the big fish would be fine. Just know who you suspect. Don't show it. Zhang Xiaobao said to Li Sun. Understood. I won't talk to them too much. Puma, I am the Duke. What are they? The little guys can eat again. Fruit is digested quickly. As Li Sun spoke, he saw the 4 little guys being carried to pee and prepared to be fed fruit. As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and ran away. Due to the slow pace of the group, it took them nearly 6 hours to arrive at their destination. None of them had eaten lunch. Some of them had eaten too much in the morning, while others couldn't eat because they had too many things on their minds. From afar, They could see that the mountain in front of them was lush green. Zhang Xiaobao said to Li Sun, who was looking around for oars, "Do you see the trees over there? And the grass, in fact, it was all stuck there later. If you look closely, you will find that the trees and grass are not growing right. They shouldn't be so long. I don't know who is so stupid that they can't even see the yin and yang sides. The trees are actually denser in the shade than in the sunny areas. And the grass on the steep areas, whose grass can grow perpendicular to the slope under such circumstances. Where is this place? Taihu County. Why did my father come here? To promote the construction of spiritual civilization in Shuzhou. Who do you think has something to do with it? Just now on the mountain, the place where the mine should be is actually a lake. I originally thought that only the Zhang family and Wang family had such ability. A man-made lake. The county magistrate of Taihu County is also very capable." Li Sun heard Zhang Xiaobao's words and understood what he meant. He looked at the trees and flowers on the mountain, and it was indeed so. When he agreed with Zhang Xiaobao that he was stupid, he said angrily, "There is no good official. There are layers upon layers of protection. It is not a single official that is caught, but a series of problems. Why do you think this is? There are historical reasons for this, and at the same time, it is also a problem of the management mechanism. It is not easy to explain in a few words. Even if it is clear, it is not easy to solve. It is very difficult." Zhang Xiaobao knew that this was a problem related to the whole human society. Even if they raised a high salary, it was useless. Were there really no corrupt officials in Singapore? That was under the condition that the place was small and easy to govern. If it were such a big country, who could put an end to it? As long as this society is governed by people, then don't expect all the officials to be honest. You have to know that the reason why society can develop is because of people's desires. Without desires, human beings will not exist. As long as they exist, there will be such situations. Zhang Xiaobao said the most fundamental reason. Li Sun could understand a special word Zhang Xiaobao said. This was what he had learned for many years. He knew that Zhang Xiaobao was right, but he still felt uncomfortable and asked, "Then why is Sanshui County different? Any random official will not show any corruption, bribery, or abuse of power for personal gain. It is not that they do not have desires, but that they understand that as long as nothing happens, they will be promoted. When they leave office, they will get a large sum of money, more than what they are greedy for. There is no risk at all. The income and risk are proportional. 10,000 strings of cash is likely to cost them their lives, but 5,000 strings of cash is easy to get. Of course, they will choose 5,000 strings of cash. Didn't you say that if there is a 300% profit, someone will take all the risks to get it?" Li Sun argued. That is referring to the situation where the supervision mechanism is not working. Does Sanshui County have that kind of opportunity? Most importantly, there is a more powerful threat in Sanshui County, and that is the Zhang family. Especially with my father's official position, even if they take the tens of thousands of strings of cash they just collected and run away, it will be useless. They understand the determination of the Zhang family. Even if they run out of the country, they will be hunted down. The opportunity is too small, and the risk is too great. That is why they are so honest. Besides, they are usually treated well, so why do they have to take the risk? Zhang Xiaobao knew the reason. The most important thing was that the Zhang family had the ability to make money, so there was no need to be greedy. If the Zhang family did not have the ability, they would not be able to handle the following matters. Then what should we do? Is there no solution? Li Sun was even more depressed. He knew that there was no second Zhang family. They could not control the place at all. They were rich and capable, but they did not have the ambition to rebel. Where could he find another Zhang family? It's not that there's no way. There's one way, and that's to find a very powerful emperor who can see through everyone's heart. Moreover, he can see through everyone's heart in just a few breaths. Moreover, even if everyone in the world works together, they can't beat him alone. He can also make the land increase in production and make the flood disappear. That way, there will be no more corrupt officials. Zhang Xiaobao gave an answer. You are not talking about an emperor, but an immortal. Li Sun was even more depressed. Zhang Xiaobao smiled and said, "It is impossible to make all the people and officials be selfless, but we can find a way to make the officials make fewer mistakes. Originally, 50 out of 100 officials are bad, so don't expect that there will be none. It will be a success if we can reduce it to 10. Then how can we reduce it?" Li Sun agreed. If they could not be eliminated, they could reduce it. When the military of the dictatorship is loyal and strong enough, they can monitor the officials without relying on manpower. Now, there is no need to think about it. It is useless. They are calling you. Go and praise them. Zhang Xiaobao also had such a dream, but it could not be realized. When he saw the people over there looking back at them while they were talking, he gave Li Sun a push. Li Sun was not willing to deal with such officials, but he had no other choice. He could only go over and join in the praise of the local officials. Even though he knew that there was a marble mine behind the very unnatural trees, he still had to praise the strange trees and the beautiful scenery. Not bad, it is really a good place. Lord Zhang will definitely build a place like this into a place for the people to enjoy, especially those trees. In other places, the trees are dense on the sunny side, but here, they are dense on the shady side. It is really different. They are strange, and the scenery is beautiful. Li Sun was depressed in his heart. He pointed at a tree and said, "The county magistrate of Taihu County was so scared that he trembled and sweat dripped down his forehead. And those vines? In other places they are coiled, slanted, or straight up, but here, they are growing horizontally. Moreover, they are not fixed by anything. It is beautiful. When I write a memorial to report to the emperor, it will be an auspicious sign. I have decided to send people to guard this place day and night until the imperial court sends people to investigate." Li Sun was not done with his anger, so he continued to scare. This time, not only was the county magistrate of Taihu County trembling, but even the military officers were also scared. The important thing was that if they really wrote a memorial and asked the imperial court to come and guard the place day and night, they would definitely know that it was fake and understand what was going on behind the mine. The first one to be arrested was the county magistrate of Taihu County. As long as he confessed, they would not be able to escape. If they really wanted to hide, they would have to kill the county magistrate and everyone related to him. Killing them would also be considered a crime of not investigating. At the same time, they were thinking about what to do. At this time, Zhang Zhong spoke. "Your Highness, this is not appropriate." "What's wrong? Could it be that these vines are not so simple? Men, go and take a look. We have to figure it out even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground." Li Sun often spent time with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Not only did he learn knowledge, but he also learned a lot of evil tricks. "No, Your Highness, you can't." 3 of the military officers tried to stop him in unison. The others also wanted to say something, but they did not know what to say. Zhang Zhong also tried to dissuade him. "Your Highness, I don't mean this. It's not appropriate now. When the news reaches the capital and people from the capital come here, the vines on the mountain will probably be dying or have already died. If they can't see it, wouldn't it be lying to the emperor?" "Is that so? There's such a thing?" This is my first time here, so I don't know. What do you think?" Li Sun looked at the officials around him who were so scared that their faces changed. He was in a good mood. Yes, Provincial Governor Zhang is right. That's right. If Your Highness really wants to report an auspicious sign, why don't you report it first thing next year?" The military officer was about to sit on the ground and said with a dull look in his eyes. "In that case, forget it. I want to climb the mountain and see who wants to climb with me. I can use the vines to climb up. Don't underestimate me. I'm very powerful." Li Sun continued with his suggestion. When he said that it was fine, all the officials heaved a sigh of relief. However, when he said the second half of his suggestion, all of them became angry again. There were even 2 cowardly officials who sat on the ground. Seeing Li Sun look over, one of them was smart and quickly explained, "Your Highness is really powerful. When I heard that we were going to climb, I was scared. I can't. What if I fall down halfway?" The other one immediately followed suit, and the matter was finally resolved. Zhang Zhong knew that Li Sun did it deliberately, so he said, "Your Highness, There is something more interesting than climbing the mountain. Not far from here, there is a lake called Lake Tai. I heard that the fish and shrimp in the lake are good. Why don't we go fishing there? Is that so? Then let's take a look here and go to Lake Tai. Li Sun finally didn't continue to scare people. After he finished speaking, he turned around and looked for Zhang Xiaobao. When the people who could barely stand saw that Li Sun had left, they didn't care whether Zhang Zhong was next to them. A few of them sat on the ground. Zhang Zhong began to put on an act and asked people to write poems here. He also took other people's works and gave them some pointers. Amidst everyone's flattery, he left this place and went to Lake Tai. It could be said that this spiritual construction guidance work had ended. Chapter 564. Li Sun was preparing to snatch the mine. He had absolute confidence that no one else would be able to snatch it from him. In his own fief, other than the emperor and his two fathers, no one else could. And the emperor and his two fathers did not need to snatch it from him. If there was a need, they could just call him. He was now thinking about how to develop the mine. It was easy to mine, but difficult to sell. Some people did not even know about it. Zhang Xiaobao was familiar with this. He pondered for a moment and said, "You can only own the Cloudstone mine, but you can't monopolize the copper mine. The imperial court is short of copper now. Once you mine the copper, you can sell it directly to your uncle, the emperor. He will only charge you a mining fee and environmental damage fee. It's a small amount of money, but you have to take it. However, you can't make money from it. Just think of it as organizing people to work for your uncle for free. You're not afraid of being greedy, but you don't know what you should be greedy and what you shouldn't be greedy. This copper mine is a basic natural resource that society needs. It can't be reproduced. It's a livelihood for people. Not to mention your status, even the Zhang family and the Wang family can't take this money. Cloudstones are another thing. There's no need to worry about it. It's like sugar and salt. No matter how high the price of sugar is, no one will say anything, especially the imperial court. However, if you want to monopolize salt and raise the price, you can only wait for death. Cloudstones are a luxury. Even if you don't have them, you won't die. It's enough for you to use them to make money. Mine them first, then transport them to the capital. Build a beautiful house for your uncle with them. It's best if it's done before winter. I'll provide the furniture and heating inside. I'll also give you a beautiful big fish tank and some ornamental fish that are equally rare in Luzhou's place. Let your uncle use them during the winter. When spring comes tomorrow, your marble will be worth a lot of money. You should thank me." Li Sun nodded. He could not help but admire this idea. However, after thinking about it, he said, "Cloudstones are worth a lot of money, but aren't your glass fish tank and ornamental fish worth more? Also, what's the heating device? Is it a Kong? Can a Kong work? Heating? You'll know in the future. It's very convenient. There's coal in Huayuan County. I'll give you a few thermometers as well. You can give them to your uncle. Try to keep the temperature in the room at 23 to 27 degrees Celsius." Zhang Xiaobao finally understood why the master was not willing to teach his disciple. Once the disciple was smart, it would not be easy to fool him. Li Sun did not fully understand, but he agreed. Since Zhang Xiaobao said so, then his family must have a way. He would just do as he said. When Li Sun turned around, he saw the house again. He thought about how the wheels were not afraid of bumps and how the house could move back and forth. He had a lot of thoughts. Xiaobei's house. You want to steal my younger sibling's house? No, absolutely not. My family is going to offer the method to the higher-ups. You won't get a share. As soon as Zhang Xiaobao heard Li Sun's question, he understood. He quickly explained his thoughts, not letting Li Sun take advantage of the situation. I'm not robbing you. I'm just asking if you can make one. I want one too. Li Sun was indeed going to take the technology and make a few more for his family. Or, if someone had a child at home, it would be too tacky for others to give gold and silver. He would give a house. If you want to make it into a car, wheels are fine, but a house is not. That thing is too big. Unless you want to make the car as big as the house. Let's go boating. Zhang Xiaobao agreed to a portion of it and followed the group to Lake Tai. As Li Sun followed, he said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Xiaobao, do you have any new things in your family?" Let me see them. I might be able to use them. You must tell me if you have any. Don't worry. I'll tell you everything as long as it can be mass-produced. I'll give you a share when I do business. Zhang Xiaobao made the horse run faster to get rid of Li Sun. When the team arrived at Lake Tai, it was already evening. Li Sun circled the lake and caught a few fish. Unfortunately, crabs were not available in this season, so he could only eat fish and prawns. Everyone ate the big meal. Zhang Zhong was in a good mood as he learned a lot of things. Li Sun was also happy. There were two minds. Even if he could only take one in the end, it would be good. The military registrar and the others were also relaxed. The matter was settled. Li Sun drank some wine and was a little confused. When it was dark, he wanted to find Zhang Xiaobao to discuss ways to make money. He did not care about others and stood up to find Zhang Xiaobao. However, before he reached the place, he realized something was wrong. Why was it so bright? How many candles must be lit? It's so bright. It's still near the house. Xiaobao wants to kill the younger siblings. This won't do. I have to go and take a look. Li Sun did not feel anything when he was sitting and drinking. Now that he stood up, the alcohol rushed to his head. In a daze, he saw a house. It was bright. At this time, he was in a state where he was intoxicated but not drunk. He knew that too many candles were not good for the younger siblings. When he got closer and was sobered up by the cold wind, he finally realized that things were not as he thought. He saw Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan guarding the front of the house. They were playing with the younger siblings and looking at the candles in the house. That's strange. When did such candles appear? When he got closer, Li Sun finally realized that it was not a candle. It was something bright inside a glass. It was a new thing that could replace candles. Xiaobao, what did you say during the day? You're hiding the good stuff, aren't you? Why is it so bright? Give me 100 of them. I'll hang them at home. Li Sun rubbed his face with his hands and poured some water on his face from the basin for the younger children's handkerchiefs. When he woke up, he stood in front of Zhang Xiaobao and questioned him. He knew that he should not scare the child. It can't be mass-produced yet. Last night, 2 were broken. It's not even enough for 24 hours. It's useless even if I give it to you. It's an experiment now. This is the house. The experiment at home is also at the same time. That place is different from here. Let's see how long it can last. When it's done, we will definitely not leave you out. Especially this generator. Look, it's something that the people over there use. We can sell it cheaper. It's 1,000 strings of coins. It's not expensive. Zhang Xiaobao was not lying. The lifespan of light bulbs was too short. It could not be used at all. It was not like when he and Wang Wan were together. Glass was cheap. Here it was a luxury. The light bulbs were going to be sold for 50 strings of coins. After people bought them, they would use them for a few hours. If they broke, it would be over. He had to find a way to make it last longer. Compared to candles, at least the lifespan of the light bulbs could be exchanged for the price of candles at the same time. The reason why the generator was so cheap was that the light bulb technology was in his hands. If the conditions were met, Zhang Xiaobao could even give away the generator for free. For example, he could buy 100 light bulbs at a time. While Zhang Xiaobao was talking, the light bulb on the second floor of the house went out. The 4 little guys found that the light was not right. They turned to look at their own house together and saw that the light on the second floor was out. They were anxious. They pulled Wang Wan there and called her sister. Their little hands pointed to the second floor. Zhang Xiaobao quickly changed the light bulbs. Li Sun also believed Zhang Xiaobao's words and said, "It's really easy to break. Then we have to study it quickly. It's a good thing. It's bright, really bright. The fire is wrapped in the glass. There's no need to add oil, and there's no need to be afraid of wind. If the whole house is lit, there won't be any difference between night and day." Zhang Xiaobao changed the light bulbs. The second floor was bright again. The 4 little guys smiled happily and turned to continue playing. Li Sun could see that the little guys could not go in, but they definitely would not allow their house to be dark. He squatted down and pulled one of the little guys over. He kissed him hard on the face and said, "You guys enjoy yourselves. The good things are all given to you first. There's no such treatment in the palace." After staying in Lake Tai for a night, they rushed back after dawn. Seeing that they had all left, the county magistrate of Taihu County sat on the shaft of the carriage and looked at the sky. He sighed and said to himself, "Gone, they're all gone. It's finally quiet. Mines, money, and floating clouds, they're all floating clouds. Master, there's still Qingfeng." A person who was an advisor came over and said. The county magistrate put his hand on the advisor's face and pushed him. "Go away. What Qingfeng? They're all gone." No one in Zhang Xiaobao's entourage cared about the thoughts of a county magistrate, nor did they have the leisure to experience the county magistrate's philosophical thoughts. They continued on their journey at a leisurely pace. After walking for 3 days, they still did not return to the manor. They did not go back, but some people had already arrived. They were the people who came down from the dock. On the 4th night after leaving the dock, many carriages came to the yamen of Shuzhou Prefecture. Of course, the guards did not dare to stop them and directly let them in. Old man Yuanji's family was also temporarily arranged to stay in the prefecture. However, there was no one in the prefecture, not even a caretaker. The only people who could breathe were the yamen runners outside. After asking around, they found out that everyone had gone elsewhere. The old man who accompanied old man Yuanji said, "Don't worry about them. Just don't go to their main house. We can look around and see if they have made anything new. I found that every few days they make something new." At this time, a yamen runner who was guarding the gate came over and said to the old man who just spoke, "Master Bai, I don't know what's going on these days. As soon as it gets dark, one of the courtyards in the governor's house will light up. Sometimes, it will light up for a long time. Sometimes it will light up for a while and then stop. Is it haunted? Master, why don't you and this master take a rest outside? Otherwise, if something happens, it will be hard for me to explain." Is there such a thing? Okay, what haunted? Can his house be haunted? Yuanji, come with me. Arrange for your family to stay here. Send as many servants to my house as possible. The Zhang family has things that not everyone can see. When old man Pai heard that it was haunted, he did not believe it at all. Which ghost was tired of living and came to the Zhang family and Wang family to make trouble. He said something to old man Yuanji and led the way to the courtyard that the yamen runner just mentioned. It was just the two of them. The others were not going to follow, not even the guards. When the two old men came to the courtyard, they saw that it was lit up in different places. Old man Pai looked carefully at the ground and said in surprise, "This is the courtyard where the 4 youngest children of the Zhang family and Wang family play. There should be a house in front. It seems that it has been put on wheels and taken away. And the ground, Long Zai, wait, what did you just say? The house has been put on wheels and taken away? What house can be taken away?" If old man Yuanji did not know what kind of person Bai Go was, he would really think that he was possessed by a ghost. It was the first time he heard that a house was put on wheels and taken away. Yuanji does not believe it. It is the house of the 4 little kids. It is so high and has 3 floors. Only one house costs a lot of money. What is the point of putting on wheels and taking away? That house can be used as a boat in the water. Even if it is pressed into the water, the children inside can hold on for a long time. And the ground, it was not marble in the past. I don't know where they found so many marble stones. I think it can only be seen in this courtyard. It is beautiful, especially when it is illuminated by the light. Good, it is a pity that the people are not here. Otherwise, I must ask carefully. Old man Pai explained to old man Yuanji. He could understand the other party's thoughts. If he did not see it with his own eyes, no one would believe it. Sure enough, old man Yuanji did not believe it. He said on the side, "Is there no marble stones in Zhang Zhong's main hall? That depends on whether there is anything left after the courtyard is paved. If there is, and it is enough to pave the main hall, then there will be some in the main hall. Otherwise, there won't be any." Their family gave the best things to the 4 children. "Let's go and see what that shiny thing is." Old man Pai explained again. He stepped on the marble ground and felt that the feeling under his feet was really different. When the 2 people approached the shiny thing, they found that there were a total of 20 such things, and 6 of them were broken. What is this? A candle? An oil lamp? They have been gone for several days. There should not be anyone coming in to add oil. It is even more impossible for a candle to burn for such a long time. It is strange. Old Man Pai looked at the light bulbs. When he turned his head to talk to Old Man Yuanji, he suddenly found that the surroundings were so dark. When he turned his head to look at the light bulbs again, his eyes were shaking uncomfortably. Fortunately, for the two of them, the light bulbs were not hung up high. Old Man Yuanji had just reached the place and had to be polite, so he did not touch them. Old Man Pai did not care about being polite or not. If he was polite to the Zhang family, then he would never be able to get anything good. Let me pick one and see what it is. Old Man Pai said as he reached out to pick one of the light bulbs. He thought that it was a gourd. As soon as his hand touched the light bulbs, he retracted his hand. How did this happen? My hand is so hot. Look, where does it connect to? Old Man Pai blew twice on his scalded fingers. As he spoke, he followed the line that connected the light bulbs to other places. His feet also followed the light bulbs. As they walked, the two of them arrived in front of a few large windmills that were rotating at the side. Under the windmills, the two of them saw something that could not be seen clearly turning. When the windmills turned, this thing turned. When the windmills stopped, this thing also stopped. After looking for a while, Old Man Yuanji finally found the connection and said, "When the windmills stop, it is dark. When the windmills turn, it is bright. Does this have something to do with the windmills?" Yes, that is it. Yuanji, you don't know. Look here. Obviously, you can use your feet to pedal, but now you are riding on the windmills. The Zhang family is lazy. If they can use wind and water, they will definitely not use animals. If they can use animals, they will definitely not use people. I know how to do this. Watch me. Stop this place that connects to the windmills and then take it down. Okay, that side is out, right? Next, I will go up and pedal. Old Man Pai picked up a connecting shaft. This way, the generator could not rely on the rotation of the windmills to provide power. Old Man Pai went up to the generator, put his foot on the pedal, grabbed the handle, and began to pedal. When he pedaled, that place lit up again. When he stopped, it was dark. This time, without needing to say anything, Old Man Yuanji understood what was going on. It turned out that it was really related to the windmills, but he could not figure out the reason behind it. Old Man Pai was the same. He put back the connecting shaft of the windmills. After the lights were back on, he sat there and rested his chin on his hand. The windmills turn and light up, and the windmills stop. Could it be that a windmill with this thing can replace candles? The more he thought about it, the more surprised Old Man Pai was. If it was true, then as long as the wind was blowing steadily and there was water next to it, candles and oil lamps would no longer be needed. Moreover, this thing with something inside the glass was much brighter than candles. If it was placed in a hall, just one would be brighter than more than 10 candles. How much money would be saved? How much oil would be saved? If this oil was given to people to eat, how many families would benefit? Besides, this thing was not afraid of wind and did not have oil fumes. Apart from the discomfort of looking at it directly, it was much better than candles and oil lamps. What Old Man Pai could think of, Old Man Yuanji could also think of. He also knew that this thing that could light up was a layer of glass. Longzhe, the Tang Empire is lucky to have this thing. We should write a report immediately. I will go back now. Old Man Yuanji looked very calm just now, but after thinking of the application of this thing, he became excited and was about to go back. Yuanji, you can't. Everything will have to wait until the Zhang family comes back. If you write a report now and send it to them, then this thing will be the last thing the Zhang family has. Don't expect other things to come out in the future. You should know that the Zhang family makes a good thing every few days. When Old Man Pai saw that Old Man Yuanji was going to write a report, he quickly stopped him. If he really wrote it and sent it to them, then it would be terrible. After interacting with the Zhang family so much, he knew what kind of people the Zhang family was. If they negotiated with him, then sometimes it would be an exchange of interests, sometimes it would be an exchange of power, and sometimes it would not be an exchange of anything. As long as they talked nicely and it did not have a big impact on the income of the Zhang family and Wang family, then the technology would be handed over. For example, if it was really related to the fate of the country and the people's livelihood, then the first thing to do was to send it to them. If such people were angered because of Yuanji's excitement, then they should not expect their family to produce anything in the future. Killing the goose that lays the golden eggs would not work. After Old Man Pai stopped Old Man Yuanji and told him this, Old Man Yuanji also stopped. He also understood that this was indeed the case. If he were in Old Man Pai's shoes, he would also be angry. What did it mean that all under the sky was the land of the king, and all on the shore of the land were the king's subjects? That was a lie. The land of the king was conquered. For example, the big island that the Zhang family found was the land of the Tang Empire. In fact, it had nothing to do with the Tang Empire at all. They did not send troops to occupy it. They just wanted the gold mine, copper mine, and grain there. I understand. The Zhang family and Wang family are not lacking in righteousness, but we can't use righteousness to suppress them. This thing will definitely be used to make money. Ordinary people will not use it. Old Man Yuanji sighed and did not leave. He stood beside the lamp and watched it shine. Ordinary people have no use for candles. Oil lamps are only lit when there are special circumstances. How can they afford it? Let alone this. How much did the thing just now cost? Can the common people afford it? It's only used by the rich. Besides, there's nothing wrong with the Zhang family making money. You'll know when they come back. It's not bad to eat, but they will never throw away a table full of food that they can't finish. They wear good clothes, but they will never stop wearing them after wearing them once. Apart from the 4 little ones who did not care about money, their family rarely wasted money. In other words, most of the money they earned was not used on themselves. Look at Sanshui County, Huayuan County, Yaozhou, Luzhou, and now the people of Shuzhou. Most of the time, the Zhang and Wang families had to fork out their own money to pay for the roads and water conservancy projects. They rarely reported anything to the authorities. Moreover, no one reported anything to them. Whenever a disaster struck a place, they would secretly transport things to that place. When they arrived at that place, they would use the imperial court's name to give it to the victims. They also paid for the things the imperial court built. Other rich families flaunt their wealth, but you can't see the Zhang family and Wang family at all. This is the true definition of a rich family. The sea does not show off its depth, but it surges. The mountain does not show off its height, but it is majestic. The Zhang family and Wang family are like this. If they earn money, so be it. Old Man Pai summed up the Zhang family and Wang family. It was true. The two families were never like other people who used the name of giving porridge outside a certain city. If the Zhang family and Wang family really wanted to help the common people in a certain place, they would definitely open a business there. Then, they would use the business as an excuse to build roads and water conservancy projects and so on. This required manpower. Other people were giving alms on the surface, but the Zhang family and Wang family were helping the common people find things to do. They were not on the same level at all. Old Man Yuanji used to think that he knew the Zhang family and Wang family well. On the way, he also heard some things about the Zhang family and Wang family from Old Man Pai. The main thing was that there were too many things to do, so he did not talk about it. Chapter 565. The green grass was boundless, and the rice in the fields had grown. Whose carriage and horses were making a ruckus? Living in fear all day long, the heart of the mortal world is not cold. Why worry about the lack of sunlight? I'll give you lollipops. After discovering something that could replace candles, Old Man Pai and Old Man Yuanji didn't sleep that night. They took the 4 mats that they used to drag the children back and forth, sat on the marble floor, and guarded. Old Man Yuanji asked questions from time to time and let Old Man Pai answer them. In addition to talking about the Zhang family and the Wang family, Old Man Pai also pondered about the problem of the glowing object. Having learned the Book of Nature, he wanted to use the knowledge in the book to interpret what he saw. However, he found that the book, which seemed very profound at first, was too simple when compared to the object in front of him. There must be a deeper level of books. The Book of Nature is like a clear stream. Then there must be a small river, a big river, and a big sea. Yes, that's right. It turns out that this road is so long. Old Man Pai thought about this matter, but he didn't know whether the glowing object in front of him was a big river or a big sea. If Wang Wan was here, she would tell him that this was only a small part of a small river. The Book of Nature could not even be considered a small stream. It would be more appropriate to call it the mouth of a spring. The depth of the sea of technology depended on the vastness of the starry sky. The more one knew, the shallower they found themselves. Old man Yuanji had never learned the Book of Nature. He couldn't understand anything that was invented by the Zhang family. Hearing Old Man Pai muttering, he asked curiously, "Long Zhe, what are you talking about? Do you know what's going on?" "I don't know. I only know that the lightning in the sky is bright because two different kinds of clouds collide. It has nothing to do with immortals. The thing hanging there will light up. Is it because two different kinds of things collide? For example, the flint we use." Old Man Pai tried his best to use his knowledge to explain this phenomenon. He seemed to have found a connection, but he couldn't accurately explain it. The flint would light up continuously when it was struck, but that kind of light would have intermittent intervals. The thing above his head didn't stop shining. Old man Yuanji was even more confused. How did this have anything to do with flint again? If he couldn't figure it out, he said to Old Man Pai, "Don't think about it. Let's talk about the 3 types of seeds. Can it be used throughout the Great Tang? It should be possible. The Zhang family is testing it as well. They've succeeded in planting rice in Sanshui County, and they've succeeded in planting rice in Huayuan County. Since there's no Zhang family in Yao province to guide them personally, they've succeeded in planting rice in other places. Lu Zhou has succeeded. If this place succeeds as well, it can only mean one thing. Different methods need to be adopted in different places. The reason for this is that what can help other things grow is not necessarily a pig, a duck, and so on." Old Man Pai summarized the seeds. Old man Yuanji also understood and said, "I understand. It's local conditions. For example, the Zhang family in Sanshui County first raised an earth dragon in Zhuangzi. In addition to feeding the chickens, it can also be used in places where the soil is not good. After drilling, the hard ground will become soft. We should ask the agriculture temple to send people to guard it." "That's fine, but we can't order the Zhang family around. It's dawn. Eat some porridge and go to sleep." Old Man Pai yawned and found that the sun had come out. Time passed so quickly. A night had passed just like that. The two of them stood up. Old Man Pai rubbed his sore legs, but he was fine after moving around a bit. Old man Yuanji, on the other hand, couldn't even stand up. This was thanks to the 4 cushions. There was a layer between them that blocked out the cold air. Otherwise, he might have to be carried away because of the marble floor. When Old Man Pai supported Old Man Yuanji, who was moving little by little, back to his courtyard, the dining tables had already been set up. Someone was holding a pen and paper in his hand and asking them one by one, "What do you eat?" "There are steamed buns about this big. There are mutton stuffing, pork stuffing, leek and egg stuffing, and pies with the same stuffing. There are also steamed buns and fruits, oil cakes, rice porridge, millet porridge, 2 kinds of rice mixed together, soy milk and tofu pudding, sweet and salty. Little kid, who drinks milk and egg cake." His ears were full of such inquiries. Old man Yuanji turned to look at Old Man Pai in puzzlement. What was going on? When he was on the ship, he didn't eat so many things. There were only 3 kinds. 2 kinds of rice porridge, soy milk and tofu pudding, and the salty one. Before Old Man Pai could answer, he continued to ask if he ate wontons, soaked buns, mutton soup, pancakes, and so on. These were the habits of people who could eat breakfast everywhere. There were also the eating methods that the Zhang family later invented. In total, there were more than 30 things and hundreds of combinations. This. Old Man Pai understood what he meant. Why couldn't he eat when he was on the ship? "This is not the breakfast that my chef made. This is the treatment provided by the Zhang family and the Wang family's Sea and Clouds restaurant. With the Hunan Road as the boundary, that is between the clouds and the water, and this is Sea and Clouds restaurant. In the future, they will compete with each other. Just know that. What do you want to eat?" "I want a big bowl of steamed egg cake and a drawer of shumai." "I'm the same as you. How can I be asked?" So troublesome. After hearing so many things, Old Man Yuanji was confused. He didn't know how to choose, so he could only order the same as Old Man Pai. "If I don't ask one by one, how can I serve?" The amount of food for each meal is the amount that others say, and then add it up a little. Otherwise it will be a waste. I didn't spend money. Old Man Bai called a clerk over and told them what to eat. He explained to Old Man Yuan. Old Man Yuanji nodded to show that he understood, and then suddenly asked, "What about the leftovers from the restaurants? What about the restaurants in the capital? The good things are taken home by the waiter, and the bad things are given to the beggars waiting for food. The rest is thrown away. It's the same in the restaurant, but the good things are left for the people who can't eat, and the bad things are fed to the pigs. Sigh. When will the people of Tang stop eating this kind of thing?" Old Man Pai didn't feel good when he talked about this. Even though Zhang Wang's restaurant was already very good, and everything that was given to the people was the best, after all, it was the leftovers of others. It wasn't the first time that he saw other restaurants put the leftovers together with the swill in a bucket for people to grab. There was a lucky child who fished out a bitten chicken claw from the swill in the bucket, and he was very grateful to the person who brought it over. "It's a pity that I'm still the Minister of Revenue, in charge of the land and money of the world, but I can't change anything." Old Man Pai sighed. The more he thought about it, the more sullen he felt. "It's almost done. It's almost done. The emperor is working hard to govern the country, and the Zhang Wang and Zhang Wang's methods." Old Man Yuanji was even more sullen than Old Man Pai. When the sun rose, Zhang Zhong's team continued their journey and walked back unhurriedly. The road that hadn't been repaired was not wide enough, and the team was large, so the people at the back didn't dare to force their way through. They could only wait until they encountered a small path and quickly go around to the front. The people in front of them also hid by the side of the road. Zhang Zhong had already told the team not to walk side by side, leaving space for passers-by. However, pedestrians didn't dare to do that. If they bumped into someone with a bad temper, they would be punished. Li Sun rode beside the house while holding a clip in his hand and using a charcoal stick to draw on the paper. From time to time, he would ask Zhang Xiaobao, who was also riding a horse, how to build the road in this place and how wide it should be. Or when they encountered a river, he would ask Zhang Xiaobao what kind of bridge should be built. Should it be an arch bridge or a flat bridge made of wood? Zhang Xiaobao had never studied civil engineering, so how could he know? He could only look at the surrounding environment. If there was a barren mountain, he would say to build a stone bridge. If there was a dense forest, or if there was no mountain, he would say to build a wooden bridge. It mainly depended on the difficulty of finding the materials. The team walked and walked until it was noon. It was time to eat, so they stopped to rest, mainly because the horses were tired. They carried out the little guys who had just woken up and let them play around by themselves. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan began to cook for the younger brother and sister alone. Others could eat in the big pot, but the little guys couldn't eat with them. "What are we going to do today? Are we going to make soft fried meat? We made it last time, but it was a little difficult to eat. Why don't we make fish?" Wang Wan tied her apron and asked Zhang Xiaobao. "The fish we brought this time has too many bones. It's too tiring to beat the fish. Let's make snow cotton bean paste. The little guys like to eat sweet things. You mix the bean paste and I'll beat the eggs." Zhang Xiaobao said after a pause and began to take out the eggs. The people in the inner courtyard didn't have any reaction. They were used to it, but the other officials were envious. The four little guys didn't eat the soft fried meat last time and shared it with them. Only then did they realize that the best cooks between the clouds and the water turned out to be the two oldest kids in the family of Governor Zhang and General Wang. In the past few days, the two kids had never heard of most of the dishes they cooked for the four little guys, let alone see them. Whatever the four little guys couldn't eat, they would put aside for the people in the inner courtyard to eat. At first, it was for the sake of flattery. Some officials came over and insisted on eating the leftovers of others, even if the leftovers might have the little guy's saliva on them. However, after eating it, they realized that it wasn't the case at all. No wonder the general's daughter didn't let others cook for the little guys. Last time, they were chased away when they sent roasted pork tendons. So this was the reason. While Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were busy, the four little guys ran around crazily. They found everything fun and ran everywhere, exhausting the servant girls who were protecting them. Xiaobei ran around and around until she came to a family of four hiding in a ditch by the roadside. They didn't dare to move. The most attractive thing about this family was that there was also a pair of twins. They looked exactly the same, but they were girls. They looked about the same age as her and were timidly huddling in their mother's arms. Xiaobei ran closer, crossed her legs and crossed her arms. Wei Wei leaned forward and stared at the two sisters with her head tilted. Her big eyes kept blinking as if she was very curious. After staring at the two for a while, she looked at her own clothes and finally found the difference. She was wearing clothes while the two opposite her weren't wearing clothes. Their little faces were also dark. After standing there and pondering for a while, Xiaobei turned around and ran back into the house. Two servant girls chased after her to protect her. The remaining servant girl said to the family of 4, "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. This is the provincial governor's family. They won't hurt you." The servant girl's comforting words didn't have much of an effect. It would be a lie if the husband and wife said that they weren't afraid. If they encountered an adult, it would be easier to handle. If that precious little girl ran here and cried, then the adult would want their family's lives. After running into the house, Xiaobei fiddled with it for a while. When she came out, she held a small stick in each hand. On the top of the stick was a round piece with a diameter of 10 centimeters wrapped in tin foil. She turned around and ran back. The parents of the two twins were frightened. They didn't know what this little girl was going to do, but they didn't do anything. This time, Xiaobei ran until she was in front of the two girls. She giggled a few times and reached out her hands to pass the two things she was holding to the two girls. She said, "Candy, candy, candy." The maidservant standing by the side understood that the little girl was going to give her a candy. She quickly said to the two frightened adults, "This is my family's Xiaobei's wife. She's giving your daughter a candy. Quickly take it, otherwise if she cries." The rest of the words didn't need to be said. The couple knew what she meant as soon as they heard it. The woman reached out to take the candy, but Xiaobei didn't give it to her. She wanted to pass it to the two girls. The woman immediately pushed her two daughters forward. "Big boys, small boys, quickly take it. It's candy." The two girls weren't as generous as Xiaobei. Maybe it was because of the people they were in contact with, or maybe it was because of the nutrition, or maybe it was because of the different education methods. They were so scared that they didn't dare to reach out. Xiaobei was stunned for a moment. She stuffed the candy in her left hand into the servant girl's hand and freed her hand to tear off the wrapper of the candy in her right hand. There was a layer of glutinous rice paper inside. She demonstrated by licking the lollipop that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had specially made for them. She even smacked her lips twice and handed it over again. The two sisters' eyes immediately widened. "This can be eaten? It looks so good." One of them stretched out his small hand and took it. Then he imitated Xiaobei's actions and licked it with his tongue. He seemed to have discovered something very strange. He made a sound of acknowledgement and licked it twice. Finally, he revealed a pure and innocent smile. At this time, the other one also followed her example and licked it. She smiled happily like the first one. At this time, Xiaobei finished peeling the other candy and handed it over. When the second girl grabbed the candy in her hand and licked it like a treasure, Xiaobei seemed to have done the greatest thing. She spread her arms and smiled like a flower as she watched the two girls lick the candy. The three servant girls beside Xiaobei also smiled. The kind-hearted master, the kind-hearted young lady, and the young master. Even this little ancestor, when others thought that she didn't know anything, knew how to give good things to people who needed them. The couple was dumbfounded. They had never seen such a big candy before. There were 3 colors stacked together in circles. What was even more unexpected was that the girl opposite them, who was about the same age as their 2 daughters, was so sensible. If it was said that when an adult gave something to others, they would make use of it in this way, but this little girl definitely wouldn't. How did the master teach such a kind child? If a child could be like this, then there was no need to talk about an adult. At this time, the man finally reacted. He remembered what the servant girl had said. The provincial governor's wife Xiaobei? But is it the provincial governor Zhang who just arrived in Shuzhou? The great official that people always say is good? The man reacted and asked in a trembling voice. The provincial governor of Shuzhou is my master. My master said that the people will judge whether he is good or not. The servant girl's voice was soft and slightly proud as she replied. Good, good official. He is indeed a great official. I will kowtow to the master. When the man got this answer, he knelt down with a thump and kowtowed to the group. The woman also let go of her 2 daughters and kowtowed with her husband. The 2 girls didn't seem to understand what was going on with their parents. They held the candy sticks tightly in their hands and blinked anxiously. The commotion here finally alarmed the other side. 2 guards ran over to check the situation. One servant girl stopped the guards and told them what had just happened. The other 2 servant girls went to help the people. When the guards heard this, one stayed behind to guard and the other went back to report. Zhang Zhong was preparing to eat. After hearing the guard's report, he laughed out loud. Good, this is my Zhang family's people. You have the people in your heart. There should be more people on the road. It's time to eat. Let's eat together. Someone, go and find everyone in front to eat together. A father can't be worse than his daughter. Zhang Zhong was happy. His daughter really fought for him. She actually ran out to give candy to others. The officials around Zhang Zhong were also puzzled. Could it be that if the father was good, the child would be good too? It really made people jealous. It was always doubtful that the adults could buy the people's hearts. But the children also knew that helping their fathers to buy the people's hearts was 100 times better than the adults doing it directly. After Zhang Zhong gave the order, someone immediately went to the 2 sides of the group to call people. The guards also became more vigilant. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had just finished making snow cotton bean paste. When they heard the news, they frowned at the same time. In the future, there will be 2 strong protection team members beside the 4 of them at all times. What if they encounter an assassination? Xiao Bei and the others must have felt that they don't have enough companions because they usually play with 4 people. It seems that we have to find them playmates. Zhang Xiaobao was not surprised that his sister could do such a thing. It was normal, but he was not satisfied with the guards. If they were sent by someone to kill, his sister would have been dead long ago. Love was love, but they could not ignore their safety. Wang Wan also felt that it was dangerous and said, "It seems that we have to make pistols as soon as possible in the future. We also have to choose people with good skills and cultivate a special team of bodyguards. We can't not be close to the people." Back then, wherever the chairman went, he had to inform us in advance and check again for fear of danger. But the Prime Minister is different. As long as something happens, he has to fly over. It's temporary. The people can't check at all. One is relying on the charm of the person, and the other is that the bodyguards are strong enough. No matter what, Xiao Bei did not encounter any danger this time. When the maid came to call Xiao Bei to eat, Xiao Bei's eyes lit up. This was also a conditioned reflex. She had probably heard the word eat the most. More importantly, she knew that the food was delicious. It was made by her brother and sister. Knowing that she could eat good food again, Xiao Bei held the sisters' hands and walked back, one in each hand. After taking 2 steps, she lost her balance and fell on the ground. While others were worried, she got up, turned around, and pulled the sisters up again. This time, they were walking forward, so they didn't have to fall on their buttocks. When Xiao Bei pulled them into the group, the maid coaxed Xiao Bei to take the 2 sisters to take a bath and find new clothes to wear. The 2 sisters felt that the atmosphere was different and were very obedient. However, they did not let go of the lollipops in their hands. Even when they were bathing, they held the lollipops in their hands. To them, this was probably the most precious gift. At this time, it was already time to eat. There were only about 30 people on the road, so there was no need to check them one by one. In today's accidental situation, the probability of deliberately hurting Zhang Zhong was too small. Zhang Zhong was bold and greeted the people one by one. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were helpless. They could only personally accompany Zhang Zhong and chase the bodyguards away. This made Zhang Zhong seem closer to the people. He was greeting his family. However, the people in the inner courtyard of the Zhang family knew that with the young master and young lady around, there was no need to worry about the master's safety. The people were indeed moved. He was a good official. It was the first time they saw an official without any bodyguards talk to them so cordially. After a round of greetings, everyone started to eat. But just as they started to eat, 2 horses came from the front. Two Yamen runners jumped off the horses and ran to Zhang Zhong to report, "Sir, official Bai is back. He brought many people with him. Among them is an old man. Official Bai calls him Yuanji." Chapter 566. What is prosperity? Don't ask now, look for old traces in the next year. The old man would fish with them or point to the sky and talk about the clouds. Zhang San knew that Bai Go had gone to pick them up. When he heard Yuanji, he didn't know who it was. They ate and continued on their way. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan saw that the 6 little guys had finished eating, they asked someone to inquire about them. They found out that this family was a family of craftsmen. They were not as good as farmers, so they were looking for work. Xiaobei seemed to hit it off with the 2 sisters and insisted on playing with them. He was even brought into the house. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't have to worry about it. Someone hired the family. They didn't care what they could do, as long as the children could play with Xiaobei. As they continued to walk, Zhang Xiaobao asked Wang Wan, "Do you know who Yuanji is? The person Grandpa Bai found shouldn't be bad, right?" "Yuanji? Who's called Yuanji?" "His courtesy name is Yuanji, right? There was a person in the northern song called Wang Yuqi. His courtesy name is Yuanji. I remember the poem he wrote was, 'The horse crosses the mountain and the chrysanthemum blossoms at the beginning. Wanha has a voice in the evening, and several peaks stand silently under the setting sun. The leaves of the tangerine pear fall, and the buckwheat flowers bloom. What is there to be melancholy about? The village bridge and the original trees are like my hometown.' It feels a bit like Su Shi's Lingnan answer. But he said, 'This is my hometown.' But he is better than him, more free and easy. He is such a person." That's right. Wang Wan was knowledgeable and better than Zhang Xiaobao in this aspect. She said it directly. Unfortunately, this answer didn't satisfy Zhang Xiaobao. "You said it was the northern song. No matter how bad I am in history, I know that the song is after the Tang. Is he here now? Did he come out early? Oh right. He is not here yet. Who is he? Yuanji. This name is indeed familiar. Who did Li Longji call Yuanji? The person Grandpa Bai found should be a little famous, right? Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked for both a boat and a person to pick him up. Young Master Li, come here for a moment. I have something to ask you." Wang Wan couldn't think of anything. It was clearly floating in front of her eyes. She had a hint of inspiration, but she forgot it in her hurry. She could only look for Li Sun. "What's the matter?" Li Sun urged his horse over. Just now, because there were a few more common people's children, he didn't eat the snow cotton bean paste. Even though he wasn't young anymore, he was used to eating with Zhang Xiaobao and Li Sun. At this time, he started to throw a tantrum and called out, "This prince," the moment he opened his mouth. "Regarding the matter of making a fortune, I wonder if your highness has the time?" Wang Wan replied, "Tell me how to get rich. Let's do it together." Li Sun's status suddenly dropped. "Then tell me first whose character is Yuanji?" Wang Wan continued to ask. "Yao Chong? What happened to him? He didn't seem to be young anymore. Could he have died? That's a big matter. It's a loss to our dynasty." Li Sun's expression changed. After all, he was a prime minister. Even if he wasn't, he still knew what he had done. Wang Wan also remembered who the character Yuanji was. She opened her mouth and gasped in shock. She looked at Zhang Xiaobao and said, "Grandpa Bai brought Yao Chong here? That's troublesome. Yao Chong's methods are impressive. What if there's a group of people?" Zhang Xiaobao was also shocked. He didn't expect that old man Pai would bring Yao Chong here when he said he was going to pick someone up. Could it be that old man Pai felt that he didn't have enough weight? No matter how bad the history was, Zhang Xiaobao knew who Yao Chong was. That name had existed for many centuries. Many people said that without him, there would be no Kaiyuan era. It was his series of methods that helped Li Longji stabilize the political situation. Besides, his family had dealt with him before. His family's initial position was stable because they worked together to eliminate the locusts. Now that he was here in person, there was another large group of people. Li Sun listened from the side and understood what was going on. He smiled and said, "This is a good thing. With Elder Bai and Minister Shangshu here, it's even better to have a prime minister. If there's nothing to do, you guys can bully others for fun. With these two people here, even if you bully me, I have to endure. Without them, you have to endure even if they bully you. Now that you know who it is, I'll make you snow bean paste tonight. Wang Wan was not worried now that she knew who it was. She would act according to circumstances. Li Sun curled his lips. Do you think I'm a child? You think you can scare me with snow bean paste? Didn't you say you were going to get rich? How do you get rich? Asked Xiao Bao. He said it just now. Wang Wan did not know how to get rich. She directly sent Li Sun to Zhang Xiaobao. Xiaobao, don't tell me you are also going to make snow bean paste to fool me. Li Sun came to ask. Zhang Xiaobao was stunned. What did this have to do with him? This was not right. He looked at Wang Wan. Wang Wan had already turned her head to look at the house. He then looked at Li Sun. Li Sun had a look of desire. Yes, young Master Li is right. It is snow bean paste. You even know about this. There are still a few days before midsummer. Then let's get rich for a few days first. You know about shaved ice, right? You know about ice cream, right? Next, we are going to make ice cream. The kind with bean stuffing in the middle. Zhang Xiaobao had no other choice. He could only come up with this idea. There were no ice fruits with stuffing yet. He could sell them for a few days and earn a few days' worth of money. Then, he told Li Sun how to make ice cream bit by bit. Will it really work? Won't the bean paste and ice hurt your stomach if you eat them all at once? Li Sun had never eaten ice cream before. He was slightly worried. No, don't worry about it. Just cook the beans. It's autumn here, and it's not as cold as the north. We can still sell them for a month or two. It's just enough for the local people who have nothing to do to find a job. Zhang Xiaobao had to insist. Otherwise, he would be lying to Li Sun. Alright, I'll make it when I get back. No, I'll send someone back immediately. That's a good idea. I'm going to try it at Lu Zhou's place. It's more convenient there, and there's more sugar. What do you think about the mountain people on the island we occupied? When we bring them back, it'll be more difficult for the people of this dynasty to eat sugar than salt. Li Sun took this to heart. Not only did he want to experiment here, but he also wanted to bring this thing to Lu Zhou. After all, he had his holiday villa there. When Zhang Xiaobao saw Li Sun's insistence, he thought there would be no losses, so he nodded in agreement. Alright, that's a good idea. In that case, you'll send someone to support this business. In fact, people will eat these things even in winter. Li Sun fooled around and really sent someone back to make the ice cream. After knowing who was coming, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan could no longer let the group travel at a leisurely pace. After they found Zhang Zhong, the group sped up. At night, they only rested the horses for a while before they continued to move forward. When the sun rose again, Zhang Zhong finally returned to his residence. He originally thought that Yao Chong would be able to see him first, so he had already packed up. Unfortunately, Yao Chong did not seem to care about a provincial governor like him, even if he was a top scorer. The first people he wanted to meet were Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He did not know if Yao Chong liked smart children or if he thought the two children were easier to deal with. Zhang Xiaobao also thought Yao Chong would meet with his father first. After all, he would be living with the Zhang family and the Wang family in the future. Etiquette could not be neglected. Even if he did not come personally because of his status, he had to invite his father over. In the end, he was told that he and Wang Wan were invited over. It was a very small matter. If it were other children, it would be fine. Moreover, Zhang Zhong also had the same intention. However, Zhang Xiaobao was crazy. He would not allow others to look down on his family. He directly said to the person, "Sick. Cuckoo and I are both sick. We can't go for a while. Go back." The person looked at the big child in front of him in disbelief. He was a member of the Yao family. How could he be sent away like this? What illness? He could not tell? Riding on a horse, he could even make funny faces at the children in the house that he had never seen before. This made the person angry. He felt that the child in front of him was looking down on him. He snorted coldly and said, "What illness? Can you cure it? Do you have a toothache and you snort at me? I only know that pigs sleep after they are full. When they wake up, when they have nothing to do, they just snort. This is the first time I have seen a person with this illness. You are spoiled. Get lost. Who do you think you are?" Zhang Xiaobao was no longer as good-natured as before. He scolded the man and chased him away. Xiaobao, you don't have to be like this, right? Since Lord Yao is looking for you, you can just go. Zhang Zhong was also listening at the side. Seeing that his son suddenly lost his temper, he advised. Zhang Xiaobao glared at the person who still dared to look back after leaving. He said to his father, "Father, face is given by others. You have to earn your own face. Does he think that he is the emperor and can tell whoever he wants to go over? Since he is here, he should see you first. Who would bypass the son just because the father is here? Isn't that scolding him?" Seeing that his son said this, Zhang Zhong did not intend to persuade him anymore. He also thought that his son was right. Who would look for his son first and not him? Who knows who is older and who is younger? When the family saw that the father and son had made up their minds, they didn't care anymore and just did what they were supposed to do. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan sent the younger siblings and the two sisters who came from outside to their own courtyard and started to study again. The person who came to look for Yao Chong returned to Old Man Pai's courtyard. Old Man Pai had just arranged for people to buy more than a dozen houses nearby for Yao Chong and his family to live together. When he heard the person who went to look for Yao Chong, he asked, "What did you say to them?" In reply to Lord Bai, this lowly one said that Lord Yao and Lord Bai were looking for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. In the end, Zhang Xiaobao scolded this lowly one, saying that this lowly one's master is unreasonable and a pig. With a pa sound, Bai Go slapped the person's face, even if this person was a member of Yao Chong's family. The old man's strength was not small. He had taken good care of himself. The slap actually made the person stagger. After slapping the person, he met Yao Chong's puzzled gaze and said, "Yuanji, he must have taken advantage of your position to not talk nicely to you. Tell him that you told Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to rest first and that you would visit them in the afternoon. Tell him that you wanted to see Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan first, and tell them that you wanted to see Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Tell them that you missed them." He must have gone directly and said that you wanted to see Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and asked them to come quickly. If it were another provincial governor's child, he would have come. What did a child know? The adults would not dare to stop him. However, how could Xiao Bao of the Zhang family be so easily fooled? He had already given you and me face by not letting him stay. If it were another person, Xiao Bao would have broken his leg. If you don't believe me, you can ask him whether it was true or not. After hearing Old Man Pai's words, Yao Chong immediately knew what he meant. If he were in Old Man Pai's shoes, he would also be angry. He looked at the person who was beaten and did not say anything. He just stared at him. "Master, I thought that since you were here, they should come to visit in person. I thought that they should find their child first. When I went over just now, not only did they not prepare to come, they even planned to rest." The man was so scared that he trembled and tried to defend himself. "Then the child of the Zhang family scolded me as a pig? It's my fault for not being strict enough. I let Long Zhe laugh at me. Go, get 30 lashes yourself." As soon as Yao Chong heard his subordinate's explanation, he understood. It was a typical case of taking advantage of one's position to bully others. He did not expect that such a thing could happen in his family. After driving the person away, Yao Chong thought for a while and really did not know what to do. If he went over now, they would be resting. If he did not go, then the Zhang family might think that he was the one who instigated what happened just now. In desperation, he could only look at Old Man Pai, hoping that he could help him make a decision. After all, he was familiar with the Zhang family and the Wang family. Old Man Pai thought for a while and said to Yao Chong, "Yunji, why don't the two of us go and take a look? Have someone bring the things from the capital. I think the Zhang family and the Wang family should have received the news last night and should have rushed back. If we send someone to invite them, they should come over. Zhang Zhong is resting well, but his family must have a good rest." Yao Chong understood the meaning of these words. Since the person he sent had offended them, it was not good to send someone to invite them. He could only go himself. Not to mention that he was not the prime minister now. Even if he was, the Zhang family would not care. Who let them be so powerful? So what if they offended the prime minister? Let the emperor kill them? That was impossible. It was possible to send them away. It could be done with some tricks. But what about Shuzhou? The rent tax for this year had not been paid yet. Besides, what could they do even if they were sent away? Where would they be sent away? The last time they were sent to an official, it was no different from being sent away. If they were sent to Luzhou all of a sudden, other people would have a slim chance of survival. If the Zhang family and the Wang family went there, they would have a good life. Not only did they take care of the local people, but they also opened their business there. That was the most remote place. Oh, there was another place that was even more remote, and that was Cheongzhou. It was isolated overseas. But others were afraid, but would the Zhang family be afraid? If they went there, they would be connected to Luzhou. They could not wait to go there. When he thought of this, Yao Chong looked at his clothes, nodded, and said, "All right, let's go and have a look. Let's see how many skills this Zhang Zhong has learned. Men, prepare the gifts and come with me." When Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao arrived at the provincial capital together, Zhang Zhong was looking through the things that had been left behind for the past few days. Most of the small matters had been settled by others. The rest was up to him to decide. For example, someone had proposed to build a bridge across the river. The person who proposed to build the bridge was a local minor official in charge of water conservancy. No one knew what he was thinking. How could he dare to propose such a thing? That was the Yangtze River, not a small river. How could he want to build a bridge on it? However, since he had proposed it, he had to take a good look at it. It was written very clearly. It was to use boats and find someone to cast countless large iron pillars. Then, they would send a big boat like the Zhang families and find a way to erect the pillars into the water. After that, they would put wood on top of the pillars. Whimsical. How did they figure it out? A minor official is a minor official. Where can they find so much iron? How can they transport it by boat? Do they think that my boat can hold up everything? If they could build a bridge, they would have built it on the Yellow River. The Yangtze River flows faster than the Yellow River. Zhang Zhong raised his pen and prepared to criticize this official. However, just as his pen was about to touch the paper, he stopped. The reason was very simple. He also hoped that there would be a bridge connecting the north and south. That way, it would be very convenient. The people who came and went would not have to take the risk of taking a boat. In addition to this advantage, it would be very convenient for transportation. He really did not have the ability, and the minor official's method would not work. However, he still had his son and daughter-in-law. If he asked them, they might be able to think of a way. Zhang Zhongru thought about it and wrote a few words on the paper that was sent to him. The meaning was that this method was not feasible. The problem of iron was not easy to solve. Even if the iron was obtained, the ship would not be able to carry it. He wanted him to think about it carefully. After commenting on this, just as Zhang Zhong was about to look at the next one, someone came to report that Official Bai and Official Yao had come to visit. Zhang Zhong could not ignore them. After all, they had come personally. It seemed that his son had done the right thing. As he let people open the door, he tidied his clothes and brought people to welcome them. This was a formal visit. Unlike usual, if it was Old Man Pai who came alone, there was no need to open the door. At this moment, he had to be polite. As the door creaked open, Zhang Zhong quickly stood at the door and said to Bai Go and Yao Chong, "I did not know that Official Bai and Official Yao would be here. I hope that you will forgive me for not welcoming you. Please come in. Lord Zhang is indeed young and capable. Sorry for disturbing you. Please come in." Yao Chong understood that they were welcoming him. Old Man Pai did not need to be welcomed. He came here as if it was his own home. The three of them were polite until they came to the living room. As the servants served tea and snacks, Zhang Zhong spoke first. "Official Yao, you have traveled a long way. Have you gotten used to it? If you feel uncomfortable, you only need to send someone here. There is no need to trouble yourself to come here." "Yes, I have seen many things along the way. However, the place I want to see the most is Shuzhou. As long as Lord Zhang is there, I think the lives of the people will be good." Yao Chong also spoke politely. It was not the first time he came out. How could he not get used to it? He already knew what this place was like. "Yongqing, this is Yuanji, and he does not plan to leave. He wants to stay here with this old man. Yuanji's body is not very good. I will have to trouble you." At this time, Old Man Pai also spoke. With one sentence, he closed the relationship, no longer being polite. Is that so? With official Yao by my side, I will have to ask for more advice in the future. I will arrange it. Even though Zhang Zhong had almost guessed it, he was very excited when he heard Old Man Pai's words at this moment. He had one more powerful person by his side. As long as there was something he did not understand, he could ask. He could not always trouble his son. His son and daughter-in-law had to study by themselves, take care of their younger siblings, and give ideas from time to time. What if they were tired? Zhang Zhong was a man of his word. He called people over. One was to let the doctors get ready. The other was to let the chefs of Sea Cloud House see what kind of recipes they should make. The treatment could not be bad. At least, it had to be the same as by Go. It did not matter how much money was spent. This kind of good thing was that others did not have the chance to spend money even if they wanted to. Old Man Pai looked at Zhang Zhong's arrangement and signaled Yao Chong with his eyes. He meant to say, "Did you see that? I'm not wrong, right?" After Zhang Zhong arranged it, Old Man Pai asked again, "I heard that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are sick. I have to go and see them." Sick? But what happened before? It's all because of Xiao Bao's bad temper. I don't know what happened to this child. He drove them away. Why bother? Zhang Zhong knew what Bai Go meant. He sighed and said, Yao Chong knew that this was an opportunity to solve the misunderstanding, so he told the whole story. He mainly emphasized that his family was not strict enough. Since he had said it, Zhang Zhong did not think about it. He could also see that the two people did not want to say much to him. They mainly wanted to introduce their son and daughter-in-law. When they were almost done, he said, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are reading in the courtyard of the four little guys. Please follow me. No, you do your work. You have a lot of things to do. First, finish the things that have been put down for the past few days. Yunji and I will go there by ourselves. Old Man Pai saw the documents on the case when he passed by just now. He did not want to disturb them. Zhang Zhong was really a good official. He wanted to do something practical for the people. Zhang Zhong did not insist. He found someone to accompany them. After he sent them to the door, he turned back to continue his work. Since the people kept saying that he was a good official, he had to pretend. Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao came to the courtyard of the children under the guidance of others. At this time, the 6 children were rolling around on the marble ground. Only 3 of the things that were shining on the ground were not extinguished. The rest were all gone. The maids did not care much. They just watched by the side. As long as they rolled over, they would push them back. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were playing chess not far away. After reading for a while, they felt that it was a little unsuitable. After all, they had been out for a few days. They needed to rest when they came back, so they began to play chess. Both of them were not stupid. They had come into contact with Go before. Wang Wan had learned it at home, while Zhang Xiaobao had scammed them. Who asked those officials to be so useless in governing the country? They were always studying calligraphy, painting, playing Go, antiques, and so on. Some of them could even sing a couple of pop songs. No one knew where they learned it from. When meeting such people, they could not talk about the people and the livelihood of the people. Zhang Xiaobao had to study this kind of thing that had nothing to do with the people's livelihood in order to cheat people. Chapter 567. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were playing the current version of Go, not the modified version from Japan. This was not because of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's views on Japan. Although both of them were very anti-Japanese, in terms of Go, they had to admit that after Japan's changes, it was more fair to play. The reason why the two of them played this way was to cater to others in the future. For example, if they were playing Go with an official, they couldn't ask the official to play according to their rules, right? The official could be suppressed, but if the emperor played Go with them, they could also tell the emperor that their rules were not good, they had to play according to their rules. Then, the emperor would not have it easy. If he didn't kill them, would he be relieved? This rule was originally an old rule, but for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, it was a new rule. The two of them were not used to it. They had been playing Go for 3 years, and it was still the same now. Their previous thinking always affected the current way of playing. But even so, with the experience of their predecessors, the Go they played was not comparable to ordinary people, especially the various ancient Go records. If they wanted to learn Go, they first had to understand the rules, then they had to play the records. The two of them were playing Go now. When Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao came over, they just happened to see the layout of the Go board. The two of them were stunned at the same time. Just as they were about to take a closer look, Zhang Xiaobao suddenly wiped the Go pieces, messed up the Go board, and said, "I'm not playing anymore, I always lose." "Well, then I'm not playing anymore." Wang Wan also found that there were two more people watching. This kind of famous game could not be taken out casually. It was easy to be praised high and then be flattened. The two of them stopped playing, but Old Man Bai and Old Man Yao had memorized quite a lot of what they had just seen. They felt that something was not right with this Go game. At the very least, it was not something that two children could play. It was as if they had seen the gleam of the blade and the shadow of the sword amidst the majestic wind. It could be said that every step was thrilling. How was it possible? Seeing that they messed up the Go board, the two old men were more certain that it was not simple. "Let's continue," said Old Man Pai, who wanted to continue watching. "I'm not playing anymore. It's not fun." "Grandpa Bai, you're back? Did you eat well outside?" Zhang Xiaobao asked Old Man Pai as he started to put the chess pieces into the box. All right. Actually, a few more days won't hurt. It's good to go out for a walk. I heard that you and Cuckoo are sick. What happened?" Old Man Pai deliberately teased Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Zhang Xiaobao glanced at the other person and knew that it was Yao Chong. It was a good opportunity to vent his anger, so he replied, "Actually, it's not a serious illness. I'm just tired. So tired that I fell ill. My head hurts. I'm playing chess to relieve it." This was the first time the two old men had heard that a headache could be relieved by playing chess. Wouldn't that mean that the more they played, the more painful their head would be? Old Man Pai continued to ask, "How did you get tired?" Zhang Xiaobao was waiting for this sentence. Calculating and calculating made me tired. It said that from here to the riverside, you have to walk 660,000 feet. From the riverside, you only need 640,000 feet. How is it short? Cuckoo and I haven't been able to calculate it. It also said that if I were to walking 1,800 feet would be the same as walking 2,200 feet for Cuckoo. They're both 200 feet long and then, wait, why do you have to use a ruler to calculate? If the number is too big, wouldn't it be too small if it's changed to li? When the time comes, it'll be easy to calculate it into a ruler. Yao Chong didn't know what was wrong with him. He also wanted to learn from Old Man Pai and tease Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Zhang Xiaobao really didn't expect the two of them to be fooled. However, when Yao Chong asked, Zhang Xiaobao finally found an excuse and immediately said, "There's no other way." Originally, this place was also reasonable. However, since people who don't understand reason started to not understand it, then we can only use a ruler and a zhang to calculate. Yao Chong was in his teens and had seen everything in his life. He had long become unperturbed. However, when he heard Zhang Xiaobao's words today, his old face turned red. He understood that Zhang Xiaobao was scolding someone, and the person he was scolding was him. He was saying that he was unreasonable. Who asked the person he sent to not do a good job? No, he would go back and give him 20 more whips. Without him, would he be scolded? Ha! How about it, Yuanji? Now you know, right? It's fine to offend adults, but you can't offend children. Xiaobao, be reasonable. Everyone is reasonable. Some people are lawless just because the people behind them are powerful. Since they have been dealt with, don't make things difficult for others. Tell us, what is the thing that dropped? Old Man Pai laughed. After laughing until Yao Chong's face turned from red to black, he said something to Zhang Xiaobao. He believed that Zhang Xiaobao would understand what he meant. Zhang Xiaobao indeed understood. It seemed that that person must have been dealt with when he went back. That was why Grandpa Bai and Yao Chong came over personally. Since someone was unlucky, then forget it. Yao Chong wasn't that stupid. He could clearly distinguish what should be done and what shouldn't be done. Grandpa Bai, it seems that you are a blessed person. My head doesn't hurt anymore when you come. Cuckoo, how about you? Zhang Xiaobao had recovered. Wang Wan nodded, meaning that she had also recovered. It was very miraculous. Since you don't feel uncomfortable anymore, then tell me why the thing that was hung up lit up. Old Man Pai had been troubled by this matter. He couldn't sleep well. Zhang Xiaobao was waiting for these 3 lights to go out. When that time came, he would see what was going on. Was it a problem with the material, or was it because the air wasn't sucked dry? At this time, when he heard Old Man Pai ask, he said, "This thing can't be explained in a sentence or two. There are too many things involved. Grandpa Bai, you just need to know that this thing uses a type of electricity, and the place where the windmill is can produce electricity." What is electricity? For example, when you wear a sweater in the winter and take it off when you sleep, sometimes you can hear crackling sounds and see sparks. This is a type of electricity. Electricity can be used to make this thing light up. After Zhang Xiaobao spoke, Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao both sank into deep thought. They had indeed only encountered the kind of thing that happened when you took off your sweater in the winter. So this was the case. The electricity that lit up. This thing was probably the thing that could cause that kind of situation to happen continuously. Then what is the use of this thing? Does it mean that we don't need to light candles in the future? Is it expensive? Old Man Pai had long known that the Zhang family wanted to make money by making something, so he directly asked for the price. It's expensive. The thing that can produce electricity costs 1,000 strings of coins. It uses a lot of copper and also requires magnets. This thing is cheaper. It costs 50 strings of coins. It can't be sold now. The time that it lights up is too short. No one can spend that kind of money. We have to think of a way to make it light up for a longer time. Zhang Xiaobao repeated what he thought to Old Man Pai. Anyway, the price had already been set. No one could change it. Old Man Pai estimated the price and knew that it could not be used by ordinary people. The thing that could make this thing light up cost 1,000 strings of coins. How many ordinary people could not earn money in their lifetime? And the thing that could light up cost 50 strings of coins. How could ordinary people afford it? Seeing Old Man Pai frown, Zhang Xiaobao knew what Old Man Pai was thinking. This wish was beautiful, but it could not be realized. After all, the technology was there. Did he want to connect the whole country to electricity? This project should be completed by future generations. He did not have the ability to do so. What he could do was to use this thing to make money, and at the same time, change people's minds. Grandpa Bai, actually, it doesn't have to be so expensive. As long as you buy a lot of these things called light bulbs, you can get a free thing that can produce electricity. After research and understanding it, these light bulbs should be able to be used for a month. One light bulb can light up at least 10 candles. It's cheaper than lighting candles. Zhang Xiaobao added. Old Man Yao nodded. He felt that it was indeed so. That meant it was saving money. However, Old Man Pai did not think so. He asked Zhang Xiaobao, "Is that thing that can produce electricity able to make many light bulbs light up?" "Yes, more or less. As long as there is a good place and power that can make the generator work, it won't be a problem even if 100 light bulbs light up. When the time comes, the whole yard will be lit up." Zhang Xiaobao already felt that Old Man Pai had found the problem. Sure enough, after Old Man Pai heard this answer, he said, "That is to say, as long as this thing called generator can make as many light bulbs light up, people who can afford it will try their best to make as many light bulbs light up as possible, right? You can't let the generator's electricity go to waste, right? Also, every rich family will compare themselves with each other. You are selling too many light bulbs. It's not like you don't know how much a light bulb is worth. Can't it be 20 strings of coins? How much is it worth? Grandpa Bai, how much do you think this light bulb is worth? Give me a number. My family will pay for it. As long as my family can afford it, I will buy it. You can get someone to make one. It's best if it can be a light bulb that can last longer." Zhang Xiaobao immediately asked. Old Man Pai was speechless. He really didn't think about the problem of technology. Other people didn't know how to make glass. Even if they could use colored glass to replace it, they wouldn't be able to make such a shape. Who knew that the light bulb was blown out? Even if the shape was blown out, how could it light up? No one knew what was inside. Even though he knew how the glass was made, people who didn't know wouldn't be able to make it even if they had millions of strings of coins. This was the most valuable part. Just like the propeller. How much did it cost to make a propeller? Wasn't it just stainless steel? Why couldn't others know about it? It was because they were afraid that others would learn it. Technology was the most important. The simplest example was how much a cucumber in winter in the north was worth. How many cucumbers could be grown with that technology? Old Man Pai was no longer the person who used to measure things based on their actual value. He knew the importance of technology. After considering all kinds of aspects, Old Man Pai looked at Old Man Yao and asked Zhang Xiaobao, "Xiaobao, tell me the truth. How much is the cost of this thing, not including the cost of the technology?" Zhang Xiaobao didn't answer. Instead, he looked at Old Man Yao. Old Man Yao immediately swore, "I promise that I won't tell anyone outside of this place. Otherwise, my Yao family will have no descendants. I won't even tell the emperor." Zhang Xiaobao smiled and said, "Actually, I'm not afraid that you two grandpas will tell anyone. At most, it's just the last thing. To be honest, this light bulb costs 5 or 6 coins. The expensive part is the generator. It needs magnets or good magnets. More importantly, it needs a lot of copper. 1 copper is 1,000 pieces. It can be made with less than 20 strings of copper. If you include the various wires, that is to say, with 30 strings of copper, it won't be a problem to buy 1,000 light bulbs and a generator. If you include the windmill and the consumption after failure, 40 strings of copper will be enough. Then why is your family selling it so expensive?" The 2 old men said at the same time. Their hearts also lit up. A light bulb only cost 4 or 5 coins and could be lit for more than a month. Didn't that mean that ordinary people with a little money could use it? 1 generator per family would be enough. A generator like that could light up 1,000 light bulbs, and it wouldn't break down so easily. If 1,000 families used 1 generator, then the cost would be even lower. There was indeed little copper, but wasn't there copper in the newly discovered place? Zhang Xiaobao knew what they were thinking when he saw their expressions. He said, "Grandpa Bai, Grandpa Yao, it's not what you think. I said that a generator can light up 1,000 light bulbs, but that's only in theory. Grandpa Bai knows what theory is. It's impossible in reality. It can't be turned that fast. Moreover, this generator also has a time limit. It's about the same as the light bulbs. It's not bad to use it for 2 months. It has to be done bit by bit. You can't eat a mouthful and become fat. So that's how it is. Then 100 families will do. At most, the cost of this generator, your family will pay for it. Let's light up a state first." Old Man Yao and Zhang Xiaobao's families had only been in contact for a short time. There were many things that he didn't know, which was why he said that. "We can pay for it, but can you guarantee that this technology won't be stolen by others? Especially this generator. If others learn it, then trouble will come. Grandpas, come with me. I'll show you something fun." As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he pulled Wang Wan up and asked someone to bring out a generator from the warehouse. He put it on the carriage and drove with the 2 old men. After an hour, they arrived at the side of a large river. They tied up a horse and asked someone to drive it to provide power. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan each took a line to the side of the river. They found a good position and put the 2 lines into the water. Old Man Bai and Old Man Yao saw an extremely frightening scene. The fishes in the water started to float up, one by one. "Grandpa Bai, Grandpa Yao, do you see this? This thing can be used like this. It has a wide range of uses. If we want to light up a state, how many people would have to be sent to guard each place? How much manpower would the guards have to waste? It's not worth it," Zhang Xiaobao said as he took back one of the lines in his hand. This was what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan valued the most. This was technology that could generate electricity. Anything that was produced in the future would require the support of this generator. There was an even more important matter that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not mention. Now was not the right time to tell them. Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao finally understood. The generator was very important and had many uses. If it was stolen or taken away, the Tang Empire would suffer a great loss. Treasure, it really is a treasure. No wonder you said that you had to meet their requirements. So that's why, Old Man Yao said with emotion. Old Man Pai knew that he was not talking about the generator, but the person that the Zhang family could not find. Things were dead, but people were alive. The real treasure was the person. With such a person, what else was there to worry about? Old Man Bai understood this principle a long time ago. That's why, no matter what, we can't tell anyone. Otherwise, unless we can catch them all at once, it might not be useful even if we catch them. Many people can't even pry open their mouths, not to mention those two people who can calculate. Old Man Pai said this close to Old Man Yao's ear. He meant to tell him not to have any crooked thoughts. It was useless. The Zhang family would naturally give them what they could. If they did not give it, it was because it did not belong to the people's livelihood or because it had not been researched properly. Old Man Yao nodded. He understood now. It was not that the Zhang family and Wang family were not unpatriotic. It was just that there were many things that could not be used directly. They had to be researched thoroughly before they could be used. Otherwise, it would be easy for spies from other countries to learn. When we have earned enough money, the first thing we will do is to get people to build more ships. Then we will go out to sea and go to places further away, Zhang Xiaobao said after he put away the things. Where are we going? The two old men asked again at the same time. Even if I tell you, you won't know. It's very far away. It's even further away than the island that belonged to Tang Empire that was just discovered last year. There are things we need there. If we want to let the people use this kind of light bulb, we have to go there. Maybe we can find more copper mines along the way. Now, we can ask the Ministry of Works to send people over. We will teach them, research little by little, and improve little by little. When the day comes, we will be able to let the people of Tang Empire use this kind of thing and produce better things. Zhang Xiaobao could not say, and he could not explain it clearly. He could not tell the two old men that the Zhang family and Wang family needed a fleet to go to the Straits of Malacca, or even further away. He would not go there personally, as it would be easy for him to get lost in the sea. Old Man Pai knew that the Zhang family had many secrets, so he did not press them. It was not a coincidence that he could understand so many things now. He had put in a lot of effort to gain the recognition of the Zhang family and Wang family. Otherwise, with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's smart looks, how could they reveal all the secrets? Old Man Yao was also getting used to it. He also understood that the two children in front of him were not easy to fool, especially after Zhang Xiaobao's reaction after the people he sent did the wrong thing. Other than the current emperor who was smart when he was young, whose child could be so smart? He immediately knew that he should not come to meet him and Old Man Pai. On the way back, Old Man Pai deliberately sat in the same car as Old Man Yao and drove Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to another car. He still had something to say to Old Man Yao. Yuanji, you must remember one thing. That is, it is not a big deal to lie to Xiaobao and Cuckoo. The two children are just playing with us. It is okay to be tricked and suffer losses, but you must not lie to their families. For his father, that Xiaobao is willing to do anything. Old Man Pai warned Old Man Yao in the car. Old Man Yao was really not clear about this matter. He asked, Long Zhe, what will happen if I bully Zhang Zhong? After bullying me, he will run back to the capital. What can that child do? Then he can ask the emperor to hand you over. If he doesn't hand you over, he will blow up the capital. Don't doubt whether he will do it or not. Don't test whether he dares or not. There is only one chance. He is special to his family. Look at the 4 children's houses. Don't you know? When Old Man Pai thought of how Zhang Xiaobao dealt with people who looked down on his father or bullied his father, he trembled like a madman. In addition, the Zhang family did have something very dangerous, so no one could stop him. Old Man Yao nodded and said, I saw it. Although the outside of the house is well made and other spices are used, I smell it. There is agarwood inside. Could it be? Yes, the entire house is made of agarwood. Xiaobao and Cuckoo are very good to their family. The master who taught them also seems to spoil them. Many things are not made to make money, but to make their family more comfortable. The two children are smart, but the best thing about them is not in their studies, but in their cooking and making clothes. The clothes they make are the most comfortable to wear, and the food they make is also the best. It is to make their family more comfortable. Do you understand? Old Man Pai touched his clothes, meaning that he also had clothes made for the two children. Yao Chong had experienced so many things in his life, but now he was shocked by Old Man Pai's words. He really did not expect it to be like this. He could not understand, really could not understand. At the same time, he was a little jealous of the Zhang family and the Wang family. They gave birth to a son and a daughter, and they were so sensible and filial since they were young. Now you know, right? This is also the reason why I am not willing to interact with the rest of the Zhang family and the Wang family. If I don't pay attention when I speak, the two children will definitely be angry, so I usually stay with the two children. The food they make is delicious, and they know how to take care of people. There is nothing wrong with joking with them and lying to them. Many people do not know and offend Zhang Zhong. The result is that they can neither live nor die. Needless to say, the two children will blow up the capital for their family. With their methods and the guidance of the master behind them, they can use benefits to exchange for other people's lives. If you don't believe me, you can find someone with enough power to try and see if they will give up all their technology in order to buy that person's life. If you don't like anyone, you can ask that person to come and find trouble with Zhang Zhong. Old Man Pai looked at Old Man Yao's shocked expression and said a few more words. This time, Old Man Yao finally believed him. He did not think that Old Man Pai would lie to him. He asked, "Then how can I let the two children follow me and ask for more information in the future?" "That's simple. Just teach them knowledge and they will follow you. They are very eager to learn. After teaching them, you will know. It is lucky to be able to teach such children. Smart, you can't find anyone smarter." Chapter 568. Old Man Bai and Old Man Yao did not bring up the matter of the light bulb again. Wang Wan also took out the knowledge that she had taught Zhang Xiaobao and taught it to the two old men. Old Man Pai had the foundation of nature, so he could learn relatively quickly. Old Yao was confused when he saw what Wang Wan had written. He could only let Old Man Pai teach him the first part first. At this time, the military registrar and the others couldn't stay idle. The two mines couldn't be mined yet, so there were people who went to take a look from time to time. These people weren't sent by Zhang Zhong, but they were related to Zhang Zhong. After all, he had asked many people to go there to recite poems. Other people went there to see if the scenery was as beautiful as what was written in the poems. As a result, there were people going there every day. Some people didn't even care about the poems and just went there to look at the scenery. There were also people who specialized in fishing on top of the copper mines. The military registrar and the others wanted to secretly seal off the mines, but the Zhang family's people had to take a look every time they passed by, so they couldn't do anything. On this day, the military registrar called the 6 people over. At the same time, he asked the county magistrate of Taihu County to find an excuse to come over. The 8 of them were ready to discuss. In fact, the county magistrate of Taihu County didn't want to come at all. He had the least benefits, but he had to bear the most risks. He could imagine that if something happened to the 2 mines, the first person to be dealt with would be him. After all, he was the county magistrate there. But he had no other choice. He couldn't find a way to transfer himself away, and it wasn't the first time he had cooperated with other people. Once he boarded the pirate ship, it was harder to get out. The 8 of them gathered together under the reluctance of the county magistrate. The military registrar spoke first. "You know what happened recently. Besides Bai Go, there is another person we can't afford to offend. Maybe in a few days, there will be more people coming. If that time comes, we won't have any chance. With high officials like them, what can they not understand? At the same time, their methods are not ordinary. Now, I want to ask, what are you going to do? Are we going to keep the mines like we are doing now, or are we going to follow the instructions in the letter?" He spoke casually, as if it had nothing to do with him. Every time he said, "You guys," the 7 of them understood. What he meant was that if something went wrong, they would have to bear the responsibility, but if they got something good, they would have to join the army and take the lion's share. The 7 of them were under a lot of pressure. The one with the most pressure was the county magistrate of Taihu County. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end, he closed it again. He knew that even if he really came up with a good idea, no one would credit him for it. Why bother? After all, it was not his problem alone. At this time, he had already decided that if he was really regarded as a scapegoat, he would say whatever he wanted to say. He would not care about others at all, even if they threatened him with his family. He was not ignorant at all. He knew that most of the time, what others said was simply a lie. They said something like, protect your family, don't let go, and find a way to get some poison to feed you. Everything will be fine after you eat it. In the end, everything will be fine. In the future, no one will care whether your family lives or dies. That was exactly what he thought. He closed his mouth tightly, waiting to see what the others would say. As he thought, the other 6 people kept looking at him unconsciously, which meant that he had to take the responsibility. He pretended not to see it. At this time, the military registrar also echoed, well, that's right. It's not easy now. If we have to wait for Zhang Zhong to leave, it will take more than a year. How much less mining will we have to do? Even if we can wait, the people above can't wait. It's all money. How about this, in Taihu County, we will chase away all the people who want to watch the show. Then we won't have to worry about being discovered by others. What do you think? When he said that, the county magistrate of Taihu County really wanted to bite him to death. It was easy to say, but could things really be done that way? If he gave the order, he would be courting death. This was not only known by the county magistrate of Taihu County, but also by the other people. They did not agree with the military registrar's words. What was the use of saying a way to harm others? If they really did harm to a county magistrate, who could guarantee that the new county magistrate would be obedient? The military registrar was reasonable. He glared at the military registrar and said, this method definitely won't work. If that's the case, Zhang Zhong will have an excuse. With one less person, we will have less strength. Think about it again. If there is really no good way, then we will do as what is written in the letter. When we do it, we have to be discreet and not let anyone find out. Otherwise, not only will we lose our lives, but our families will also be implicated. Who can do anything about it? You don't have to be afraid, just say it and we will discuss it together. Let's use that method, I agree. When the military registrar saw that his superior was looking at him, he could only choose to support him, even if his heart was beating faster and faster. Wait, I think we don't have to do this. There are other methods. At this time, the county magistrate of Taihu County could no longer remain silent. He was scared to death. Even if he was not allowed to send people this time, he could not think of running away. If that was the case, it was better to use his own 2 methods. The other 7 people immediately looked at him, hoping that he could come up with a better idea. After taking 2 deep breaths, the county magistrate of Taihu County said, one is to seal off those 2 places and prevent others from going there. Then we can secretly mine. I already said this just now, but you didn't say anything, the military registrar said unhappily. The county magistrate of Taihu County could not refute, so he could only bear with it and explain, my method is not to force people to go there. That will definitely cause trouble. However, we can act mysterious and scare people so that they won't dare to go there. As long as you give me 10 days, I have a way to come up with the second method, which is to lure Zhang Zhong to investigate us. If he doesn't investigate us, then it's fine. As long as he does, then we have an excuse to impeach him. At the same time, we can also get help from the higher-ups. Is it really feasible? Tell me in detail. The military registrar was interested. Just like what the county magistrate of Taihu County thought, if there was a mistake, he could push the blame to others. If there was a merit, then he would take the biggest share. It would be a waste not to take advantage of such benefits. The county magistrate of Taihu County felt very wronged, but he had no choice but to say the entire method to get everyone to agree. He really did not dare to do as the letter said. That was a disaster that could destroy his entire family. If he harmed others, he would not be able to get away with it. However, the higher-ups would be fine. After the county magistrate of Taihu County explained his method, the military registrar was the first to praise, good, not bad. We have discussed a good method today. Now, we will let the county magistrate of Taihu County carry it out. Does anyone have any other ideas? Sir, you are indeed amazing. You have so many ideas. I admire you. I have no other opinions, the military registrar immediately said. The other 5 judges also kept on praising the military registrar. The county magistrate of Taihu County did not have any angry expression, even though the method he just said was thought of by the military registrar in less than 10 breaths. You must do this well. Don't waste the method we thought of. There is no other method like this. You must cherish it, the military registrar said to the county magistrate of Taihu County with a kind face. Sir, please rest assured. I will definitely do this well. Thank you for your advice. What else could Taihu County's county magistrate say? He had seen shameless people before. However, he could only bear with it since he had turned into a shameless and two-faced person. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were not here, so they did not know the content of the conversation. Otherwise, they would realize that these officials were no different from the officials of their time. It meant that if the people below wanted to achieve good results, they had to first pass the method to the higher-ups. Then, it would become the higher-ups' idea. This way, the results would belong to the higher-ups. If the results were wrong, the people below would bear the responsibility. If the results were right, they would be promoted and become rich. If the officials below dared to do a good job without the higher-ups knowing, the first thing they would do was to suppress them with public opinion. When they realized that the public opinion could not suppress them, they would transfer them to the retirement section. It would be useless even if the people jointly wanted to protect the good officials. In addition to this kind of official circle, there was also the academic circle. As long as the disciple researched something, it would belong to the teacher. All the results, including the thesis, would belong to the teacher. Otherwise, it would be disrespectful to the teacher. This was also the reason why so many talents stayed abroad and did not come back. At this time, the 8 officials were performing such a scene. It was a blatant robbery. They had to smile and flatter when they were being robbed. Just like what Zhang Xiaobao once said to Wang Wan, the real actors were not in the film industry, but in the official circle. Therefore, if they wanted to cheat, it was better to cheat the officials than to cheat the actors. The 8-party meeting ended. The county magistrate of Taihu County left with the military registrar's good idea. He did not need to ask too much about the details because he knew better than anyone. After adding one more old man, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had to take some time to accompany the 3 old men every day. For example, they would electrocute the fish and paint the light bulbs in various colors. Anyway, they could always find something fun to do. Ever since they had the generator, the 3 old men had stopped fishing. They felt that this thing was more interesting. In the spirit of research, they would go to the generator once or twice a day. In the past 5 days, they had even been electrocuted themselves. Fortunately, the electrocution could be stopped at any time. The 3 old men were not in life-threatening danger. According to Wang Wan's words, one would know the strength of the wine after getting drunk. One would know the strength of the wine after getting electrocuted. After the 3 old men and the 2 children came to the river, the old men decided to give the electrocution to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, even if the 2 of them had no interest in it. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had already prepared. The 2 of them took out a pair of large leather boots, the kind that was made of 2 layers of leather. They put gum in the middle and stepped into the water. After feeling it for a while, they put the wires in their hands into the water. They also wore gloves on their hands. The 2 of them were not as stupid as the 3 old men. They did not know the insulation and directly jumped into the river. It would be strange if they were not electrocuted. Xiaobao, Cuckoo, how can you do this? Can this thing prevent people from being electrocuted? Why didn't you say so before? Old man Chang pretended to be angry and said, after he was electrocuted, he felt uncomfortable from his head, neck, and stomach. Now that he saw the things that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan used, he immediately understood that there was a way to protect them. In the past, the 2 little guys were unwilling to take it out. What? Cuckoo and I are actually afraid of water. We get confused when we see water, especially when we stand in the water. That's why we wear boots. Grandpa Zhang, since you want one, I'll make one for you later. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan explained to Old Man Chang after they had been electrocuted for more than 10 days. Old Man Chang was stunned for a moment before nodding. It was not that he acknowledged Zhang Xiaobao's words, but that he acknowledged Zhang Xiaobao's shamelessness. When had Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan ever been afraid of water? Amidst the laughter of the crowd, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had already electrocuted quite a lot of fish. It seemed that it was enough for their families to eat today. Only then did they stop. Just as the two of them stopped, before they could explain anything, a fast horse came to their side. The person on the horse did not even dismount and said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, "Young master, young lady, Taihu County is haunted. Now no one dares to go there. Master asked me to come and find you two to go back." Haunted? I think it's just a trick. Even a big ghost like me can't do anything. Who would dare to? Zhang Xiaobao did not believe in ghosts at all. If it was another place, he might hesitate. However, it was impossible for something like this to happen in Taihu County. The only explanation was that the other party had thought of a way and was preparing to mine. To Zhang Xiaobao, this was good. He was waiting for an opportunity to occupy the two mines. To be precise, he was waiting for Li Sun to occupy them. He was worried about where to start. Now that the other party had made a move, what should he do? He could only accept it. After letting the person go back first, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan prepared to leave. The three old men did not know about this matter and immediately stopped them. "Xiaobao, Cuckoo, what happened? Which place is haunted? How is that possible?" Old Man Pai asked doubtfully. Zhang Xiaobao saw that the three of them were also concerned about this matter, so he could only tell the three of them what had happened. "They are too bold. Don't they know that our dynasty is currently lacking in copper? They actually want to secretly mine at this time. No, this matter cannot be let go so easily. I will write a report to impeach them." Old Man Yao was angry and was about to do it. Old Man Pai immediately pulled him back and said, "Let's see what Xiaobao and Cuckoo have to say. In fact, it's not a big deal. The main thing is that we can't find evidence. Now that we are not afraid of them taking action, we are afraid that they have been hiding. Now it seems that they can't bear it anymore. That's good. Maybe we can find their weakness. When the time comes, we will talk about it. These two mines have already been given to Li Sun. When the time comes, the marble mine will be managed by Li Sun himself. Even if the copper mine is mined, it will be sent to the capital. Li Sun will not refine copper himself, so you can rest assured. Three grandpas, you don't have to interfere. Just watch from the side. It's just a small matter. My family has already prepared. Isn't it just a ghost? Let them be." Zhang Xiaobao was afraid that the three old men would want to meddle in this matter. That would make things difficult for him. After all, he had already promised Li Sun 2 mines. Even if there was one that Li Sun would not be able to obtain in the end. Yes. We are worried for nothing. How can we be needed for this kind of thing? The Zhang family must have already made arrangements. Since that's the case, let's do it. Does your family want to catch ghosts? Old Man Pai only reacted when he heard Zhang Xiaobao's words. He felt that it was impossible that the two masters of the Zhang family did not know about this kind of thing. Since they knew, of course, they would have a way to deal with it. Why were they still worrying here? Zhang Xiaobao did not explain and said, "We have to catch ghosts, but we can't go now. No matter what, we have to wait until they have mined enough, or if we go now, we won't get anything. The people here are ghostly. They are even more ghostly than ghosts. Then I really need to take a good look and see what kind of methods your Zhang family has." This old man remembers now. "Your courtyard, oh, it's Xiaobei's courtyard. Could it be that the marble stones in that mine came from? No wonder your family is so generous and directly gave the children something to play with." Old Man Pai thought of the marble floor as he spoke. At first, he was wondering where the Zhang family found such good stones. Now, everything was clear. The Zhang family should have gotten a batch of such things. That made sense. Zhang Xiaobao did not admit to this. Since he already knew, why should he say more? After getting on the horse with Wang Wan, he did not wait for the three old men to return and ran back home. As soon as he entered the house, he saw Zhang Zhong sitting there waiting. Zhang Zhong also saw his son and daughter-in-law at the same time. He stood up and asked the two of them, "Something happened over there. I heard that a person went crazy. Then a few people went over and also went crazy. They don't know anything. It's haunted. Can you go and catch them?" Zhang Zhong really believed that the place was haunted. Now, he was counting on the two immortal children to go and catch the ghost so that the future plan could be carried out. "We can catch them. Dad, you don't have to worry. It's just a small matter. Leave it to me and Cuckoo. Don't worry now. We can catch them in a few days. At this time, the ghost is still not strong enough. Zhang Xiaobao said with certainty. Wasn't it just a ghost? If they wanted to catch it, then just catch it. When the time came, what else could they do? With his son's words, Zhang Zhong was relieved. Until now, he still thought that his son was telling the truth. The news of Taihu County being haunted spread like wildfire. Soon, everyone knew about it. Not only did the people from the province know about it, even the people from the neighboring provinces also knew about it. Originally, many people wanted to go and take a look at the places that Zhang Zhong had been to, but now, they gave up on this idea. They were also afraid. No matter how powerful Zhang Zhong was, he was still immortal. That place was haunted. Especially after knowing about the haunted place, Zhang Zhong was still indifferent. This made more people anxious. In their opinion, even if the provincial governor Zhang Zhong didn't go and take a look himself, he should at least find someone to catch the ghost. However, provincial governor Zhang Zhong didn't do anything. The first thought that came to the people's minds was that even the provincial governor couldn't do anything. Perhaps he had secretly sent someone to catch the ghost but failed. What would he do in the future? Under such an atmosphere, a rumor spread. It said that Zhang Zhong was an unlucky person. Otherwise, why would he be haunted after coming to Shuzhou? Especially when he personally went to the two places in Taihu Lake. In the beginning, no one believed this rumor at all. However, as more and more people talked about it, those who didn't believe it couldn't help but think in this direction. Now, the thing that the people wanted to see the most was Zhang Zhong personally come out to clarify the matter. However, Zhang Zhong still didn't do anything. It was as if he had admitted to this matter. The people started to panic. They weren't worried that Zhang Zhong had really attracted the ghost. They were worried about this year's harvest. If it was really like what others said, that provincial governor Zhang was an unlucky person, then would the provincial government still be able to succeed? This was a lot of money. Even though they had already agreed that they wouldn't have to compensate even if they failed, they had still put in effort. If they didn't do this work, they could do other things outside to earn more money. Now, their time was delayed. As they thought about it, the people's hearts started to become unstable. Zhang Zhong also knew about the situation outside and was very anxious. In a situation where there was no other way, he went to find his son and daughter-in-law. He wanted to ask them what to do. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were really holding a wire and doing experiments in a porcelain basin in the courtyard. When they saw Zhang Zhong arrive, they could only stop what they were doing. Xiaobao, Cuckoo, do you know what the outside world is saying now? Everyone is saying that I attracted the ghost. Even those who learned from us are scared. Zhang Zhong really didn't want to trouble his son and daughter-in-law. He knew that the two of them were busy, but if he didn't look for them now, who else could he look for? The three old men had already looked for them, and their ideas were basically the same. That was to let Zhang Zhong go to Taihu County to take a look. Zhang Zhong came to ask his son and daughter-in-law if they also thought so. If so, then he would go and take a look and let people know that there was no ghost in that place. Of course, the premise was that he brought his son and daughter-in-law to catch the ghost. He believed that the ghost's skills were far inferior to his son and daughter-in-law's. Zhang Xiaobao listened to his father and said, "It seems that someone can't wait and has to use this method to test it. Now is not the time. Let's wait, father. Don't worry. You can do this now and then continue to stay here. Don't worry about the ghost or not, it's just a small matter." After telling the matter to his father, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan continued to experiment. With electricity, they could do more things. If they didn't use it, it would be a waste of the electricity. Zhang Zhong saw that his son and daughter-in-law were not anxious, so he came up with another idea. This time, he was relieved. He didn't want to disturb his son and daughter-in-law and left Yuan to make arrangements. In the afternoon, many Yamen runners appeared in front of the provincial government. This group of Yamen runners surrounded the area in front of the provincial government. Curious, the commoners came closer to take a look. When they had gathered enough people began to move things out of the door. They were all boxes, one after another. A total of 100 large boxes were moved out before they stopped. Zhang Zhong didn't appear. Steward Zhang stood in front of the boxes and shouted to the surrounding people, "Are you all scared by the ghost in Taihu County these days? Do you still think that it won't work? Don't be afraid. Today, I'll let everyone know Master's determination." After shouting this, Steward Zhang asked people to open all 100 boxes. As the boxes were opened, the surrounding people let out a burst of exclamations. The boxes were full of copper coins. If so many copper coins were poured out, they would be piled up into a small mountain. Steward Zhang was very satisfied with the reaction of the people. At this time, he shouted a few more times, asking the people to keep quiet. When the people gradually quieted down, he continued to shout, "Do you see so much money?" Master had said that as long as one followed the method of trapping and did not cause trouble for oneself, then even if one failed in the end, it would be fine. The money that was given out earlier would not need to be returned. Moreover, anyone who failed would be able to get 2 strings of money. It will be more than what you earn when you work outside during this period of time. Rest assured and don't be afraid even if something happens. You don't have to worry about those little ghosts in Taihu County. The solution to the crisis was very simple. The simple people didn't care about anything else as long as they could see the benefits in front of them. After the steward promised, one by one, they spread the news to the people they knew as fast as they could, especially the relatives who had already participated in the scheme. They were afraid that if their relatives didn't take care of them and went outside to work, they would earn less and lose more than they did now. After all, the steward of the provincial governor had said that as long as they didn't make trouble for themselves, they would compensate. Rumors came and went quickly. Those who didn't have much confidence in Zhang Zhong were no longer afraid. They continued to follow the method steadily. The ghosts were only in Taihu County. At worst, they wouldn't go there. What else could they do? Could it be that the ghosts there would come to their side? The crisis that had just appeared disappeared just like that. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't spend much effort on this kind of thing. It wasn't worth it. It was just a small trick. Wasn't the bank run much more serious than this? Could it be that the crazy stock market couldn't be compared to this kind of simple problem? The human heart was complicated, but it was also simple. Compared to the officialdom, the affairs of the people were easier to deal with. As long as there was a little guarantee of benefits, it would be enough. No power was needed, and they wouldn't want to kill a certain official. Xiaobao, it seems that they are afraid, so they used such a despicable method. If they continue to do nothing, it will be very tiring. A sword that is not out of its sheath is the scariest sword. Once it is out of its sheath, it is nothing. Wang Wan put her mouth to the lead in the porcelain basin in front of her. After taking a breath, she said to Zhang Xiaobao, "This is a struggle. It's very interesting. How long has it been? 5 minutes? Try it and see if it can catch fire." Zhang Xiaobao also said. Then he turned the glass cup upside down on the porcelain basin and put the burning wooden stick on it. With a boom, a ball of fire appeared 2 inches away from the glass cup. It came and went quickly. Zhang Xiaobao nodded with satisfaction. Wang Wan did the same. She put a burning wooden stick on top of the glass cup. The flame on the wooden stick suddenly became bigger. She threw the wooden stick away. "Okay, we can continue to improve in the future. They are not at the same level at all. It's easy to think, but it's not that easy to trick others. It's haunted, or even a demon. Do we need to personally participate in the next step? No, Team Zero is enough. It's just that this time, we can only deal with one person. It's not enough to deal with all of them. We have to see if the county magistrate of Taihu County is tough. Since the light bulb has been made, let's test it on him first. You should be the best, right?" After Zhang Xiaobao saw that the experiment in front of him was a success, he heaved a sigh of relief. It was finally completed. His side might not be of much use, but Wang Wan's side was different. Wang Wan was also very gratified. However, when she heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, she immediately asked, "What do you mean? Am I a bad person like the Brocade Clan guards? Or the East and West guards? I'm not a bad person. I admit. How can bad people be compared to the Special Second Department? Even the worst person in the world is inferior when compared to you," Zhang Xiaobao said as he packed up. Wang Wan did not help this time. She said with dissatisfaction, "Do Do you think we are the same as those unscrupulous local police? After extorting a confession, they will find all kinds of reasons. I don't know what they are thinking. There are actually people who die while breathing. It's so worrying. What intelligence? Let's not talk about this anymore. You are the greatest, okay? Send people out now. We can start in a few days. It's very interesting. There must be some twists and turns in it. It's a pity. If they came from the same place as us, they would definitely not use such retarded methods. Zhang Xiaobao poured the water, dragged the porcelain basin, and walked back. He handed the wire in his hand to Wang Wan. Wei Wei shook her head, looking very lonely. Wang Wan saw that Zhang Xiaobao had thrown something to her, so she could only accept it. She walked behind Zhang Xiaobao and suddenly said, "Why don't we make it more lively? We can call Grandpa by Grandpa Zhang and Yao Chong. It will be very interesting to have fun together." I think that's fine. We'll do as you say. Let's tell them in advance so that they can be prepared. Don't be scared when the time comes. Don't tell them. They aren't afraid of being scared. That's more fun. Wang Wan disagreed. Chapter 569. Under the scorching sun, they sweated profusely as they worked with shovels and picks. Shallow water couldn't cool down the heat, but deep wells could cool down easily. Cold melons quenched thirst, and green beans were added to the porridge. Moving mountains and building bridges were hard work, and the roads extended in all directions to build a hometown. Li Sun's road construction project had always been in progress, and he was the one who paid for it. The imperial court would never give him money for his fief. This year, he had not even received the rent he was supposed to receive, but he had already spent 30,000 strings of coins. Looking at the people who didn't slack off when they were working, Li Sun was happy to spend money. He learned from the Zhang family and gave the people who worked on the roads a salary and food. The people weren't slaves. They consumed a lot of energy from their work, so they had to be well nourished. The first meal in the morning was salted beans and sorghum rice. The people usually ate this kind of food as well as highland barley. However, they couldn't eat salted beans, and they didn't dare to eat sorghum rice. That would consume too much food. Li Sun paid for the road construction. As long as they didn't eat exotic delicacies, he didn't care. They could eat. The more they ate, the more energy they had. At noon, they changed the dishes. According to nutrition, there was one meat dish and one vegetable dish. The vegetables were all kinds of local vegetables. For meat, there were only 3 choices: pork, fish, and chicken. Except for the fish that was caught locally, the pork and chicken were all provided by Sanshui County or Yaozhou. Relying on his fleet, Li Sun did things from the north to the south. Not including the transportation fee, when a pig was sent to Shuzhou, it was the price of 2 pigs, ice money. Such wealth made the people feel relieved. Provincial Governor Zhang's family was rich, and the county king was also rich. They didn't have to worry about collecting taxes. Following the care of the Zhang family and the Wang family, besides eating, the rest was green beans and sorghum water. In the beginning, Li Sun forgot about this matter. The people didn't know how they could enjoy such treatment when they were paid to work on the roads. They never thought about it. When they started to work on the roads, the people thought that even if the county king wanted them to work for free, they had to do it. They only hoped that they could do 20 days of work a year. In the end, when they found out that they were getting paid, they felt relieved. When they were given food on the first day, they all felt like they were in a dream. With such benefits, who would dare to think of anything else? When Li Sun had nothing to do, he finally discovered a problem. The weather was hot, and the people brought their own water bags. If the road was built close to the river, it would be convenient. They could drink water directly from the river. For others, this was a very normal thing, but for Li Sun, it was not normal. He had already paid for the meal, so why would he care about the money for the mung bean water? From that day onwards, the green bean water with rock sugar was continuously supplied. These days, the watermelons in the sand by the river were harvested. Li Sun began to ask people to throw the watermelons into Jingli town to quench the thirst of the workers. He also gave one to each person to take back home for their family to eat. He asked them to bring back the skin and seeds so that they could make food. In addition to various benefits, Li Sun also asked people to write slogans and shout slogans. This kind of thing did not have a big impact on the knowledgeable people, but it had a different effect on the ordinary people. Even if the people did not know what was written, they were still willing to listen to others say it before they told others. The general meaning was to build their own hometown and make it more beautiful. After Li Sun was done with this matter, he turned around and started to make money. If he did not make money, why would he plant so many watermelons? Because Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had asked the doctors of the medical college to research various uses of watermelons. When they arrived, everyone prepared a variety of watermelons and then mixed them with other medicines and tonics to sell to the rich. The restaurant between the clouds and the water also followed suit and launched a winter melon banquet. They could only make money for 1 year. By the next year, more people would plant watermelons and they would not be valuable anymore. They were easy to plant and could be planted in the sand. Of course, they could not keep it a secret. After all, it was not an industrial thing. Once they made money, they would let the people benefit. Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, and Li Sun were ready to take advantage of this one and only opportunity to earn back the money they had invested in the local construction. While Li Sun was busy with the watermelons, Zhang Zhong had already organized the bailiffs in the manor. He also transferred 500 soldiers from the military registrar. Under the cover of the night, they ran all the way to Taihu County. Along with them were Old Man Chang, Old Man Pai, and Old Man Yao. The military registrar also brought along a few related officials. In his hands was a document written by Zhang Zhong regarding the deployment of soldiers to investigate the copper mine. He followed behind the group with a cold smile on his face. Zhang Zhong rode on the horse and told the 3 old men about the situation in Taihu County. The 3 old men also expressed their support. After capturing the people, Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao prepared to write a letter of impeachment. Zhang Zhong also brought along the 3 dogs raised by Wang Wan to help find the people who wanted to escape. It could be said that he was determined. The whole group ran forward as fast as they could. According to the information they received, a group of people came out of Taihu County a few days ago. There were also many carriages. On the carriages were copper ores and marble that were secretly mined from who knows where. They wanted to first reach the Wanshui River, then enter the Yangtze River to transport the goods. Zhang Zhong gave the group the order to stop at the Wanshui River and capture the people. If one of them came, they would be caught red-handed. The group left when the sky had just turned dark. They ran until 5:15 in the morning before they arrived at the location. As expected, when they arrived, they saw people moving things from the docked boats to the shore. Hearing the urging sounds coming from there, they knew that the other party was very anxious. "Sir, what should we do next?" The military registrar came from behind and asked Zhang Zhong. "Capture them. Regardless of whether they are on the boats or on the shore, capture them all." Zhang Zhong said with a sullen face. "Sir, what about the charges?" The military registrar asked again. "Didn't I already write the charges for you? As for whether they are secretly mining copper ores to make weapons or privately minting coins, won't it be clear after you capture them and ask them? Why aren't you moving?" When Zhang Zhong saw that the military registrar was not moving, he was slightly dissatisfied. He pointed at the front and said, "If you let one of them escape, you can expect to be impeached by me." The military registrar seemed to be frightened. He shouted, "Guards! The provincial governor has ordered that the people in front are secretly mining copper ores to make coins. Capture them all. If anyone resists, kill them." The 500 soldiers unsheathed their swords and knocked their arrows. They charged forward while yelling. It was quite a scene, but no matter how one looked at it, they lacked a murderous aura. Zhang Zhong shook his head. He did not care about the local soldiers. After all, he was not the one in charge. There was a military registrar here. The military and political affairs were separated. Unlike Lu Zhou, it was more convenient to use him. After a moment of chaos, 2 men ran back to report that everyone had been captured. Before Zhang Zhong could say anything, Old Man Pai and the other 2 men came out of the chariot. Under the protection of the guards, they walked forward to see who was so bold. The military registrar adjusted his armor and said to Zhang Zhong, "Lord Zhang, please." Zhang Zhong responded. He dismounted from his horse and strode forward. The military registrar followed behind him. He looked at the sky and then looked in another direction. A smug smile appeared on his face. Old Man Pai and the other two men arrived first. With the help of the light from the newly lit torches, they saw the 40 or so people being captured. They snorted coldly. Just as they were about to say something, they suddenly realized that they could not interfere in this matter. They had to wait for Zhang Zhong to arrive first. Zhang Zhong was not in a hurry. He walked over slowly and glanced at the people being captured. He asked, "Do you know why you're being captured?" "My lord, we don't know. You can't capture people for no reason. My lord, you have to investigate thoroughly." One of the people being captured struggled forward, but he was held down tightly by the people being captured. He opened his mouth to complain. The military registrar took a few steps forward and said loudly, "How dare you quibble? The provincial governor is here. He said that you secretly mined the copper mine. Fortunately, the provincial governor is smart and knows what you did in advance. If you don't confess quickly, you won't have to suffer." After the military registrar shouted at this person, he turned to Zhang Zhong and said, "My lord, it seems that they won't tell if they don't suffer a little. How about?" "No, they will tell when the time comes. Tie them up and take them back." Zhang Zhong refused the military registrar's suggestion and ordered. That person struggled even harder. He shouted as he struggled, "My lord, I'm innocent. We didn't mine the copper mine. We just chopped wood and wanted to transport it back to make charcoal. My lord, I'm innocent." He's quibbling again. "Take him away." This time it was Zhang Zhong who spoke. He turned around and prepared to go back. The military registrar stepped forward and blocked Zhang Zhong. He said, "My lord, it's late at night. I will listen to you. Why don't you take a look at the ship and the goods that haven't been loaded? Otherwise, if you catch the wrong person, it will be difficult for me. Please make the decision." The military registrar said that he wanted Zhang Zhong to think about it, but he didn't give Zhang Zhong a chance to speak. As soon as the military registrar finished speaking, he immediately ordered, "Come, take down the things on the ship. Bring the things that haven't been loaded on the ship here. The provincial governor will make the decision." All the soldiers answered in unison. Some rushed to the ship to take the things, and some unloaded the goods from the carts on the shore. The rest of the people were waiting here. The sound coming from the other side made them feel that something was wrong. Old Man Pai looked at Old Man Yao in confusion and said, "It does sound like wood. Did Zhang Zhong come to the wrong place? Did he catch the wrong person? It's over. If he didn't transfer the soldiers, it would be fine. At most, he would release the people. Now that the soldiers have been transferred, there is no one to catch. If the copper mine and the marble can't be found, then we will have to help from behind. We just arrived and encountered this. Well, we can't just stand by and watch. Didn't they say that there are two masters in the Zhang family? How could he have made such a mistake when he had thought of every conceivable possibility? Could it be that Zhang Zhong didn't listen to the masters and did something in private? Old Man Yao understood Old Man Pai's meaning. Even if Zhang Zhong made a mistake, he had to protect him. In fact, he knew that even if someone really reported this to the imperial court, nothing would happen to Zhang Zhong. However, the prestige that he had accumulated would be greatly reduced. At this time, the soldiers who were sent out to check reported to the military registrar, "My lord, there is no marble or copper mine. It's all wood. Please make the decision." "Is it true? That's not right. The provincial governor asked me to send the soldiers because the evidence is conclusive. The provincial governor wouldn't treat such a big matter as child's play, right? Check again and watch carefully." Chapter 570. As the wood was piled up, the sky gradually brightened. Zhang Zhong was still standing there, looking at the ship and the wood. After a gust of wind and water, he shivered and finally set his eyes on the registrar. He said, "Registrar Fong, you look good. What's the good news?" "It's dawn, and the darkness is leaving. Registrar Fong, there are usually 2,200 soldiers in our province. I asked you to bring all of them out. Why are there only 500? Where are the other 1,700 soldiers?" The registrar thought that Zhang Zhong would discuss with him how to make up for this mistake. He didn't expect that Zhang Zhong would ask about the soldiers. His heart skipped a beat. Just as he was about to speak, The people who were being held shouted, "We're innocent! We're innocent! Where is the copper or that you mentioned? Lord Zhang, I heard the people say that you are a good official. You have to see clearly. Now we're finished. We can't catch up with that kiln. Lord, aren't you a good official? Why do you treat the people like this? Lord Zhang, do you think it's time to let them go?" The registrar immediately used the words of the other party to discuss with Zhang Zhong. Old Man Bai and the other two walked over as well. They suddenly realized that something was amiss. The person who had been captured was not afraid at all. No matter how they looked at it, the military secretary looked happy. The three old men looked at each other. No one said anything, but they all knew what was going on. Zhang Zhong was set up. The other party deliberately exposed a flaw to Zhang Zhong so that Zhang Zhong could borrow the soldiers to arrest them. Of course, they would arrest the wrong person. The people who were caught should also be involved in this matter. But what could they do? There was no evidence. It was troublesome. Zhang Zhong's reputation would plummet because of this. After the myth was broken, it was no longer a myth. In the future, more people would dare to attack the Zhang family and the Wang family. Yongqing, what's done is done. Just let it go. We'll think of something when we get back. When Old Man Pai saw that Zhang Zhong still did not have any expression of joy or anger, he thought that Zhang Zhong was scared silly. He could understand. If it were anyone else who encountered such a situation, they would have lost their composure. Fortunately, Zhang Zhong did not directly faint. Young people's bodies were really good. Old Man Yao also advised from the side, "Yongqing, go back and offer up another prescription. It's best if it's more useful and beneficial to the country and the people. Just treat it as if this matter never happened. Kid, don't be afraid. Didn't we just catch the wrong person? Think carefully before making a move next time. Who doesn't make mistakes in their life? Go back and have a good meal, then sleep. You'll be fine when you wake up." Old Man Chang came over and patted Zhang Zhong's shoulder encouragingly. Zhang Zhong looked at the three old men and nodded emotionally. He said, "Yongqing thanks the three of you for taking care of me. When we go back, I'll ask Xiaobao and Cuckoo to cook a delicious meal with cold melon. It'll be more delicious to eat dumplings with 3 delicacies stuffed with cold melon." Okay, then let's go back and eat." Old Man Pai quickly followed up. He wanted to persuade Zhang Zhong to go back. When they went back, there would be a team of the best doctors in the Tang Empire. He was not afraid that Zhang Zhong would suddenly collapse. He wanted to take a good look at Zhang Zhong so that he would not fall ill. Zhang Zhong nodded and then shook his head. He said, "There's no hurry. Military attaché Fong, I just asked you where the rest of the soldiers in the prefecture are. You have to tell me, right?" Seeing that Zhang Zhong was still staring at this matter, the military attaché began to think in his mind. Did Zhang Zhong know something? It should not be. After Zhang Zhong found out that he had done something wrong, he wanted to use this to threaten the military attaché to keep it a secret. That's right, the 2,200 soldiers actually ate 1,000 in empty pay, but so what? It was impossible to fight in Shuzhou. Who could fight here? Even if someone investigated, there was nothing to be afraid of. He could just recruit 1,000 people temporarily. Thinking of this, the military attaché was not worried anymore. He said to Zhang Zhong, "Your Excellency, leave the military affairs to me. Your Excellency, you don't have to worry. 500 soldiers are enough to catch an ordinary person transporting wood. I have my own arrangements for the rest of the soldiers. Your Excellency, is it time to release them?" "There's no hurry. Military attaché Fong, I still want to ask, how are the remaining soldiers compared to the 500 in front of us? Was it a mess when you were charging? Was it because of the rusty saber and the loose bowstring?" Zhang Zhong asked with a smile. "Your Excellency, what do you mean?" The military attaché could not understand what Zhang Zhong was trying to do. Was he going to make a fuss about the military equipment again? His face immediately became gloomy. He did not answer but instead asked a question. Zhang Zhong waved his hand. "It's nothing, I'm just asking. If that's the case, then the other 700 soldiers sent by military advisor Feng will be easy to deal with. With Royal Prince Tong An's guards and this official's guards, it shouldn't be a problem to deal with 700 soldiers." "But that's it. there will be marble and copper ores. Even if the Taihu County magistrate personally escorted them and had 700 prefecture soldiers to protect them, they will not be able to escape. I am truly impressed. Each and every one of them is smart. Unfortunately, they used their brains in the wrong place. Your Excellency, what do you mean? The military attaché's voice was not soft when he said this, but everyone could hear that his voice was trembling. This meant that he was guilty. Old Man Pai and the other two people's eyes lit up. They asked, Yongqing, what happened? Guards, keep an eye on the surrounding people. If anyone dares to move, kill them all for this old man. Noticing the change in the situation, the old man asked Zhang Zhong and immediately gave orders to the guards he brought. Old Yao did the same. Both of them brought 100 family guards. Although there were only 200 of them, it was not a problem for them to deal with 500 prefectural soldiers of Shuzhou. Seeing that the two old men had made arrangements, Zhang Zhong was even less worried. This was also the reason why he brought the 3 old men here. Although Old Man Chang did not have any family guards, his skills were there for all to see. Moreover, he was so close to military attaché Fong, so he could subdue him easily. Nothing big happened. Let's wait. There will probably be news in less than 2 hours. Military attaché Fong, do you have anything to say? Or do you hope that your 700 soldiers can defeat the Tang and royal prince and my guards? Zhang Zhong said to the 3 old men, then looked at the military attaché Fong. In an instant, the military attaché Fong's back was drenched in sweat. His expression changed again, and his lips trembled. He kept swallowing his saliva, but he could not say a single word. The prefecture soldiers realized that the situation was not right. They wanted to do something, but when they saw the other 200 people glaring at them, they were so scared that they did not dare to move. They knew very well how capable they were. They could not even train twice a year, so how could they hope to defeat these 200 people? Moreover, they were the family guards of 2 important people that they could not afford to offend. They had to think about the consequences. The military attaché Fong was already confused. His eyes were filled with stars. He forced himself to stand there, unable to say anything. Zhang Zhong just smiled and did not speak. The 3 old men had questions in their hearts, but Zhang Zhong had a mysterious look on his face, so they could not ask. They also waited. Less than an hour later, 3 horses galloped over from the direction the registrar had glanced at. When the horses approached, the person riding on them jumped down and reported to Zhang Zhong, Zhang Zhong, you're in the middle of the night. Master, the 700 prefecture soldiers have surrendered. The county magistrate of Taihu County has also been tied up and is being escorted here. The marble and copper ores have all been confiscated. How are the casualties? Zhang Zhong asked with a nod of his head and Weiwei. In reply to Master, there were no casualties. When they were surrounded, they very obediently threw away their weapons. The person replied, That's good. Go and rest. Zhang Zhong regained his indifferent appearance. After the person went to rest, he said to the military attaché Fong, Military attaché Fong, what else do you have to say? If it was not this official, anyone else would have been fooled by you. It was just a diversion. Not a bad idea. Why did you use your cleverness in a good place? This official is very disappointed. This batch of wood is also good. It can be used to build the bridge in Shuzhou. No, that's impossible. You can't possibly know. The marble and copper ores they were transported separately and gathered together after being transported to another place. Outsiders would not be able to detect them at all. Furthermore, they were mixed in under the pretext of transporting other things, right? But so what? If you don't want others to know, don't do it in the first place. This official wants to build a good living environment for the people. I really don't want to play this kind of childish game with you. But you don't want to give yourselves any face. You always have a fluke mentality. Why don't you think about what this official does? Forget it. There won't be any more trouble in the future. Before the military attaché Fong could finish speaking in a hoarse voice, Zhang Zhong helped him to finish. At the same time, he thought of his son. When Lake Tai was haunted, he asked his son about it. His son said it was not interesting. He thought that the opponent would be stronger, but the result was too disappointing. Only then did he arrange for people to keep an eye on it. With the help of the clairvoyance, they could see the opponent, but the opponent could not detect them. Their random actions led to the current situation. It was indeed not fun. After Zhang Zhong finished speaking to the military attaché Fang, he did not pay any more attention to him. He roughly told the three old men what had happened. He did not mention the people in his family and only told them how it was arranged. However, the three old men understood that this was definitely another trick of the Zhang family. It was indeed powerful. The opponent made a diversion and they beat them at their own game. They were worried for nothing just now and even comforted others. Now they needed to be comforted. Yongqing, later on, don't forget to let Xiao Bao and Cuckoo make dumplings with cold melon. This old man's heart is hurt. I need a lot of nourishment. Old Man Pai glared at Zhang Zhong and said. Old Man Yao was also angry in his heart. This was too unreasonable. Zhang Zhong actually hid it from him. He was worried about him just now. What was this called? Yongqing, your family has many good recipes. Shouldn't you take one out? This was compensation. Old Man Chang was the most honest. He stretched out his hand and patted Zhang Zhong's shoulder again, causing Zhang Zhong to stagger. This body is not good. You should practice more. The next time you lie, this old man might not be around anymore. Chapter 571. Mountains and rivers roar, tens of thousands of people worry, especially like the earth cracking and waves, shocking the sky and waterlogging. Flee with the family, push the family away, push the family away, the wind blows, the clouds roll, the heart is lonely, people gradually fade away. When the 700 government soldiers and the Taihu County magistrate were escorted over, the military registrar was also tied up. The 500 government soldiers surrounding him did not dare to move. The matter had escalated, and they did not want to continue to get involved. When the gods fought, the mortals just had to watch the show obediently. The military registrar's eyes were dull. He did not even care about the Taihu County magistrate who was locked in the same temporary prison van and cried out. When the team started to rush back, the jolting of the carriage made the military registrar's eyes clear up. His body swayed with the movement of the carriage. Occasionally he would look forward and look at Zhang Zhong, as if hoping that Zhang Zhong would look back, but also as if he was afraid that Zhang Zhong would look back. It was very contradictory. Zhang Zhong did not pay attention to the military registrar at all. If it was someone else, they would have laughed at him, but Zhang Zhong did not have this kind of hobby. Moreover, he was not the one who came up with the idea. When his son was talking about the plan, he did not have the mood to show off after winning. The three old men squeezed into the same carriage again and swayed back and forth with the team. The curtain of the carriage was lifted, and they could clearly see the situation outside. Old Man Pai swayed and finally realized that something was wrong. This was not his carriage, nor was it Old Man Chang's carriage. It was Yao Chang's carriage. Old Man Pai squinted his eyes and habitually reached out to open the drawer of the carriage to get an iced drink. When his hand reached out, it was empty. He then reacted and suggested, "Why don't we go to my carriage? This carriage is too suffocating." Exactly, the carriage is small and has nothing. Why don't we change and go to my carriage? Old Man Chang also said. Old Man Yao had not experienced other people's carriages until now, so he felt that his carriage was not bad. Listening to the two of them, could it be that his carriage was really bad? Old Man Pai pointed to the carriage. No fan. He pointed to the seat. No shock absorber. He pointed at the space in the carriage. This place is too small. He pointed at the space between the three of them and said, "It's missing the stove and other drawers that can be used at any time." He knocked on the board of the carriage. "It's just one layer. If someone outside uses a crossbow to shoot at it, it'll be able to penetrate it in an instant." "Stop, from what you're saying, you have everything in your car." When Old Man Yao heard Old Man Pai belittling his car, his eyebrows furrowed tighter and tighter. Seeing that Old Man Pai still wanted to continue, he quickly interrupted him and asked in dissatisfaction. Old Man Pai smiled with relief and said, "Of course. Look at who made the car I'm waiting for. The best thing from the Zhang family and the Wang family is the house that can be put on wheels and then go. The next best thing is a few specially made cars. Unfortunately, those wheels are not easy to make, so they can only be made for the children. I still have to wait for my car. Old Man Chang seemed to have thought of Xiaobao and Cuckoo. It was the two of them who asked someone to make the car for them. Not to mention the enjoyment, just the thought alone made him happy. He also smiled and shouted to the driver, "Stop the car." As soon as the car stopped, the three old men got off and directly entered Old Man Pai's car. Old Man Yao couldn't wait to sit down first. Only then did he realize that it was indeed different. With one sitting and one leaning, his whole body could be attached to the place where he sat. His whole body immediately felt different and comfortable. From the outside, this carriage looked like it was 1 foot taller, 1 foot wider, and 2 feet longer than his own carriage. Why did it become so much bigger after entering? As the carriage moved, he could feel the wind blowing from several places. Looking carefully, there were countless small holes where the wind was coming from. There are fans in these places. The other end is connected to the axle. When the wheels turn, the fans will turn. If you want to stop them from turning, there is a switch here that can be adjusted at any time. You stayed up late and didn't eat anything in the morning. Why don't you eat something hot? Since Old Man Bai had the opportunity to show off, he would not let it go. He extended his hand to the side of the carriage and with a sound, he pulled open a small opening. Inside was a handle. With a light shake, a cover descended from the roof of the carriage. Old Man Chang also broke the table in the middle of the three people, revealing a round hole in the middle. He stuck it at the side and a hot pot rose from the hole. Smokeless charcoal was put in and the fire was lit. Old Man Pai took out a thermos and poured soup into the hot pot. Looking at the color of the soup, it seemed to have been cooked long ago. Old Man Yao felt for a moment and found that the soup was still warm. He asked doubtfully, "It's a thermos?" "Xiaobao and Cuckoo gave it to me the day before yesterday. Put some hot water in and it won't be cold even if you let it sit for 24 hours. There is a slot under where you are sitting. Pull it up and take out the things inside. It will be delicious later." Old Man Bai shook the thermos flask in his hand and said with a smile. Old Man Yao followed Old Man Bai's instructions and found a card slot. He extended his hand and pulled, and a board was flipped over. Cold air immediately came out of it. Upon closer inspection, it was actually ice. He took out one by one. There were vegetables, meat, shrimp, a few powdered seasonings, and 4 kinds of sauces. Old Man Chang also took out a bottle of wine and a few wet wipes from his side. Old Man Pai took out chopsticks and a plate. Old Man Yao wasn't stupid. He knew what they were for, but he never thought that there would be such a space in the car. If these things were placed outside, such as between the clouds and the water, or in restaurants, it wouldn't be strange at all. But in the car, it was a different story. They knew how to enjoy themselves, right? Compared to other rich people who showed off outside the car and asked people to cook and show off, this was the real show of extravagance and restraint. Old Man Bai picked up a frozen prawn with his chopsticks and dipped it into the hot pot. As he dipped it, he said, "This is the Mandarin duck hot pot." Over the past few years, the Zhang and Wang families have been cultivating the mountain spicy chili peppers, which are getting spicier. However, the quantity is too small. I heard from Xiaobao and Cuckoo that there are spicier things called chili peppers. Unfortunately, they can't find them now. They need to go overseas to find them. You can eat whatever you want. Even if you don't want to eat vegetables, you can still eat some. This is called a nutritious combination. This is dry tofu, and this is tofu skin. Remember to eat them too. Don't say too much. I've eaten at Savant's restaurant. What sauce is this? I've never seen it before. Old Man Yao replied and opened a small jar of sauce. Crab sauce? They don't plan to sell it yet. They only sell shrimp sauce. The price is high and ordinary people can't afford it. A small jar of good shrimp sauce costs 5 strings of money to ship to Beijing. This crab sauce is even more expensive. They can only sell crab sauce when others have a way to ship large amounts of shrimp sauce to Beijing. Old Man Chang explained. Old Man Yao was already indifferent to many things, but today, he couldn't help but feel jealous. He felt that it was unfair in his heart. Why did they hide all the good things for themselves? If they didn't go to Shuzhou, they might not be able to eat many things in this life. Thinking of this, he suddenly saw the thermos on the side and said, "This thermos is good stuff. It doesn't need to be kept for 24 hours. Even if it's only for 8 hours, it can save people a lot of trouble. Especially for rich people, the maids and servants don't have to look after the stove at night. Whether they sell it or not, I'll buy a few to use at home. As long as it's not too expensive, I can still afford it. It's not bad to buy a few for my friends." When he said that, Old Man Yao's tone was sour. Old Man Pai heard and laughed. "Gigi, you don't have to be like this. When we go back, I'll find Xiao Bao and Cuckoo and ask them to give you what you deserve. If you want to buy it, you really can't afford it. There are 2 layers of glass inside, and it's coated with mercury. There's actually nothing in the middle, just like the light bulb. Eat the food and wine, try it." Old Man Chong had already poured the wine soaked with medicinal herbs. Each person had a cup. Old Man Yao smelled the smell. "Is this the liquor sold by Zhang family and Wang family?" "No, that kind of liquor is actually very strong and doesn't taste good. This is liquor that has been in the cellar for about 4 years. It's been in the cellar ever since it came out. The earliest batch was soaked with medicinal herbs, so you can only drink 1 cup. If you want to drink more, you can only drink wine." Old Man Pai picked up the wine cup and took a sip. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. He enjoyed it very much. The 3 old men were enjoying the hot pot in the carriage. The hot air that rose up was carried out by the chimney that was connected to the cover. Everyone outside could smell it. None of them had eaten. After a night of torment, their expressions changed when they smelled such a fragrant smell. The prefectural soldiers who were locked up felt that they had no strength left in their bodies. They wanted to find a place to rest and eat the food in the carriage. Old Man Bai and Old Man Yao's house guards were secretly swallowing their saliva and glancing at the carriage from time to time. Li Sun's guards, on the other hand, maintained their neat formation without the slightest bit of disorder. They did not look around blindly either. The Zhang and Wang families' guards only needed to sniff their noses to know what was going on. Just like Li Sun's guards, they remained unmoved. The remaining 30 members of the Miao protection team took out things from their pockets. Some took out jerky, some took out fried noodles. They opened water bags and ate with water. As they ate, they talked about the taste of the food in their mouths. They meant that they ate with the taste of the food in their mouths. Occasionally, they would take a sip of wine. It was a mess. They were scattered, so they talked very loudly with each other. Old Man Pai's guards did not say anything. They knew the capabilities of the Miao protection team. They were not considered a regular army, but a special force. It did not matter how chaotic it was. Old Man Yao's guards did not know. They glanced over from time to time and showed a look of disdain. Old Man Yao heard the commotion outside and looked out of the car window. When he saw that it was the Zhang family's Miao protection team, he frowned and said, "The Miao protection team. Can they really watch the fields?" Haiyuanji is wrong to think that way. Those 30 people are the most elite of the Zhang family. Their training methods are different. They need to be relaxed at all times and ready to fight at all times. If they are like other people, they will tire themselves out. I don't know about your generals, but if my generals were to fight with 100 of them on flat ground against 30 of them, it would be a Pyrrhic victory if they won in the end. After killing them all, there wouldn't be many of my generals left. If it were to be on the mountain or in the water, my 100 generals would be completely defeated. If one of them could run out to report, I would be satisfied. Old Man Pai saw that Old Man Yao was belittling the members of the Zhuang protection team, so he smiled and explained the situation to him. Are they really that powerful? Old Man Yao knew what Old Man Bai meant when he said that they were his family's generals. Seeing the 2 old men nodding their heads, he nodded his head and said, "No wonder when Zhang Zhong went out, they were standing guard at the closest and furthest place. It turns out that they were in charge of protecting and scouting." Yes, if they were not afraid of being criticized for training too many people, the Zhang family could train more. Now, there are only 56 people. Old Man Chang knew that the Zhang family did not have it easy. They could obviously have more experts, but they had to control them. Otherwise, with their financial resources, they could recruit 2,000 people and train them. Then the imperial court would have to take care of them. Old Man Yao also understood this. But what if there is a more dangerous situation? For example, people like the two of us are sent to 200 guards. What should we do? He was now worried about Zhang Zhong. 56 people were really too few, especially when the Zheng and Wang families needed to protect so many people. There were a bunch of children, and they could not be divided. You don't have to worry about that. The Zhang and Wang clans still have their usual guards, and they're fully equipped. If we really start fighting, half of our 200 guards will be wiped out in one move. They're normally equipped with crossbows and sleeve arrows, and they haven't even mounted their horses yet. They can carry even more things on them. Old Man Chang was very concerned about this kind of thing. When he tested Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, he found that the two children had a lot of small items. A good sleeve arrow was 200 to 300 strings. The guards of the Zhang family and Wang family were equipped with them. He even suspected that the maids who usually served them also carried sleeve arrows. Rich people are really different. Where did they find people to make so many things for them? Oh, right, they don't need to look outside. Their own skills are enough. Old Man Yao sighed. It was good to be rich. If you wanted to equip yourself with good weapons, you could equip yourself with them. Old Man Bai shook his head and said, it turns out that the Zhang and Wang families weren't that capable. Later on, when you were dealing with the locust plague, their families had just gotten a little better. They immediately took out money to find craftsmen and began to train them. Before we came here, someone had already gone to the capital to participate in the craftsman competition. This is all thanks to the Zhang family. Yes, it is wrong to focus on agriculture and not on industry and commerce. Every aspect is useful. A good craftsman is not worse than a jinshi. A jinshi can rule a country, and the craftsman's research can strengthen a country. It is the same for medicine. Even the Imperial Academy of Medicine is not good. Isn't it because the officials look down on them? The reason why the Zhang family and Wang family are so powerful is that they include scholars, agriculture, industry, commerce, and medicine. No matter which aspect needs people, they can provide them immediately. I guess the best talents in the Tang Empire are in their family. Old Man Chang did not have a high status in the past, so he paid special attention to the people's livelihood. At first, he was a little confused, but now he finally understood why the Zhang family and Wang family were different from others. According to Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, this was called complementing each other. Just like that, the three old men ate and chatted as they followed the procession back. The people outside slandered and gossiped about what they wanted. Zhang Zhong did not enter his carriage. He rode on the horse and thought. The people were dealt with, but he still had to think of a way to deal with the people behind them. It seemed that he needed Li Sun to make a move. Otherwise, he would have to take out more prescriptions to exchange with the imperial court. It was very interesting. In the past, he had never thought that he could make such an exchange. Before he took the imperial examination, he thought that he would be upright and outspoken when he became an official. Now that he was an official, he knew that it was impossible. Even if he was thinking for the people, he would still be restricted. If it were not for his son and daughter-in-law who kept making good things to exchange with the imperial court and other people, it would be a dream for him to sit in his current position, let alone have someone to take care of the trouble he caused. Sigh. This road is not easy to walk, but since I am here, I have to continue. Fortunately, I have a divine son and daughter-in-law. Who else has such a divine son and daughter-in-law? In the eyes of these two kids, small schemes are simply child's play. After pondering for a while, Zhang Zhong muttered to himself. His mood finally improved. Since things couldn't go smoothly, then he might as well ride the wind and break the waves. At home, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan began to teach their younger siblings how to read. They had to write big words and then make the paper into a kite. That was, they had to write on the big kite. It was impossible to let their younger siblings and the two foreign sisters learn how to read. Everyone wanted to play. If they could play, how could they sit still and learn how to read? Flying a kite was different. They had to make the kite into various shapes and then find a time when there was wind to release it into the sky. The 6 children saw the words in the sky. The maidservant kept reading the words, and the children unconsciously memorized them when they were curious. In the future, even if there were no kites, the children would know how to pronounce the words when they wrote them out. Under such circumstances, if they were 2 years older, they would be compared with other children of similar age. They would find that they had learned more than other children and would be praised more. In order to maintain this advantage and continue to be praised, they would take the initiative to learn. Many adults did not understand that when children learned well, especially in exams, not only would they not praise them, but they would also pour cold water on them, telling them not to be proud and that there were better people. In fact, it was not wrong to do this, but they must know how to adjust and not always pour cold water on them. If they were 10th in an exam, don't tell them that there were 9 people ahead of them. Instead, tell them that there were people behind them who were not convinced and would chase after them. This way, the children would feel that they were the leader and would work harder to increase the distance behind them. When the distance was widened, they would change from 10th to 9th or 8th. The method that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were using now was an incentive policy. When the 6 little guys played the game, they also introduced such a mechanism. If they couldn't compare with others, then they would compare with themselves. 5 big kites were released. Some of the 6 children stretched out their small hands and pointed, while others looked at the kites with wide eyes. No one knew what they were thinking. This method was indeed useful. In just a quarter of an hour, the 6 little fellows had already memorized the 5 words. Just as the maidservant was about to change the kite, she was stopped by Zhang Xiaobao. It was enough to memorize 5 words today. Before the 6 little fellows needed to go to bed, this half an hour was to consolidate their knowledge. The mother kite was flying in the sky, and the child kites were hanging on the line below and rising together. When they hit the top, they folded their wings and slid down along the line. One kite after another, the children would release a kite once for each word they said. When the 6 children were tired of playing and were carried to sleep, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at each other and smiled. Let's make the bicycle for them. Now it's more advanced than when we were at that time. Let them play more often. It's best to be able to control the direction by themselves. Zhang Xiaobao sat under the shade of the tree again, picked up a book to read, and played with his younger brothers and sisters for a while. For him and Wang Wan, this was a very happy thing. The happiness of childhood did not belong to them. Without them, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family would not have the background of an aristocratic family at all. They were forcibly promoted to the position of an aristocratic family. To be precise, they were on the verge of being an aristocratic family. It was not stable yet, so they had to continue to work hard. Wang Wan did not take a book, but took some food. Sitting next to Zhang Xiaobao, she ate 2 mouthfuls of shaved ice and said, "What do you think of the news that was sent yesterday?" "Oh, are you talking about the 4 people who were newly admitted to the imperial examinations in the past few years? They were actually assigned to be officials in Jiangnan province, and they were in 2 neighboring counties. They were assigned to be the registrar and the county magistrate. The arranged positions were really good. They were arranged to be in Izhou. It's not easy to develop. What do they have there? There are a lot of good things there, such as fruits, silkworms, and tea leaves. The tea leaves and silkworms are already famous, especially the Sichuan brocade. The fruits are good, but they can't be transported out. The climate there seems to be good for raising pigs, but now the grain yield is low. If they only rely on pigweed to feed them, how long will it take to raise them before they can be killed?" Zhang Xiaobao's eyes were on the book, but he did not read a word. There, he was analyzing what should be done to improve the living standards of the people in the vicinity of Chengdu, Sichuan. 4 students of the academy had been admitted this year and were assigned to that area. At first, they wanted to rely on their own abilities to develop, but they found that it was difficult to progress there. So they sent one of the 4 pigeons back to the academy to send the news back. As for the news from the academy, there was no pigeons to send back. The news was directly sent to the academy. They asked for help from the academy. The academy did not know what to do, so they had to send the news here. As a result, it was sent to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. There had been a lot of talents in the academy in recent years. Some were jinshe, and some were in other fields. Usually, when they had difficulties, they would ask the academy for help. The academy could basically solve it. There was strength in numbers. There were also some people in the capital who were sponsored by the Zhang family restaurant who became officials one after another. However, none of them were like the four of them, running to Jianan Road all of a sudden. The road was extremely difficult to walk on, and the situation was extremely complicated. The people of the academy could not think of a solution, so they could only ask the dean for help. However, the dean did not do anything, and the troublesome ones were Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Xiaobao, will bamboo work? There are a lot of bamboo in Chengdu, and we need to open 2 restaurants. Not to make money, but to send people there in the future. We need to have a place to eat and live. Wang Wan reminded him. Okay, bamboo will work. Aren't the 2 counties next to each other? Then let them build a paper mill together and ship it here. We need to use paper anyway. Think about it, what other specialties are there? There are medicinal herbs, right? These can be sent to Huayuan County Hospital to be sold. What else? Zhang Xiaobao frowned and thought that he could not help. These people would be useful in the future. There is also raw lacquer, which is a very good thing, but not many people buy it. It is not very useful. Wang Wan reminded him. Zhang Xiaobao was happy. Yes, there is also raw lacquer. Who said that it is not useful? It is a good thing. We can use it for ships and wires. Let the 2 counties plant a lot of raw lacquer trees. If there are not enough of them now, we can buy them from other places and sell them for money. There are also ginkgo trees, which are also medicinal herbs. Don't worry about the tea leaves and Sichuan brocade. Let's make these first. There are a lot of fruits there, so we can use the fruits to make wine. The leftover wine will be fed to the pigs. We don't need to eat grain. Then it's settled. I will arrange it. Wang Wan thought it was a good idea. Whether it could be done or not depended on the strength of the 4 people. This kind of thing could be done if one wanted to. She had already thought about it. As long as the wine was brewed, they would transport it here and sell it. The money from the sale would be exchanged for grain and transported back. They did not expect to make much money in the middle, as long as it was enough to buy grain and transport. They could transport it directly to the place by water. With a good ship, they were not afraid of being damaged in dangerous places. Even if the current was strong, they could rely on the ship to stop in the middle of the river. If there was really a more dangerous place, then they would send a few people from the seedling protection team to blow it up with explosives. After Wang Wan finished writing the letter and sent it out, the 6 little guys also woke up and ran to Zhang Xiaobao to play with their brother. After playing with them for a while and coaxing them to be led to the servant girl, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan finally had time to continue reading. Now the 2 of them were reading a book written by a famous official according to other notes. As for the rest of the books that should be read, the 2 of them relied on their young age and good memory to learn most of them. In addition, they had the comprehension ability of an adult. Other than revising and reading books that were not related to the imperial examination, there was nothing else to read. When the 2 of them were reading, someone came back to report that the matter with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had been solved. The people were also caught, so the 2 of them did not need to worry. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were not worried at all. After reading for a while, they planned to continue to be light bulbs. The time to burn wine was too short. They had to continue to think of ways to make it into a commodity to sell. Zhang Zhong also brought the people back in the afternoon. There was no place to lock up all 1,200 prefectural soldiers, but if they were not locked up, he was afraid that something would happen. In the end, he had no choice but to leave a portion of Li Sun's men behind and let all 1,200 of them go to an empty space. The first 700 people who were caught were tied together with ropes. The other 500 people were much more lenient. Zhang Zhong was not in a hurry to interrogate the people he caught. He only sent a memorial to wait for the imperial court to make a decision. When the time came, he did not even have to interrogate them. He could just directly detain them to the capital. The capital could decide how they wanted to interrogate them. Li Sun also wrote a letter. Now that the place was set, he had to occupy the 2 mines, especially the marble mine. That was discussed with Zhang Xiaobao. It was for his own use. He also had to dig the copper mine. Now, he had to send people to guard it to prevent others from stealing it. When Old Man Yao came back, before Old Man Pai could ask for a car from the Zhang family personally sent the car over and said that it had just been made. This made Old Man Yao happy. He smelled the paint on the outside of the car. It was indeed just made. The smell of wood inside had not dissipated yet. Just as Zhang Zhong was waiting for news from the imperial court, something finally happened in Shuzhou. When Zhang Zhong returned, 4 out of the 6 judges were detained. The other 2 were nowhere to be found. After Zhang Zhong returned to his residence for 5 days, someone quickly came to report that the Yangtze River in Wangjiang County had burst open. The flood had already washed many places and the water was still flowing out. The people in Wangjiang County could not stop it at all. No one knew how many people had died, how many houses had been destroyed, and how the dam had burst open. When Zhang Zhong heard this, he was stunned. It had not rained these few days, so it was impossible for there to be a flood. Even if there was a flood, someone should have reported the rise of the water level first. Why did it burst open all of a sudden? Putting aside the other things in his hands, Zhang Zhong went directly to the courtyard where his son and daughter-in-law were. When he saw the 2 of them, he said, "Xiao Bao, the Yangtze River in Wangjiang County has burst open. We just received news." Burst open? That's not right. Didn't we arrange for people to go there to take a look? It can't be broken, especially when it hasn't rained yet. How could it be broken? Father, go and interrogate the county magistrate of Taihu County, that military attaché Fong, and the other 4 people we caught. They must know. When Zhang Xiaobao heard this, his heart immediately tensed up. There was a map at Wangjiang County, and it happened to be a place with a bend. If that place really burst open, then all the water would burst out. It was impossible to continue walking along the original line. Back then, they did not interrogate people to leave a chance for the people behind them. They should be people from the imperial clan. If they really found out anything, then it would be difficult to handle. As long as they occupied the mine and straightened out the officials in the state, it would be fine. Whether or not they killed people had nothing to do with the Zhang family. Now, it seemed that they had no choice but to ask. That place suddenly burst open. Who would believe it if they told others? Unexpectedly, before the county magistrate of Taihu County said anything, the military attaché Fong had already said it. He said that the method was given by the higher-ups, which was to dig up the river bank. As long as the water was flushed, Zhang Zhong would not have the leisure to care about anything else. Presumably, the 2 men who had escaped had arranged this matter. 5 days was not the right time for a fast horse to finish digging and then a fast horse to report back to them. This time, even Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were dumbfounded. They never thought that someone would dare to do this. How was this a political struggle? This was clearly a murderer, a blatant murderer. How could such a person exist? Was he not afraid that Li Longji would also kill people? This time, even if it was a prince, Li Longji would not let them go, let alone the younger generation of the imperial clan. His entire family would be killed. Madman, this kind of person was a madman. Zhang Xiaobao immediately became listless. He had asked the military attaché Fong in detail, and the military attaché Fong had told him everything except for digging up the river. It seemed that the 2 people had escaped, and it was too late to stop them. The river here was too long, and it was impossible to send that many people to guard it. Moreover, they were all riding fast horses. As long as they were late for 2 to 4 hours, they would not have to think about anything. Building a riverbank might take a long time, but destroying a riverbank was too easy. Even if we cut them into pieces, we will not be able to vent our anger. We have already lost, so how can we still cause trouble? If all the officials are like this, then at that time, we can forget about keeping all the river dikes. We can blow them up with explosives, but those officials thought of running out and committing suicide, but they didn't mention using explosives to blow up the river dikes. Wang Wan's eyes were red. She could not understand how officials could do such a thing. How did those 2 people climb to their current positions? It was obvious that Wangjiang County was crippled. Who knew how many people had died? Zhang Xiaobao did not say anything. He closed his eyes and thought about things. At this time, there was no point in complaining. Even if he immediately found those 2 people and the people who worked for them and killed them, it was useless. He had to think of a way to reduce the losses as much as possible. After half an hour, Zhang Xiaobao opened his eyes and began to call for people to give orders. He had to save people first. Perhaps many people had already died, but there were still people hiding in high places or trees. He also had to think of a way to block the gap. He first got people to go over and see how big the gap was. It was probably not small. When he destroyed it, he only needed to dig a little, and the river water would gradually fill the gap. Fuck, how do I block it? This was the second time Zhang Xiaobao cursed. At this moment, Wang Wan took the map over. The two of them looked at the map together, hoping to find a solution. For example, if there was a big mountain beside them, they could dig stones and cut trees from the mountain, as well as how the terrain there was, and where to send people over. Zhang Zhong was also anxious, but he could not think of a solution. This matter was already beyond his ability. Digging a breach in the river embankment was even more helpless than a flood when it rained. When it rained, they could at least be prepared. Now, there was no preparation at all. They would be able to harvest in a few days, but now that the embankment was washed away by the water, the food was gone. How were they going to pay this year's rent? It was a man-made disaster. He did not know if the imperial court would waive the rent. Even if it was waived, he would have wasted a year. He originally wanted to pay more, but now it was even less. After the three old men heard the news, they sat together in a daze. They also did not expect that there would be someone who could do such a thing. This matter could not be blamed on the experts of the Zhang family for not foreseeing it. Who could have foreseen it? Even if Zhuge Liang was still alive, it would be useless. Zhang Zhong did not even dare to ask his son and daughter-in-law. It would put too much pressure on the two children. He could only wait in the signing room, hoping that his son and daughter-in-law would once again use their divine abilities to turn the tide. The military registrar, who had confessed the matter, did not have any happy thoughts. He had already been arrested. After hearing the situation over there, he clearly knew what the result would be. Not only would he lose a lot of people and money, even if he died, he would bear an infamy for eternity. He did not know if his family would be able to stay. If the imperial court vented their anger on him, then his entire family would be finished. Even those who were slightly related to him would not be able to escape. Chapter 572. We have to tell the emperor about this first. Otherwise, people will think that Zhang Zhong didn't do a good job. This is too hateful. We have to think of a way. We can't just watch the local people suffer. Old Man Pai wasn't in the mood to fish anymore. He sat there drinking tea and said to the two old men. He had never encountered this kind of situation before. He had to think about what to do slowly. They had to block it, but how to block it? It was hard to say if they could block it. Compared to the flood on the Yellow River, the Yangtze River was much worse. Old Man Chang was also trying to think of a way. He suddenly said, "How about this? Send more people to transport stones over. Block it bit by bit first, then seal the opening. It's best if we can find a way to make the water smaller." "How can the water be smaller?" Old Man Pai asked gloomily. "Why not? Didn't the people by the river use the river water when they irrigate the land? Let's get them to water the land again. Starting from upstream, the more water they use, the less water there will be. It's so clogged. It's not like there hasn't been a flood in the past. What should be flushed has been flushed. Let's just treat it as a flood like before." Old Man Chang added. Old Man Yao disagreed. "How can that be? The food of the people upstream is almost ripe. If we ask them to let the water go, the food will be soaked in the water again. They absolutely can't do it, even if we give them money. After all, the amount of food they have is related to their political achievements. It's true that there have been floods before, but when has it ever been good? Now it's man-made. The Zhang family can't bear such a big loss. If we don't think of a safe way, we won't be able to recover in 3 years. The water might even reach the state capital." The news was quickly spread to the imperial court by Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao. The entire imperial court was shocked. It wasn't because of the flood. Since the flood had already happened, the Zhang family and Wang family would think of a way to make up for the loss. Everyone was shocked. Who was so crazy? If all the local officials were like this, then wouldn't it be impossible to arrest people and punish them in the future? How many rivers were there in the Great Tang? When it was the rainy season, it was impossible to guard against them. If they were to dig up the rivers, didn't that mean that as long as it was the rainy season, even the local officials would have to tolerate their mistakes? Otherwise, they would start digging up the rivers. This kind of thing absolutely could not happen. They had to use torture to let all the officials know that if they dared to do this, their entire race would be wiped out. After the discussion of the punishment in the imperial court, everyone began to look forward to what the master of the Zhang family would do under such circumstances. Here this place is low. And here, it has always been low. This place is slightly higher. That's great. It's fine as long as it's higher. Zhang Xiaobao was still studying the map when the people who went to check the situation came back. Just as everyone thought, almost all the villages near the river were gone. It was a vast expanse of water. Many people ran out with their families. It was still unknown how many people had died. The rescuers had also gone over. They rowed the boats to look for people who were still alive. The gap was a little bigger, but no one went to plug it. The water was spreading to other places very quickly. All the fields passing by were flooded. There was no hope for any harvest. After studying the military map in detail, Zhang Xiaobao finally showed a hint of joy. Wang Wan looked at Zhang Xiaobao and asked, "Xiaobao, do you have a good idea? Do you know how to plug it?" "Yes, I'll go and arrange for people." Li Sun also needs to send people to call the people in other places. The road can be repaired later. Zhang Xiaobao nodded. He had a very bold idea in his heart. After talking to Wang Wan, he took her to find his father. Zhang Zhong had lost weight. In only 3 days, he had lost more than 5 kilograms. He was worried. The news should have reached the imperial court. He didn't know what they would do. And here, he had sent people to rescue, but the water had not been plugged. The local people only cared about escaping and couldn't organize. Zhang Xiaobao hadn't seen his father for 2 days. He had been thinking about how to minimize this disaster. Now that he saw his father's appearance, he was distressed. If this went on, it was likely that he would fall ill. Fortunately, he had a way. "Xiaobao, Cuckoo, do you have a good idea?" When Zhang Zhong saw his son and daughter-in-law coming, the first thing that came to his mind was this. The 2 children were his last hope. If even the gods couldn't do it, who else could he turn to? Zhang Xiaobao nodded fiercely. "Father, there is a way. Didn't you mention that you wanted to repair the bridge last time?" It was an official in Wangjiang County who said that we should take this opportunity to repair the bridge and connect the north and south of the river. This can be considered a political achievement. Now, let's arrange for people to do things and get people to gather enough steel. Repair the bridge? Xiaobao, it's a flood now. It's not normal. Zhang Zhong didn't expect his son to mention repairing the bridge at this time. This didn't seem to have anything to do with disaster relief, right? "That's right, father. It's to repair the bridge. While doing disaster relief, we can repair the bridge at the same time. It won't be delayed and will be repaired very soon. I reckon that when it's frozen, a bridge will be able to connect the 2 sides. At that time, transportation will be convenient. As long as there's more production here, we can raise the rent tax," Zhang Xiaobao said firmly. Wang Wan couldn't figure out how to repair the bridge. When Zhang Xiaobao began to issue orders and post notices in the name of his father, Wang Wan finally understood. Zhang Xiaobao saw from the map that the place where the Wangjiang River burst was at the lowest point. After the water rushed out, Zhang Xiaobao prepared to continue digging along the line and create a road for the water. Finally, it connected to a section of the embankment in front and dug the embankment there. The water from the upstream would flow back into the Yangtze River from the excavated area. What they needed to do now was to get more people to dig in the front and build a river embankment in the open space in the north. They would block the water from the embankment in the front between the undamaged embankment and the newly built embankment so that the water would flow directly into the area that was going to be blown out. In other words, they would artificially build a bridge for the water and let the water flow along this road. This was also the reason why Zhang Xiaobao wanted to repair the bridge. In the past, when they built reservoirs, they would first dig a river and lead the water over. Then, they would first block the dam on the other side. When they were done, they would blow up the blocked area and block the other side again. Then, the water would come back. Zhang Xiaobao wanted to lead the water away at this time and block the normal river channel. He wanted to use cement and steel to repair the bridge. This bridge was easy to repair. It didn't need to carry large vehicles that weighed tons. Using cement and steel to build the bridge piers at the bottom, it wouldn't be a problem even if they used wood to build the bridge. It was indeed fast. After Wang Wan figured out this matter, she hugged Zhang Xiaobao's head and kissed him hard on the cheek. "Xiaobao, you really didn't disappoint. You're never the kind of person who compromises in the face of difficulties. At this time, you can still think of making use of this opportunity. That's great. If the bridge is repaired, then this political achievement will be huge. Let's go and take a look." Basically, everyone in the province started to move. Those who had money contributed, and those who had power contributed. The money naturally came from the Zhang family, the Wang family, and Li Sun. The strength came from the bodyguards and the people around them. Zhang Zhong personally went there to take charge. As long as the people had someone to command them, it would be much easier. They didn't lack the spirit to fight, but they were afraid that there would be no one to lead them. The people in the inner courtyard of the Zhang family began to arrange people according to Zhang Xiaobao's plan. They started to build the embankment from where the water was shallow. After the embankment was built a little, they pushed it forward again. Bit by bit, they forced the water between the embankment of the Yangtze River and this side. There were also people digging a little further away. The people in the province started to move, but the three old men still didn't understand Zhang Zhong's intention. To be precise, they didn't understand what the experts of the Zhang family wanted to do. After asking Zhang Zhong, the three old men stared blankly as Zhang Zhong left to organize the people to work. It can actually be done like this? They diverted the water instead of directly blocking it. Then they took the opportunity to repair the bridge. They knew that the embankment was destroyed first. If I didn't know, I would have thought that it was Zhang Zhong who ordered people to dig up the embankment for the purpose of repairing the bridge. Old man Chang said in surprise. He really admired this. If it was someone else, it would have been over long ago. However, the experts of the Zhang family made use of it. Not only did they block the water and prevent it from continuing to rush to other more important places, they also made use of this disaster to make some achievements. If the Zhang family wanted to repair the bridge, they could have waited until winter to fix the embankment here first before blowing it up. They couldn't have let the water rush in. He really wants to repair the bridge. I don't know if he can do it. If he can, then he will be the first person in history. No, the experts behind him will be the second person in history. Old Man Pai was also shocked by this plan. At the same time, he deeply felt the tenacity of the Zhang family. No matter how difficult the situation was, they would not admit defeat. And the more difficult the situation was, the more they would do. It was the same over and over again. Ever since he started raising chickens to help Old Man Yao deal with the locust plague, he had done this. No matter how many obstacles there were in front of him, he would go through them all. Old Man Yao stared at Zhang Zhong's back as he left. After a while, he finally said, as expected, he is quite capable. It seems that there is really no way to deal with the Zhang family in the future. People like him are not afraid of being banished at all. In the face of such a situation, they can still gain benefits. What can they not do? They can immediately think of a solution without any preparation. That is to say, as long as they have time to prepare, they don't have to worry about anything. This is a good idea, especially since the Zhang family now has cement. If they want to build a bridge in the future, they can do the same and build another dam in advance. When the time comes, they can start building bridge piers there. It will be much more convenient for people to travel between the two sides of the river. In addition, they can also build the land road. When the time comes, they can transport goods together with the water route. The food from the south can be quickly transported to the north, and the things from the north can also be transported to the south. It will also be convenient for people to travel between the two sides. If it is the Yellow River, the speed of transportation by boat can't compare to the speed of transportation by bridge. If there is a war, the bridge will be a great contribution. Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao thought differently from ordinary people. As long as they found something good, they would want to lead it to the imperial court. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't care about what other people thought. If they wanted to build a bridge, they could do it. The most important thing was that they could afford to pay for the steel. The two of them had already decided that if the cement wasn't up to standard, they would add copper pillars to replace the poor quality steel when building the bridge piers. This was all money. If they wanted to build a bridge from the Yangtze River to the other side, it would cost at least 100,000 strings of cash. It was money. They had to spend it. Even if they spent it, they couldn't charge anything like before. Even if the money was paid by their family, they couldn't charge people a penny after the bridge was built. Fortunately, the transportation capacity wasn't that high now. It wasn't a railway bridge, so they didn't have to worry about overloading large trucks. The bridge deck didn't cost too much. After the bridge piers were built, they could use ropes to connect the bridge. Finally, they laid wood. If they wanted to build it better, they could use iron chains to connect the bridge piers. Money, it's not like my dad caused this. Why does my family have to pay for the repairs? We can't even collect a toll. Zhang Xiaobao mumbled as he looked at the commoners working in full swing. Wang Wan suddenly laughed. She knew that Zhang Xiaobao was muttering because he was bored. Not to mention that it was because of Zhang Zhong. Even if there wasn't any reason, he would still take the initiative to build the bridge. He didn't care how much money his family had to spend. There was a big difference between having a bridge and not having one. People who came and went didn't have to risk their lives. If the bridge here wasn't too important, then if they could build a bridge upstream, the dangers of the Three Gorges would be reduced. The really big cargo ships there rarely had accidents. Usually, the dangerous ones were the small boats or small cargo ships that carried people across the river. If there was a bridge, there was no need to use it. They could just walk on it. Now the bridge here was built for Zhang Zhong's political achievements, and also to help Li Sun. There was also a more important reason to build a bridge through this disaster. If it was successful, they could do the same in other places in the future. Xiaobao, why don't I pay for the bridge too? Li Sun, who was standing behind Zhang Xiaobao, heard Zhang Xiaobao's words and said aloud. Zhang Xiaobao looked back at Li Sun, shook his head and said, "No, you don't have to pay for it. If you want to pay for it when this bridge is built, you can build one on the Yellow River and directly connect it to the capital. It seems that the cement needs to be studied. What if it doesn't work?" Li Sun nodded seriously. "Okay, let's see how your bridge is first. Don't let it be washed away by the water. In fact, it won't cost much. Give me the cost of the cement. When the time comes, I'll use the marble stones to build a bigger yard for our brother and sister." "That's my brother and sister," Zhang Xiaobao corrected. "It's the same," Li Sun replied, but his heart was touched by Zhang Xiaobao's words. He was looking forward to the Zhang family's bridge being built so that people could pass through it normally. When the time comes, he would really go to the Yellow River to build the bridge. He would use some of the money from the transaction to build a few more bridges. It was just that steel and copper were a bit expensive, but cement was not worth much. Wang Wan also smiled. She admitted that the current environment was really very good. They could spend as much money as they needed. There was no such thing as buying a few bags. In the end, they only needed a little money, so how could they build something of good quality? No one could be greedy with their own money. Especially the price of the raw materials was very cheap. There were many times when they didn't even need to spend money to buy them. They just needed to find a place to pick them. For example, the materials used to make cement were very cheap. If a road could be built for the local people during the process of picking, the local officials would be very grateful. Usually, there wouldn't be officials coming over to ask for money. The big officials wouldn't bother to do that, and the small ones wouldn't dare. Li Longji was doing a good job now. Now that there was a way to solve the problem, the people didn't panic. Even the local people who were washed away by the flood didn't run around and beg for food like before. They all joined the operation. Naturally, the Zhang family and the Wang family paid for food and other things. This wasn't considered a salary, but it was the salary for 20 days. If they worked for a long time, all the rent and transfer would be waived. It wasn't that the Zhang family and the Wang family couldn't afford it, but that Zhang Xiaobao wasn't prepared to pay for it. If everything was measured by money, then this nation would be finished. There would only be money in their hearts, and there would be no morality or family. The current situation was to resist the disaster. There was also a period of post-disaster reconstruction. It was necessary to show the unity of this nation. If other businessmen were willing to pay to help, then it would be better. Zhang Xiaobao promised that he wouldn't embezzle any of the money. All of it would be used on the victims. After following them for 5 days, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan saw that they didn't need to take care of this matter anymore. They were ready to go back. Someone had already sent them a letter. The 4 little brats had begun to make a fuss because they couldn't see their brother and sister. Zhang Zhong also asked if the 4 little brats mentioned him. The result was naturally very disappointing. His children only knew to call him father when they saw him and endure his beard being kissed twice. They didn't usually think of him at all. Their brother and sister were the best. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were ready to go back, they also asked the 3 old men if they wanted to go back with them. They also made watermelon dumplings for the 3 old men to eat. The 3 old men thought of the food Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan made. They swallowed at the same time, but insisted on staying. They wanted to take a good look at this matter and see what was going on. When the time came, they could use it in other places to gain more experience. The canal could continue to be repaired, and then a bridge could be built on it to connect the 2 sides. This way, transportation would be more convenient. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan saw that the others didn't move, so they had to go back by themselves. Even Li Sun wanted to stay here and see how the water was blocked elsewhere. He also wanted to see how the bridge looked like, especially how many materials were used. He was afraid that others would cheat him. A caddy of iron was a lot of money. What if he didn't know and someone else bought more, or bought normal iron but used less? After the bridge pier was piled up with cement, it couldn't be seen from the outside. Who knew what it looked like inside? He had to be on guard. Li Sun still didn't know. What he was thinking about was what happened to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan at that time. Just like what he thought, since it was piled up with cement, no one could see the situation inside. If there was a flood and it suddenly collapsed, he would say that it was the water behind it. It wouldn't happen once in 10,000 years, or even once in 1,000,000 years. It couldn't even be compared to the Ice Age. Anyway, he would say it as shameless as possible. Even if everyone knew what was going on, it was just like the emperor's new clothes. After hearing and seeing more, he got used to it. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't have such concerns. After all, it was still the time to talk about morality. After all, if someone fell to the ground and saved him, he wouldn't say that it was you who hit him. After the 2 of them arranged things properly, they rode back quickly. They didn't know what the little guys were doing. If they didn't know how to go, wouldn't they turn the sky upside down? When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan returned to the younger brother and sister's courtyard, the 4 little guys had turned the sky upside down. Even the 2 sisters were making trouble. The maids in the courtyard were washing clothes for them, and they began to make trouble there. In fact, it was not right to say that they were making trouble. They kindly wanted to help wash. Each of them pulled a washboard and imitated others, making water everywhere. They didn't know whose clothes were, but they were distributed and put in basins for them to rub. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had already used good soap powder. It was very convenient to wash clothes, and the clothes were easy to clean. The 6 little guys were avoiding the maids who were wiping their faces when Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan came over. As soon as Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan saw their younger brother and sister, they were happy at first. Then they laughed and made bubbles all over their bodies. It seemed that they had rubbed more vigorously just now. As soon as the 6 little guys saw that their relatives had come back, they opened their small hands and ran over. Zhang Xiaobao's younger brother ran and fell to the ground with a plop. He sat there and pondered for a while. Finally, he found the problem. His belt buckle was open. Just now, he stepped on it with 1 foot. He looked up at his brother and sister, got up angrily and continued to run over. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan saw their younger brother and sister like this, they were very proud. This was what they taught them. When they fell, they didn't cry. Instead, they thought about why they fell. It took them a long time to develop such a habit. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were surrounded by their younger brother and sister. They came to the place where they washed their clothes. It seemed that they wanted to let the 2 of them see what washing clothes was. One by one, they squatted beside the washing board that was placed horizontally. They took the clothes out of the basin and put them on it. Then they threw their whole bodies on it to wash. Good job washing. Zhang Xiaobao immediately praised them loudly. He even used his strength to rub his hands twice. This time, it was amazing. Xiao Bei directly rushed over and took off the only piece of clothing on Zhang Xiaobao's upper body. With a splash, he pressed it into the water and rubbed it. It was unknown how much soap they had put in. Every time they rubbed, a lot of bubbles would come out. Wang Wan looked and said, "Why don't you put some glycerin in it? It's a byproduct when making soap. It's just right for them to blow bubbles for fun." Zhang Xiaobao nodded, but his eyes were staring at the hands of the maidservants who were washing the clothes. He watched them rub their hands were indeed good and well maintained, but Zhang Xiaobao always felt that something was wrong. "Why are you looking at their hands? Haven't you seen washing clothes before? Now, we can only wash like this or use a stick to hit them. There's no washing machine." Wang Wan stretched out her hand and waved it in front of Zhang Xiaobao. "Yes, if there's no washing machine, then make one. I don't expect it to have all kinds of functions. As long as it can turn, it's fine. We can make a generator. Is it difficult to make an electric motor?" Zhang Xiaobao finally knew what was wrong. It turned out that it was missing a washing machine. "It's not difficult, but there will be leakage." Wang Wan followed. "Then don't use it. Use manpower, the kind that uses feet. It's better than washing by hand, right? It's even better if it's placed by the river. The maidservants only need to be responsible for pouring water into it. There's also an additional job of washing clothes." Zhang Xiaobao decided to free the maidservants' hands and not let them continue to wash clothes with their hands. Wang Wan nodded and then shook her head. "Who will let you wash clothes? Won't they wash clothes in their own house? There's no market at all. Normally that's the case. However, there are many rich people who do get others to help them wash their clothes. Don't some commoners rely on this to earn a living? That's settled then. In the future, build more washing machines to help those who cannot find work." Zhang Xiaobao insisted mainly because he thought that there was something attractive about this matter, and that was the things used to wash clothes. It would be better if there were some spices to add to the fragrance. Many people might not worry about not having enough clothes to wash, but they came to wash clothes out of curiosity and identity. Even if they were not successful in the end, they could still sell washing machines. Wang Wan looked at Zhang Xiaobao's expression and guessed what he was thinking. She said, "Do you want to sell washing machines? This can't be sold. It needs good materials and a lot of money. People who don't have money won't use it. Rich people have maids and hired old women. Who would spend money to buy this? Why not? If you sell it as a product, no one will buy it. You can just sell it as a fashion trend. Let those people feel that if they don't buy a washing machine at home, the clothes they wear will be different from others. Add some spice. Use different plants to distill, and then spray the washed clothes with a variety of fragrances and the pure natural ones. Get it to the key cities of the better states, and a place like the capital. There should be a market. How do you know if you don't try?" Zhang Xiaobao said as he walked to his yard. He wanted to go back and find a craftsman to make a washing machine. Wang Wan also followed behind to help with ideas. The 6 little guys were washing happily. When they saw that they were gone, they were stunned and found that they were about to walk out of the yard. They put down other things and ran with their legs tight. Zhang Xiaobao heard the footsteps and looked back. Only then did he remember that there were 6 little guys. Zhang Xiaobao paused and winked at Wang Wan. He clapped his hands and walked in front of her. He said, "Please do this with me." Wang Wan was a little stunned and immediately understood what Zhang Xiaobao was doing. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She followed Zhang Xiaobao and clapped her hands while walking. She said, "I'll do this with you. Please do this with me. I'll do this with you. Please do this with me. I'll." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan kept repeating this process. As they talked, the 6 little guys also began to follow. They also said, "I'll do this with you," with Wang Wan. In the end, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan walked in front, and the 6 little guys followed behind. It was like a mother goose walking with her baby geese. Everyone who saw it was confused. They didn't know why the young master and the young lady were walking with the 4 little ancestors. In this way, we can add poetry and other things in the future. They will be very willing to learn. They will even organize themselves to play like this. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan returned to the yard and asked someone to find a craftsman, they hugged the 6 little guys together and said softly, How can you come up with so many ideas? The little guys are so pitiful. They don't even know that they are being schemed against. Wang Wan really understood Zhang Xiaobao's intention this time. Guidance. The learning method of guidance in the game was the best way. After waiting for another 5 days, the 3 old men realized that they couldn't build the bridge yet. They hadn't found enough things to block the bridge, so they finally came back. Staying outside was indeed not as good as staying at home. The main reason was that they didn't have a group of little guys. When they came back, they saw Lu, Xen Air, Wei Wei, Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, and the others installing things. There was a man-made river in their yard, and there was a windmill connected to it. The 3 old men were now in the old man Pai's yard. They were very puzzled when they saw the thing. They wanted to ask, but seeing how serious the little guys were, they didn't want to disturb them. They could only wait by the side. After the things were installed, someone directly took a lot of clothes and threw them into the box. They didn't know what it meant. The 3 old men watched the group of little guys add water to the box and put in soap powder. When the other end was connected to the windmill, there was a rumbling sound from the box. It wasn't too loud. Zhang Xiaobao clapped his hands. The 6 little guys also clapped their hands, although they didn't know what this thing was for or what benefits it would bring them. Old Man Pai saw that everyone was done, so he came over to look at the situation in the box. It had already started spinning, and it was spinning quite quickly. He looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan in confusion and asked, "This is?" "Grandpa Bai, you're back. This is a washing machine. It's used to wash clothes. With this thing, you don't need to rub it with your hands or hit it with a stick. It can wash a lot of clothes at once. It's very fast and convenient. Grandpa Bai, how much are you willing to pay if I sell this to you?" Zhang Xiaobao introduced it to Old Man Pai and asked about the market demand. "I won't pay a penny. I already have someone in my family who specializes in this job. I have a lot of money and nowhere to spend it. Why would I buy this thing to wash clothes?" Old Man Pai didn't give him any face at all. Wang Wan laughed softly at the side. Zhang Xiaobao felt that it was too embarrassing. He smacked his lips and said, "Grandpa Bai, it's like this. As long as you buy this thing, I can give you the materials to add fragrance to your clothes for free. There are many kinds of fragrance and you can wear it. People will laugh at an old man like me if I wear it. I won't buy it. I definitely won't buy it." Before Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, Old Man Pai interrupted and refused. After he finished speaking, he turned around to look at Old Man Chang and Old Man Yao. The 2 old men nodded cooperatively, meaning that they wouldn't buy it. Zhang Xiaobao was stunned for a while. He said to Wang Wan, "You see, I told you that Grandpa Bai and the others don't need this at all. You just had to bring it over. Tear it down, tear it all down. Take it back to our own homes." Wang Wan laughed even louder. The others also laughed. Even the 6 children, who still didn't know what was going on, laughed like flowers. Old Man Pai quickly stopped them and said, "There's no need to tear it down. It looks okay and can be used. Keep it. Later, I'll give one to your Grandpa Yao and Grandpa Zhang. As for the fragrance, I don't need it. I'll help you this time. Give it to someone else. This old man is easy to talk to." "Grandpa Bai, then should I thank you?" Zhang Xiaobao asked as he pulled his brother to his side. "No need. I'm also very happy to be able to help little guys like you this time," Old Man Pai said with bright eyes. His gaze was fixed on the washing machine. Zhang Xiaobao nodded in admiration. "Grandpa Bai, you are really too noble. Then do you think I can still sell this washing machine?" "I've decided. If the important thing is that you buy a washing machine, I'll give you a good iron." "Yes, you can sell it. What does the iron look like? Is it better than a soldering iron?" "Xiaobao, how about this? If you sell it directly, you don't know what other people will think after they use it. Why don't you let me have a few first? I'll find someone to help you use it. I'll tell you the pros and cons. What about you too?" Old Man Pai knew that the things from the Zhang family had always been good. How could he miss out on this opportunity? Old Man Chang and Old Man Yao nodded at the same time. Old Man Yao had a lot of good friends. Old Man Chang wanted to give it to his family's master, Zhang Jiuling. The things from the Zhang family were definitely comfortable to use. Zhang Xiaobao curled his lips and said, "I'll take out a total of 5. You 3 can split it." "Aya, Xiaobao, why don't you take out 2? We happen to have 3 people. If you take out 2, wouldn't the effect be better?" Old Man Pai didn't fall for it at all. "Little guy, you want to kill 3 with 2 peaches?" Chapter 573. Danger, the flood washes away misfortune. Winds and clouds change, the people who leave have no return. Danger, who points to the blue sky to reverse the tide. Autumn arrives, the crabs are full, the fish is fat. While others were fixing the dam, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were free, began to research the items at home. Ever since they made the semi-automatic washing machine, the two realized that there were more comfortable things to make. For example, the solar shower. It was the kind that placed a large water tank at a high place. It was made of aluminum and coated with a layer of black paint. When the sun was shining, it would start drying early in the morning. When it was sunny, it could be used to bathe the younger siblings in the afternoon. It was very practical. Another example was the spray iron. First, it was enough to make a spray iron. Once it was sprayed, it would be ironed a few times. While making this, there was some unforeseen circumstances. There was no mist, only water jets. After some slight modification, it became a spray gun. The 6 little ones could each have a water fight. After solving the daily games of the younger siblings, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan finally had a new research direction. Building a biogas pool had many advantages. There could be biogas fertilizer, a biogas stove, and a biogas lamp. The biogas stove was easy to make. They just needed to make a stove to light it up. As for the biogas lamp, they just needed to remove the stove and light it up directly. It was more convenient to use than an oil lamp and brighter than candles. As for other things, they did not care. The 2 suspected judges had not been caught yet. There was no way to prove that they were the ones who dug the dam. Their families were still living under the supervision of the provincial government. The interrogation officer only knew that there were people above, but he did not know who they were. They all had a fixed contact point in another province. Only when there was trouble, the people above would ask for the help of one or a few officials from the imperial court. The list of suspected officials who had helped had already been sent to the capital. This kind of thing should not involve Zhang Zhong. They had already sent people to the other provinces. Needless to say, the place that used to be had long been deserted. If they wanted to find traces of the transportation of ores and marble, it would not be Shuzhou's problem anymore. Whoever owned the territory would be responsible for it. The only thing that made Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan feel a little better was that the imperial court sent someone to deliver a decree, asking if Shuzhou needed any food aid from the imperial court. After all, a lot of places were flooded. Even if they had arranged for people to repair the dam, it was impossible to do it overnight. The water was still flowing. More and more houses were destroyed, and the fields were also soaked. Fortunately, before the water came later, the people in the areas that could be flooded had already moved away, and no more people died. Zhang Zhong did not even use Chongpingsong. The people in the disaster area could not get back the money they owed. This time, he did not directly wipe it off. After all, there were other people who had also taken loans. He only extended the repayment time and took out money to give them another loan. This was conditional. Within 10 years, the livestock and poultry produced by the people in Shuzhou who had taken loans had to be sold to the Sea Cloud Chamber of Commerce at a price slightly lower than the market price. It was considered a long-term investment. Of course, the matters asked by the decree had to be rejected. Did the imperial court need to deal with such a small matter? The imperial court only needed to arrest those who should be arrested and kill those who should be killed. The problems of the people's livelihood were not a problem. As long as the officials were good and sincerely worked for the people, no one would cause trouble, and there was enough money for basic construction, it would be difficult for a place not to become prosperous. Even the poorest place had its own advantages for development. It depended on officials and early development funds. Moreover, Shuzhou was not poor. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not need to go elsewhere to experiment. They could just build a methane pool in their own courtyard and collect the materials to produce methane from the prefectural city. After not seeing Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan for 2 days, the 3 old men missed them. After searching for a while, They found two people who were directing people to work in a courtyard that the Zhang family usually used to store sundries. Xiao Bao, this is? Old Man Pai looked at the place and asked, not knowing what it was for. He now admired the two masters of the Zhang family even more. He could not see them even once. Where were they hiding? Basically, everything had to be done by Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. The two children were exhausted. They could not cultivate talents like this. Since they were in Sanshui County, they had seen the two children busy. Only Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were sensible. If it were the other two children, they would have quit long ago. Old Man Pai had told Old Man Chang about this before. At this time, Old Man Chang also sighed. He envied the people of the Zhang family and Wang family. Since they saw Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, they were always smiling when they saw them. They had not cried even once. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed that the people in charge of the Zhang family and Wang family were the two of them. They were directing people in and out, and it did not affect their studies. How did they give birth to children? Zhang Xiaobao was ordering people to make cement. When he heard Old Man Pai's words, he looked back and whispered to Wang Wan, "It's over. Cement can't be sold at a high price in the future. Later, help us cooperate. Let's earn money from the rich first." Wang Wan and Wei Wei were stunned. When they saw what the two were doing, they thought it through and nodded. "Grandpa Bai, Grandpa Yao, Grandpa Zhang, how did the three of you have time to come here? Come, serve the three grandpas good tea and freshly boiled melon seeds. Grandpa Bai, you should rest first. Cuckoo and I have nothing to do, so we came here to play." Zhang Xiaobao's face instantly turned into a flower, making people feel that it was more pure than Xiao Bei's smile. If they did not believe him, then they would be struck by lightning. Unfortunately, Old Man Pai seemed to have the means of a god. He was not afraid of being struck by lightning. He was indifferent to Zhang Xiaobao's words and did not go to the side to drink tea. The three old men firmly believed that tea and melon seeds were definitely not as important as what was in front of them. "It's good to play blindly. Xiao Bao, tell us, what are you playing?" Old Man Pai continued to ask. "Actually, it's nothing much. It's just putting feces, grass, and other things together. After fermenting it, it can be used to make fertilizer. There will be a burst of air coming out of it. That air can be lit with an open flame." Zhang Xiaobao did not intend to lie to the three old men. If he did not want to say it, then he would not say it. Since he said it, then it was the truth. Old Man Pai and Old Man Pai knew that this kind of thing would appear in swamps. They did not expect it to be man-made. They explained it to Old Man Chang, who was next to them. Old Man Pai moved forward and carefully looked at the others working. Just as Zhang Xiaobao had said, Old Man Pai looked and indeed said, "Xiao Bao, this thing of yours is good. It can be used to boil water and cook, and it can also be used to light lamps. I don't think there's much here. It's just cement and copper pipes. The pipes should be used to release air. In this way, as long as one followed the instructions, even the common folk would be able to save on oil lamps, let alone candles. Once the gas inside is almost used up, the excrement will ferment and truly can be used as fertilizer." Xiao Bao, the people of the great Tang are suffering. After Wang Wan heard Old Man Pai's words, she immediately said, "Grandpa Bai, our family is also suffering. Now is the time of the man-made disaster, and we have to take out a lot of money. What should we do?" "Grandpa Bai, I've decided to do this. The rich usually use the most oil lamps and candles. The more they use, the less other people can eat, especially candles. Why don't we start with the rich? Our family can provide after-sales service. For example, we can transport feces and grass to places designated by the rich. When the air is gone, we can help to clean it up. We won't charge more, we'll do it for free. We'll even help to transport the things that are cleaned up to places far away." Old Man Pai looked at Wang Wan's aggrieved expression and laughed. He said to Old Man Yao, "What do you think? Isn't it easier to talk to the two kids?" Old Man Yao nodded. It was indeed easier to talk. There was no need to make things clear. The benefits that should be exchanged were all exchanged. It felt like he was not talking to the two kids, but communicating with people like himself. It was very interesting. Old Man Chang knew how the cement was made. He had seen the process and estimated the price before. It was very, very cheap. The common people could also use it. He then asked, Xiaobao, Cuckoo, how much is your family preparing to sell it for? I don't know yet. We're experimenting. We'll know later. I don't think it's too expensive. At least it won't exceed 30% of the oil lamps and candles used by the rich. Yes, it won't exceed 30%. Zhang Xiaobao said very generously. However, the three old men did not feel that he was being generous at all. Was 30% too little? Cement was not valuable. If one had to say that it was valuable, it would be the technical costs that the two little guys had been emphasizing. In that case, we'll talk about it after the experiment is done. Xiaobao, there's actually another reason why we're here today. The dam in Wangjiang County is being repaired, but many fields are flooded. We have to think of a way. Otherwise, this year's rent tax, Old Man Pai was reminding him out of goodwill this time. The tax was easy to deal with, but the rent could not be sent to the imperial court with money. The land was already flooded, and no one else could do anything. He believed that the Zhang family would have an idea. Zhang Xiaobao had not considered such a thing in the past few days. At this time, when Old Man Pai mentioned it, he fell into deep thought. It was indeed so. He could not lose such a large area for nothing. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaobao asked, Did the fish, prawns, and crabs in the river rush into the fields? The three old men nodded. Heaving a sigh of relief, Zhang Xiaobao said again, Then let the people who escaped from the original area go back and raise prawns, crabs, and fish in the fields. When autumn comes, let other places exchange food for it. It's also part of the rent. We can't just leave it there. If the quantity is not enough, we can go to the river to fish again. Zhang Xiaobao had no other choice. Originally, there was such a way to raise them. Now that the others had been washed away, he would directly raise them with water. The output was higher than when he was raising them in the fields. It was just that there was less food. When autumn came, he would think of a way to sell it. After the three old men heard this, their eyes lit up, but they were a little uncertain. Old Man Yao asked, It's feasible. If it really works, then there might be more people who will specially raise them in the future. Chapter 574. Yesterday was a hurried day. At dusk, the moon hung in the east, and the sky was full of stars. The silence was thick. It was always late autumn, and the leaves were red when the wind blew. It was getting colder, but the temperature in Shuzhou did not change much. When it was hot, it still made people want to hide in the water. The golden rice stood in the field, and the birds were ready to have a big meal, but they were scared away by the moving scarecrows with small windmills on their heads. Zhang Zhong, who was adopted by Lu Zhou, had gradually adapted to the current weather. He was only a little weak, but he could come out and play with the others. He was the oldest, and he had just learned how to speak. He could say short sentences of less than 6 words. He was a little worse than his younger brothers and sisters. The 4 little ones could say, Please do this with me, very fluently. It would be better if they were not missing teeth. As for the other 2 sisters, they could only say that they were proficient in this sentence. The difference in education was immediately apparent. When autumn came, the 7 little ones liked to sleep more. They did not make any noise when they woke up. They let the servant girls play with them for a while, and then they sat by the river in the courtyard, staring at the fish in a daze. Occasionally, when Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan took the time to come over and play with them, they would stand in a row and follow behind the 2 of them as they walked out leisurely. Around them were more than a dozen guards, whether in the open or in the dark. They would go to the streets to look for dough figurines coming out, or to find someone selling pancakes to buy an egg pancake each. Zhang Zhong had handed all the affairs in his mansion to the people in the inner court. Until now, the imperial court had not found out who ordered people to destroy the river embankment. Many of the officials in Shuzhou had been dismissed. From the top to the bottom, from those in power to those with no duties, all the officials involved in the secret mining were dismissed. Some were even escorted to the capital, including those who knew about it but did not report it. In the capital, they had originally planned to arrange for a few more people to be promoted to Shuzhou, but all the people who were chosen did not want to come. They were all afraid. They were afraid that wherever Zhang Zhong appeared, they would not be able to do well and lose their positions. Luoyang had sent 3 people to take over Taihu County's county magistrate, deputy county magistrate, and registrar general. In the end, they were transferred away after half a month. It was truly not a place for people to stay. Every day, there were tasks from the magistrate court. The workload was too heavy. They, who had developed a lazy habit in Luoyang, could not keep up with the Zhang family's pace. Not only them, but all the local officials in Shuzhou also resigned from their positions one after another. They couldn't take it anymore. If they continued to work, they would die of exhaustion. Their vacant positions were directly occupied by the inner courtyards of the Zhang family and Wang family. All of them were substitutes. By autumn, 60% of the officials in Shuzhou had been replaced. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would find useful information from the news reported by fast horses every day. Then they would make adjustments. The people in the inner courtyards also did their best to cooperate, allowing people to see what the Zhang family's speed was. The people of Shuzhou could see fast horses running back and forth every day. Sometimes, there were even pigeons flying in and out. Even in the farthest county, if something small happened, it would be resolved within 3 days. Others could not compare to such efficiency. Their overall planning could not keep up, and the reaction speed of the officials under them could not compare to the inner courtyards of the Zhang family and Wang family. It was not an exaggeration to say that the people of the Zhang family and Wang family supported the entire Shuzhou. The river was still surging, but it could no longer cause any disasters to Shuzhou. Even though it rained for 5 days in a row at the beginning of autumn, and several places upstream and downstream were washed away, Shuzhou still stood firmly. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had not deceived people for a long time. They spent all their energy on internal affairs. Wang Wan also handed over the work of the garment workshop to her subordinates. She accompanied Zhang Xiaobao and sorted out the information like a secretary. Such a fast development speed was still too slow for the two people. The communication was too poor. Even if there were carrier pigeons flying back and forth in the sky, it was still slower than the speed of a phone call. Xiaobao, here is a message from Susong County. It says that a group of beekeepers came from Huangmei County in Linzhou. They stung a few people and asked what to do. Zhang Xiaobao had just put down a thing in his hand when Wang Wan took out a set of materials that had just been delivered. She was not asking what to do if the people were stung. The people in Susong County would not ask such a thing. What she was asking was whether the beekeepers were useful. Zhang Xiaobao had just finished dealing with the matter of burning the mountain and changing the farmland. The county magistrate of Huailing County felt that there were too many trees in Qianshan, so he wanted to turn that area into terraced fields. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's reply was not to agree. They could look at the trees, but they had to cut them down in batches. The trees would be used to build bridges. They had to plant fruit trees in that area immediately and give them to the people who had a lot of free time at home. They had to build a fruit powder factory there to process the fruits into powder. Part of the powder would be left for the sailors, and the other part would be sold to areas with less fruits according to the temperature. At this moment, when he heard Wang Wan's voice, he thought for a moment and said, "Our Chamber of Commerce does not have beekeeping yet. We need honey for medicine. Let the people in the Chamber of Commerce contact them and ask if they can join the Chamber of Commerce. We will expand the scale. The Chamber of Commerce will provide them with all kinds of guarantees. We can even set up a place from the south to the north to raise flowers, sell flowers, and provide raw materials for honey." That's good. They will be sent back and forth from the south to the north. On the way, they can also help to collect information from various places. Also, Wangjiang County said that the crabs and mandarin fish are almost done. Ask if they are selling them. Wang Wan wrote down a thing and took out a piece of paper. First, find the merchants and rich families near the 2 banks of the Yangtze River and send invitations. They say that there will be a crab tasting party in Taihu Lake. The people who come will receive a beautiful item carved from marble and be the first to walk on the Yangtze River Bridge when it is built. After setting the date and writing clearly on the invitation card, whoever had the best crab tasting ability would be able to obtain a medal issued by the Sea Cloud Chamber of Commerce. With this medal, they would be able to enjoy a 5% discount on any purchase in Sea Cloud Chamber of Commerce. After the people who come set the time, get someone to pick the crabs first and make them into drunken crabs. In addition, The merchants who come to participate can use their own flags as advertisements. They will not charge the advertising fees for the flags. If they want to advertise in Taihu County's restaurants, they will get a 20% discount. Tell Wangjiang County that after the crab tasting party ends, they will hold a fish tasting party in succession and take out the mandarin fish to sell. After a pause, Zhang Xiaobao continued, tell Taihu Lake to prepare for the reception. Get Li Sun to sell marble and decorate the restaurant there to be grand on the outside and relaxed on the inside. Wang Wan wrote down this matter and asked, how do you calculate the cost? Help Wangjiang County sell things. Taihu County has to get some benefits. Cost? Wangjiang County will pay half of the money to build exquisite shops in Taihu County and outside. This money will be paid by Li Sun first. Set up a cruise ship on Taihu Lake and let the local merchants bid. 40% of the money will be given to Wangjiang County, 40% will be given to Taihu County, and the remaining 20% and 10% will be used to let the people who receive the invitation taste local snacks for free. This has to be written clearly. It is free to taste local snacks on the ship. The snacks from outside are not free, and the snacks from outside are not free. The other 10% will be used to hire geisha and scholars. That's it. What else is there? After Zhang Xiaobao solved this problem, he asked again. Wang Wan took out another piece of paper and said, there's one more thing. The people at the foot of Yengong Mountain reported that there are wild beasts coming down the mountain to hurt people. For people are injured, and one of them had his foot bitten. They asked what to do. Train the soldiers. The soldiers of Shuzhou Prefecture have not trained for a long time. Organize a drill. The location is Yengong Mountain. Equip them with crossbows. Let them go to the place and kill some of the large wild beasts on the mountain. It should be because there is not enough food for the carnivores on the mountain. That place belongs to Wangjiang County, right? Zhang Xiaobao asked. Yes, it's Wangjiang County. Send a message to Wangjiang County. Let the people of the inner court prepare a hunting ground. Put chickens and ducks in it to attract some wild beasts to eat. After 2 activities are held in Taihu County, tell the merchants that they can advertise in the hunting ground. They will also have a 20% discount. Also, hold a hunting competition on Yengong Mountain in Wangjiang County. According to the team, the number of people is less than 10. In order to ensure the fairness of the competition, they are not allowed to bring their own defensive weapons. They can be rented locally. The team in first place will be awarded the title of the first warrior. Anyone who obtains this title will hunt and play in Yengong Mountain for free in the future. Every year, they can accept challenges from others. If they successfully defend their title, they will receive another medal. When they do business with Hai Yunjian, they will be exempted from 5% of the fees. Taihu County will provide all the poultry and livestock. This time, 30% of the money will be given to Taihu County. Tell Li Sun to release the news in private that whichever team wins will have the opportunity to be recommended to participate in the Imperial clan hunting activities in the winter. Zhang Xiaobao could not do anything about someone being injured, but he could immediately connect the matter there to Lake Tai. Wang Wan also remembered this matter and said, Xiaobei doesn't like to eat these few days. He's lost weight. What should we do? Deal with the current matters and take them out to play. They've been in the courtyard for a long time, and they don't have much to eat. It'll be fine if they go out to relax. Has the doctor checked? When Zhang Xiaobao heard about his sister, his face was not as serious as before. He had been too busy these days, so the number of times he played with the little ones had decreased. His father was still supervising at Wangjiang, so it was time for him to relax. The matters here were temporarily handed over to the people from the inner court. After the autumn harvest was arranged properly, there was no big deal. The people from the inner court should be able to handle it well. Yes, there's nothing wrong with them. Where are we taking them to play? Wang Wan was also tired these few days and also wanted to go out for a walk. Let's go to the construction site at Wangjiang, Zhang Xiaobao said after thinking for a while. As a result, the orders were sent out one by one. Other than the people from the Zhang family and Wang family, the others did not expect that the people who had arranged Shuzhou so well were actually the 2 families' young ladies and young masters. Such efficiency left others in the dust. When the 7 little ones were put into the house and headed outside, they were no longer in a daze. They all looked very excited and leaned against the window to look outside. Xiaobei also ate more at noon and even ate the big crab. He was only fine after being fed a lot of ginger water. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan each rode a horse and walked around the house. The little ones ran left and right from time to time and made funny faces at their brothers and sisters. After the group left the prefectural city, the 3 old men also appeared outside the prefectural city. They looked at the group in a daze. Master, young Master Xiaobao and the others are leaving. Should we follow them? A person beside Old Man Pai asked. No need, they are taking Xiaobei out to play. There's nothing interesting at Wangjiang. The people arranged there just need to record the steps of the bridge construction. Are you sure that the orders were sent out from Xiaobao and Cuckoo's courtyard? Old Man Pai shook his head and asked the person beside him. He was not stupid. He always wanted to know about the 2 masters of the Zhang family, so he would definitely send someone to watch over them. Zhang family and Wang family seemed to know, no matter what his people did outside. At this time, he and Old Man Yao were the most shocked. It was mainly because the orders were sent out from Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's courtyard. The 3 of them stopped and looked. If it was said that Zhang family and Wang family used tricks to make money in the past, then what they saw in the past 2 months was the other side. When all the orders were issued, it could be seen that there were no tricks. All the orders were the most correct orders. From this, it could be seen that Zhang family and Wang family's true strength, especially the inner courtyard, sent out. As long as it was in Shuzhou, everything, no matter how difficult it was, would be properly solved in 3 days at most. Master, we are sure that the orders were sent out from young Master Xiaobao's courtyard. Should we send someone to go in and take a look? The person who spoke just now suggested. He meant to go in and look for the 2 masters of the Zhang family. Now Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, as well as the people in the courtyard, were not there. It was an opportunity. Old Man Pai waved his hand and said, absolutely can't go in. Just pretend that it didn't happen. If we really go in, it will cause trouble. Maybe the Zhang family and Wang family will turn against us. Don't think that we can take advantage of every opportunity. It works for other people, but not for the Zhang family. That person listened to the order and hurriedly went to arrange it. He was also afraid that someone would not be able to resist going in, thinking that he could make a contribution. For the Zhang family and Wang family, Shuzhou is still too small. They can do things with ease. We should find a way to find a better place for them to play. Old Man Pai said with emotion. Old Man Chang and Old Man Yao also agreed with him, especially Old Man Yao. He had been the prime minister several times, so he was very clear about the current situation in Shuzhou. In the words of Xiaobao and Cuckoo, it was efficiency. Yes, very powerful means. It gave people the feeling that with the 2 masters in charge, even if the sky fell down in Shuzhou, there was no need to worry. If it were not for the inner courtyards of the Zhang family and Wang family, ordinary officials would not be able to cooperate at all. Orders were passed down one after another. If one didn't know that this was a busy political matter, it would be easy to misunderstand that this was a general who had always been victorious in battle. Unexpectedly, when dealing with political matters, he gave people a kind of elegant and wonderful feeling. Thinking of this, Old Man Yao also sighed with emotion and said, good ability. Using justice and surprise to win. This is the real all-rounder. Unfortunately, I have no chance to see it. Now I wonder if there is anything that they can't do. If such a person is put in the position of Prime Minister, I think the Tang Empire will go further. Old Man Chang was also frightened by the orders sent out by the Zhang family during this time. Were they still human? No matter what the problem was, as long as it was sent, a solution would be sent out immediately, as if the people inside knew everything. Especially the 16 orders that were sent out in succession just now, he could only say that it was fear. Using everything that could be used, or using all the resources that could be used, the whole Shuzhou was at his command. He believed that anyone who knew about this would be full of yearning for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's mysterious courtyard. They would want to go in and see what kind of person had such ability. Old Man Pai also admitted that this person was powerful, but he did not agree with Old Man Yao's words so much. He said, The main reason why the Zhang family can arrange the autumn harvest in Shuzhou so quickly is not because there is a master in charge, but because of the people in the inner courtyard of the Zhang family and Wang family. Without them, no one else could carry out such orders, and they would be busy to death. From the orders, it could be seen that Xiao Bao in Cuckoo's courtyard was only in charge of making a proposal, and there were not many details. Only the people they arranged could fill in the details themselves. If it were someone else, not to mention filling in the details, they would be so busy that they could not complete the task, and they might be exhausted to death. If all the original officials in Shuzhou were replaced by people from the inner courtyard of the Zhang family and Wang family, Shuzhou's current development would be faster. It's hard for a normal person to get even one of these talents. I don't know how the Zhang and Wang clans taught them, but they're even better than those who passed the imperial examinations. They're able to adapt to all positions. This is the true strength of the Zhang and Wang clans. As long as the people of the inner court don't disperse, no one can beat them down. Old Man Pai was very envious of the Zhang family and Wang family for having so many people who were proficient in government affairs. The talents cultivated by the imperial court could not be compared to the Zhang family and Wang family, let alone the people in his own family. With a sigh, Old Man Pai continued, "This kind of person is impossible for others to rope in even if they wanted to." He actually managed to support an entire province. There are also those from the inner courtyard who did not participate in this. They have all gone to the villages to provide technical guidance to the commoners. If those people could be used as well, I reckon that all the officials in Luoyang are dead. As long as the people from the Zhang family and Wang family are around, they can directly fill in the gaps and allow things to continue as usual. Without waiting for Old Man Pai to finish speaking, Old Man Yao interrupted. That's right. It's no wonder that when Zhang Zhong's official position was arranged, his family always had to move to other places. It turns out that it wasn't just for Zhang Zhong to accumulate political achievements, and it wasn't just for him to open up businesses and earn money. It was also to nurture the people of the inner court to adapt to government affairs. Old Man Pai finally understood. However, the more he thought about it, the more afraid he felt. The experts from the Zhang family were too far-sighted. In the future, when they really entered the imperial court and became officials, they would rely on the people they sponsored and the people from the academy. Whenever Zhang Zhong made a decision, such people would definitely be able to smoothly execute it. Even if the people from the inner courtyard of the Zhang family and Wang family could not become officials, they could still be sent to help others. This was how aristocratic families were formed. Other aristocratic families were formed through the efforts of generations of people in the family, but the aristocratic families of the Zhang family and Wang family relied on the people from the inner courtyard to complete it. Old Man Yao also thought of this matter and said worriedly, "Then if the Zhang family and Wang family want a rebel, will there be any problems? The people from the inner courtyard can help them support the entire country. Don't worry about this. If they wanted to rebel, they would have done it long ago. The newly discovered island is not small. As long as they bring the people of Luzhou there, it will be very easy for them to establish a country. After a few years, after they have dealt with the local people and settled down, they will fight back. By then, not just any general can deal with them. They have a map of the entire Tang Empire in their hands, and it is the military type. It is very detailed. Who can stop them? Moreover, since they can develop such a powerful weapon, give them a few years, won't they be able to make even more powerful weapons?" Old Man Pai was very confident in the Zhang family and Wang family. At least he knew the strength of the two families. With such strength, if they did not have other thoughts, how could they rebel in the Tang Empire's territory? While the three old men were sighing and admiring, Zhang Xiaobao's team had already walked a few miles. They were not moving slowly, as they wanted to reach Wangjiang as soon as possible. The seven little fellows wandered around the house for a while and looked at the surrounding scenery. It was too monotonous. One by one, they fell asleep. At this time, the speed of the team slowed down a little. "Cuckoo, when we get there, we can eat crabs as much as we want. It's a good place. Maybe we can continue to develop like this in the future. Why do we have to farm?" Zhang Xiaobao rode on his horse and went around the house. When he was side by side with Wang Wan, he said, That won't do. The grain is still not enough. It has not reached the level of the Kaiyuan era. No matter what, we have to continue to farm. However, we can raise crabs in the field, and it can also increase the current rice yield. It's not a good hybrid breed. Unlike later, when it affected the grain yield, we need to use crabs to make up for the price. Wang Wan did not agree with Zhang Xiaobao's words. She felt that it was better to farm. Only when the people had enough to eat, they could do other things. Zhang Xiaobao did not refute. Then let's farm. See if we can find more people from the capital's agriculture temple. There are many good seeds, but because of the transportation problem, if we want to use such seeds to plant, the cost is too high. Therefore, many places keep their own seeds. There should be no problem. As long as we succeed in raising seeds here, then even if we don't say anything, there will be people who are willing to come here to study and learn. Do you want to rope them in? Wang Wan could not think of Zhang Xiaobao's plan. No need. If that's the case, some people will not be willing. I just want to give them some advice and let them take less detours. We can't monopolize the matters of the people's lives. Otherwise, we will face the attacks of those in power. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head and said, others could travel faster on horseback, but now, it was impossible for a large group to arrive at their destination in just a few days. It seemed that even at the fastest speed, it would take at least 10 days to travel. Moreover, this was under the condition that the road was easy to travel. The 7 little ones could not stay in the house all day. They had to take some time out to play every day. If they encountered something curious, they would have to ask Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to play with them. Therefore, the group traveled for half a month before they arrived at their destination. At this time, the invitations had been sent out. Zhang Zhong's reputation was not small. Everyone who received an invitation agreed to come. Even the local people who had some influence did not refuse. Zhang Xiaobao also understood that they did not come to see their father. They came to establish a connection with the Sea Cloud Chamber of Commerce. Currently, Lu Zhou's things were no longer transported to the capital to be sold. About 1/3 of the amount was left in Shuzhou. Now, the Sea Cloud Chamber of Commerce was still in charge of the transactions. They did not ask for the help of other merchants. Of course, this kind of management method was not good. It was a waste of talent. Any knowledgeable merchant knew that when Zhang Zhong was almost done with the construction here, it would be time for him to leave. Once he left, there would not be so many people from the Sea Cloud Chamber of Commerce working here. They would have to give many of the transactions to the local people. They were waiting for such an opportunity. When the group had just arrived at Wangjiang County, Zhang Xiaobao received a gift from Sanshui County. It was impossible for them to go back this year. Even if the farmers wanted to, they could not do anything. They could only send the best things they thought to the main family. Smoked chicken and roasted chicken could not be kept for too long, so they could not send them. Then what they could send was the local grain. They picked the best rice ears and shipped them with the ship to let the main family see how the harvest was in Sanshui County. The plump rice ears made Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan very happy. This was the real high yield. Although the rice that was sent this time was the best, they thought that it was not bad. It seemed that it was a good idea to let the people from the Sea Agriculture Temple go over. Compared to the previous yield, the current yield was more than 2 times. This was the average yield. If it was better land, it could even reach 3 times the original yield. If this grain was used as seeds, then according to the theory of genetics, the seeds that were researched in the future would yield even more rice. Generation after generation, in just a few years, the grain output of the entire Great Tang would increase by a large margin. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's request was actually not too high. They only wanted to increase the grain yield of the entire Tang dynasty by 1.5 times. This way, they would have more than half of the grain, which was not a small amount. The only pity was that the 2 of them did not know the technology of hybrid rice. Otherwise, not to mention the current few people in the Tang dynasty, even if there were 10 times more, there would not be any problems. Wangjiang County was still a large construction site. After the dam that helped to guide the flow of water was repaired, a portion of the people continued to repair the road, and the rest began to repair the bridge under guidance. The speed of the bridge repair was not dependent on how fast the workers were, but on how long it would take for the cement to solidify. Zhang Xiaobao also knew that with the weather here, it was impossible to reach the speed of Shenzhen. If the cement did not dry, was he going to continue to repair it? Although they had used fire to dry it, the effect was not very good. When the 7 little guys came to this dam that had no water, they went crazy. It was the first time they had seen such a big pit, so they were very excited. As long as one of them ran around, the other 6 would follow behind. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan came over, they did not let anyone inform them in advance. When Zhang Zhong saw his son and daughter-in-law, he was also shocked. When he saw the group of little guys, he frowned and called Zhang Xiaobao over. "Everyone here is busy now. Why did you bring them here?" "Father, you do your thing. We won't cause trouble. With someone watching them, you don't have to worry about their safety. Besides, the people now have a different opinion of you than before. They can also help to ensure the safety of our younger siblings. I just brought them out to play," Zhang Xiaobao explained to his father. In fact, he had other things to say. Zhang Zhong had not seen his younger siblings for a long time. If this continued, it would be easy for his younger siblings to alienate Zhang Zhong. That was not a good thing. Seeing that his son insisted, Zhang Zhong could not drive his son back. He looked at the progress of the construction below and said, "Watch them carefully. Don't fall. Otherwise, both families will be finished." "Father, but don't worry. Father, shouldn't we get someone to transport the wood here now? It seems that the bridge will be built in another half a month. As long as the water doesn't fall, people will start to pass on it." Zhang Xiaobao was very satisfied with the progress of the construction below. The working people were indeed the most hardworking and the wisest. Originally, they had to see how dry the cement was before they could continue the construction. Generally speaking, there was no other way to do this, especially in this era. However, when the commoners were working, they could think of letting a portion of the cement dry a little bit, and then mix it with steel and copper to add to the pile. This way, the cement connection would not be too bad, and at the same time, the pier would dry faster. "Xiaobao, can they do this? The cement is not directly poured in. If they dry it outside, it will be easy for something to go wrong. It's just that the adhesion is not good." Wang Wan asked worriedly as she looked at the people below who were busy. Zhang Xiaobao smiled and said, "Don't worry, there won't be a problem. Even if it's not good, it's better than what we built at that time. At least we didn't pull a thick steel bar into a steel wire. The pier is so clumsy. There's no beauty in it. It's just a little bit of cement. It's not a problem in terms of adhesion. Can it withstand a once-in-a-century flood?" Wang Wan had never studied civil engineering, and she knew that Zhang Xiaobao also did not have the opportunity to learn. She did not understand the current situation. Was it really possible to use such methods? Once-in-a-century flood? There's no such thing as the Three Gorges Reservoir now, so don't worry. At worst, we can just build another one. It's just a matter of money. We don't lack money, and the people working are not the construction team after six-packs. I'll tell you this. Although the construction is not as good as what we built at that time, the quality is definitely not as good as what we built at that time. Haven't you read the information? When the Japanese invaded, the houses built were still in use a few decades before our time. They were very sturdy, and the sewers were not easily blocked. After a flood, the new houses collapsed, but the houses left behind by the Japanese were still fine. Was it because the Japanese were better at that time? That's not the case at all. The most important thing is how much material you use and what kind of steel is used. Our construction team should continue to develop. When the time comes, we can take on all of Tang Dynasty's construction projects. I have already decided on Zhengjing Construction Group. Not only does it show the quality of the buildings, but it also shows the attitude of the people in the construction group. I don't believe that we can't change the atmosphere at that time. It's all about money, and there's no morality. The more Zhang Xiaobao thought about it, the angrier he got. Every time there was a flood or a small earthquake, the houses would collapse one by one. It was fine if it was something that had not happened for many years, but the problem was that there were other countries to compare. The same scale of flood, same magnitude of earthquake, and other countries were fine. Even the government had to apologize when they were injured. But when it came to their country, many people died, and they were still bragging about how good it was. How shameless was that? Wang Wan saw Zhang Xiaobao's expression changing as he spoke. She hugged Zhang Xiaobao's arm and said, "You also caused a lot of trouble. You didn't stay in China for long, right? I'm talking about after you started scamming people. Why do you have to do that? Who do you blame? Can you guarantee that ordinary people will also serve the people sincerely when they reach that position one day?" Zhang Xiaobao was stunned for a moment. Wang Wan's words made a lot of sense. Why blame the officials? The officials also worked their way up from being ordinary people. If those black-hearted businessmen didn't earn more money, wouldn't they be ordinary people? This kind of thing was too complicated, and it was impossible to explain it clearly. Every citizen might have been a part of the formation of this system. It was just that the citizens had pushed this system out, but they were hurt by it. If they really wanted to blame someone, they should blame everyone in the Chinese nation. No one should think that they were innocent. Perhaps this was the case for this nation. However, this nation was the only one that still existed after all the other ancient civilizations were gone. How could it be so chaotic? Perhaps it is because of such a race that such a system was introduced. Or perhaps it is because of such a race that others cannot see through that they are still standing strong when other ancient civilizations have fallen. If so, what can we do? Zhang Xiaobao felt lost. The more he thought, the more confused he became. Us? What we have to do is not to waste our time in this world. We have to try our best to realize our ideas. We are not saviors, and you don't have to put yourself in such a high position. As long as our families are safe, as long as we can help those who need help, we will have succeeded. Chapter 575. The arrival of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not affect the progress of the construction of this place. The people were still working hard. The autumn harvest was coming. They wanted to finish everything as soon as possible before the autumn harvest. Once the autumn harvest was over, they could continue to work. Zhang Zhong had stayed in this place for a long time and had not returned home. It would be a lie to say that he did not miss home. Now that his children were here, he was very happy. His whole person seemed to have changed. He always had a smile on his face. At noon on the second day after Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan arrived, Zhang Zhong still had a meal with the people here. He called his son and daughter-in-law to accompany him. "Xiaobao, Cuckoo, do you think this place can be used again? Why do I feel that building a bridge is not the best way?" Zhang Zhong suddenly asked Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan when he was halfway through the meal. Zhang Xiaobao was stunned. He thought for a while and shook his head. "Dad, it's not possible. We really can't do anything unless we have better technology. We haven't figured it out yet. We can only decide if we should do other things here after we come out." "What technology?" Zhang Zhong asked with concern. "The technology of the dam. If this technology is mature, we can raise a lot of fish and shrimps in the river. At the same time, it can provide a lot of electricity, just like the electric lights in our house. This is an idea. It will probably be realized in a few decades." Zhang Xiaobao swallowed the food in his mouth and said to his father, "When that time comes, we can build a big dam at the most dangerous place upstream and raise the water level. Then, the boats that come and go won't have to worry about hitting things, right?" Zhang Zhong had also learned a lot of knowledge. When he heard his son's words, he immediately thought about the matter of the upper reaches. Zhang Xiaobao was scared, and so was Wang Wan. She said, "No, we can't build a reservoir on the surface. If we do, it won't just be a problem of floods. We can't just ignore the country for money. If we build a large reservoir, the water in the reservoir will cause great damage to the land. Especially that pressure, it would cause the surrounding underground to change. That kind of thing shouldn't be done by us. That's something that only people who don't care about the lives of ordinary people would do. People who treat the entire country as a chessboard would build reservoirs on top of it. In their eyes, the lives of the common people were insignificant. They were like generals in war. In their eyes, there was no loss of soldiers, only victory. For victory, they could sacrifice some soldiers to lure the enemy. We can't do that. We just need to live an ordinary life. If others want to play chess, they can leave it to others. If we really build a reservoir, it will cause the Earth's crust to move. We don't know when there may be earthquakes. Will that really happen? Can't we make use of it? Zhang Zhong didn't doubt Wang Wan's words. After all, in addition to the identity of the daughter-in-law, in the hearts of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were gods. How could gods be wrong? We can make use of it, but we can't make use of it like that. If we can build more small reservoirs, it won't be a problem. If we want to make that waterway unblocked, we can use explosives to blow up the obstacles below. We can blow up a little every year. We don't have to worry about money. After a dozen years, maybe the waterway there will be unblocked, and there won't be too much danger. In addition to this, we also need to build better boats. Dad, don't worry. We have a lot of resources here. As long as they are not robbed, as long as they are not sold at a very low price, we can definitely support the power generation. There will be a day when we can realize this dream. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao also said to his father. He was really worried that his father would do something there and then send this matter to the imperial court. No one knew better than him and Wang Wan the consequences of building a large reservoir on top of it. Now was the time for him to prepare to change. What investment? What foreign exchange? No. The things in the country should always be left for their own use. If they were not enough, they should invade others and use the lives of other countries to serve their own country. Wang Wan also nodded at the side. She also thought of this point. Now was the time to take advantage of the fact that other countries had not developed and had not even formed their own countries to plunder resources. The resources they seized would be put aside and used slowly in the future. They would try not to mine their own country's resources first. For example, coal, oil, and rare earths. Such good things must not be allowed to flow out. Otherwise, they would be condemned for eternity. They could not ignore the lives of the people and treat foreign businessmen as their ancestors for the sake of their own political achievements. If she and Zhang Xiaobao did not have a chance at that time, then the opportunity was in front of them now. There was still a long time before Columbus came out, so long that she and Zhang Xiaobao could not see that day. Zhang Zhong still did not understand the meaning of his son's words. After thinking about it, he found that he could not figure it out and said, "Then do as you say." In short, we can't let anything happen to our country. Zhang Zhong now regarded himself as a member of the country who could control resources and power. Zhang Xiaobao did not say anything this time and agreed to continue eating. After waiting for the meal to finish, Zhang Xiaobao walked elsewhere with a thoughtful expression. It was not until he came to the construction site that he stood there and looked in a daze. Wang Wan did not disturb Zhang Xiaobao just now and followed Zhang Xiaobao out. After waiting for Zhang Xiaobao to stand there for half an hour, she said, "Xiaobao, did you think of something?" "Yes, I have. That is, how should we plunder? This is what I'm thinking now. Since there is still a long time before the development of other places, why don't we seize the good resources as early as possible? For example, the Luzon island that we found now, we can occupy it first. When I said plunder, I wasn't just talking about coal, oil, and other resources. Even the soil had to be taken into account. Let the local people dig for it. When the time came, the useless soil and sand would be transported back by ship to fill the sea, filling up their own land bit by bit. Once the Great Tang has more people, we can also send them there to excavate. In a few decades, I estimate that we'll be able to fill up quite a bit of land. In the process, all sorts of resources will be discovered one after another, and then brought back and placed in the desert. Zhang Xiaobao said a very crazy idea, which was to dig up other people's land and make it their own. The useful resources were also the same. Wang Wan was stunned for a moment and said, "Are you talking about the foolish old man moving the mountains? That will waste a lot of manpower and material resources. I don't think it will work." "I think it will work. During this process, there will definitely be people who want to improve their efficiency because of the tools. If we provide some help to such people, I think they will be able to research better things, such as digging tools and ships for transportation. To put it simply, the essence of this world was the utilization and storage of resources. There was no need to be afraid of wasting manpower and material resources. These were all things that could be recycled. Ships were trees and steel. What humans ate was food. They could continue to expand and plant food in other places. Wood was something that could be planted. As for steel, we can't care too much. We will plunder from the outside. As long as we can guarantee our own, I don't care what will happen to other places in the future. First, we will crazily mine the useful resources, and then we will dig up the land nearby. I don't believe it is impossible for the foolish old man to move the mountains. The technology will not be leaked out, and we will not colonize other places. Otherwise, the people who colonize there will likely become independent as the technology improves. Plunder everything. Zhang Xiaobao was indeed a little crazy. His idea shocked Wang Wan. She pondered for a moment and said, "Then we should start from the places near us, right?" "Yes, that's what I mean. First, we will start from the places near us, and then we will go to other places to plunder. While you still have time, try your best to write down the resources and choose the good ones to plunder first." Zhang Xiaobao now set his target on Luzon Island. This was the first place he wanted to plunder. After saying these words, Zhang Xiaobao suddenly smiled and said, "Do you think I am talking nonsense? In fact, I think that I may not have so many chances, but if we can make the people of Tang think of such things, it will be enough." "So what?" "You have to know that in the world, when separated for a long time, it will unite, and when united for a long time, it will divide. We have been glorious before, but didn't other countries also become glorious later?" Wang Wan sighed and said, "Perhaps this was the helplessness of many emperors. They could do a lot of things when they were in power, but they could not make others do what they wanted. No wonder Qin Shi Huang always wanted to find the elixir of immortality. Now she understood. It was not that he wanted to live a long life, but he wanted to do more things." "Do you want to find a way to live a long life?" Wang Wan asked Zhang Xiaobao. "Yes, and I know that it is possible, but it is definitely not a day we can wait for. In fact, what people are afraid of is not the death of the body, but the disappearance of consciousness. In that case, we will never know what will happen in the future. The fear of death is actually the attachment to the development of this world." Zhang Xiaobao exhaled and said, "But this matter did not affect his view of this world. He still had to plunder." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan originally came to this place to relax, but they did not expect to become depressed. The more they thought about things, the more it affected them. In order to improve their mood, the two began to play with the 7 little guys all day. The 7 little guys did not care about what their brother and sister were thinking. Fa Zheng and the others were happy now, and Xiaobei could eat a lot more. Their bodies were not as thin as they were a few days ago. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were relieved. At this time, the invited businessmen came to Shuzhou one after another. They were all businessmen from the surrounding provinces. Needless to say, they had received the invitation. Even those who did not receive the invitation came with them. They wanted to see what the Zhang family could do here. What attracted them here was not the business itself, but the method. They also wanted to learn. Compared to those students, businessmen like them were the easiest to learn. As long as there was a way to make money, they would definitely not miss it. At this time, a few businessmen came over to Lake Tai. This place had not been completely built yet. The houses that were supposed to be demolished had not been demolished yet. They were not in a hurry. They just waited here. It just so happened that they could see how others did things with their own eyes. In the process of watching, they kept discussing. Some said it was good, some said it wasn't. In short, there were all kinds of opinions. As for whether it was good or not, they didn't know now. Everything would have to wait until this matter was over before they could come to a conclusion. If it was good, they would naturally learn. If it wasn't, they would think of ways to avoid it in the future. "Boss Zhang, look at how busy they are right now. What if they don't get anything when the time comes? Will they just sit there and do nothing? If it were me, I wouldn't do that. If they lose, it won't be a problem of losing dozens or hundreds of strings of coins." Among these people, one of them felt that what he saw in front of him was not so reasonable, so he said to another person beside him. When he spoke, it seemed that he came here to belittle Zhang clan. At this time, Wei Wei smiled and said, "That's why you can never reach the achievements of the Zhang family and the Wang family. It's because you can't even see their current arrangement clearly. This is not a simple matter of business. There are more things involved." "Things? What things? Can you tell Boss Zhang in detail?" At this time, another person was very curious and came over to ask. Boss Zhang seemed to enjoy being questioned like this. He continued to maintain his smile and said, "They said they wanted us to come over and eat. In fact, their real intention is to use this opportunity to let us compete with each other. This is the most important thing. It's not ordinary. They are really not what we can think of. If it were me in such a disaster situation, I would never do such a thing. This time, it will probably cost a lot of money. There's no other way. There's really no other way." Boss Zhang looked very helpless when he spoke. His eyes looked at the faces of the other people as if he wanted to see something from their faces. His words immediately made the others feel disgusted. The person who spoke just now said, "So what? Can they make us voluntarily pay now? We are not people from Shuzhou. No matter how powerful Zhang Zhong is, he can't control us, right?" This person said and really thought so. He now looked down on the Zhang family's methods even more. Wasn't it just to let other businessmen compete with them so that they could get their own benefits? If he didn't participate, what could they do? He believed that there were many people like him. When everyone thought like this matter would be a failure. The two people next to Boss Zhang also thought so. They also decided not to participate. Not only that, they even thought about it. When other businessmen came over, they would tell them about this matter. Everyone would join forces to boycott the Zhang family. They would let the Zhang family know that there was no need to use such methods on them. Seeing their expressions, Zhang Dongjia also knew what they were thinking. He shook his head. How could he not know about this matter? The problem was that he was looking further ahead. If they wanted to resist the Zhang family, it would be too difficult. They shouldn't even think about it. How could ordinary people see through the Zhang family's methods? Before he could speak, another person who thought more deeply said, "Do you really think that the Zhang family can't do anything to you? As long as they take out a new good thing and say that this thing will only be given to the person who spends the most money this time, don't you want to get it?" "What new thing? Do you already know, Boss Li? Hurry up and tell us. We still know a thing or two about the Zhang family. As long as it's from them, it definitely won't be bad." A businessman who just wanted to stop the Zhang family from getting what they wanted couldn't control himself anymore. He curiously asked the person who just spoke. It seemed that he was ready to get some benefits from this. It wasn't just him. Several other businessmen also came over curiously, wanting to hear the news that others didn't know. Seeing them like this, Boss Li shook his head. "Actually, I don't know. I'm just saying. You haven't really seen the thing yet, and you're already like this. If you really see the thing, can you still think of a way to boycott the Zhang family like you did just now?" These words made several people feel embarrassed. Indeed, it would be a lie if they said that they weren't tempted. Even if they felt uncomfortable, they didn't want to miss out on something that could make money. At this time, the person who first spoke said, "Then should we unite after the Zhang family really takes out a new thing and not let them get what they want? This should be." The person who just echoed his words was obviously not confident at this time. Everyone knew that if that thing could be obtained by anyone, it wouldn't be valuable. Everyone wanted to keep it for themselves. "Everyone, please listen to me. Don't always think of boycotting the Zhang family, and don't insist on getting too many benefits from this matter. What we need to think about now is not this, but how to build a good relationship with the Zhang family. If we support them, then even if we don't get too many benefits this time, they won't forget about us when there are benefits in the future. That's all I have to say. If anyone wants to deal with the Zhang family, you can do it yourself. Don't involve me. I don't have so much time to do such a thing. I'm really afraid. I'm afraid that the Zhang family will deal with me after I deal with them. Although my family has a lot of money, I'm still worried when facing the Zhang family and the Wang family. I don't even think about any possibility of winning. Just do as you see fit." The alliance that the others were thinking about just now hadn't been formed yet. With his words, it was announced that it was broken. One by one, they no longer wanted to deal with the Zhang family. As he said just now, if they dealt with the Zhang family this time, the Zhang family wouldn't suffer too much loss. But when the Zhang family turned around to deal with them, things wouldn't be so simple. Then what should we do? Do we really have to spend money to advertise ourselves? The person from just now said at this time. He seemed very sad and pitiful, but at this time, no one was willing to get involved with him. It didn't matter whether they were advertising or not. What was important was to let the Zhang family remember them as people. Boss Li also said on the side, "Anyway, I've already thought about it. I'll give them the money as soon as the advertisement is released. It doesn't matter if it's more expensive. You can do whatever you want. Remember, don't drag me into this. I also don't have the ability to deal with the Zhang family." As soon as he said this, more people became discouraged. At this moment, they also thought clearly that they had to spend money. Otherwise, they might not even have the opportunity to spend money when the time came. They could control themselves and bring their friends to deal with the Zhang family. Not to mention the possibility, even if they succeeded, would many people from other places listen to them? Originally, there was already competition. Now, there was no need to talk about it. As long as one person was in the limelight, the others would have no choice but to follow suit. After all, the Zhang family had arranged for people to wait for them. Yes, I don't care if they spend money or not. I just want to know if the Zhang family can come up with something new this time. If they do, I hope that everyone will show mercy when the time comes to snatch it. A person who had been silent all this while started to discuss with the others at this time. He wanted to get a share of the good stuff that the Zhang family really came up with. He had a good idea, but when others heard his words, they were dissatisfied. Why did he not let them participate in the competition for the good stuff? Was he going to share the benefits after he got the good stuff? Sure enough, the person who had been the most troublesome spoke again at this time. "What you said is wrong. Don't tell me that the new thing that might come up with really belongs to you. Isn't this a discussion? We all come from the same place. If we can help each other, please help each other." When the person who had a good idea heard that someone was unhappy, he smiled and started to play the emotional card. But the person who had spoken just now did not give him face. As soon as he finished speaking, he continued, "Since that's the case, we all come from the same place and should help each other. How about this? When the Zhang family really comes up with something new and I get it, you guys help me out." "Why should I?" The person who had played the emotional card got angry. "Yeah, why should I? How can you not let others get involved? I don't care so much. When the time comes, I will definitely get it. Don't you think so, Mr. Li?" The person said again. As soon as he said that, the atmosphere among the crowd changed. It was as if everyone around them was a competitor. They no longer looked like they were about to join forces to deal with the Zhang family. Li Dongjia sighed. In the beginning, he also wanted to unite everyone so that they could share the good things together. Now, it seemed that this was not possible. Each and every one of them was very selfish. For their own benefits, they would absolutely not care about others. When the time came, it would be a competition of who had more money and who had the guts to compete. Forget it. Let's not talk about this first. The reason why we came so early is because we want to see how the Zhang family is doing. It's good that we all have a look. I think we should look at it separately and not together. When Li Dongjia said these words, he seemed very helpless. He didn't have a better way. If others wanted to compete, he would definitely not give in. Since the words had already been said, there was no meaning in staying together. It was better for everyone to do their own things. Those who wanted to watch could watch, and those who didn't could rest. At this time, people with different thoughts didn't need others to say more. One by one, they found a very bad excuse to leave. Even Zhang Dongjia didn't know what to say. He also followed behind others and gave a reason to leave. The people who separated not only wanted to see how the Zhang family was doing in this place, but also wanted to find a way to contact the Zhang family and talk to the Zhang family in advance. Each of them had their own judgment. While they were wandering around with the people around them, most of them were inquiring about how to handle the advertisement this time. Their thoughts were pretty much the same, as expected of people who came from the same place. Mr. Zhang first found someone who was familiar with the situation here and gave him 20 copper coins. He wanted to ask the other party to help him. However, the other party sneered and said, "This money is too much. It's a bit of a burden to hold on to. You should find someone else." How could Mr. Zhang not understand the meaning in his words? The other party was saying that he gave too little money. 20 copper coins, how many things could he buy with that money? How could he be so dissatisfied? If it was a normal time, he would definitely not care about this person. However, this person was said to know the most in Taihu County. Suppressing the anger in his heart, he asked the person next to him to take out a stack of coins. When he handed it over, he said, "You have to see this. When my matter is done, it's all yours." If it's not done, he did not say the rest of the words, but the meaning was very clear. This was a commonly used method, and it was very effective. He had already thought about it. Even if the matter was done in the end, he would not give this person so much money. It was already good enough to take out a few dozen copper coins. How could a piece of information be worth that much? His idea was good, but the other party did not compromise. He said, "Pay me the deposit first. If it's done, then you have to give me the other one. If it's not done, it's not that I can't do it, it's that it's too difficult. There's no need to say anything else. I think you're looking for death." Before Zhang Dongjia could say anything, one of his followers stepped forward and grabbed the man's collar. It seemed that if the man didn't compromise, he was going to beat him up. "I think you're the one looking for death. You can try to touch me. Look carefully where you are. This is Shuzhou, not your territory. If you touch me, I'll make you regret being born in this world." This person did not care at all. Shuzhou was now very strict in terms of public security. If anyone caused trouble here, then the bailiffs would have to deal with it. Mr. Zhang did not stop him just now because he wanted to see the other party's reaction. Now that he saw it, he immediately called him back. He said with a smile, "If that's the case, then it's settled. I'll give you the deposit first. After it's done, I'll give you the other one." "Give me the deposit first. I was scared just now, and I feel uncomfortable. I won't do anything without the deposit. If you have the ability, then do it in Taihu County. Let's see who loses in the end." This person was also insatiable. He did not care whether he could get the money or not. If Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan saw this person, they would admire him very much. He was able to fight for more benefits for himself according to the changes in the situation. He was a talent. If he was properly trained, he could definitely be sent to the outside world. He was the kind that they would be more assured of. Just as Zhang Dongjia was infuriated and hesitating, a few more merchants appeared behind him. He had never seen them before and did not know which state they were from. These merchants also took out money to inquire about the situation for the local people as they walked. Seeing this situation, Mr. Zhang did not dare to hesitate anymore. He immediately nodded and said, "Okay, we'll give you the deposit. Take us to find the person first. Someone give him the deposit." The person next to him was very dissatisfied and stuffed the deposit into the hands of this person. He did not forget to glare at him, which meant, "If you dare to lie," this person was satisfied. He weighed the copper coins in his hand and said, "No problem. Follow me. I'll take you to find the person. Isn't it the person in charge of the Zhang family here? It's simple." As he spoke, he walked in front with the large string of copper coins. He did not care about the other people who asked him. He gave people the feeling that he had professional ethics. Mr. Zhang waved his hand and signaled for the others to follow him. They walked forward behind this person. After walking less than 30 steps, the group stopped. "What's going on?" Mr. Zhang's follower ran to the front and asked this person, "What do you mean what's going on?" "We're here. Look, it's this house. The person in charge of the government is inside. You can go in. I'll continue to wait outside." This person said confidently. The others hated that they could not bite him to death. It was just a few steps. Could it be that they had reached the place? Zhang Dongjia looked at the house in disbelief. As he looked, he nodded his head. He couldn't say a word. It was too infuriating. Who was this? The sign was erected, but why was the paint on the sign and the base of the sign the same color? The words were not small, but one could not see the date. Even if a random person strolled around, they would not find this place at first glance. "How is it? I didn't lie to you, right? This is the place. Why aren't you going in?" This person said as he looked left and right. He came to a door at the side and went in. Mr. Zhang and the others could not say anything. They could only follow him in one by one. After entering, they saw that the person who brought them here was standing at the side with a smile on his face. Why did you come here?" One of Mr. Zhang's followers asked puzzledly. Why can't I be in this place? I'm a helper in this place. I'm here to help other people. This person did not have the slightest bit of embarrassment as he said with a smile. This time, Mr. Zhang and the others knew that they were tricked. They wanted to say something, but they found that no matter what, they could not say. Who told them to be willing to spend this money? This person seemed to know what Mr. Zhang and the others meant. He said, "Isn't it just 2 strings of money? I know, you won't give me the rest of the money. At the beginning, I was not prepared to ask you for the other 2 strings of money. This is not my fault. If you want to blame someone, blame yourselves." "Why are you blaming us?" The follower continued to fulfill his duty and asked from the side. "Of course it's your own business. Who told you not to take the normal route? This activity is fair and just. If everyone is like you, then what's the point? I am a local and I want to be a better local. When I heard the person in charge here say that people like you will appear, we came out to find something to do. Since you are here, then take this thing. Don't say that you didn't gain anything. It's just 1, and I'll give it to you in advance. Otherwise, you will have to wait for 3 days before it will come to you. Take a look yourselves and see if you can find any tricks in it. If you can, then that's your ability. If you can't, then don't blame me." As this person spoke, he took out a few beautifully printed pieces of colored paper from his arms. He reached out and handed it to everyone. At the same time, he did not forget to weigh the 2 strings of money in his hand. Mr. Zhang took the paper and looked at it carefully. There were pictures and introductory words on it. He nodded. His heart was balanced. At least he got it earlier than others. But the follower beside him was not comfortable. He looked at the person who led the way and asked angrily, "Don't you think that you are going too far? Can't you be a little more reasonable? Do you have any morals? Don't you feel uncomfortable spending the 2 strings of money?" "Thank you for the compliment. I don't feel uncomfortable at all. Is there anything else? Do you want to give me the other 2 strings of money? Then I'm even more grateful." This person smiled and did not feel the slightest bit embarrassed as he said to Zhang Dongjia and the others, "Let's go and find a place to have a good look." Mr. Zhang got the thing and did not want to talk nonsense. He had seen many people like this. It was useless to talk about morals with such people. It was a waste of time. After speaking, Mr. Zhang turned and left. The others also left with him. The remaining person who took the money had a smile on his face. Zhang Dongjia looked at the promotional materials as he walked. He wanted to find something that he could use. Since the person just now said that it was impossible for him to use other means, then it must be the Zhang family that requested it. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't do anything to them. It was better to honestly look for something useful in this material. As they looked and walked, they found a good inn. This inn had just been renovated and looked very beautiful. After paying the money, the group stayed in. They did not go to the 2nd floor. They directly found a good place near the window in the hall and ordered a few dishes. They waited for a while to eat and study the content of the information together. "Master, why do we have to do it in this hall? It is too messy. Why don't we go to the 2nd floor?" A follower said with concern at this time. "Stupid. Can we hear anything useful on the 2nd floor? All of you, listen carefully. As long as you hear something that is useful to us, remember it or go and ask carefully." Zhang Dongjia said to his sidekick and began to look at the information there. The person who followed him here understood that he wanted to inquire about useful information in such a place. Master was indeed master. He was much smarter than others. Not long after, the food and wine were served. The few people ate together. As soon as they ate, their ears stood up. In fact, they did not need to stand up. They could hear it. The 3 people who were talking were at the table next to them. "Boss, do you think that Wangjiang place will be washed away by the water? When spring comes next year, will they still be able to live a good life like us?" One of the 3 people asked another person. The person who was called boss nodded and then shook his head. He said, "I don't know. I think that place should be good. Aren't they raising fish now? It is a pity that some people's family members died. Today, the government only provides them with a portion of food. It is hard to say about other things. What I am worried about is how they will survive this winter. Even if we are not as cold as the north, what if it snows? they are quite pitiful. I don't know what to do. At this time, the person who spoke just now said, "Boss, I think we should help them. Isn't there someone in our place who said that the rich people should donate money? Why don't we not drink this meal and donate the money we saved? We can't watch them be sad." Second brother is right. I don't want meat. I just want to eat some dishes and rice. I will save money to give to the people who need it. I heard that this matter was organized by the government. I don't know if it is true or not. Could it be that the government has no money? I heard that the Zhang family is very rich. How did it become like this? Another person chimed in from the side. Who knows? Third brother, you really don't want meat? Then I won't order it. Don't complain when the time comes. Who can guess the government's matters? It is good that the Zhang family is rich, but we can't let the Zhang family pay for everything, right? Their money doesn't grow on trees. In fact, I think this is really good. There are so many people in Shuzhou. If one person takes out a few copper coins, it will be a few thousand strings of coins. It should be no problem to help Wang Jiang buy some clothes in winter. The old man didn't know what was going on, so he said to his two brothers, "Big brother is right, I also agree. We won't eat meat today, and we won't drink wine either. We'll donate the 10 copper coins we saved from the meal. Today we've helped them. If one day we're in trouble, I think they'll help us too. Who hasn't met with difficulties before?" The second brother made up his mind. Even if he wanted to eat meat and drink wine very much, he could only save a dozen copper coins per person. This money could at least buy a set of winter clothes for a family in Wangjiang. The words of the three people were heard by Zhang Dongjia and the others. They were very surprised. They didn't expect that the people of Taihu Lake, which was so far away from Wangjiang, would be willing to pay. They had never seen this before. It was really strange. They didn't know how much money they could get. "Master, if one person takes out a copper coin, it's not a small amount. Do you think someone will embezzle this money?" the attendant said to Zhang Dongjia. He blinked his eyes and seemed to be very concerned about this money, even if he didn't have a share in it. "Don't talk nonsense. What others do is their business. If you say something wrong, be careful of being punished. However, I don't think anyone will embezzle this money. After all, Lord Zhang's family doesn't lack money. If the people below dare to embezzle, then they can only wait to be arrested. Eat, don't think about anything else, listen more." Zhang Dongjia didn't dare to talk too much about this matter. He said to the attendant and began to bury himself in eating. His attention was on the three people. When the attendant saw that the master didn't allow him to say anything, he didn't say anything. He listened to the dishes ordered by the three people. They were really vegetarian dishes, and only 2 of them were ordered. The rest was rice. Looking at the 3 people, they didn't seem to be the kind of people who didn't eat meat. The 3 people looked very strong. "Boss, why is this dish so delicious today? I didn't think so before. When I think about how the money saved can help others, I feel comfortable eating it." The second brother soaked the rice in the vegetable soup and ate quickly. He didn't even swallow the rice in his mouth before he began to talk. The third brother also nodded fiercely. His mouth was already stuffed with rice and he couldn't speak. The eldest brother didn't eat like his brothers. The boss didn't eat like his 2 brothers. He slowly chewed and said after a while, "Of course I'm happy to be able to help others. Let's eat. If it really doesn't work, we can save money tonight. 1 more person means 1 more person. Sigh, it's not easy for them either. Someone actually dug up the embankment. If I find out who did it, I'll cook that person and eat him." His words were scary, but no one around him felt that he was going overboard. The person who was really going overboard was the person who destroyed the embankment. He was really too hateful. Such a person should be bitten to death by each of them. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to vent their hatred. Just as the 3 of them were talking, 4 people came in from outside the restaurant. One of them was holding a box in his hand. Many people didn't recognize the donation words written on it. When the 4 of them came in, they didn't go to any of the tables. It was obvious that they weren't here to eat. One of them looked at the people in the hall and said, "Is there anyone who is willing to donate money to the people of Wangjiang? It's almost winter. The people there don't have it easy." After asking this, he didn't say anything else. The people in the hall looked over. The three people who said they wanted to take money immediately came over. They took out money from their arms and threw it into the box. The third brother even reminded, "The money we donate must be used on the people of Wangjiang to buy clothes for them." "Thank you. We'll remember your words. We'll definitely buy clothes." The person who spoke nodded in agreement. With someone taking the lead, the others also took out money. None of them regretted it at all. At the same time, they weren't worried that someone would embezzle their money. They knew what kind of person Provincial Governor Zhang was. If someone really dared to do that at this time, they would die happily. In the end, everyone in the hall had basically paid for it. The only people who hadn't paid were Mr. Zhang and the others. They couldn't understand why these people would pay for it. It was obvious that some of them didn't come from rich families. Before they could react to whether they should donate or not, the four of them had already thanked them again. They turned around and prepared to leave. At this moment, a person came in from outside. When Boss Zhang and the others saw the person who came in, they were so angry that they couldn't eat. It was the person who had cheated them of their money. The lackey muttered, "He came to eat after cheating us of our money. What kind of person is he?" As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the person take out 2 strings of money and put them into the box. Then he took out a small string of 30 to 40 copper coins and threw them into the box. The weight of more than 10 kilograms made the person holding the box bend down. After all, there was already money in the box. The person in charge of receiving the donation looked at the person's clothes and found that he was not from a rich family, so he said, "Mr. Zhang, you're not from a rich family." He said, "This brother, you don't have to take out all your money. You still have to live. Just take out a little bit and you will be grateful." "It's okay. I got this money happily by cheating others. Those people are very silly and interesting. I donated it. In fact, when I was cheating them, I thought about it. They are so rich, so it's better to give some to those who need it. It's not my money. If you want to thank someone, you should thank the people who were cheated. AI. It's just them." The person shook his head and didn't mean to take the money back. When he was talking, he suddenly saw a few people sitting there eating. He pointed his finger and pointed at Boss Zhang and the others. After he finished speaking, he left. The person in charge of donating heard the person's words, turned around and said to Boss Zhang, "Thank you. We will definitely use your money well. We will never waste a single copper coin." When these words were said, Zhang Dongjia's face immediately turned red. Just now, they didn't pay, but the person who cheated them took out their own money as well as theirs. Moreover, he wasn't greedy. This made them feel very uncomfortable. Seeing that the person in charge of donating was about to leave, Boss Zhang immediately shouted, "Wait, we will also pay. Take out 10 strings of cash and give it to them." The last sentence was naturally said to his subordinates. In fact, the subordinates didn't bring much money with them. It was too heavy, but it wasn't a problem for them to gather 10 strings of cash together. The follower who always liked to talk wanted to remind him, but after seeing the old man's eyes, he didn't dare to say anything. They all took the money and gathered 10 strings of cash. The person in charge of donating saw the 10 strings of cash and smiled. "You are not local, right? Can you tell us why you are here? What else can we do?" "Of course, we received an invitation, so we ran here. Otherwise, who would come to Taihu County for no reason?" When the follower talked about the invitation, he was very proud. It seemed that being able to receive an invitation was a very honorable thing. "Is that so? Then I have to thank you even more." "Thank you." The person in charge of donating thanked him again, which made Boss Zhang's expression change again. He could only say, "I didn't bring too much money with me today. That's all. Bring more money tomorrow. I promise here that it will be at least 100 strings of cash. My surname is Zhang." As he spoke, he took out the invitation and showed it to the person in charge of donating. The person looked at it seriously and didn't say anything. He nodded and left. After that, everyone continued to eat and drink as if nothing had happened. However, they were very happy in their hearts, as if they had done the greatest thing in their lives. After waiting for a quarter of an hour, some people got up and left, and some people came back. 2 people came to the door. From their clothes, it could be seen that they were from the government. When the 2 people saw the house, they looked at Boss Zhang. They walked over with a smile and said, "Excuse me, Are you Boss Zhang? It's my master. May I know who you are? The follower obviously knew, but he still had to ask. The two of us are officials from Taihu County. We have heard about what happened just now. Thank you, Boss Zhang. I didn't know that Boss Zhang was also free. My master would like to invite you. One of the two came over and said with a smile on his face. He even made an inviting gesture. Who is your family's master? This time, it was not the follower who spoke, but Boss Zhang. He was very curious and wanted to know the purpose of the other party. My master is the person in charge of this matter. He wants to talk to Boss Zhang about this advertisement. Boss Zhang, don't worry. The money for this advertisement will definitely be less than others. My master said that because of your kindness, you should do this. The official explained at the side. Zhang Dongjia was stunned, really stunned. He really didn't expect that because of his money, there would suddenly be hope for a hopeless matter. How could he not be surprised? He nodded fiercely and said, Okay, I will definitely go. Is it now? Yes, please follow me, Boss Zhang. The runner nodded and said. Now Boss Zhang and the others were happy. It turned out that things were so simple. Why didn't they think of it before? A group of people followed behind the runner and left. This made the people eating in the hall feel that it was a good thing. After all, Boss Zhang did pay, and he paid a lot of money. Under such circumstances, some people immediately ran out to report to their bosses. Among them, there were also people who came later. Especially some people whose bosses were eating on the second floor, they could just run up there. If everyone could gain benefits through such a thing and miss the opportunity because they reported late, they would definitely be punished. Some people thought this way while others thought of other places. They also ran out and prepared to sell this news to people who were not clear about this matter. When they got the money, they thought about it and took it all out. As long as they could help a little, they would help a little. There was strength in numbers. Zhang Dongjia didn't know what the others were thinking. He followed the bailiff all the way to a room. This room was also so inconspicuous. As soon as he entered, a person greeted him and said with a smile, Zhang Dongjia is indeed a trustworthy person. Many thanks. Please come in, don't stand at the door. Zhang Dongjia didn't know what the bailiff was thinking. Boss Zhang and the others were led in confusion. They looked around and did not know what to say for a while. At this time, that person took the initiative to say, Boss Zhang, do you have a lot of questions? Don't worry, I know what Boss Zhang is thinking. Yes, that's right. Because Boss Zhang paid, I personally called Boss Zhang to discuss the matter of the advertisement. If Boss Zhang needs anything in the future, you can look for me. Why is that? Zhang Dongjia really couldn't figure it out. He really wanted to understand this matter. Boss Zhang should be asking why a lot of people were invited, right? It is to find a lot of people to pay. In fact, it is very simple. It is not that our master can't afford it. Zhang family's money is enough. But the master is thinking about how to get more people to donate their love. Money is a small matter, but if the people in this place do not even have this little bit of love, then it is the most sad thing. So, Boss Zhang, do you understand? That person continued to explain to Boss Zhang. Boss Zhang nodded and understood. It turned out that the purpose of Zhang Zhong here was to let the local people to work with them, not because they were really short of money. It seemed that he had thought wrongly. But the more he thought about it, the more surprised Boss Zhang was. He had never seen such an official. Amazing, not just an ordinary kind of amazing. Thinking about it, with such an official, this place would become better and better in the future. He really did not come to the wrong place this time. Since it was like this, then he could not take out less money. Just consider it as the advertising fee. Boss Zhang thought so and said, I still want to take out more money. After all, the people in this place are not easy. I don't know if you can give me such an opportunity. Boss Zhang was obviously taking out money, but he was very afraid. He was afraid that the other party would not agree to his proposal. If that was the case, he did not know what to do. This time, he must seize the opportunity. His followers also had the same idea. It was really difficult to find such an opportunity. Okay, as long as Boss Zhang is willing to pay, we will accept. But you can't pay too much. After all, this is only a small matter. It must not affect Boss Zhang's business. How about this? Boss Zhang's money will be double the advertising fee. That is to say, Boss Zhang's money will be double the advertising fee. In fact, we don't care how much the advertising fee is, what we care about is the people's hearts. The person in charge of the reception was very good at talking. When he heard that Boss Zhang was willing to take out more money, he immediately linked the money with the advertising fee. In this way, other people would follow suit. Don't they want to curry favor with the Zhang family? Hearing this person's words, Zhang Dongjia let out a sigh of relief. This time, he wasn't worried. He had taken out the money. Not only could he gain a good reputation, but he could also gain more benefits. It seemed that being a good person was better than being a profiteer. After the matter was settled, Boss Zhang didn't continue to stay. He still had to go back and find people to get the money. At this time, he didn't want to go back on his words. If other people knew, where would he put his face? When Zhang Dongjia left, the others naturally followed behind him. This news seemed to have grown wings as it quickly spread among the other merchants. This wasn't something that Zhang Dongjia said himself, but rather someone who helped him spread the news. After these merchants knew about this matter, they were very excited. It was as if a great opportunity was right in front of them. As a result, more people began to look for the person in charge of the donation, hoping to have a relationship with the Zhang family. At this time, the person in charge of the donation was very busy. He didn't expect that there would be so many people willing to pay. It seems that the strategy was successful. It was not easy, it was really not easy. The merchant's donation also attracted the other commoners, and the commoners also came over. Chapter 576. A vigorous donation campaign was launched. Most of the merchants did it for the sake of benefits, while a small number of them really wanted to help the people of Wangjiang County. The people of Shuzhou who were not affected by the disaster also gave their money. As a result, when the crab tasting activity began, the entire Shuzhou had already raised 300,000 strings of cash from the people. The local people did not donate much. Each family donated a few copper coins, a dozen copper coins, or dozens of copper coins. Very few people took out a lot of money. The largest number of donations came from merchants and dignitaries who went to Lake Tai. They had different purposes and they gave at least a few hundred strings of cash. Some even took out thousands of strings of cash. While showing their generosity, they mainly wanted to have a chance to eat crabs with Bai Go and Yao Chong. The three old men were used just like that. They ate and chatted in exchange for the reconstruction funds of the Wangjiang area. When Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao found out that they had been sold for such a high price, they could not describe their feelings at that time. 300,000 strings of cash. Whether it was the Zhang family and Wang family or Li Sun, it was impossible to raise so much money in a short period of time. If they really took it out at once without caring about the consequences, it would be almost like breaking their bones. Before going to Lake Tai to eat and chat, the three old men took a big detour and first found Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were still playing with their younger siblings. With such a large sum of money, the three of them wanted to ask where the Zhang family was going to use it. Xiaobao, tell me, are you planning to give the 300,000 strings of cash directly to the people of Wangjiang or keep it for the construction of Shuzhou? If it's the latter, you have to tell the donor. When Old Man Pai found Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, the two of them were fishing with their younger siblings in a water bubble here. Old Man Pai also brought Lu, Xen Air, and Wei Wei over. Seeing that Zhang Xiaobao had caught a fish, the little guys shouted, "Fishy," and went up to Zhang Xiaobao to ask. The fish was only 3 inches long. He plucked it and placed it in a large basin filled with water. The 7 little guys squatted there and stretched out their hands to catch it, but they couldn't catch it. After putting on the bait again and throwing the hook into the water, Zhang Xiaobao wiped his hands and answered, "It doesn't have to be in the entire Shuzhou. All the money donated to Wangjiang County will be used on the people of Wangjiang County. A small portion will be used to buy daily necessities directly. It's cheaper to buy them all together. Most of the money will be used to build houses." "How many houses do you need that much money to build? Don't tell me your family wants to." Old Man Pai didn't finish his sentence, but his meaning was clear. Zhang Xiaobao chuckled. "Grandpa Bai, I didn't think of this at first, but your words reminded me that 20,000 strings of cash is enough to build houses for the victims. The rest of the money can be considered as a reward for my father's hard work. It's only right for you to work hard. Hurry up and tell me, how are you going to use the money? If you don't tell me, I won't go to Lake Tai anymore. Do you think it's easy for me to go there? The people who have the money are either preparing to contact us or the officials in the capital, or they want to give their children to us. Old Man Bai threatened. What he said was not wrong. Otherwise, why would the merchants be so generous? Even if the children at home were to come over and stay for a few days, to be able to let the two prominent figures from back then guide them in their studies, it would be a glorious thing to say. Zhang Xiaobao had no choice but to compromise. Grandpa Bai, you have to go. If you don't go, are you going to return the money to them? How much money is used to build a house depends on what kind of house is built and where it is built. When the bridge is built, is it just to make it convenient for others to travel between the two sides of the river? The money for the bridge is paid by my family. Even if you want to do a good deed, you can't do that. These words piqued the curiosity of the three old men. Even Xian Heir came over. She was now in charge of her own business and had a small net worth. She didn't dare to say how much she had, but if she added up the fixed assets and liquid assets, she could get 10,000 strings of cash. She was most curious about things that could make money. The 10,000 strings of cash didn't include the money for the dolls she made. She was truly a rich woman. With her family background, many people would find people to come over and ask to marry her in advance. Not only could they get official help from the Bai family, but they could also get Xian Heir's own ability to make money. Zhang Xiaobao pointed at the dam in the middle of the new river and said, there will be a big restaurant built in that place. It will be completely made of wood, with 3 floors. It will go from east to west, and it will be 1,000 feet long. There will be a place for entertainment at the back. It will take up the entire dam. In the future, the dam will be widened. The furniture used inside will be provided by my family. We'll sell it at a cheaper price. We'll sell it at a 20% discount from the normal market price. Grandpa Bai, how much do you think such a restaurant will cost? Apart from the restaurant, we'll also build a large market where we're standing. With the bridge, the people on both sides of the river will be able to communicate faster. Those who do business will have stalls, and a certain management fee will be collected. It will be used to maintain the fairness of the trade and to maintain the infrastructure. The people of Wangjiang will have more work to do. The construction of the 2 places, the houses for the people of Wangjiang, and the daily necessities they need this year will cost 300,000 strings of cash. Let alone 300,000 strings of cash. Even if they send us another 300,000 strings of cash, we'll find a way to spend it. After Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, he waited for the 3 old men's comments. In the end, those who heard him, apart from Wang Wan who was already in the know, looked at the surging river in a daze. Xian Heir opened her mouth and muttered, "It's too big. This isn't Lu Zhou's remote place. It's in a bustling place. With such a big restaurant, how much money can they make in a day? We can also sell a lot of furniture. The net profit will be at least 100,000 strings of cash. We'll have the money to repair the bridge." When the old man Pai heard his granddaughter's words, he regained his senses. He looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and said, "That's right. Your family actually came up with such a method to earn back the money needed to repair the bridge. That's ridiculous. Xiaobao, what if there's a flood? Can you guarantee that the Yangtze River won't flood in the future? If we can't earn 100,000 strings of cash, my family is planning to ship some goodwood furniture over from Luzhou. Isn't the shipping cost money? There's no need to worry about a flood. This river won't be blocked again. It'll serve as a diversion. If there's a flood, we'll let the water continue to flow to the farmland. The loss will be paid for by the restaurant. We'll only narrow the river. When the time comes, we'll use iron chains to connect a bridge. We'll make the place where the restaurant is built into a river heart island. We've asked the craftsmen, and they said it's possible." Zhang Xiaobao hurriedly complained. Old Man Pai stopped talking about Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan making money. Instead, he asked, "Who's going to pay for the restaurant's profit?" Of course, it's going to be Wangjiang counties. The name has already been given. Cuckoo came up with it. It's called Wangjiang Tower. She even wrote the first half of a couplet, Wangjiang Tower, Wangjiang Flow, Wangjiang Tower, Wangjiang Flow. Jiangjiang Tower for eternity, Jiangjiang Flow for eternity. What do you think? This was one of the few couplets that Zhang Xiaobao could remember. It wasn't easy. He hadn't seriously studied before, and now he finally had a chance to show it off. Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao didn't know. They thought that Zhang Xiaobao came up with the couplet himself. Not bad, it would be even better if there was a second half of the couplet. After hearing Zhang Xiaobao's words, everyone around who could understand the feeling of eating in such a restaurant started fantasizing. At this moment, Wang Wan's younger brother also blinked his big eyes. He imitated Zhang Xiaobao's words and said incoherently, Wangjiang Tower, Wangjiang Flow, Wangjiang Tower, Wangjiang Flow. Jiangjiang Tower for eternity, Jiangjiang Flow for eternity. What do you think? Wang Wan didn't expect her usually quiet brother to have such a good memory. He remembered Zhang Xiaobao's words. In surprise, she hugged him and kissed him hard. Old Man Pai also glanced at Wang Wan's younger brother. He was happy for the Wang family. As for being able to remember such a long sentence at such a young age, he didn't think too much about it. With Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, the two geniuses, compared to them, it was difficult for other children to surpass them. Old Man Yao spoke at this moment. There should be a next sentence to this sentence. Wangjiang County took the money, so how is the money collected calculated? Is it distributed to the local people? Let's wait for others to think about the next sentence. Only a small portion of the money collected will be used for basic maintenance. A portion will be left. When the time comes, it will be used for farming. The rest of the money will be treated as Wangjiang County's tax and handed to the Shu State Prefecture. Then, the Shu State Prefecture will continue to hand it in. Wang Wan put down her brother and explained on behalf of Zhang Xiaobao. Then, the local people won't get any benefits? Old Man Yao didn't understand this and asked again. Wang Wan answered again, how can there be no benefits? The restaurant needs a large number of people to do things, and it's the same for market maintenance. As long as there are no problems with the officials of Wangjiang County, the people of Wangjiang County will be able to enjoy this benefit generation after generation. Our family won't participate. In the future, whether this place is good or bad will depend on what kind of officials the imperial court sends. Old Man Yao reacted this time. He thought about it and said, your family has given the imperial court a difficult problem. Money moves people's hearts. It's better for your family to participate. Don't be afraid. Prince Li is here. A part of the money collected is from him. If anyone dares to cause trouble, he will take action. Old Man Pai thought it through. After interacting with him for a long time, he knew what kind of person Li Sun was. The money obtained in Shuzhou would definitely be used in Shuzhou in the end. Now that the matter had been clarified, it was not up to the three old men to worry about whether it was a success or failure. They left the three children behind and prepared to accompany them to eat. They got on the car one after another. Just as the car started moving, Old Man Pai suddenly stuck his head out of the window and shouted at Zhang Xiaobao. Xiaobao, I almost forgot one thing. The prescription that your family promised to hand over can't be delayed any longer. Wait for me to come back and choose one. Zhang Xiaobao thought that Old Man Pai had forgotten about this matter. He didn't expect that the old man had a good memory and still remembered it. He nodded helplessly and waved goodbye. He turned his head and said to the people standing beside the bubble, fishing, continue fishing. Xan was very happy to see her grandfather leave. When she heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, she asked, can we fish for a prescription? Fishing for a prescription? Yes, that's it. There's no need to take out the original good stuff. Hurry up and fish. After you catch it, see if there are any notes in the fish's stomach. Chapter 577. No one knew what kind of recipe Zhang Xiaobao could fish up. With the 7 little guys around, everyone's attention turned to them. Only Wang Wan was thinking about how fish could become a recipe. She sat down next to Zhang Xiaobao and watched Zhang Xiaobao fishing. She asked, fishing recipe? Do you want to make a good fishing rod or bait? Speaking of which, my grandfather is an expert. Besides, Grandpa Bai won't be satisfied with this recipe. It's just to make some money. Do you want the imperial court to open a business to make fishing rods? If Grandpa Bai wants a recipe, it must be beneficial to the country and the people. I'm going to raise fish. When Zhang Xiaobao saw the float move, he immediately raised the rod. He didn't catch a single fish and withdrew the hook. The bait on the hook had been eaten up. When he put the bait on the hook, he said to Wang Wan, "What kind of recipe is raising fish? Didn't you use it a long time ago? Even if you want to trick Grandpa Bai, you can't use this to trick him." Wang Wan also took a fishing rod and gestured a few times, denying Zhang Xiaobao's idea. With a whoosh, Zhang Xiaobao threw in again. He looked at the small fish in the basin next to him and said, "That depends on what kind of fish you raise. I'm going to ask Old Man Pai to organize people to raise pufferfish. No matter how many there are in the Yangtze River, it's easy to catch them all. Besides, transportation is not convenient. It's easy to raise them in other places. As long as it's possible to raise them successfully, let people try raising them. Pufferfish, good stuff. Let's try it next spring. I'm not eating it. I'm afraid of death. Can the current technology work? I've never eaten it before. It's not delicious if it's not poisonous. I don't dare to eat poisonous things. I doubt that the antidotes are 100% safe. You're not allowed to eat it, and neither is your family. What if you get poisoned?" Wang Wan thought that Zhang Xiaobao would come up with a good idea. She didn't expect that he was preparing to start with the pufferfish. If other people raised all of them, the more people who ate them, the higher the probability of poisoning would be. Eating the spring pufferfish? Wouldn't it be better to find a rope and solve it themselves? It would be faster than dying from poisoning. Just as Zhang Xiaobao was about to speak, the float moved again. He hurriedly lifted it up. This time he caught more fish. There were 3 hooks in total. 2 of them bit the hook, and the other one was caught by the hook when he was lifting it up. When it was time to remove the hook, Zhang Xiaobao said to Wang Wan, "Who said we have to let others eat it? The locals haven't seen many deaths from eating it. I used to eat it a lot, and I even know a lot of stories about blowfish. It's said that a long, long time ago, the locals had never heard of anyone dying from eating it. Even so, he still won't eat it. Perhaps he won't take revenge even if he dies. Unless you can find a way to remove the poison from the pufferfish, I don't think there's any hope." Wang Wan didn't compromise at all. Seeing that Wang Wan insisted, Zhang Xiaobao nodded and said, "If you don't want to eat it, then don't eat it. The purpose of raising pufferfish is not to eat meat, but to make medicine. It can be used to make many kinds of medicine. You can tell this to the medical school and let them study it, try the dosage, and see what kind of diseases it can be used on. I know that it can be used to make anesthetics and to treat rheumatism. In fact, most of the time, the reason why pufferfish is delicious is because of this poison. It's very, very little, the kind that won't kill people, but after eating it, it will affect people's nervous system. Do you think it can be used as a seasoning? After it's diluted, it can be mixed with the MSG made from kelp. When it's time to cook, this can be tried. Use your 3 dogs as an experiment. It's beneficial to the country and the people. The people who raise pufferfish will also make money because of this. All the pufferfish raised will be bought by Dei Hospital. Yes, that's what I plan to do. It's a long-term plan. I believe that there will be a day when it will succeed. Many poisonous things have been used to treat diseases. Give it to Grandpa Bai. I believe that Grandpa Bai will be willing to carry out the plan. Why do I feel that this matter is not reliable? You are not allowed to touch my dogs. If you want them, go find them yourself. But don't feed them poisoned food in front of me." Wang Wan saw that Zhang Xiaobao said it well, but she always thought that it was too simple. Since it was proposed, then just do it. Even if it failed, she was not afraid. If she didn't take the first step, then she would never expect to succeed. Zhang Xiaobao didn't intend to put the idea forward. Someone would study the results immediately. He put down the fishing rod and said, "Let others do the research. If it's successful, then his or her name will be left in history. Since we don't eat pufferfish, then eat mandarin fish. We can't poison people to death." With the method, Zhang Xiaobao didn't wait for Old Man Pai and others to come back and ask. He directly wrote it and sent it to the 3 old men. It was a complete exchange of interests. This is raising pufferfish? That's quite daring. Old Man Chong received the plan written by Zhang Xiaobao and said, "They actually came up with a plan after asking their family to come up with a prescription. they are really thoughtful. But if the medical school can really figure out a way, it can really help a lot of people. The people who are raising pufferfish will benefit, and the medicine can also save people. But why do I feel that this matter is not so simple? Don't they have their own goals? Old man Yao now knew a lot about the Zhang family. Every prescription made by the Zhang family was not as ordinary as it seemed. The Zhang family would definitely benefit from such a prescription. For example, the prescription for growing vegetables in winter did benefit the people in the north, but the restaurant also had fresh vegetables in winter. Old Man Pai took the paper and stared at it, as if he wanted to see some other purpose from the words. He looked at it and said, "If they want to use pufferfish in the restaurant, I think they don't have to support other people to raise them. If they directly ship them from the Yangtze River, the price will be higher. Besides, the things that the Zhang family does are not something that can be easily guessed by others. Many times they are puzzling, and when the results are out, they will understand. Since they can't figure it out, then don't think about it. Let's see if they can raise pufferfish in the north. Won't they freeze to death in cold weather? When someone raises pufferfish, let more people raise them. Didn't they say that they will buy them all? Then we will sell them. In short, the people won't lose money." Old Man Pai said this, but in fact, he hoped that the medical school could find a way to use pufferfish poisoning, especially since it was written on the paper that it might be able to treat joint pain. This was a disease that many people suffered from. When they were young, they didn't pay attention. As a result, when they were older, it was too late to regret. He was like this. In the past, when it rained on a cloudy day, his left leg hurt so much that he didn't dare to move. Fortunately, after he met Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, he drank medicinal wine and soaked in it. As long as he was careful, he wouldn't be afraid of rain on cloudy days. However, too many medicines were used, especially ginseng. It was not something that ordinary people could afford. If pufferfish could really alleviate this disease, ordinary people could also use it. It was cheap. All of this depended on the medical school of Huayuan County, which represented the highest achievement of the Tang Dynasty's medical school. While the three old men were looking forward to it, Zhang Xiaobao really did what he said. He really did ask people to find pufferfish, even if the season was not right. Then, he would try to see if it could be used in seasoning. If it was successful, then there would be many pufferfish in the future that could be used to make more seasoning. If it failed, then it would be like this matter had never happened. There wouldn't be too much loss. When the weather gradually turned cold, the food in Suzhou was all sorted out. Although a large area was washed away, the crab and mandarin fish were selling very well. Especially after the crab ate pieces, many people liked this set of tools. For a time, eating crabs was not just about eating meat, but also mixed with some kind of elegant thinking. Zhang Xiaobao did what he said. In addition to letting merchants come to taste the crab, the extra crabs were transported to other places to buy back food to make up for the lost rent. There was also a small success in the breeding. The pigs had not grown too big yet. Compared to the normal size of a pig to be slaughtered, it still took a few months to raise them. The poultry had not laid eggs, but this did not affect people's eating. For those who were bred in the breeding industry, some of them were killed to exchange for money or their own food. The money exchanged was used to pay back the loan. If they couldn't pay it back in 1 year, they would have to wait until the next year to pay it back. According to the practice of the local people, they would never be willing to eat it themselves. However, since Zhang Zhong and Li Sun came to Suzhou, when the people gained benefits, they changed their minds. In the past, they were short of money and had no good way. Even if they raised a few chickens, they would not be willing to eat them casually. They would leave them for emergencies or exchange them for necessities. Now it was different. With so many chickens, why not eat them? In the future, their lives would be better and better. There was no need to let their families suffer. When autumn passed and winter came, Suzhou began to transport things to the imperial court. There was money and food. It was all used by the fleet of the Zhang family and Wang family. People went down the river and then entered the canal. When they reached a frozen place, they changed to land. This time, Zhang Zhong wrote and sent the memorial to the imperial court. The officials in the imperial court all knew why the emperor sent Zhang Zhong to Suzhou. However, they were harmed there. They did not have any thoughts about the rent in Suzhou this year. But when the memorial was delivered, all the officials couldn't help but admire the Zhang family from the bottom of their hearts. This year's rent and tax had actually reached 280,000 strings of coins, and this was not including the money given to Li Sun and the copper or shipped to the capital. Even Li Longji said, "That's really amazing." At the same time, he hated the previous officials in Shuzhou even more. They did not mention the copper mine and the marble mine. They did not even think about how to help the people live a good life. The officials stood in the cold wind in the hall. In their hearts, they were thinking about how to let their families find a place to plant cold melons next year. This year, cold melons accounted for a large part of the tax paid by Shuzhou. Chapter 578. When a rare snowfall fell in Shuzhou, the bridge connecting the two banks was finally completed. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not know if the cement they made could withstand the impact of the river for a long time, but the two of them still built the bridge. It was not beautiful at all. The bridge deck was made of iron chains and wood. When one walked on it, it would sway. If it were two people at that time, there was no point in building such a bridge. It would be a waste of money and would be scolded to death. However, at this time, no one scolded them. Everyone thought of ways to praise them, especially the people near the bridge on both sides of the Yangtze River. After the first batch of merchants and nobles who came to participate in various activities and spent a lot of money and experienced the sound of firecrackers, they rushed to the bridge one after another. All of them seemed very excited. Fortunately, there were iron chains blocking the way. Otherwise, a few of them would have squeezed down. It was as if standing on the bridge for a while was an infinite honor. This group of people did not want to go down after getting on the bridge, so they all blocked the bridge. Zhang Zhong immediately posted a notice and asked people to stand on both sides of the bridge to read to the illiterate people. This rule was set. As for Xianzhou, who was connected to the other side, he did not say a word. He tacitly agreed that Zhang Zhong's rule was applicable to both sides. After all, the bridge was built by him. At the same time, he did not dare to provoke Zhang Zhong at this time. Many people were paying attention to this. The bridge was built, but if one wanted to go from Xianzhou to Shuzhou, they had to take a boat. The water had just been connected, and the bridge here had not been built yet. The diversion of the river would have to wait until next year to build a bridge. Even if it did not snow in winter, it was impossible to expect this bridge to be built before the new year. Taking advantage of this time, the people of Shuzhou began to block the diversion of the river. Unlike last time, they could get a wage this time. After all, they were not helping with disaster relief. Wangjiang building was also under construction. It was all made of wood, not cement or iron. It should be ready for use next summer. The furniture bought from Luzhou was also on the way. The building was too big. Wangjiang County issued a notice to recruit people from all over the country to work. They divided the work into sections and finally connected the sections. This way, the work speed would be faster. Lu Jiro, the minister of the Ministry of Works, also brought people over to see how the bridge was built. At the same time, she also wanted to see the electric lights. In addition to this matter, he also wanted to see his nephew. His nephew was now working for the Zhang family and was treated well. He was the only one who could enter the inner courtyard without signing a contract. Of course, the places he could enter were restricted. It was impossible for him to enter just any courtyard, especially Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's courtyard. There was no need to even think about it. That would expose the two of them. One order after another was issued from this courtyard. When Lu Jiro arrived with a large group of people, there were already a lot of people gathered in the largest courtyard of the Zhang family. In addition to the people from the inner courtyard of the Zhang family and Wang family, there were also the three old men and old man Pai and old Yao's families. When Lu Jiro came, he didn't inform them in advance. Therefore, even if the people from the Zhang family who stayed in the capital to collect information sent the news, no one went to pick him up. When he entered the courtyard with his two followers, the first thing he smelled was the fragrance of the food. It smelled so good. He didn't eat anything at noon, so he was even hungrier now. After smelling the fragrance of the food, he couldn't wait to rush over and eat without caring about others. After swallowing a few mouthfuls of saliva, Lu Jiro finally found Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao. The two old men greeted him with their eyes and ignored him. Instead, they set their eyes on the stove used to cook. Following the gaze of the two old men, Lu Jiro suddenly widened his eyes as if he couldn't believe what he saw. The stove didn't burn firewood. Instead, there was a copper pipe connected to the back. The fire wasn't small, and the smell came from the pot when a chef was cooking. At this time, the follower beside him also had an expression of disbelief. It was the first time he saw a fire that didn't need coal or firewood. At this time, the chef had already finished cooking the dish. He looked at another pot that was steaming something and another pot that was stewing something. He brushed the big spoon in his hand and continued to cook the next dish. There were already 11 dishes on the table, but no one ate them. They just let the dishes cool down. In addition to the 3 stoves that were burning, there were also 4 copper pipes with flames on top of them. Lu Jiro wasn't hungry this time. He was already attracted by the stove. It wasn't until someone coughed that he woke up. He put his mouth between Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao's heads and asked, "Old Minister Bai, Master Yao, what is this thing?" Old Man Pai deliberately coughed. Looking at Lu Jiro's anxious appearance, he slowly said, "You haven't seen it before, right? Don't you think it's very strange? Think about a swamp somewhere. Someone put a bamboo tube in it and then lit it up." When Old Man Pai said this, Lu Jiro understood. It was recorded in the book. So it was like this. But what was the gas used to store so much? Even if they took the biggest water tank and sealed it, it was impossible to store so little gas in 3 stoves and 4 burning pipes. Lu Jiro didn't understand, so she asked, "Old Minister Bai, what was used to store the gas in the swamp? It had to be something as big as a house, right?" Could it be that Minister Lu thought that the Zhang family had nothing better to do and spent a lot of money to make something to store gas and then come back to cook? This time, you didn't come in vain. You can see the bridge, you can see the light bulb, and you can also see this thing called marsh gas. You might not believe it, but the gas used to cook is made from feces, grass stalks, and other things. As long as the place is big enough and there are a few of them, the gas can be used continuously. At night, you don't need to light an oil lamp, and you don't need to use firewood to cook. Old Man Pai shook his head and said. Lu Jiro was stunned. She was afraid that Old Man Pai was lying to her, so she asked Old Man Yao, "Master Yao, is this true? Why would I lie to you? This thing is good, but it's a pity that the Zhang family still wants to make money. The cement can't be taken out casually, and there's no need to think about the recipe. This thing can be used to build city walls. What if other people know about it? After the Zhang family makes money with the cement for 2 years, they will lower the price and build this marsh gas pool for the slightly wealthier people." Old Man Yao was reasonable. Even if he wanted the Zhang family to immediately sell the cement to the people and teach them how to make it, he couldn't not let the Zhang family make money. Otherwise, they wouldn't make things in the future. Lu Jiro was also used to the Zhang family's way of doing things. If they should take out something, they would definitely take it out. If they shouldn't take it out, they would also not take it out. What a pity! Wouldn't it be better to let the people of Tang use it earlier? It doesn't matter if it's used for cooking, but the oil lamp is very good. It's actually feces. I thought feces have no other use except for farming. Good. Minister Lu may not know, but the feces can still be used to make fertilizer, and it's better than usual. If you raise dozens of pigs at home, you don't have to worry about not having enough feces. It's enough to support a big yard of more than 100 people. More importantly, the Zhang family is prepared to replace the fertilizer for free, saying that it can increase grain production. They want to sell this fertilizer around the rich families. It can also be used to raise fish, but it can only be used in nearby places. It's not convenient to transport it far away. Unless it's dried, it's not cost-effective and can't be bought at a high price. Later, I'll ask them to tell you how to do it, or I can go with you to your house and help you build a yard. I'll tell you 50% discount. Old Man Bai told him everything that he knew. He also told him about the various twists and turns. Lu Jiro was depressed. Did she also have to spend money? 50% discount? You can just say it's half the price. It's not cheap. Her eyes were still fixed on the stove and she said, "Don't worry, I'm not going back right away. It's not easy to come here. Who told the Zhang family to put on airs? If it were other people, they would just send an order directly to the capital. At this time, the 12th stir-fry dish was done. The steamed food was also finished, and there was still stewing. Lu Jiro knew it was time for her to show up. Just now, she didn't say anything, so they ignored her. Obviously, they knew each other, otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to enter the yard. She took 2 steps forward and said to Zhang Zhong, who was standing in the yard, "Provincial Governor Zhang, congratulations, congratulations, you have another profitable business." "Oh, it's Minister Lu. I didn't know Minister Lu was here, so I didn't welcome you and, okay, don't talk about it. Don't be so polite with me. Later, you must tell me how to build this methane pool. When I return to the capital, I'll help people build a few more, especially in the palace. There are so many. What's the previous one? It's a waste. I think this one can also be used for heating, right?" When Lu Jiro saw that Zhang Zhong was about to start a polite conversation with her, she waved her hand and interrupted him. Her words were also very casual. She didn't want to distance herself from the Zhang family. Anyone who had a good relationship with the Zhang family would be able to get benefits. The good furniture in her house was sent by Lu Zhou, and it was very comfortable to use. They were genuine goods, not fake. When Zhang Zhong saw that Lu Jiro didn't speak in a bureaucratic tone, he also changed his tone and said, "There's no problem with heating. It's better than firewood and coal, and it doesn't emit smoke. If you really want to build it at home, you'll have to raise a few more pigs. It's better to dig a pond to raise fish, and build 3 ponds in rotation." Originally, it was said that there was no rotation, but I didn't figure it out, so I can only use the stupid method. Zhang Zhong was speaking the truth, but Lu Jiro didn't listen to him. Turning feces and grass stalks into things that could be used for lamps and stoves was a stupid method? He was being too modest. Anyway, it was fine as long as it could be used in her house. It could save a lot of money for lamp oil and candles. If it could be used in the palace in the same way, it would save even more money. It would be a great merit. Thinking about it, Lu Jiro suddenly thought of the most important thing and asked, "Is it difficult to make this copper pipe?" Zhang Zhong nodded and said, "Indeed. If it's not done well, it will leak. This is the most troublesome. After making dozens of pipes, you can only find 2 or 3 that are not a problem. As for the rest, you have to put them in water to see where they leak. You can also apply glue to the outside and paint them, but you have to be careful." Chapter 579. Zhang Zhong didn't hide anything. He told Lu Jiro everything about the biogas pool, including what to pay attention to and the safety issues when using it. Even if he didn't tell him this now, he would still tell him when he built a biogas pool for other people in the future. He couldn't let other people be in danger. Lu Jiro was very grateful. This was money, and it could be used to raise fish. Even if he didn't like to eat it, he could give it to the servants in the manor. Although he couldn't compare with the wealth and ability of the Zhang family and the Wang family, he could still treat the servants in the manor better. Zhang Zhong didn't accept Lu Jiro's gratitude. He understood one of Lu Jiro's ideas very clearly. Eating fish was good. It turned out that it was the southern fish and the northern sheep. One reason was that it was difficult to make, and the other was that the fishy smell of fish in the Yellow River was too strong. However, ever since his family began to teach others more ways to cook fish and spread the word that eating fish could make people smarter, the people in the north started to eat more fish. In addition, his son had specially given him a few recipes of seasonings and improved cooking wine. Thus, the fish was pretty good. Lu Jiro came with a purpose. If he didn't let him see it, he wouldn't leave so quickly. It was almost the new year, but he still came here. It could be seen how anxious he was. After unexpectedly obtaining a biogas pool, Lu Jiro was very happy. He went to see the light bulb and the generator at Zhang Zhong's invitation. It was one thing to see it, but it was another thing to see it. It was amazing, really amazing. It could light up. After Lu Jiro touched the light bulb with her hand and was burned by it, she began to be interested in this thing. She looked at it again and again, but when she asked how to make it, no one told her. If she wanted to, she could take one of the generators back and disassemble it for research. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan promised Old Man Pai to write back, they had this idea. They wanted the Ministry of Works to help improve it. Wang Wan made it too simple. This light bulb is the most important part, right? Lu Jiro looked at the generator and then looked at the light bulb. She knew that the light bulb was made of glass. There were mirrors and small handicrafts made of glass at home. If the Zhang family didn't tell her how to make a light bulb, she wouldn't be able to make one. Zhang Zhong agreed and said, "Actually, the light bulbs are not important. What's important is this generator. It has a wide range of uses, but it's too simple to make. Lord Lu, you can take 2 of them back and take a look at them slowly. In fact, there are only copper wires and magnets inside. The exposed wires need to be wrapped with glue, otherwise it will hurt people. The most convenient thing to do with this is to electrocute fish. Put it in the water and turn it here. The surrounding fish will be electrocuted. There is a pond at home, so you can use it too." Lu Jiro automatically erased Zhang Zhong's last sentence from her ears. After looking at the light bulb and the generator, it was time to eat. Lu Jiro was still hungry. She was in a hurry to get there, so she didn't want to waste too much time. The food was made with methane. Lu Jiro kept praising the food made with methane. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were sitting at another table, heard Lu Jiro's praise and tasted the food again. They found that it wasn't as good as the food made by Chaihua, especially the stew. It seemed that it was just a psychological effect. Lu Jiro ate quite a lot during this meal. She was so full that she ate 2 Dashan pills before she felt a bit better. She then dragged Old Man Bai and Old Man Yao to Old Man Bai's house to be guests. When the sky turned dark, the 3 people came back. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan saw the expression on the 3 people's faces and felt that something was wrong. Wang Wan whispered to Zhang Xiaobao, "Why do I feel like they came up with some bad idea again? They probably want us to take out other recipes. What do you think?" "I think so too. It's not that we can't give them the recipes, but we have to see how much benefits they can offer in exchange. Ever since Lu Jiro's news came, I've been preparing. Some recipes are not suitable to stay in my hands. I can take this opportunity to clean them up and make some money." Zhang Xiaobao looked at the 3 people who were pointing at the still-burning methane lamp, but their eyes were always looking at him. He already knew that the 3 people must have thought of something to exchange. "Then let's go. As soon as we leave, they will definitely be able to stop us." Wang Wan spent the afternoon with her family. Seeing the 3 people pretending to look at the lamp, she didn't want to waste time with them. She pulled Zhang Xiaobao and prepared to leave. As expected, the moment the 2 of them moved, Old Man Bai and the other 2 seemed to be strolling as they blocked the path that the 2 of them were about to take. Zhang Xiaobao first greeted, "Grandpa Bai, Grandpa Yao, and Grandpa Lu, look at this fire. Cuckoo and I are sleepy, so we'll go back to sleep first. We'll study with Grandpa Bai tomorrow." As he spoke, Zhang Xiaobao immediately became sleepy. Wang Wan also cooperated with him and yawned. Old Man Pai and the other 2 people were stunned. They didn't know what to do. Just now, they were pretending to look and didn't come over. Now that they wanted to go back to sleep, they couldn't stop them, right? If it was an adult, they could find an excuse, such as drinking tea or something. But in front of 2 children, they couldn't. While the 3 of them were still in a daze, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan took a detour and left. "If I knew earlier, I would have directly come over." Lu Jiro didn't understand Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, so she regretfully said. Tonight, she had something on her mind, so she wouldn't be able to sleep peacefully. Old Man Pai heard Lu Jiro's words and said, "We were tricked. The 2 brats weren't sleepy at all. They knew that we wanted to talk to them about something. This was intentional. Just now, we didn't directly look for them, so they were taking revenge. They went back to study. Then what do we do? Chase after them?" Old Man Yao was also depressed. When he came, he already thought of what to say, but in the end, he couldn't find an opportunity. "Forget it, let's talk about it tomorrow." Old Man Pai looked at the direction the 2 people disappeared in and said helplessly. His mood suddenly became bad. He still had to wait for another night. Early the next morning, during breakfast, Old Man Pai found Old Man Chang, who gave up the time yesterday. They went to the Zhang family to have a meal together. Without waiting for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to leave, he opened his mouth and called out to them. "Xiaobao, I heard from Minister Lu that there are people in the capital who see that your family's business is too big, so they want to deal with your family. Old Man Pai said to Zhang Xiaobao with concern. He wanted to show off his strength and intimidate, a blatant threat. Zhang Xiaobao's face immediately showed an anxious expression. He looked at Old Man Pai and said, "Grandpa Bai, is what you said true? That's over. The business there is not only done by my family, but also by Commandery Prince Li and many other businessmen. If someone really takes care of it, then what will happen to the people in the capital? So many businessmen have been providing firewood, rice, oil, and salt for the people in the capital and the surrounding areas. There is also the cloth for the cloth and the transportation for the ships. If we all praise them, then how will the people live? Especially when they hire a large number of people to do things. If they suddenly have nothing to do, then they won't be able to support their families. Grandpa Bai, you must think of a way. If it really doesn't work, then my Zhang family and Wang family will withdraw all the business from the north of the Yellow River. I hope that when someone takes over, they will give the people benefits according to the rules of my family's business." Wang Wan also had a worried expression on her face. Yes, we can't afford to offend them. Let's hide. Grandpa Bai, thank you for telling us this in advance. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been prepared at all. I will go back and tell my family and see if we can bring the farmers with us. I hope that the people who take our position will treat the people of Sanshui County well. The people of Sanshui County are good. The four old men listened to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's grievances, but they didn't feel that they were afraid at all. This was a threat. No wonder the Zhang family found so many businessmen to participate in the business when it was done. They were working together. One move could affect the whole situation. Besides, Wang Wan's words meant that if the Zhang family and Wang family left Sanshui County, then no one else could have a foothold in Sanshui County. The people were all good people. The question was who was good to them. Old Man Bai did not make a sound. He had wanted to scare the other party, but in the end he was scared by the other party. These two kids were very clever. Last night, they were tricked and did not sleep well the entire night. This morning, they did not manage to take advantage of the other party. They were at a disadvantage. Old Man Pai closed his eyes and started to reflect on himself. Old Man Yao came out. Xiaobao, Cuckoo, don't be afraid. No one has the ability to bully your family. There are many people who say such things and have such thoughts, but they have to think twice. Besides, your Grandpa Bai and Grandpa Zhang and Grandpa Lu will help you. We will help you sell the methane pool for more money. When your Grandpa Lu goes back, I will arrange this matter and let all the rich families in the capital buy it. You can't ask for money for the methane pool. You can ask for the rest of the money. Oh, thank you, Grandpa Lu. Cuckoo and I will make something for the four grandpas to eat at noon. Blowfish sashimi. Zhang Xiaobao covered his chest with his hand and said gratefully. Xiaobao, the blowfish dish is not necessary. Mandarin fish is fine. Let your Grandpa Lu try it. Braised or steamed, you can do whatever you want. Old Man Chang quickly expressed his opinion. Lu Jiro suddenly understood why Bai Go and Yao Chong liked the two children so much. It was indeed interesting. The three important ministers were suppressed in a single meeting. Not only did they not take advantage of them, but they also suffered a big loss. It was just like their own grandchildren. As a grandfather, he was happy to suffer a loss. Xiaobao, Cuckoo, the furniture your family sent to me is very good. It is very comfortable to use. But other people don't know and bought fake goods. When I go back, I will tell them to throw away the fake goods. Just tell me which one you want to buy. I will write to you. You can directly send the goods from Luzhou. Good things must be known to others. Lu Jiro set another condition. Just now, it was the biogas pool. The two transactions were settled. Wang Wan didn't say anything. She looked at Zhang Xiaobao. She meant to ask, do you want to trade or not? Zhang Xiaobao thought for a moment and said to Lu Jiro, Grandpa Lu, in fact, the biogas pool is not only suitable for people and pigs. It is also suitable for chickens, ducks, and geese. Grandpa Lu, let me tell you something. The thermometer made by our family can be used to hatch poultry. It can be used to hatch pigeons. It is very convenient to use. You just need to see the temperature of a chicken hatching an egg and then write it down. Then, you can accurately follow the temperature with the thermometer. It is a little hot or a little cold to see if it can hatch faster. It is also convenient to test. Also, the thermometer can be used not only on poultry, but also on livestock and people. If it is too hot in the mouth or under the armpit, it will be too much for a normal person. If it is too much for a normal person, it will be sick. You have to find a doctor. In a while, I will ask Cherries to write down the detailed method of hatching so that Grandpa Lu can use it at home. If other people want to use it, you can buy it. 10 strings of coins for one. If a village buys one, the whole village can use it. It can't be cheap. If it is cheap, the glass is worthless. Zhang Xiaobao took out the method of hatching poultry in exchange, and also sold a thermometer. The 4 old men looked at each other and finally breathed a sigh of relief. The method of hatching was indeed important. If it was coupled with the thermometer, as long as the people wanted to, they could hatch poultry at home. Hatching many at one time would save time, and it would not delay the hen from laying eggs. Lu Jiro was really convinced. Just like what Bai Chou said at the beginning, don't treat Xiao Bao and Cuckoo as ordinary children. Sure enough, this kind of hidden struggle, compromise, and exchange of interests was only used in the imperial court. Now, it was actually used in front of 2 children. Furthermore, it was at a disadvantage. After all, one could not treat children the same way one treated adults. One could be hostile to adults, but one could not treat children the same way, right? Chapter 580. Zhang Xiaobao really handed over the hatching technology. The 4 old men were very happy. They didn't care about the technology for fun, but they were serious about people's livelihood. Of course, it was the same for weapons. Although it was an exchange of interests, the Zhang family and Wang family didn't get more help in terms of economic income. The biogas pools, high-end furniture, and thermometers could be sold without others marketing. The reason why Zhang Xiaobao was willing to exchange was mainly because of the appearance of thermometers. Even if no one exchanged with him, he would take out the hatching technology for everyone to use. In this exchange, Zhang family and Wang family got a kind of hidden help, an opportunity for the upper class of Tang to help stabilize. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang once settled the matter, but someone felt uncomfortable. After breakfast, when others were busy, Cherries moved a stool and put it beside the canal in the yard. She sat there, holding her chin with her hands, and looked at the fish swimming in the water motionlessly. Sister Cherries, what are you doing here? Xiao Hong, who had also eaten breakfast, was preparing to lead the poultry army out for a walk. When she passed by, she saw Cherries' appearance and came to ask. No, nothing, just sitting. Your furry is getting smarter and smarter. In fact, it can bring the team back even if you don't release it. Cherries and Wei Wei turned their heads and looked at Xiao Hong with envy. Xiao Hong smiled and said, That's not good. If furry does it, I will have nothing to do. I'm now thinking about how to summarize the breeding of poultry and then write it down. Xiao Hong suddenly realized something and said, I know. Sister Cherries has nothing to do, right? Everyone can hatch. Sister Cherries, you have nothing to do, right? No, it's not bad to be idle. I'm not so tired. You go and do your work. I'll go back after sitting for a while. Cherries looked very wronged. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzzing. Aya, Sister Cherries, don't worry. Go find the young master and the young lady, and you'll have new things to do. I won't go first. Let Rong Rong lead the team out. Wait for me. After Xiao Hong finished speaking, she turned around and ran. She came to the shed specially built for her, ordered someone to open the door, and called out the big goose Furry. She squatted down, hugged Furry's neck and said, Furry, you take them out today. Remember to listen to people and don't run around. Come back at noon. I have something to do. In the Zhang family and the Wang family, in addition to the magical young master and the young lady, the most magical thing was this goose. It could be said to be 1 in a million. It was very smart. Especially after following Xiao Hong for several years, it could understand Xiao Hong's meaning very well. After hearing Lil Red's words, it chirped twice to show that it understood. At least, that was how Lil Red understood it. You go out with Rong Rong. Wherever it doesn't let the ducks and geese go, don't go to that place. It's easy to be dangerous. After instructing Rong Rong, Xiao Hong also told her subordinates to do the work. They didn't dare to oppose. After making a promise, Xiao Hong ran back to Cherries. She pulled up Cherries, who was still staring at the fish in the water, and walked to the young master and the young lady's courtyard while saying, let's go to the young master and the young lady for work. I don't think it's good. I don't think it's good. Cherries flinched. Even if she did feel that she had lost her job and fell from a high position, she still didn't dare to tell the young master. What's wrong? We are the first people to follow the young master and the young lady. Let's go. Xiao Hong dragged Cherries away with all her strength. The kindergarten is built here. Find the children nearby and divide them into classes according to their age. Then arrange Xiaobei and the others in so that more people can play together. Zhang Xiaobao drew on a piece of paper and said to Wang Wan, who was sitting next to him. Wang Wan was sorting out the very messy way of educating children written by Zhang Xiaobao. She turned her head to look at the things that Zhang Xiaobao drew and said, are they all for fun? Don't let others teach them to read? You've already taught Xiaobei and the others. What about the other children? That's different. The other children need half a year to adapt before they can be taught how to read. Xiaobei and the others are raised from prenatal education. The nutrition is also different. The other children may not be able to keep up. As soon as Zhang Xiaobao mentioned the younger siblings, the image of the children appeared in his mind. All of them were healthy and healthy. This was the happiest thing. But didn't Xiaobei and Xiaobei also follow? You have to admit that there are geniuses, such as Xin Er, Lu Wu, and Wei Wei. But didn't you say that all children are geniuses? But I don't have so much time to explore every child. I can only give them a popular education. When there are more kindergarten teachers, then I'll talk about it. Right now, I'm just letting them play. Playing is also a way to develop their intelligence. Help me think of other fun games. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he started drawing on the paper again. Wang Wan thought for a moment and said, make a set of chimes and hang them there for them to play with. The sound it makes is different. Perhaps it can develop their musical talent. Okay, get someone to do this. Zhang Xiaobao agreed. While the two of them were discussing education, Xiao Hong dragged Cherries over. Cherries didn't seem to dare to face Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. She hid behind Xiao Hong, lowered her head, and didn't make a sound. Seeing the two of them come over, Zhang Xiaobao, who had stopped drawing, asked curiously, why are you here? It's nothing. Just walking around, Cherry hurriedly said. Xiao Hong tugged at her and said to Zhang Xiaobao, young master, you've handed over the incubation recipe and the thermometer. Sister Cherries has nothing to do. I see. How can she have nothing to do? Zhang Xiaobao was even more puzzled. Wasn't the incubation matter fine? Why was it fine? Young master, in the past, only Sister Cherries knew how to incubate. Others couldn't. Now that there's a thermometer, others can practice and be like Sister Cherries. Xiao Hong added. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan both understood. It turned out that Cherries felt that her dominance in incubation was being threatened. Wang Wan pulled Zhang Xiaobao behind her. She came close to Xiao Hong and Cherries. She looked at Cherries' evasive gaze and said, masters in any field are not only because of their proficiency, but also because of their research spirit. Look at Pomegranate. No one can shake her position. Even if we teach everyone the method of growing fungus, no one dares to say that they are better than Pomegranate. Look at what she's growing now. She has tremella, and 3 kinds of mushrooms. She should be studying how to grow ginseng now. Any industry is actually a field, like the sea. What are chickens, ducks, and geese? They're just 3 kinds of ordinary poultry. Yes, only 3 kinds. There are more kinds. In the future, there will be disease prevention. Cherries, you'll give the poultry you hatch to Xiao Hong when they grow up. When all kinds of diseases appear, you'll find that it's not easy to raise them. Let me tell you a short story. There was a person who used his family's martial arts to attack people with his hair. He tied his hair together like a whip. It was very powerful. Others called him the magic whip. Later, long hair was not allowed in that place, so weapons like fireworks appeared. Zhang Xiaobao interrupted and began to tell them a story that was very old for him. After telling the story, he asked Xiao Hong and Cherries, now you understand, right? Cherries, who was still confused just now, suddenly had her eyes lit up. She nodded and replied, I understand. The whip is gone, but the god is still there. I know what I should do. There are more birds and more animals that hatch with eggs, such as snakes and crocodiles. I'll ask the doctors to prepare a soup for them to eat. I'll find all the hatched eggs I can find and study them. When the time comes, others will only know how to hatch eggs. I'll still have something to do. After hearing Cherries' words, Wang Wan glanced at Zhang Xiaobao and had to sigh. Zhang Xiaobao's grasp of psychology was really extraordinary. Cherries regained her confidence with a story. Then she said, That's right. Cherries, in fact, in our hearts, you've always been the best at hatching. No one has ever been able to replace your position. As for disease prevention, you should discuss it more with Xiaohong in the future. This is the domain of the two of you. Cherries, who regained her confidence, finally showed a smile on her face. She looked at Xiaohong gratefully and said that she would go back to think about it immediately. Then she pulled Xiaohong and ran away. After the two of them left, Wang Wan turned her head and said to Zhang Xiaobao, It seems that we have to worry about the people in the inner courtyard again. If there's a first, there will be a second one. What should we do? Publish a book. Let them write what they know. If they write more, print it and sell it. They'll get a part of the money from the sale, and they'll also have to sign their names. Use this to encourage them to continue working hard. Zhang Xiaobao thought of a way to encourage them, and things immediately went according to his plan. The Zhang family had their own printing equipment. When a book of chickens, ducks, and geese hatched and corrected appeared on the table in Cherries' room 20 days later, Cherries smelled the ink on it with all her might. In just a few days, the news that the young master and young lady had written a book for Yingtao had spread throughout the inner court. When they saw the words, Author, Zhang Yingtao, on the book, the people in the inner court began to make a summary of what they had done as if they had gone crazy. They also hoped that one day, their names would be printed on a book. That would be a kind of glory. Those who did the same thing would communicate with each other and discuss how to print their names on the book when the time came. Old Man Pai and the other 3 people each had a book in their hands. When they opened it, they realized that hatching wasn't that simple. There were many details in the book, and if any of them were not taken care of, the eggs that could originally hatch chickens and ducks could be spoiled. This should be the first book written by a person who signed a death contract, right? Old Man Chong said as he touched the cover of the book with his hand. Chapter 581. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan published a book for Cherries, which not only affected the people in the inner courtyard, but also shocked other people who knew that the Zhang family published a book for a maid. Some people were surprised that the Zhang family treated their servants so well. Most of the time, even if a maid did something wrong, the master would be responsible for it. However, the Zhang family didn't do that. The book was indeed signed under Cherries' name. While they were envious of Cherries, they also dreamed that one day they could also print their names on paper and let the world know about it like Cherries. This kind of person couldn't be said to be short-sighted. After all, the things they came into contact with were different. There were also people who were far-sighted, especially those who had many servants at home, who were amazed by the maids of the Zhang family. If a maid could do this, then what about the master? As soon as Cherries' book appeared, it caused a stir in Shuzhou. People who were preparing to hatch their own birds had to buy a thermometer and a book to learn. When they felt that the thermometer was convenient to use, they remembered that it was written in the book that in the beginning, people used their hands to feel the temperature. They couldn't help but admire the maid who wrote the book. That kind of life was the most difficult. Presumably, she had suffered a lot. How did the pair of hands that could accurately feel the temperature of the air grow? In an instant, Yingtao became a godlike figure in the hatching industry. When everyone hatched their own birds, the first person they thought of was Yingtao. They knew that there was such a servant girl. She created the precedent of artificial hatching and stood at the peak. Seeing that her sister Cherry succeeded, Xiaohong was happy and began to organize her experience on how to free and take care of the birds. She planned to let the young master and the young lady see if there were any omissions in a few days. Then she would follow Cherries and publish the book. A book that Cherry had poured her heart and blood into was actually only 40 pages long, but this 40-page book was actually sold for 30 copper coins. The demand could not meet the demand. The Zhang family continued to print and sell this book and the thermometer to more places. When the rare second snow fell in Shuzhou, Old Man Pai once again found Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. "Xiaobao, I want to discuss something with your family. If you publish a book in the future, you have to tell us first. Some books can be published, but some can't." "I know. I will discuss it with Grandpa Bai in the future. You can read the content first. If you feel that it won't leak important secrets, then publish it." Zhang Xiaobao understood Old Man Pai's words. In fact, even if Old Man Pai didn't say anything, Zhang Xiaobao wouldn't write anything that needed to be kept secret. He wasn't a fool. Seeing that Zhang Xiaobao agreed without hesitation, Old Man Pai was relieved. He was really afraid that Zhang Xiaobao's family would write about the fireworks production. Selling books wouldn't make any money. He said, "In fact, Cherries' books are restricted now. Anyone who buys them must keep it a secret. They are not allowed to spread it outside of Tang Dynasty. Everyone who buys them must leave a record of their place of origin. If the same hatching method appears in other places, then once we find out who it is, we will not let them go easily." "This can't be controlled, right?" Zhang Xiaobao asked. "Still, we have to control it as much as possible. That's why we don't want you to casually publish books," Old Man Pai said firmly. "Okay, in the future, we will only publish books with simple content. Grandpa Bai, how about this? We will build a big technical college in the coastal area. We can let people from Japan and other countries come to study. 100 people will form a class. If there are fewer people, we won't open a class. Every person will have to take out something equivalent to 100 strings of coins every month as a training fee. What do you think?" Zhang Xiaobao suddenly thought of something and asked Old Man Pai. Old Man Pai was shocked. He looked at Zhang Xiaobao as if he was looking at a traitor. If he didn't see Zhang Xiaobao every day, he would have thought that Zhang Xiaobao was replaced. "Xiaobao, are you sick? Quickly get your family's doctor to take a look." "What are you talking about? Do you want others to learn all the good things?" Old Man Pai was angry. Zhang Xiaobao knew that he could not explain it clearly, so he said, "Grandpa Bai, I'm not sick. Even if we find people to learn, we might not be able to teach them all the good things." "That's what I think." Zhang Xiaobao explained his idea to Old Man Pai in detail. After hearing Zhang Xiaobao's words, Old Man Pai suddenly felt that Zhang Xiaobao wasn't as cute as he used to be. He wasn't as kind, at least when compared to other countries. "Don't do it yet. Let me discuss it with the others first." Old Man Pai, who was frightened by Zhang Xiaobao's plan, didn't continue to talk about publishing books. He turned around and went to find the other 3 old men. "This is Xiaobao's idea? Ruthless, really ruthless." After hearing Old Man Pai's words, Old Man Yao evaluated Zhang Xiaobao. Old Man Chang was also very surprised. How did Xiaobao come up with this idea? He actually used good technology as bait and then tricked people from other countries to come over and learn. That's not all, but he only has half an hour a day to teach others the technology. The rest of the lessons are all about ideological education. That's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that the technology to be taught must be things from Tang. There are things from all over the country. If they want to save time and trouble, they have to buy them at a high price. After teaching the beginner part of the technology, which isn't so accurate, the intermediate and advanced parts will be taught depending on the situation. Then, if 100 people come over, the tuition fee will be 10,000 strings of coins. This doesn't include the cost of food and lodging. If you add the cost of buying materials, then it won't be just 10,000 strings of coins. They will have to spend at least 40,000 to 50,000 strings of coins. If they want to buy cheaper materials, they will have to look for materials. The time wasted will cost them a few months of tuition fees. Old Man Chang didn't expect that Zhang Xiaobao, who was usually so pleasant, would have such a ruthless side. This plan was too vicious. If they could really learn useful technology, then it would be fine. However, the technology was right at the beginning, but later on, it would lead them in the wrong direction. What kind of consequences would this have? What kind of consequences will this have? It will make them waste more money when they return to their country. If they can earn 40 to 50,000 strings of coins in one go, it won't just be a matter of 40 to 50,000 strings of coins. If the experiment is successful, we can use this strategy in more places. Old Man Lu also expressed his thoughts. He was very much in favor of this plan. There were so many countries in the surrounding area. If every country sent people to learn, how much money would they earn in a month? If this money was earned by others, it might take a long time to see the impact on the country. However, if it was earned by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family, then it would have an effect in a short time. From what Xiaobao and Cuckoo said, when Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family used money, they used a quasi-cash flow method. The speed of making money with money was very fast, and then they immediately invested it in infrastructure. Zhang Xiaobao didn't know that when he casually thought of a trick, it was approved by the 4 old men. He didn't even know if it would succeed. Perhaps because of the influence of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, the Tang Empire's approach to the outside world had changed. They no longer taught all the good things to others. After all, the Zhang family did a good job of keeping the prescription secret. After the people of the imperial court saw that technology could make a lot of money, they also became stingy in some aspects. After Wang Wan knew about this, she was also very happy. She said to Zhang Xiaobao, "It seems that we really changed something. We should control the technology and try not to let it out. Otherwise, in the future, they will all say that our technology is theirs. Just thinking about it makes me angry. If they used it, then they used it. Why did they have to brag about it with great fanfare? Xiaobao, think of another way to help me vent my anger. It's best if you can trick them into giving us all the good things. Today, I will allow you to use all your tricks to trick others." Zhang Xiaobao looked at Wang Wan in a daze. He didn't expect that Wang Wan, who usually didn't show off, would have such a strong desire for revenge. She took out the future to take revenge on others in advance. Zhang Xiaobao wanted to tell her that the future generations would have their own good fortune, but when he thought of her family's situation, he couldn't say it. She also had to take care of the future generations. "Do you really want to do this?" Zhang Xiaobao asked again. "Hurry up. Don't tell me you don't have a way." Wang Wan replied expectantly. "In fact, it's very simple. That is, use renewable resources to exchange for non-renewable resources. You just have to use the method that other countries used to deal with us 100 years ago. You should know how to do this without me saying it, right?" "Yes. You can play here. I'll go organize it." Wang Wan was happy. In fact, with her intelligence, there was no need to ask Zhang Xiaobao about this kind of thing. One reason was that she had developed a habit of leaving the scheming to Zhang Xiaobao. Another reason was that she wanted to obtain Zhang Xiaobao's support. Seeing Wang Wan run to the side to think of a way to harm people, Zhang Xiaobao also began to make plans for his father. Originally, he had planned to stay in this place for 2 years. Now that the bridge had been repaired and the local farming had started, it was likely that Li Longji would change his father's location. The best place was Luoyang. He would first familiarize himself with that place before moving to the capital. He just didn't know who would be able to snatch the position of provincial governor. Being a county magistrate and the provincial governor of 2 provinces was still not enough. Other people could be the provincial governor of 7 or 8 provinces. "Little young master, I'm back." When it was time for dinner, before Zhang Xiaobao could figure out what to do, Ernio ran in from outside. He had gone to Shandong to transport my fan stones. He had bought all the places that produced my fan stones. He had been running back and forth. Su Si was the one overseeing the situation there. He had transported a large amount of my fan stones to be used in Wangjiang Restaurant. Wangjiang Restaurant would integrate all kinds of services into one in the future to help Li Sun earn more money. Even Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't lack gambling and erotic services, which Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were very disgusted with. Since gambling couldn't be banned, then it was better to earn the money of the rich. As for erotic services, there was no way to stop it, unless one could really abstain from sex. "Little young master, what should we fix this time? Is it still steam?" Ernio asked when he saw the little young master deep in thought. "There's no need for steam. Let's use a hot spring." Zhang Xiaobao raised his head and said, "But we didn't find any warm underground water here." Ernio was puzzled. "Can't we just boil the water and soak the my fan stones? Go and find someone to do it. When it's done, let me know." Zhang Xiaobao instructed Erniu. Chapter 582. It was unknown what the old man Pai and the other three were thinking. 2 days after Zhang Xiaobao came up with the idea, the old man Pai and the others really worked together and sent the idea to the capital. It seemed that they were really going to do it. After Lu Jiro continuously obtained good things, she also wanted to take a look at the bridge. The 4 old men greeted each other and formed a group to go to Wangjiang County. With the departure of the 4 old men, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's lives returned to relative peace. They didn't have to worry about government affairs anymore. Li Sun did not come over to disturb him. He was busy cultivating. Cultivating near the hidden mountain was different from other cultivators who wanted to develop their cultivation towards luxury. Li Sun's cultivation only required that the place was big enough to poop. The commoners in the villages near the hidden mountain who had nothing to do were all gathered by Li Sun to help him work. They didn't get paid. The commoners weren't angry because Li Sun said that after the path was built, he wouldn't find people outside to maintain it. He would choose people in the surrounding villages who usually couldn't find work to maintain it. Li Cheng, who was in charge, didn't know what Li Sun wanted to do. While the commoners were busy, he found Li Sun and asked for advice. "Young master, if others came and saw this path you built, they would probably laugh at you. The place is not small, but the hidden mountain here is not as good as Lake Tai. Why don't you make the path more luxurious?" Li Sun had always been asking Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan what they wanted to do. The design of the path was also proposed by the 2 of them. Today, he was finally asked by someone else. He pretended to be profound and coughed and said, "You don't understand, right?" Li Qing nodded his head vigorously, looking like he was waiting for guidance. However, he really didn't understand why the path was built in such a remote place, and it was so simple. If you don't understand, just ask. Don't keep it in your heart. Let me ask you, why do people live? Li Sun acted like an expert. Why? Li Qing asked. It seemed like he was asking someone else, but it also seemed like he was asking himself. Too difficult, right? Then why are you alive? Li Sun asked again. Li Qing did not answer immediately this time. Wei Wei lowered her head and thought. Li Sun was not in a hurry. He watched the people help him cultivate while waiting. Li Qing thought for a while and replied, "Young master, I was sold into the manor when I was very young. I sold myself. At that time, I didn't want to starve to death. At that time, I lived to eat and fill my stomach. Later on, when I followed young master, it was different. I was able to make others look up to me. Sometimes, I relied on young master's identity to bully others. Later on, I ran to Sanshui County. When I saw that the restaurant was making money, I wanted to make more money. Now, I don't know why I still want to live. Young master is rich and so am I. Maybe it's a habit for me to live. If you think about it this way, it seems that even if I die, it doesn't matter." After listening to Li Cheng's words, Li Sun nodded in agreement. "You're not bad. You don't want to continue to climb to a high position. But I can't. I also have to be responsible for living. I'm afraid that if the goal is too small, it will be achieved in a few days. So, I set a big goal for myself. I live to let the people of Tang live a good life." Li Sun's voice was not loud, but Li Cheng could hear Li Sun's determination. This goal was too big, but what did it have to do with cultivation? Without waiting for him to ask, Li Sun told him, "Other people's businesses are a waste of money and manpower. Fixing a good one is a waste of money. Even the luxurious decorations inside cost money. Most of the land occupied by a business is unused. The people who do the work in a business are also not working hard. It's a waste. Even if it's my own money that is wasted, I won't be such a person. As long as it's my thing, I will find a way to make it produce money and use the money on the people. Young master, isn't it faster to make money by Lake Tai? Even if I don't go there, I can still make money. How can I not come here? What I want is not the prosperity of a certain place, but the prosperity of the whole Shuzhou." Li Sun waved his hand hard, which meant that the whole Shuzhou was included. Li Qing watched from the side and suddenly realized that the former little prince had really grown up. It was time for him to get married. Li Qing, although the Zhang family and the Wang family are still in Shuzhou now, they won't care too much. They just gave me an idea and gave me the opportunity to build Shuzhou. It was also their idea to build Xingzai in Qianshan and make it simple. Then, that's why. It's because my business is not a decoration. It's going to be a zoo and a botanical garden. As long as there are animals and plants that can be raised here, I will find a way to raise them. Don't worry about the entrance fee. You know the entrance fee, right? Everyone can look around. There will be people who will introduce it to you. If it's too luxurious, the people won't dare to come and see it. It's good to be simple. The people nearby will come and see it. After seeing it, they will help me promote it. When there are more animals and more famous, more people will come. Naturally, there will be rich people. The animals in the zoo and botanical garden will be made into dishes for them. They are willing to eat even if it's expensive. The local people can also sell souvenirs here, especially local specialties. Then the people will have money in their hands. They want to live a good life. The economy will gradually develop. Then we can collect entrance fees, right? Raising animals also costs money. Li Qing suddenly became smart. Before Li Sun finished his words, he had guessed it. After he interrupted, he realized that he had interrupted young master. Li Sun didn't care. Seeing that Li Qing could think of this, he nodded happily and said, "Yes, that's the arrangement. The house of the business is simple. When the rich people come, we will rent it to them. They can tear it down and build their own houses. The rent is enough to maintain the zoo and botanical garden. My identity is obvious. Even if they want to curry favor with me, they will have to spend that money. With them, there will be a market here. This place will gradually become prosperous. We will also build a tourist attraction in Qianshan and let them invest. At that time, do you understand? At that time, young master can stay at home and collect money. Your identity as the commandery prince of Tang and will be more stable," Li Qing replied. "Wrong. At that time, I will leave and continue to be the commandery prince in another place. If I exchange the prosperity of Tang, which is Shuzhou, for 2 or 3 large and poor places like this, imperial uncle will be willing. After all, I have collected too much rent here. The more prosperous it is, the more the court will lose." Li Sun was now addicted to building places. The poorer a place was, the more he wanted to go and develop it. "Young master, you are so devoted to the people. I admire you. I will ask people to do it quickly." Li Qing had heard Li Sun's words and admired him. Compared to Qianshan, where Li Sun lived, the winter in Qianshan was not too cold, but the capital had already snowed 3 times. At this time, it was impossible to transport beef and mutton from Yenzhou and other places in the north. The price of meat in the capital would increase. However, today was different from previous years. Although ordinary people could not eat meat casually, the increase in price was relatively small. It did not double or more, but only increased by less than 50%. The high price of beef was not only because there was not enough of it, but also because it was not allowed to be casually killed. Usually, when it could be transported from other places, the restaurant owners would think of ways to kill a few, especially in winter. As for mutton, it was purely a matter of transportation. As a result, the price of pork also increased by 40%. Those who could not afford mutton changed to eating pork. Sauerkraut was now popular. As a result, the price of pork increased a little, but this was not a big deal. With a pigeon flying from Shuzhou, the savant's restaurant immediately launched a new dish, braised pork with red wine. After that, the price of pork increased again and again. This time, the imperial court finally realized that something was wrong. The price of pork actually caused the transportation industry to prosper. The price of the hay that the livestock ate also increased. If there was not enough hay, there were still soybeans to eat. Following that, the prices of other goods also rose. This was the effect of a single popular item on the market. The abnormal concentration of consumption made the areas around the capital seem prosperous, but it also gave people the feeling that a storm was about to come. Li Longji in the imperial court with a sullen face asked the ministers who were shivering in the cold outside what to do. At this time, LV Yenzhua came out. He did not forget to scheme against Zhang Zhong. After explaining the cause and effect of the matter, he pointed the finger at the savant's restaurant. Not only did the savant's restaurant sell it, but they also taught the method of cooking. The savant's restaurant belonged to the Sanshui Zhang family, so why did they have this dish? It was because the Zhang family had wine. If others wanted to make it, they could only buy wine from the Zhang family. Other kinds of yellow wine were also fine, but yellow wine was not easy to preserve. If a large amount of yellow wine was produced locally, the food supply would not be able to keep up, and the consumption would be too large. It was different if it was diluted with a high degree of alcohol. The taste might not be as good, but it was still a delicious dish. No matter how expensive it was, it could not be compared to beef. Therefore, in this novel situation, more people ate it. LV Yanzua's intention was to arrest Zhang Zhong, and the two officials who followed in his footsteps were also impeached at the same time. In the end, very few people responded. The other officials did not cooperate. Some were already numb to it, some had businesses at home, and some had furniture and tea leaves that were given to them by others. Li Longji really wanted to use this opportunity to warn the Zhang family. This was too much. He already knew that the pigeon that flew over had given them a recipe. Even if they wanted to sell it, they could not do this. However, when he saw that the other officials were silent and only a few people were present, Li Longji did not dare to make a move on Zhang Zhong. This year's Shu province's rent and tax discount was 280,000 strings of cash, and this was after the dam burst. The Minister of Works, Lu Jiro, had also gone there to learn about the technology. Coupled with the bridge and the unfinished construction, it was impossible to transfer Zhang Zhong back, let alone arrest him. Without him, the Zhang family and the Wang family would not do anything. Li Longji sighed inwardly as he leaned back. He felt a warm sensation on his back. At this moment, he remembered the comfortable and warm chair he made was sent to him from Lu Zhou's place half a month ago. When he saw LV Yanzua's expectant gaze, Li Longji pretended that this did not happen and continued to talk about other things. Hence, the morning court passed in an atmosphere where LV Yanzua and the others were sullen and the other officials were relieved. After the court session, Li Longji wrote a letter to Bai Go, Yao Chong, and Lu Jiro. The meaning was for them to solve the problem and help the chair to sit on the leg of the pigeon that belonged to Shu province that was sent over a few days later. When Old Man Chang's family received the pigeon, they immediately sent it to Wangjiang County on a fast horse. When the letter arrived, Lu Jiro was leading the people from the Ministry of Works and her nephew to observe the bridge. It's back. The emperor has given the order. I don't know what the Zhang family wants to do, but why did they have to send a recipe at this time? They could have sent it in the summer. Isn't this a scam? Old Man Pai said to Lu Jiro after reading the letter. The four old men who wanted to stay had no choice but to take a carriage and rush back at the fastest speed. Their destination was the courtyard of the four little fellows from the Zhang family and the Wang family. 1, 2, 3 jump, 1, 2, 3 jump. Old Man Pai's group of four really didn't come to the wrong place. When they arrived, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were playing with a group of little fellows. They were just jumping with their legs together. After jumping and jumping, they jumped to the entrance of the courtyard. Zhang Xiaobao looked up and saw the four old men coming. He smiled and greeted them. For grandpas, have you seen the bridge? I thought it would take another 2 days to come back. I wanted to see more, but I can't. I'm slandering that meat made with wine. If I don't come back soon, I'll be slandering to death. Old Man Pai looked helplessly at Zhang Xiaobao's face that seemed to really know nothing. So Grandpa Bai wants to eat red braised pork made with wine? Isn't that simple? I'll get someone to make it right away. Zhang Xiaobao was very happy. No, I can't eat it. Pork is too expensive, and so are other things. Xiaobao, shouldn't you say something? The emperor is unhappy. Look, the letter is here. Old Man Yao shook the paper in his hand and asked. Zhang Xiaobao secretly laughed and turned to look at Wang Wan. Wang Wan gave him a look, which meant that he should deal with the trouble he caused himself. Now turn around, it's time to jump back. Turn. Okay, 1, 2, 3 jump, 1, 2, 3 jump. Zhang Xiaobao let the little fellows continue to play. He gave the maid a look, and the maid continued to shout. Only then did he take Wang Wan and the four old men to a courtyard specially used for resting. Zhang Xiaobao and the four old men found a table and sat down. Wang Wan went to make tea. Under the gazes of the four old men, Zhang Xiaobao spoke. Actually, you can't blame my family for this. Can't my family make a new dish? You have to be reasonable. The main thing is that many people around the capital are not cooperating. It's just a little tiring and lazy, especially those who have zhuangzi. They think that it's too messy to raise zhuangzi. Otherwise, why would the price of pork go up? The meaning of Zhang Xiaobao's words couldn't be clearer. This was such a good technique, but it was actually resisted. The people in the north were lazy in winter, mainly because it was cold. But wasn't the coal and firewood very cheap in Huayuan County? Cotton cloth was introduced, and the price of linen in and around the capital dropped again and again. What's there to be afraid of wearing more? Can laziness lead a good life? The most infuriating thing was that those who have zhuangzi wanted to avoid such a good opportunity to increase their income. Raising pigs was dirty, so the price was raised a few times. See if they still dislike it. Your family is forcing the cow to drink water. No one said that we want to punish you. We just want to ask if there's any way to make up for it. Lu Jiro was a little embarrassed when she said this. Her family also didn't raise zhuangzi. It was cold in winter, so they didn't want to touch it. If they raised pigs in summer, the smell was too strong. Now they knew that the smell would be reduced by using the biogas pool. Zhang Xiaobao saw that the four old men didn't come to punish them, so his tone softened. Grandpa Lu, actually, my family didn't expect that one dish would be like this. We actually sent more than 10 dishes. I'll make braised pork ribs for you to eat later and boil crab meatballs with marrow. Grandpa Lu, quickly contact someone and tell them about the biogas pool. I don't believe that they don't raise pigs. Even if they raise pigs, they can only do it tomorrow. Now that the price of pork in and around the capital is too high, the price of pork must be reduced. What can your family do? Old Man Yao was most concerned about the present. What else can we do? Just take out the pork from Sanshui County. Chapter 583. Another pigeon flew to the capital from Shuzhou. This time, Savant's restaurant presented a new dish of chicken and duck, with a few simple herbs. The recipe was written very well. Compared to pork, it seemed to be more beneficial to the body. It slightly diverted some people's attention from pork. Immediately after, Sanshui County and Huayuan County sent a large amount of pork to the capital. Most of it was frozen, and a small portion was live pigs. On the first morning of the pork, the city gates had just opened when people saw large carts. Some of them were carrying pigs with their legs tied up, while others were carrying half-frozen pork. As for how much there was, no one knew. Anyway, from the entrance to the end of the road, there were still carts transporting pork. The commoners and the soldiers guarding the city looked at the carts in a daze. They all knew how much pork was worth now. Who was this? Who transported so much pork? They probably made a lot of money this time. They were smart enough to keep the pork until now. After a while, the soldiers guarding the gate remembered to check. As soon as they walked in front of the first cart, they immediately raised a flag. The pattern on the flag was very cute. It was a rice seedling with big eyes. It was holding a bowl of feed in its arms. It held the edge with one hand and took out the feed with the other. Seeing this pattern, the soldiers guarding the gate sighed in relief. If it was real, then they didn't have to check each cart. It saved them a lot of trouble. The commoners in the capital also recognized this flag. It was the unique flag of the Zhang family of Sanshui County. When the wind blew, there was a golden border around the flag. If one looked carefully, they could see that the background of the rice seedling was actually a flood dragon. The Zhang family didn't do anything wrong. Others wouldn't dare to use such a thing. The leader of the guards said to the soldier beside him. The soldier nodded. Only the Zhang family can suddenly take out so much pork. Go and see if there is anyone you know. If there is, don't check. The other guards nodded in agreement. Otherwise, how long would it take to check? With the arrival of a batch of pork in the capital, the price of pork immediately plummeted. All of the officials in the royal court, including Li Longji, knew just how capable the Zhang family and Wang family were. With just the strength of one family, they were able to affect the price of an entire capital. If not for the fact that Old Man Pai, Old Yao, and Old Lu had also written a letter to the capital, Li Longji would have already made a move on the Zhang clan and Wang clan. How could he allow a single party to control the prices of goods in the capital? There were 3 points written clearly in the letter. The first was to let the officials understand the importance of the economy. Whether it was to keep an eye on the merchants or to raise the status of the merchants, it was up to them to decide. They could not look down on the merchants like before. The second reason was the importance of breeding, especially set breeding. The consumption of food would be much lower, and at the same time, the methane pool could be used to reduce unpleasant smells and increase food production. The third reason was to let the people in Yenzhou and other places in the north use more sleighs when it snowed in winter. There were cows and sheep that froze to death there. Taking advantage of the rising prices of goods in the capital, they could be transported over and become a habit. The last point was the least important but also the most important. It was that the Zhang family and Wang clan could choose a good place to help the imperial clans set up a large-scale breeding farm to control the prices of goods. Li Longji was relieved when he saw the last point. He understood that rather than using it to control the prices of goods, it was more like using it to help him earn more money. This money was not controlled by the officials of the royal court, and the Ministry of Revenue could not control it. In the future, if he wanted to build a house or go out to hunt, he would no longer need to argue with the officials. At the same time, the Zhang family and Wang clan were showing that they were not ambitious. If they could affect the prices of goods in the capital, then they could naturally affect the prices of goods in Shuzhou. It was almost the new year. In order to make the people of Shuzhou more relaxed during the new year, the Zhang family's restaurant launched a series of new dishes. The pigs that had not yet grown up were also taken out to be slaughtered for meat. The price was also much higher, and it was no different from slaughtering the pigs that had grown up. Old Man Bai and the others had been eating for 10 consecutive days. There were 3 meals a day, and every meal had at least 10 dishes with pork in it. Surprisingly, they didn't get to eat the same dish. By the time they were satisfied with 300 dishes, they were already sick of it. When the 4 old men found the newly built kindergarten, a group of children were being watched and played in the yard. From the oldest to the youngest, the children of the rich families in Shuzhou were all in the kindergarten. The oldest was 5 years old, and the youngest was a baby who had just turned 1 month old. However, there were no children younger than 1 year old here. Their families were reluctant to send children younger than 1 year old here. This was not only because the education environment of the Zhang family and Wang clan was good, but also because many families wanted to curry favor with Zhang Zhong. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were watching the children play in the courtyard at this time. The marble floor was covered with a carpet, and there were curtains around to block the wind. All kinds of toys were piled up there. Whoever wanted to play with them could grab them by themselves. However, most of the time, the children snatched the toys from others. It was unknown whether it was a good idea to snatch others' toys, or if they wanted to play with others and make a seductive action. Xiao Bao. Old Man Pai did not go in. He waved and shouted to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. "Grandpa Bai, what's the matter?" Zhang Xiaobao came out and asked in confusion. "Change the dishes. We can't always eat like this. It's not us. We have a special recipe. If we don't want to eat the food sent by your family, we won't eat it. It's the servants who eat it every day. No one can stand it." Old Man Pai discussed. After all, they gave good food every day. Then what do we eat? Zhang Xiaobao felt that it was not bad. They ate meat every meal, and they even changed the dishes. Why did they not want to eat anymore? Don't we still have chicken, duck, and fish? Change it. There's something I want to ask. Where's your father going next? When your father first came here, he planned to stay for 2 years, which means that he would pay the rent twice. However, it seems that he can't do that. The bridge has been repaired, and Wangjiang restaurant has been built. There's also the housing of the commoners, and Li Sun wants to use his own money to build methane ponds for the commoners. I reckon that after the new year, your father's position will be changed. At most, he will stay until the beginning of summer. That's because he hasn't arrived yet. Once your family leaves, there will be a lot of positions left. When the time comes, it will be around the beginning of summer. Old Man Pai blushed a little as he spoke. It was really too much of a bully. He went to a place to build first, and when it was done, he was chased away before he could reap more benefits. However, there was no other way. Who asked Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family to build faster? When they arrived at a place, the place would be developed. There was no need to worry about anything at all. Therefore, they could not waste it. Of course, they had to use it as a knife. Zhang Xiaobao originally wanted to wait for a year, but he did not expect the imperial court to be so anxious. There were many good things in Shuzhou that had not been developed yet. If the new officials left, how could they continue to develop? Grandpa Bai, is it time to encourage the local officials to make as few political achievements as possible so that they can stay in the place longer? Zhang Xiaobao asked with sarcasm in his words. Old Man Pai did not know how to answer Zhang Xiaobao's question for a moment. At this moment, Old Man Yao spoke up. It is the imperial court that encourages the officials to continue to be promoted. Your father's next rank will definitely be higher than this. If he goes any higher, he will enter the capital. Grandpa Yao, you also know how dangerous that place is, right? My father is going into play with others now. Every time he is promoted, my family has to take out the prescription. If he is promoted once a month, then he will only be a scattered official and an idle position. When there is no promotion, will he be conferred the title of king? This time, Zhang Xiaobao was really distressed. He could not always do this. The prescription had to be researched before he could give it to others. The beginning was simple, but the later it was, the more difficult it was. He could not let too many people know. Lu Jiro actually really wanted to get more prescriptions, but he also could not say it out loud. He could only use a negotiating tone and said, "Then let's wait until Xia Zhong. I will give your family more time to take up a portion of the business in Shuzhou." Thank you, Grandpa Lu. But can you guarantee that the new batch of officials will still act according to my father's plan? Next time when you go to Luoyang, don't promote your rank. Give them honorary positions. If they are of the same rank, don't give them any real power. Go there and mingle. Although Zhang Xiaobao said thank you, the expression on his face didn't show any gratitude at all. The four old men did not know what to say for a moment. Luoyang was a place for retirement. If they really arranged for Zhang Zhong to go there, then they could not let him go elsewhere to do things. Old Man Yao thought for a moment, then said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Why don't you arrange for your father to be a provincial governor in another province, one closer to the capital?" Zhang Xiaobao was also very happy. He immediately nodded and agreed. "Yes, it's good to hear Grandpa Yao's words. Then arrange for my father to go to Yaozhou. My father is familiar with that place." Clearly knowing that this was impossible, Zhang Xiaobao deliberately asked. Indeed, the four old men shook their heads without any thought. "Xiaobao, your father can't go to that place. Although it's also an upper province, there's the distant Huayuan County there. It's so close to your family's Sanshui County. How can we arrange for your father to go there? Even if we agree, the capital's imperial court will not agree. Change locations." When Old Man Lu heard that Zhang Xiaobao wanted to arrange for his father to go to Yaozhou, he shook his head vigorously. He definitely could not let Zhang Zhong return to that place. The Zhang family's roots were there. If he connected them, and it was so close to the capital in the future, things would not be easy. Then go to Luoyang. Definitely don't arrange for any actual position. Zhang Xiaobao continued to bargain. Old Man Pai saw that this could not go on, so he could only say, "We'll discuss this matter again. Xiaobao, it's cold. Can you arrange a few more activities, especially the one at Lake Tai like last time?" When the four old men came over, they had actually thought of this problem. It was mainly to learn. After Zhang Zhong left, the next provincial governor could do the same. Zhang Xiaobao really did not think of any activities. It was neither hot nor cold here. It was not like the capital, where he could properly organize. When he heard Old Man Pai's question, he pondered for a moment before saying, "Well, let's see what Prince Li does." Chapter 584. When the ice lanterns in the capital were lit up one by one, it also meant that the new year was approaching. There was no need to wait until the night of the 30th, let alone the 15th of the first lunar month. The merchants in the capital took advantage of the cold weather to fish enough ice from the river and found skilled craftsmen to start advertising their shops. The weather in Shuzhou was also cold enough to make people feel gloomy and cold. This kind of cold made the people north of the Yellow River uncomfortable. It was not so cold, but it was always cold. In addition, the warmth was not as good as the north. It seemed that whether it was inside or outside the house, it was very cold. Lu Jiro, who came to Shuzhou to study and couldn't go back before the new year, suddenly fell ill. She didn't know whether it was because of her age or because of the air pressure and blood pressure in this kind of weather. Anyway, she still couldn't hold on under the condition that the Zhang family specially provided her with food. When the accompanying imperial doctor who came with his team to Shuzhou shook his head and sighed after checking the pulse, Old Man Lu was pushed to a room that the Zhang family had just built for medical experiments. Use the best ginseng to save her life. She has been working hard for many days. The imperial doctor didn't have any hope of saving Lu Jiro. He could only remind Old Man Pai and the other two old men who were also anxious outside and ask them to find the Zhang family to use 100-year-old ginseng. He believed that the Zhang family could definitely find a lot of precious medicinal materials, and 100-year-old ginseng was nothing. Old Man Yao really hadn't seen the medical team of the Zhang family, and he didn't know how powerful this team, which had always been regarded as the highest medical team in the Tang Empire, was. Lu Jiro fell down in front of the three old men, and he was so anxious that he really wanted to find the Zhang family to get the ginseng. Lunji, don't worry. Let's wait and see. Old Man Pai was also very worried. Lu Jiro was not like them. She had already left the court. Even if something really happened to her, it wouldn't have a big impact on the court. If Lu Jiro suddenly died in Shuzhou, it would be chaotic. But he didn't agree with the words of the imperial physician who came with them. If they really needed 100-year-old ginseng to keep them alive, the Zhang family would naturally take it out without anyone saying anything. As long as they had medicinal herbs, they would never be stingy. Seeing that Lu Jiro was pushed into the room, she pulled Old Yao's sleeve and walked to the side, saying, "Follow me." From here, you can see the methods of the Zhang family's medical team. The three old men and a few people who were related to Lu Jiro came to a place outside the emergency room. There were 2 glass windows here, and they could see the situation inside from the outside. The 3 old men, including the imperial physician who had just given Lu Jiro a death sentence, were squeezing together and looking inside. At this moment, Lu Jiro was lying on the bed. A doctor was giving her acupuncture treatment. One needle after another, he continuously pierced more than 20 places, but Lu Jiro still didn't wake up. Moreover, her face was ashen. It's useless, it's completely useless. If it could be done with a needle, I would have done it earlier. The imperial physician shook his head and sighed. Don't make a sound. Old Man Pai glared at the imperial physician with dissatisfaction, then turned back to watch by himself. At this time, the doctor found another doctor, who was also a doctor, and after the 2 of them whispered a few words, the other doctor immediately ran to a nearby room. When he came out, there were a few people following behind him. When they saw the things in their hands, the 3 old men were stunned. Generator, why did they bring the generator here at this time? Old Man Chang knew the use of generators, but he never thought that they could be used in a situation like this. Old Man Pai also didn't understand what the Zhang family's medical team wanted to do, so he watched them fiddle with the generator for a while. Then, someone began to energetically kick the generator. The generator's wires extended out and were placed in a sink. At the top of the sink, there was something like a cover that was connected to a pipe. At the other end of the pipe, there was also a small cover that directly covered Lu Jiro's mouth. After a few breaths, the doctor seemed to be dissatisfied. Immediately, someone brought another set of generators and connected the pipe to the cover above Lu Jiro's mouth. Looking at how skilled they were in doing this, even they didn't know if it would succeed. This was also an experimental project. Right now, it hadn't been systematized, and they didn't have any experience. The nurse, on the side, kept wiping the sweat of the doctor who was checking her pulse. The atmosphere was very tense. There was even someone there who was pressing on Lu Jiro's chest according to a certain rhythm. When the doctor who came with the team was about to speak, a miracle finally happened. Lu Jiro, who had already fainted, opened her eyes, and her face was not as ugly as before. Impossible, this is impossible. If a person can be saved by wearing a cover, then what do we need doctors for? The doctor rubbed his eyes in disbelief and said in a very loud voice, "Shut up, I didn't ask you to come with the team to care about this and that, I asked you to come and learn from the Zhang family's medical team. What nonsense are you talking about? How can you know the Zhang family's methods?" At this time, the one who spoke wasn't Old Man Pai or any of the three old men, but the bodyguard in charge of protecting Lu Jiro. After arriving in Shuzhou, he seemed to be very free and didn't need his protection at all. At this time, when he heard the doctor shouting, he didn't want to disturb the people in the house, so he bluntly scolded him. The doctor shivered, and only then did he remember the purpose of the Imperial Hospital sending him out. One was to help treat the people in the team on the road, and the other was to learn from the Zhang family's medical team after arriving in Shuzhou. After arriving in Shuzhou, he didn't need to personally treat patients. After being scolded by Lu Jiro's bodyguard, he didn't dare to shout as loudly as before, but he couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. He opened his eyes wide and stared unblinkingly at Lu Jiro, who was gasping for breath under the doctor's instructions, but his mouth was muttering in a low voice. "How is this possible? Is this a new kind of curse?" He regarded this as a curse used to treat diseases. Usually, when treating diseases, some kind of corresponding curse would be used at the same time as acupuncture and medicine. In the eyes of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, this curse actually played a psychological role for the patient to be able to strengthen the patient's confidence. The Zhang family's medical team would also learn and use it. The doctor's murmur wasn't loud, but the three old men still heard it. They didn't believe that the Zhang family's medical team would use a curse. When they turned their heads, they saw Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who had just received the news and hurried over, so Old Man Pai hurriedly ran over and pulled the two people over. He pointed at the situation inside and asked, "Xiaobao, Cuckoo, what is that?" Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan leaned in front of the glass window and understood. This was the theory that had just been proposed, but they didn't expect it to be used now. However, the effect wasn't so ideal. It actually required 2 generators to support it, which was far worse than oxygen tanks. "Grandpa Bai, this actually doesn't have to be used when saving people. Even if it's used during normal times, it's more comfortable to breathe with this thing, but the technology is still not good enough. We have to continue experimenting, and when it's further improved, it'll be more useful." Chapter 585. Lu Jiro successfully came back to life. After seeing Old Man Pai and the other 2 people, she began to say that she had gone to another place. Time passed very slowly, as if she was recalling her entire life. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also heard these words, but the 2 of them absolutely did not believe that they had gone to another place. The 2 of them came from another place, and at that time, they directly lost all of their senses in an instant. The moment they opened their eyes, they were already in another world. It was very magical. The 2 of them also discussed whether this was in line with science or not. The final conclusion was that it was not in line with science in a narrow sense, but in line with science in a broad sense. The 2 of them defined science in a narrow sense as science based on existing scientific theories, and defined science in a broad sense as science that required research and exploration. The unknown did not mean that it was not scientific, but that the research had not reached that point. As for what Old Man Lu said about time passing slowly, it was because the mind was too fast. Under the situation of lack of oxygen, the human body's oxygen supply would try to supply oxygen to the brain, and for a certain period of time, the mind would be more agile. "Hunji, guess what I saw at that time?" Lu Jiro laid on the bed and asked Old Man Yao. How would Old Man Yao know? He shook his head in confusion, wanting to hear more information from Lu Jiro's mouth. Not only him, Old Man Pai, Old Man Chang, and Zhang Xiaobao's 2 people were all in front of the bed listening, hoping to understand what was going on in the underworld. Without waiting for Lu Jiro to speak, Zhang Xiaobao said from the side, "Grandpa Lu, at that time, did you feel that time passed very slowly, and then it seemed that the surrounding things were very close to you, but also very far away, and then there were stars in front of you, as if you were in a vast starry sky? When you woke up, you felt that your whole body was numb, even your neck was numb, your hand was still trembling in Weiwei's hand, and the distant scenery and sounds came back to you?" Yes, yes, that's right. Xiao Bao, how did you know? Lu Jiro was stunned, then nodded fiercely. Zhang Xiaobao smiled a little and didn't explain. Wang Wan continued, Grandpa Lu, did you find that after you felt numb for a while, you found that your breathing was very comfortable, as if it had just rained in summer and there was a gentle breeze? Yes, yes, that's right. Don't tell me you know what hell is like? Lu Jiro was even more surprised. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't say anything else. They turned around and left together, leaving the four old men puzzled. They were the only ones who were puzzled, but the others were not. The members of the Zhang family and the Wang family, as well as the people in the inner yard, understood what was going on. The more they understood, the more they couldn't say. After greeting the members of the Zhang family and Wang family, they left in a hurry. Lu Jiro's life is too good. She was already at the gates of hell, but she was pulled back by Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. It seems that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo went to the gates of hell every now and then. Otherwise, how could they know so clearly? Pulling someone and going there yourself, isn't it different? Use the immortal power that you don't need, right? Zhang Zhong said to Zhang Wang clan as he walked. Zhang Wang clan agreed and said, no wonder Xiao Bao and Cuckoo made a generator. It's because of this. There's one in our room and we're waiting to use it. Let's go back and try it later and see how it feels to breathe in that place. Don't. That's a life-saving thing. Maybe the more you use it, the more harm it will do to Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. Lu Jiro is going to benefit from it. Zhang Zhong looked back at Lu Jiro's ward and said with jealousy. Not only Zhang Zhong and Zhang Wang clan, but the people in the inner yard who served Lu Jiro also felt that it was not worth saving such a person. Why should they save such a person? Therefore, they were even more humble. In fact, they were looking down on Lu Jiro. So what if she was a minister? Didn't she still need the help of an immortal? Some people even whispered in private, the king of hell wants people to die at midnight. Little young master and little young lady said to stay at midnight. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were also whispering. Xiaobao, what do you think is the cause of this illness? Is it because the food is not good enough? I don't think it has much to do with the food. It's mainly a problem with the occupation. It's an occupational disease. How many people don't have cardiovascular diseases? Zhang Xiaobao knew more about this. Although the officials usually looked good, in fact, their bodies were very overdrawn. The two people slowly walked back to the younger brother and sister's courtyard. Along the way, they talked about the same thing. As for the various reactions, it was very normal. Those who suffered from this illness were basically like this. When they saw the house and the little guys in it, Zhang Xiaobao suddenly said, since many people can suffer from this illness, it's better to sell them special recipes and prepared medicine. You want to make money from this? But I think the possibility of you making money is very small. I don't think that so many officials will listen to you and buy it. Do you dare not to give it to them? Wang Wan was also a little tempted, but when she considered the various matters in reality, she had no choice but to remind him. Zhang Xiaobao was still thinking about how much the recipes and medicine could be sold for. When he heard Wang Wan's words, he felt very helpless. Indeed, even if he could produce the medicine to control this illness, he might not be able to sell it for a good price. However, he was unwilling to give up such a huge profit. After some thought, he said, how about this? Let's not directly ask the officials if they want to buy the medicine. Instead, we'll specially buy a place in the capital and Luoyang to let others know what this place is selling. Then, we'll tell them the benefits. Finally, we'll post a notice in front of the shop. On it, some officials can receive a month's worth of medicine for free. Furthermore, we'll deliberately raise the price and let the officials try it first. Then, the officials will be able to buy it? Wang Wan did not believe that the officials would be willing to buy it just by raising the price. Of course, they won't buy it if we let them spend their own money. However, we can use other methods. For example, we can give them vouchers of the same value. Using such vouchers to buy medicine worth 10 strings of coins only requires 1 string of coins. Furthermore, they can receive a gift worth 2 strings of coins for free. The cost of this gift is 10 strings of coins. It's best if it's something they need in their daily lives, such as vegetable oil or cloth. It allows them to buy the medicine without actually having to pay anything. It can be used to attract other rich people. Now, we can't earn the officials' money, nor can we earn the government's money like we did in the past. We can only use them to earn the money of others. There are plenty of rich people. Regardless of whether the medicine is really for the illness or not, I believe that rich people will be willing to buy it and use it. The officials will serve as role models. As he spoke, Zhang Xiaobao happened to see his sister, Little Bei, wearing a thick down coat, running out of the yard while giggling. As she ran, she looked back and immediately said, "Look, Little Bei and the rest are constantly changing their clothes as their bodies rapidly grow. How can they not save more money? TSK, don't drag Little Bei into this. How much money can a few children spend? Little Bei, come to elder sister. Io, whose clothes did you steal and put on another layer? Be careful not to get hot." Wang Wan clapped her hands at Little Bei, who had just run out. Little Bei was running in a daze when she heard the sound and turned her head to see Wang Wan. She opened her small arms and looked back nervously while running over with her little legs. When she got closer, Wang Wan discovered that Little Bei actually had an extra layer of clothes on her body. It was bulging like a ball. Following Lu Jiro's illness, the restaurant Between the Clouds and Clouds here immediately made a special recipe for her. The news was also sent to Beijing. Between the Clouds and the Water also jointly launched a variety of new dishes specifically for cardiovascular diseases. Not to mention other aspects, at the very least, the consumption of aged vinegar increased. In a short period of time, several vinegar factories with poor results ushered in spring. The sales of pomegranates with ears also increased greatly. At the same time, the demand for meat decreased, making the price of meat more stable in Beijing and the surrounding areas. The people who planted greenhouses were now benefiting. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's operation once again made people feel the power of the tide. Before the arrival of the new year, some people were happy, while others were worried. The happy ones were naturally the people who wanted to buy meat and sell vegetables, while the worried ones were the people in the imperial court. Twice, it had already been twice. The prices were actually affected by the Zhang family who was still in Shuzhou. In fact, the officials also understood that it was them who pushed this matter. If they continued to buy meat in large quantities, the price of meat would not fall. But who told them to be afraid of death? After knowing that Minister Lu almost passed out because he ate too much meat, they all adjusted their diet according to the method of Dai Hospital. It's not that they ate too much meat, but that they usually have too many thoughts. Why didn't they mention this matter? Hypocritical, it's really too hypocritical. After Wang Wan received the news 5 days before the arrival of the new year, she said to Zhang Xiaobao, "This is not hypocritical. This is not hypocrisy, this is the truth. Human nature is like this. Not to mention adults, even children will often use crying methods to achieve their goals. It's almost the new year, and in the next year, the peaches will appear. That will be the moment when the imperial court is truly hypocritical. Let's see where they will arrange for my father." Zhang Xiaobao seemed a little helpless. Shuzhou was originally an upper province. Except for Beijing and Luoyang, no matter where he was transferred, the best he could do was to be transferred to the same level. His family did not want to go to Beijing, and Old Man Pai and the others in Luoyang were not willing to go either. According to a good way to put it, it was called experience. They wanted his father to keep changing places. A bad way to put it was to use his father as a tool and arrange for him to do construction in other places. It was a scheme against each other. Arranging his father to other places that needed him was because the imperial court wanted to use their power to increase the rent tax. However, wasn't he using his official position to open a business? However, this time he had to carefully study it. Going to Luoyang was an exchange. If they did not agree, then he had to take out the corresponding compensation. He could not just casually arrange it. Just as Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were preparing for the greatest benefits in Zhang San's career, Lu Jiro, Old Man Pai, and the others, who had already recovered, came looking for him again. Lu Jiro, who could no longer rush back for the new year, decided to spend the new year in Shuzhou. He had received news from Beijing, so he had no choice but to do it. "Xiaobao, are you still playing with Xiaobei and the others?" Old Man Pai really did not want to be the vanguard, But he had no other choice. Who told him to be familiar with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan? When Zhang Xiaobao heard Old Man Pai's words, he thought of a very old story, the story of Grandmother Wolf. He reached out to touch his head and felt that he did not look like Xiao Hong. Only then did he relax and reply, "So Grandpa Bai is here." "No, I'm not playing. It's cold, so I'm going back to rest. Cuckoo and I will also go to bed early and take an afternoon nap. Grandpa Bai, are you and the others strolling around? Then make sure to keep warm." After replying very politely and explaining that he and Wang Wan were going back to sleep, Zhang Xiaobao prepared to immediately go back to his courtyard. At this time, Old Man Pai sighed and his body trembled twice. After attracting Zhang Xiaobao's gaze, he said, "It's really cold. It's really cold. This is still Shuzhou, and it's already so cold. Xiaobao, how cold do you think the capital can be?" Zhang Xiaobao knew that he could not avoid it. He also realized that as long as he spoke, Old Man Pai would definitely find an excuse. However, he really did not understand. What did the cold in Beijing have to do with this place? Which year was not cold? So what if Beijing was cold? There were even colder places. Did they think that Siberia's cold current was just a decoration? This time, there was no need for him to speak. Old Man Pai spoke again. "Xiaobao, news came from Beijing. It said that suddenly, Yenzhou became frighteningly cold. Originally, they could still rely on sleighs to transport goods and buy food back. However, this year, all the cows and sheep will probably freeze to death. It is estimated that that place will not recover for a few years. If it was just the cows and sheep, it would not be a big deal. However, the people there may not be able to survive. Who knows how many people will lose their relatives? Older brothers and sisters will lose younger brothers and sisters, and fathers will lose their children. Pitiful, really pitiful." Grandpa Bai is right. It is indeed pitiful. Zhang Xiaobao could imagine the situation when he heard Old Man Pai's words, so he echoed, "Xiaobao, do you think there is any way to make that place warmer?" Old Man Pai asked hopefully. "No, my family doesn't have that ability." Zhang Xiaobao shook his head vigorously. He might be able to think of a solution to other problems, but when it came to resisting the weather on a large scale, even if he worked together, it would be useless. Who could stop the cold current? What a joke! Wang Wan looked at Old Man Pai in a daze. She did not know what Old Man Pai was thinking. Why would he ask about such a thing? The difficulty of climbing to the moon 100 times was not even 1/10,000th of the difficulty of stopping the cold current. That was not something a human could do. At least, in the world she knew, it was impossible to do so. If they wanted to stop the cold current, perhaps there was a way. That was to destroy the ozone layer. When that time came, the ice at the two poles would melt. First, all the people living on the island would be submerged. Then, the coast of the Tang Empire would become an ocean, and the ice and snow on the Himalayas would become a flood. Then, everyone would not have to worry about the cold current when facing the end of the world. Is there really no way? What should the people there do? Xiaobao, why don't you go back and ask? Isn't your father going to Luoyang next time? My father isn't going anywhere. He has resigned. Our families will find a small island to live on and live out the rest of our lives in peace. Now, hand over all the prescriptions that you know. Whoever has the ability can stop the cold current. My family is very obedient now. You don't have to think about my family. Zhang Xiaobao's answer was very straightforward. Other things could be discussed, but this was not something that people should be involved in. If they could not afford to offend it, could they not avoid it? Old Man Pai did not expect Zhang Xiaobao's reaction to be so intense. In the past, everything could be discussed. What was going on today? Whether it was possible or not, he should go back and ask first. At this moment, Wang Wan said, "Grandpa Bai, the matter there is not something that can be done by humans. You should change the matter. How about this? My family can come up with something and fly directly from the capital to Luzhou. What do you think? Compared to the cold in Yan province, it's easier to fly. Is it really that difficult? Is there no way? What should the people there do?" Old Man Pai saw that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were no longer as calm as before. In the face of such a situation, it seemed like there was no room for discussion. He asked again in disappointment. Since we can't hide, let them come out and hide in the capital. Grandpa Bai, you know about the thermometer, right? If we really encounter a cold climate, the thermometer won't be able to detect anything. There are two ways. One is to let the people there come out and don't wait to freeze to death. The other is to transport coal there. It would be even better if we can find coal there. Burn it as much as we can and don't stop. People will be fine as long as they hide in the house. Just stay in the house. Zhang Xiaobao frowned as he thought about the heating. How could he prevent the people there from freezing to death? He could not count on the heating. Perhaps the best way was to use fireplaces and walls. Chapter 586. When the New Year's bell rang, the transport team from Sanshui County was already on their way. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were unable to eliminate the cold current. The only thing they could do was to send the cotton that was planted early and harvested early this year to Sanshui County to be made into clothes to the northernmost area of the Tang Empire. Originally, this batch of clothes and quilts was prepared to be sold in the capital for a good sum of money. In addition to the quilts and coats, Wang Wan also took a military map of the area and circled a few places on it with a pen. She asked the local people to think of a way to dig in those places. Those were the approximate locations where coal mines could be found. Zhang Xiaobao had thought more than once that it would be great if there was heating. If there was no heating, he could hide in the house and try not to go out as much as possible. Unfortunately, this wish was too difficult to realize. It might be possible to make a small boiler with his family's resources, but if he wanted to provide heating in a certain province or several provinces at the same time, not to mention whether he had the money to support it, even the materials were not available. The only place that could use heating now was probably the marble house in the imperial palace. He hoped that Li Longji would not forget that there were still people who were freezing to death when he was warm. When the steaming hot dumplings were placed on the table, the sound of New Year's greetings rang out among the families celebrating the New Year together. There were still people performing on the built stage. In the midst of the bustle, a group of children ignored the people singing and dancing on the stage. They were led by the maids and servants to play with the flowers. Winter in Shuzhou was not warm. At least this year, it was dry and cold. Unfortunately, there was no snow or ice. Without the snow and ice lanterns, many people who lived in the north were not used to it. Old Man Pai and the other three people always had a trace of worry in their eyes amidst the bustling atmosphere. They did not want to mention it during such a happy time, but they had to find Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were leading the fireworks. Xiaobao, do you think someone will freeze to death in the north? Old Man Pai frowned as he listened to the sound of fireworks exploding one after another. He shouted at Zhang Xiaobao. When Zhang Xiaobao heard the commotion, he opened his mouth and directly pulled Old Man Pai and the other three people into a nearby room. It was better to talk here than outside. When the crackling sounds of firecrackers rang in their ears, they also shouted to the four old men. My family doesn't have a choice either. Didn't they start building a large number of Kong beds a few years ago? I don't think there's anything wrong. When he said this, Zhang Xiaobao felt that he was going against his conscience. No matter how many Kong beds were built, there would still be people who would freeze to death. However, there was nothing he could do about it. Not to mention now, even when he and Wang Wan were still together, when the cold winds of winter came, not everyone could be safe. There were even people who died of heatstroke in summer. Then can you send some cold resistance items over? For example, the things in the shells that your family sells? If you apply it on your hands and face, at least your skin won't crack from the cold. Old Man Pai shouted again. He also knew that there were people who died of heat and cold every year. In the past, he couldn't think of a way, but now that he had Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's things, he felt that he could do a better job. Zhang Xiaobao didn't think that anti-freeze ointment could save people's lives, but since Old Man Pai suggested it, he could only agree. He nodded and shouted, then send a few more carts of things over. After the new year, my family will make a special heating product. I hope that the people in the north will have the money to make it. Next year, oh, it's this year's winter. If we encounter such a situation again, it will be better. Zhang Xiaobao thought of an earthen boiler. It was a very simple thing. It was built inside the stove, installed a water circulation system, and connected to the outside with a pipe. It could be heated. It was better than a Kong. A Kang's heat dissipation was too poor, so it wasn't cold standing on it. If the house was bigger, it would still be cold standing far away from the Kong. Zhang Xiaobao had experienced this kind of cold before. When he was sleeping at night, his back was uncomfortably hot and his nose was red from the cold. People in the countryside all used earthen boilers. As long as there was a fire in the stove, it was much more comfortable. Old Man Pai was satisfied. I knew your family would have a way. Can the methane pool be used there? Zhang Xiaobao felt that Old Man Pai was really whimsical. When it was cold in the north, the methane pool's efficiency was too low. Wei Wei shook her head. This time, she didn't say anything, but her meaning was very clear. Forget it. Let's go out and watch the fun. Old Man Pai said regretfully. His voice was directly covered by the sound of firecrackers and fireworks outside. This year's New Year, the people of Shuzhou were much better off than before. Every family had spare money and didn't have to worry about dumplings. Even people who lacked labor at home also had white flour and meat. According to tradition, Zhang Zhong still sent things to the poor this year. He personally sent things to the people next to the state capital. He also sent people to send things to the people further away in hopes that everyone would have a good New Year. At this time, the capital was also very lively. Ever since there was such a good advertising method like ice lanterns, the merchants spared no effort to decorate the capital. As the emperor, Li Longji was also enjoying the happiness of the new year. He had a very beautiful house made of white marble. Even if the outside could freeze people into ice, the inside of the house was still very warm. Fireworks bloomed in the night sky one after another. Li Longji had to come out of the warm house to celebrate with the people. He looked at the ice lanterns on the street in the distance with his clairvoyant eyes and then looked at the bright fireworks in the sky. The cool and lively atmosphere of the night made people feel like they were in a dream. A cold wind blew, making people shiver involuntarily. Li Longji took the stove that was handed to him. He finally remembered that there was a place in Great Tang where even news could not be sent. Who knew how many people there would freeze to death? He turned his head and asked the person next to him, "Official Gao, what do you think will happen in the north at this time?" "Don't worry, Your Majesty. I've received news that the Zhang family of Sanshui County sent a large number of carriages a few days ago to transport all the cotton-padded clothes and blankets that Lu Zhou just sent over to the north. Counting the days, it won't be long before they arrive. Your Majesty, please look over there. The light there is different from other places. It's the light bulb that the Zhang family sent over here." Gao Lisher replied and immediately pointed at a place not far away. There were colorful lights there, which looked very beautiful in the night sky. It was good to use this to divert Li Longji's attention. Chapter 587. When the sound of firecrackers gradually stopped, the little guys who couldn't bear it went back to their houses to sleep with regret. The performance on the stage was still the same. The people who came to watch the performance were enjoying it against the cold. The servants of the Zhang family and the Wang family went to sleep and busy themselves. The adults set up the table and started to play mahjong. Since Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan proposed this kind of entertainment to their families, it had become popular in the Tang Empire. In the process of entertainment, it naturally became a new gambling tool. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's restaurant became popular under such circumstances. Adhering to the convention of the casino, there were several mahjong masters among the people brought by Lu Jiro. They began to earn money from the Zhang family and the Wang family according to Lu Jiro's instructions. The rules of the 13-card Pour Who game were simple. There was no need to count the cards and only the slots. Zhang Zhong only used a short hour to lose 2,000 strings of coins to the people sent by the Ministry of Works. Experts. Zhang Zhong had finally met an expert. 3 people against 1. The Zhang family didn't care about this little money. Zhang Xiaobao knew that his father was usually busy and didn't have time to spend energy on this kind of thing. As long as he was happy, it was okay to lose some money. But Lu Jiro seemed to feel that she won too little. She didn't know how much money she was going to win from the Zhang family at the mahjong table. She actually raised her base money again and again, and it became 100 strings of coins. The three of them looked at each other and won more than 1,000 strings of coins from Zhang Zhong in 2 games. Zhang Zhong's forehead was sweating. The 3 masters from the Ministry of Works didn't seem to be satisfied. Under Lu Jiro's signal, Zhang Zhong's opponent suddenly changed 10 strings of coins. It seemed that he wanted to continue to win a lot of money. This had become a gambling game. In the beginning, Zhang Xiaobao was still helping to pour the water. But as he watched, his expression became unhappy. Why did the taste change when they were just playing? Old Man Pai also noticed Zhang Xiaobao's expression. He moved his mouth close to Lu Jiro's ear and said, "Enough is enough. This is called a scheme. While we're happy, we'll win a few tens of thousands of strings of cash from Zhang Zhong so that we can bargain with the Zhang family." Lu Jiro didn't know what she was thinking. She actually wanted to take advantage of this opportunity. Old Man Pai Weiwei shook her head and said, "That's still better than 3 people bullying 1 person. Don't be afraid. There's no such thing as big or small in the casino. Isn't there a master in the Zhang family? Once we've lost enough, we might be able to force the expert to show up and meet him. Now, even if you ask Zhang Zhong to stop playing, he won't do it. Losers are all like that." Lu Jiro was still proud of her plan. "Then I hope your Ministry of Works has enough money to lose," Old Man Pai said meaningfully. He didn't think that the Zhang family would let things develop according to Lu Jiro's plan. How could there be no masters in a mahjong game made by others? Sure enough, Zhang Xiaobao was angry when he saw the 3 of them bullying his father. Entertainment was entertainment. Everyone had to rely on their own ability. If the 3 of them colluded to beat him, what was the point? If you want money, just say it. Why use this kind of method? When his father finished another 2,000 strings of cash, Zhang Xiaobao smiled and moved closer to his nervous father and said, "Dad, I'm itching to play. Why don't you let me play with the 3 uncles for a while?" Zhang Zhong was also anxious about losing. He knew that the 3 of them were helping each other. He really wanted to stop playing, but he didn't have a chance to leave. He couldn't get angry, so he could only lose the family's money again and again. Although the family had a lot of money, they couldn't give it to others for free. Seeing that his son wanted to play, he immediately gave up his seat with a smile. This move surprised Lu Jiro. She understood the thoughts of people who lost a bet. Usually, the more they lost, the more they gambled. It was really difficult to make them leave the gambling table. She didn't expect Zhang Zhong to give up so easily. He didn't care at all. This could be said to be free and easy. It could also be said to be knowing when to advance and when to retreat. Zhang Xiaobao admired his father the most. It was like this in the past. He didn't fight with his children, didn't fight with his wife, and put his position in the right place. This was the most rare thing. Taking a step back required more courage and magnanimity than taking a step forward. When Wang Wan saw Zhang Xiaobao sit in Zhang Zhong's seat, she began to feel sad for the 3 people from the Ministry of Works who bullied others just now. She knew very well what kind of person Zhang Xiaobao was. What kind of people were locked in prison? How many times had Zhang Xiaobao been in and out? Sure enough, Zhang Xiaobao had a smile on his face when he sat down and shuffled the cards. He seemed to be very relaxed. His small hands were rubbing the cards, making it seem like he didn't know how to play cards. When the others finished arranging the 34 cards, Zhang Xiaobao slowly arranged his own side. He pushed it forward and waited for the others to play the dice. His opponent was still in the 10th position. As long as they could win, the 3 people from the Ministry of Works were even prepared to bully a child. One person grabbed 13 cards. Zhang Xiaobao's opponent had just 1, so he grabbed an extra card. After the 3 people from the Ministry of Works set up their cards and were moving back and forth, Zhang Xiaobao's card was not set up at all. He only used his hand to quickly touch the cards from left to right and smiled as he waited for his opponent to play. This action stunned the people watching the game and the 3 people at the table. What was the meaning of this? He didn't look at his cards? Then how were they going to play later? He grabbed a card and casually played another card? East wind. Zhang Xiaobao's opponent first played the cards in his hand. Zhang Xiaobao's opponent was about to draw a card when Zhang Xiaobao suddenly said, "Don't move. I won. Peacock flies southeast." As he spoke, Zhang Xiaobao had already taken his opponent's tile while the others were still in shock. With a whoosh, his tile was erected. Before the others even knew what a peacock flying southeast meant, he had already added the east wind tile into the mix. When the others saw the face of the cards, they were speechless. He won as expected. Zhang Xiaobao's opponent was stunned for a moment. He seemed to be in disbelief. He had just played a card, and his 2,000 strings of cards were gone just like that. It's a pity that there are no such rules. Otherwise, I could have won more. Let's continue. Come, 3 uncles, please let me win. Zhang Xiaobao took the chips that represented money over and said with an innocent smile. Hiss. The 3 people from the Ministry of Works sucked in a breath of cold air at the same time. Their hearts skipped a beat. An expert. They had met an expert today. Not only them, but the spectators also realized that if Zhang Xiaobao had set up his cards at the beginning and his opponent played, it would have been fine if he won. However, he didn't set up his cards at all and just touched them. Could it be that he knew that his opponent could play this card? Doubts were doubts, but the game still had to continue. Lu Jiro called someone to her side and gave him a few instructions. This person came to the side of the 3 people from the Ministry of Works and whispered something to each of them. The 3 people nodded one after another to show that they understood. When they shuffled the cards this time, the 3 people deliberately shuffled the cards a few more times. Their 6 big hands couldn't block the cards and shuffle them so that Zhang Xiaobao's small hands wouldn't move randomly like before and push the shuffled cards into their hands. Zhang Xiaobao didn't care. His small hands were still so unhurried, and the smile on his face didn't decrease. He did do it on purpose just now. He wanted to show off his strength to the 3 people first. That kind of trick could only be used once. It was unexpected. If he used it again, it would be discovered. Just like the previous game, Zhang Xiaobao didn't even look at the cards that were caught. He touched them with his small hands, and when he was done, he picked out a card from the pile. When he opened it, he said, 5 pikes, bang. The opponent happily took the 5 pikes and casually threw out another card. Zhang Xiaobao went up and grabbed a card. Zhang Xiaobao also grabbed a card. Just like the first card, when he threw it out, he said, 3 pikes, bang. The opponent happily took the card again. Several times in a row, Zhang Xiaobao's opponent only grabbed a card once. The rest was up to Zhang Xiaobao's opponent and opponent. Seeing that the opponent and opponent's cards were getting fewer and fewer, Zhang Xiaobao once again grabbed a card. He showed the card and said softly, word touch, all of the same color. Unfortunately, I still can't win. This time, he changed to 10 gears. The opponent lost 2,000 pikes, and the opponent lost 1,000 pikes. Now, it was the 3 people from the Ministry of Works' turn to sweat. What's going on? Does Zhang Xiaobao know what other people will play? Lu Jiro thought she saw a ghost and muttered in disbelief. Old Man Yao was also puzzled. It was strange. Zhang Xiaobao didn't look at the cards at all. Even if he wanted to send someone to stand behind and report to others, it was useless. While they were still trying to figure it out, the 3rd round started. Zhang Xiaobao was still using the highest 10 cards, which was the limit. Once he had 14 cards in his hand, he played a round of cards. In the 2nd round, when he was drawing cards, he played a hidden bar, which struck a chord in the hearts of the 3 Ministry of Works members. It was over. Each of them lost 2,000 pikes. This was already agreed upon. The hidden bar counted as the pikes. If they followed other rules, they would lose even more. Now, they could only follow the same rules as before and try their best to lose all the cards this time. That way, it wouldn't count as a bar, and a yellow card would be a yellow bar. But how could this idea be realized? After a few more rounds, after Zhang Xiaobao threw out an open bar, he picked up a card and pushed it. He said with a smile, I won. Flowers on the bar. Thank you, thank you. According to the rules, flowers on the bar wouldn't be doubled. But even so, the 3 parties lost 4,000 pikes each. Not only did Zhang Zhong win back what he had lost, but he also made a lot of money at the same time. Before the 4 old men could think of a good idea, they played a few more rounds in a row. In the end, the 3 people from the Ministry of Works lost every round. No matter how they signaled, it was useless. After Zhang Xiaobao won another round with 2 open bars, a hidden bar, and a self-draw, he asked with a smile, Uncles, do you still want to play? Your chips have already been exchanged with money. Why don't you pay the money first, or write a written agreement before playing? Otherwise, what if you don't admit to it? Xiao Bao, we're just playing for fun. What's with money? Taking the chips is actually just a start. Don't really count the money. Old man Lu wiped his sweat and said to Zhang Xiaobao. Don't count? Then it seems like someone has already gone to exchange the money my father lost. Those few pikes were all exchanged for chips. Zhang Xiaobao blinked his big eyes and said with a puzzled expression. Exchange it back. We'll exchange it back immediately. Hurry up and exchange it. Old man Lu blushed. After saying that to Zhang Xiaobao, he glared at the people beside him. Just now, he was afraid that Zhang Zhong wouldn't admit to it after losing, so he immediately exchanged the chips he won for pikes. Now, he was shooting himself in the foot. However, he really had no other choice. Zhang Xiaobao won at least 30,000 strings of pikes in a short while. His opponent lost the most, more than 40,000 strings of pikes. Where was he going to get this money? Zhang Xiaobao nodded helplessly and said, Grandpa Lu is the most reasonable one. Xiaobao has learned a lot again. Forget it, there's no need to put so much thought into it. How about this, let's play poker, a smaller one. This time, you're not allowed to go back on your word. It's not like playing mahjong where you have to spend a lot of time counting the tiles. Hearing Zhang Xiaobao's words, Old man Lu wished that there was a hole in the ground for him to crawl into. The expert didn't appear, and only Xiaobao was able to beat up the three people who worked together. What a mistake, what a mistake. Now that they saw that Zhang Xiaobao wanted to change to another game, the three people from the Ministry of Works who had already lost shook their heads vigorously like rattles. They didn't realize that they spent a lot of time playing mahjong. Most of the time, after a few rounds, Zhang Xiaobao would win. They didn't know how it happened. Xiaobao, don't bully others. Come over here and eat. Wang Wan saw that Zhang Xiaobao had scared the others, so she could only come over and pull Zhang Xiaobao to another place. Otherwise, with him around, the others wouldn't be able to continue playing. Zhang Xiaobao also felt that it was meaningless. The opponents were too one-sided. They didn't even know how to remember their cards, and they definitely wouldn't mess up their cards through the back and forth. Otherwise, with three people working together, even if you clearly knew what the next card was, you wouldn't be able to stop them from winning. If you messed up the rhythm by touching a card, they would immediately adjust by eating. After waiting for Zhang Xiaobao to leave the table, Old Man Pai moved closer to Old Man Lu's ear and said, How is it? You still haven't used your money to buy the chips. Otherwise, you would have lost all your money. An expert. I didn't expect Xiaobao to be an expert in this field. With this ability, the Zhang family doesn't need to do business anymore. If we let Xiaobao out to gamble with others, the money will continue to flow in. Old Man Lu looked at the cards on the table and said softly. He still didn't understand what was going on. It seemed that the experts under him were not good enough. They still had to train. Otherwise, if they encountered someone like Zhang Xiaobao, wouldn't they be beaten to death? The bustle of the 30th day gradually faded away. By the 5th day of the new year, Zhang Zhong didn't care about other places. Shuzhou began to resume its normal work. The people also began to work hard for the new year. It wasn't just Shuzhou. It was the same for Luzhou. After the new year, those who were supposed to go out to sea still went out to sea. Those who were supposed to transport goods also began to organize people to transport goods to various places. The fishermen on Cheongzhou Island formed teams of a few people to go fishing further away. The trading fleet that was going to Luzon also set sail. This year, they were going to hire the local people to grow enough white fold cloth and bring it back to Tang to sell. This was all because of the cold weather this year. At the same time, it was also the reason why the white fold cloth was widely promoted in various places. Lighthouses were still being built in further places. Whenever they encountered an island or a bigger reef, they would have to build a lighthouse on it. One was to guide the ships, and the other was to show the ownership of that place. On the farthest lighthouse, there were still people guarding it during the new year. The patrol ships also patrolled back and forth on the 30th day of the new year. Occasionally, they would stop and send blessings to the lighthouse keeper. When the 15th day of the new year was approaching, the lighthouse keeper on the farthest lighthouse was waiting for the lantern festival to eat. The people who were taking turns to look at the sea with their clairvoyance came to watch. Just when they thought that nothing would happen today, they suddenly saw a few ships in the distance. The ships in front of them carried the flag of Tang. The ships behind them didn't have any flags. It seemed that the ships of Tang were running, and the ships behind were chasing. Not only were there more ships chasing, but they were also bigger than the ships that were running. Quick, send a signal. Someone is bullying our Tang fishing ships. Who's tired of living? Quickly inform the patrol. Chapter 589. The waves lapped against the shore, reflecting the light of spring. People came and went on the bridges. There were thousands of shadows of sails, one in Zhejiang, Hangzhou, and one in Hunan. The fish in Tang and river were getting warmer, but Luzhou's coastal defense lighthouse was not cold yet. The blue sky was clear, and the clouds were floating. The sound of Zhongxing's gunships rang out. While Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were busy with the spring construction, Luzhou's lighthouse finally played its role. On the farthest lighthouse, the person in charge of guarding the lighthouse saw 3 boats fleeing. Through his 1,000-mile eye, he could see the Tang flag on the fleeing boats while the ones behind did not have any insignia. He sent signals to the patrol boats while he guided the 3 fleeing boats. The fleeing boats were much smaller than the pursuing boats. He wondered where the 3 boats learned to sail with triangular sails. When they sailed against the wind, they would draw the word on their sails. The pursuing boats had straight sails. At this moment, the sails were lowered. The 2 groups of boats were able to maintain a certain distance from each other under such circumstances. The small boats could not run fast, and the pursuing boats could not catch up to them. However, they did not seem to have any intention of giving up. Perhaps, the lighthouse was too small a target during the day and could not be seen from afar. The fleeing boats were initially heading in the right direction, but they started to deviate as they ran. The pursuing boats did not notice the lighthouse as well. They were still trying to close the distance between them. As fireworks rose from the lighthouse, the 3 boats hastily adjusted their direction. Stay here and watch. I'll fight it out with them. If I die, detonate the explosives left behind in the lighthouse for the patrol boats. Luzhou's trading company will avenge us. The person who woke up from his sleep hastily put on his clothes and ran down the stairs after he finished speaking. He kicked out the ballista with wheels in the storeroom below. The ballista had 12 arrow slots. Each arrow was 4 feet and 3 inches long and was forged from fine iron. It was considered a weapon of the highest grade. However, nobody would come so far to investigate. One by one, the arrows were placed on the string, and the string was loosened by cranking the handle. By the time the 3 people on the leading boats could be seen with the naked eye, all 12 arrows were in place. Let's see if I can kill someone today. Let's run. We're about to catch up to them. No, I have to block the crossbows so that they'll be on guard. Damn it. Luzhou's trading company is really awesome. They actually gave the lighthouse a crossbow. The lighthouse was in a daze. While muttering to herself, she shouted at the approaching ships. She didn't care whether they could hear her or not. She timidly found a piece of canvas and blocked the cold arrowheads of the crossbow. It seemed that she had made up her mind to ambush someone. The people on the 3 boats did not hear her, but they saw the lighthouse. It was also their first time here. They had always heard that the lighthouse here was good. When they were tired from fishing, they could rest in the lighthouse. Anyone who sold the shellfish to Luzhou's trading company would be given free drinks and meals. However, they had to show the proof of the transaction. The people on the boats did not know how strong the support from the lighthouse was. However, this was a place where they could rest. Moreover, it belonged to Luzhou's trading company. It was better than running on the sea alone. They could go in and block the door for a while. The people on the 3 small boats did not have the time to adjust their landing positions. They were directly stranded on the reefs or the beach. The people also ran down one after another. They did not care about the boats and did not have time to care about the things on the boats. There was no situation where they had to bear the burden for a little bit of harvest. A total of 10 people jumped down from the 3 boats. They thought they were saved. When they saw a person leaning on the reef on the shore, they were disappointed again. Go in and block the door. They'll be here soon, a young man among the 10 people shouted anxiously at the person on the plateau. The 5 ships chasing after them were indeed not far away. It was estimated that they would be able to reach the shore in less than half an hour. It was still not too late to block the door under the lighthouse. However, the person standing there was completely unmoved. He turned his head to look at the 10 people and shouted, "Everyone, let's go. Don't worry about me. I'll show them my power. I'll climb up later. There's a bow at the top. You can use it." The 10 people looked up at the lighthouse. Sure enough, there was a rope hanging down from the top. They turned to look at the boats chasing after them. They did not want to wait with this simple-minded person. One by one, they ran into the lighthouse and piled the things on the bottom floor at the entrance. To their regret, the lighthouse only had an entrance and no door. The 5 boats chasing after them had slowed down at this time. They looked at the lighthouse and made a choice. Should they go up or not? This was the problem. While they were hesitating, the boats were getting closer and closer to the shore. The people on the boats picked up the javelins and prepared to shoot the person standing on the plateau down when they were close enough. The javelins were almost within range, let alone the ballista. In order not to miss, Xingwai waited and waited. Although he had never killed anyone before, he had a lot of practice. However, at that time, he used a wooden shaft and an iron head. He shot into the sea and then fished it up after he was done. Now that he was using an iron arrow, he estimated that the front part of the arrow would be similar to the wooden one, and the back part would be further away. He lifted the canvas blocking the way and stood behind the arrow on the far left. He was ready to shoot a single shot. After aiming slightly, he moved the bayonet and the arrow flew out with a buzz. Before the people on the boat who were preparing to use the javelins could react, they felt a cold wind blow over their heads. A puff sound came from behind them. While they were still in a daze, a second arrow flew over. This time, it did not hit the water, but the boat. With a crack, the bottom board of the boat was shot through, leaving a large hole. The area around the hole also cracked, and seawater gurgled out of the hole. A third arrow followed. This arrow was not very accurate, and it was a little too far. It hit a reef on the side of the boat. Half of the arrow went in, and the other half buzzed and trembled. At this time, the people on the boat finally knew what was flying over one after another. If this thing hit them? Plug the leak quick. The people on the boat who were shot reacted and shouted at the top of their lungs. In fact, there was no need for him to shout. The others were turning around, and the people who wanted to throw the javelins stopped thinking about it. The consequences of the javelins in their hands going against that thing were very serious. The 5 boats began to turn around as fast as they could. At this time, they regretted that they should not have rushed so close. It was also the first time they realized that the boat, which usually turned around very quickly, was too slow today. They wanted to run, but Xen Gutless did not intend to let them go so easily. The 3 arrows did not hit a single person. If he could not stop 2 people, others would laugh at him again. He put his hand on the 4th arrow and carefully aimed at it, ready to shoot. He was not afraid that the other party would run away. The 12 arrows were not finished. This was a crossbow, and they wanted to run out of the range at such a close distance? It was too late. The 10 people who were rescued had already climbed to the top and were looking down from the windowless window. They were prepared to fight, but they didn't expect that the 5 ships would be scared away. They had never seen this kind of ballista that was specially used to attack and defend a city. They looked at the big thing in puzzlement. This is good. After they leave, we don't have to worry about being caught by them, said one of the 10 people who was holding a package tightly in his arms. But they can't run away. Gutless, stop shooting. Save the arrows. 1 arrow costs a lot. Remember to get it back. I won't accompany you in fishing. If you get a magnet and tie it to a rope, you might not be able to find it even after a day. The patrol boat is already here. If you continue to shoot, I will report you. The person who stayed to guard the tower first looked to the east, where the patrol boat was coming from. After seeing the shadow of a boat, he shouted to Xen Gutless. Xen Gutless resentfully took down the rest of the arrows. He put down the string and muttered unhappily, "Am I gutless? I am ready to sacrifice myself. There are only 9 arrows left. Not all of them can hit. There are so many people on the 5 boats. What is there to be afraid of?" They can chop me into minced meat if they rush up. While the 2 people guarding the tower were waiting and the 10 people who had dodged the attack felt exhausted, the patrol ship rushed over with full sail. From its speed, it could be seen that not only was the ship at full sail, but the human propeller behind it was also operating at full capacity. The people guarding the tower signaled twice. Without stopping, the patrol boat rushed toward the 5 boats that had just escaped the crossbow's range and were trying to think of a way to get back up. Don't worry. They can't run away. Do you think you can run away after causing trouble? Now, tell me where you live. Tell me your birthplace. The person standing on the tower patted the oldest of the 10 people on the shoulder and asked, "Do we have to pay for it?" If I had known, I would have thought of a way to do business with the people of Lu Zhou's trading company. The person who was patted said, but in his heart he began to think about how much money he would have to pay this time. The other party had specially sent a big boat here. How much would it cost? No receipt? Then you have to pay for food. Fish is the cheapest. Pork or vegetables are expensive. If you want to eat fruits, the price is even higher. The person guarding the tower took out a list from the side. It was full of the price of food. He did not care if the people could read or not. He just introduced the list to them. The 10 people did not care about what they ate. It was a great favor to be able to survive. The person holding the package in his arms asked nervously, "How much does it cost to send a boat here?" And that big thing that scared the others away just now. "We can't afford it if there are too many." As he spoke, he hugged the package in his arms tighter. "First, we have to see if the flag you hang is fake. If it's fake, you have to work hard because you don't have money." "It's not fake. We are all from the same dynasty. Can't we get a bargain?" "Yes, it's a bargain. Are you really from Tang? Tell them your birthplace and put your fingerprint after checking. It's easy to reimburse. Don't hide it. No one will rob you. No matter how precious your things are, how much can they be sold for? The Lu Zhou's trading company might not take a fancy to you," the person guarding the tower said unhappily when he saw that the person was still on guard. However, the person refused to relax. "You haven't said how much it costs to be from Tang. It doesn't cost money. You're so narrow-minded. Remember to thank the imperial court first, and then thank the Lu Zhou's trading company. The boat came so quickly today. I thought it would take an hour for it to arrive. Take a good look at the menu. What do you want to eat?" The timid one below is a chef. He has been trained by the Sea Cloud Inn. You're in for a treat. The person guarding the tower began to write down today's events. When the shift was over, he would bring it back to the trading company to record it. The 10 of them were relieved. They did not expect that the transfer of the ship would be free, but they definitely did not believe that the person below was a coward. When they looked at him just now, he seemed to be awe-inspiring. Especially when his slightly messy hair was blown by the wind, it gave people the impression that he was standing proudly in the wind and no one could stop him. However, they still could not figure out why they did not need to pay. Is it really free? There has to be a reason, right? The person holding the package still wanted to confirm. Why are you so stupid? The people of Tang don't need money. Do you usually pay fishing tax? The right thing to do is to pay the tax. The trading company will settle the bill with the imperial court after paying the tax. The person guarding the tower had to explain. In fact, he knew that the imperial court would not pay the tax. The trading company would pay the tax themselves, and they still had to ask the imperial court for help. But the tax we pay is not enough to transfer a big boat even once every 10 years. That's 2 different things. You are the people of Tang. If you pay the tax, you will be protected. Those who can pay the tax are protected. Those who can't pay the tax are protected. You don't understand. You know that you don't need to pay the tax. It's tiring. What do you want to eat? Hurry up, if you don't want to eat, I'm going up. The timid one is going to sleep. The person guarding the tower was slightly dissatisfied when he saw that the other party was not done with his questions. The 10 people did not dare to offend the other party. He should be the most authoritative person. He pointed to a line of words on the menu and asked, "What is this?" "Sauerkraut and seafood pot. It's cheap. If you have something from the sea on your boat, just bring it up. The sauerkraut, oil, and seasonings here will be 20 copper coins." The person guarding the tower looked at the words and said, 20 copper coins? Obviously, some people could not afford this price. I'll give you 100 copper coins now. Go and find sauerkraut for me. I'll take as many as you have. It's only 2 copper coins for each of the 10 people. While they were talking, the patrol boat had caught up with the 5 boats that had escaped again. Although it was called a patrol boat, it was actually a gunboat that had just been launched. It was preparing to come here for an experiment. It happened that something happened, so it intervened. There were 16 large bronze cannons on the boat, 8 on each side. The back of the cannons was filled with rollers, and the front of the cannons were filled with gunpowder and iron balls. It was not very accurate. After firing 1 shot, the cannons had to be reloaded again. It was not bad to be able to fire 2 shots in a quarter of an hour. But even so, many people were full of hope for this new weapon. The iron balls could fly as far as 2 miles. After firing 8 shots, they could change direction and fire another 8 shots. At such a long distance, the other boats did not have any means to fight back. If they were hit twice, it would be easy to sink. If they fired a few more shots and were lucky enough to break the mast, then the boat would be waiting for death. At this time, it was normal to chase and attack each other for a few days in a sea battle. It was not like the time when Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were shooting torpedoes and missiles were flying everywhere. The 5 boats that had escaped were not because they knew that the enemy had cannons, but because they compared the size of the enemy's boats. If they hit the big boat, the small boats would be smashed. If there were some crossbowmen on the boat, they would be shot a few times. Run and see where you can go. The boat is a little small, so it's not easy to hit it. Try to run. Turn left and reload. With the command of the commander, the gunboat slowly adjusted its position. With the command to fire, 8 cannons fired 8 shots in the smoke and loud noise. Chapter 590. When the commander of the Zhongxing gunboat regretfully withdrew the order, turn the rudder to the left and prepare to ignite, coward Xen had already made a special strange cry. As a cook, he was assigned to 3 boats to get the seafood needed for the sauerkraut and seafood pot. When he was rummaging in one of the boats and muttering which seafood was the best, the guard above the tower heard an inhuman sound and found that he, who was no longer timid when facing 5 boats alone, began to tremble all over. Something was wrong. The guard vigilantly looked at the 10 people around him and took out a short gun from his waist. He pulled the trigger with his right thumb and took off the cover in front of it with his left hand. This was not an automatic pistol and could only shoot once. The inside was a scatter bullet. When the trigger was pulled, the trigger would be installed on a small piece of flint and the short powder would be twisted to ignite the powder. The reaction time was not too long and the accuracy was low. In short range, the killing radius was large and the shooting range was short. What do you have on your boats? The guard slightly steadied himself with the gun in hand and asked bluntly. It seemed that he would attack as long as there was something wrong. The 10 people did not know what this thing was, but when they saw it in the guard's hand, they could guess that it would cause a lot of damage to their bodies. No, nothing. Maybe. One of the 10 people seemed to think of something. While speaking, he looked at the person who was still holding the package tightly in his arms. The person holding the package also thought of something, and his face suddenly turned ugly. There was regret, helplessness, and a trace of relief in his expression. The guard was also nervous. He aimed the gun at the 10 people. Every time he aimed at a person, that person would make a dodging gesture like Weiwei. Did you kill the people of Tang and rob his money? The guard finally fixed his eyes on the person holding the package. Brother Feng, come and have a look. There is a big shell here. Judging from the traces, there should be pearls dug down. There are 2, one big and one small. Ask them if they are in the hands of the 10 people. We are going to be rich. Just when the 10 people were being interrogated by the guard, coward Xen dragged a big shell from the boat to the shore and shouted to the guard while dragging. Call me Brother Tian, not Brother Feng. Just bring something up. Well, it's good that you didn't kill anyone. I see. No wonder someone is chasing you. The guard above the tower now understood everything. He carefully put the gun back, looked at the person guarding the package and went to the corner and sat down. His actions made the 10 people stunned. Money and silk moved people's hearts. They did not expect that when he heard that there was a big pearl, he was not in a hurry to get it. He even put away the weapon that should be very powerful. You're not going to rob it and make a fortune? A big pearl that can scare people to death. The most prestigious person among the 10 swallowed his saliva and asked nervously, I want to make a fortune, but I know that if I rob it, I won't be alive to spend it. Let me see how big it is. The guard tried to calm his excitement. He saw the big shell, and he knew that the pearl was not small. If he was not a native of Luzhou and did not know the ability of the Zhang family, he would not be able to control himself and rob it. Then he would hide in the mountain and wait for a few years when no one could find him. Then he would find a way to run far away and sell the pearls. As a hunter, he was not worried about starving to death in the mountain. However, he did not dare to do that because he knew the good official too well. If it were someone else, they might not be able to defeat him in Luzhou's mountain. However, once the good official sent out the 56 people zero team, how could he hide? He was good at saving people, so he must be good at killing people. Hearing his words, the guard carefully opened the package in his arms, revealing 2 pearls, one big and one small. So big? Is it fake? What are you doing with it? Are you afraid that you won't die fast enough? The guard jumped when he saw the 2 pearls. He stared at the pearls with his eyes wide open and kept swallowing his saliva. Since he was young, he had never seen or heard of such a big pearl. The small pearl was actually the size of an egg, and the big one was the size of a goose egg. 70% was a pearl, and 80% was a treasure. Such a pearl should not appear in the world. When he looked at the reflection of the pearls, he saw the reflection moving like light. Anyone with a little knowledge would know how much the 2 pearls were worth. Basically, it was priceless. It was not worth 10,000 strings of coins, but it was not worth 1,000,000 strings of coins. It depended on how much the rich were willing to pay. Ordinary people would not even think about it. Scourge, what are you going to do with these 2 pearls? Where are you going to sell them? No one is willing to use them as medicine. An innocent man will get into trouble because of his wealth. Put them away. I don't want to look at them. The more I look at them, the more scared I am. The guard shook his head and sighed for the 10 people. What could they do if they could not protect it? The 10 people also showed a difficult expression. If the pearls in the big shell could be smaller and more, then it would be good. But there were 2 big pearls. Could it be that they did not want them when they encountered them? If the pearls were so big that ordinary people did not dare to be greedy, then they were not treasures. They were life-threatening things. If the color was a little dimmer and a little flatter, then it would be good. How about grinding them into powder and selling them? The person holding the pearls asked in a low voice. What's the difference between them and ordinary pearls? How much do you want to sell them for? I'll ask a good official for you. Perhaps only he has the ability to buy these things and protect them. You don't have to count on anyone else. Or you can directly send them to the capital and give them to the emperor. The guard had already lost interest in the 2 big pearls. When he first saw them, he still wanted to have them. But after thinking about it carefully, that idea could not be born again. The most prestigious of the 10 people heard his words and shook his head, saying, Is the emperor someone you can see just because you want to? If you ask someone else for help, I guess the 10 of us and you will all die. Don't drag me into this. If you want to die, just die. I won't die. As long as I am still the lighthouse of the Luzhou Chamber of Commerce, no one will dare to do anything to me. When the patrol ship comes back, I'll ask them to bring a letter back and see if the good official is willing to buy them. You can name a price. The guard of the tower was not worried about his personal safety. The whole Luzhou was an iron bucket, and outsiders could not interfere at all. Even the new officials were very honest. Won't the patrol ship be greedy? No, they are more timid than me because they know the good official better. The guard of the tower was not worried that the patrol ship had designs on the pearls because there were still people from the Zhang family and the Wang family on the ship. Before the patrol ship came back, the timid Exen ran up in a hurry. When he saw the 2 big pearls, he swallowed the words he was about to say. Just now, he had found traces on the shell and knew there were big pearls, but that speculation and seeing it with his own eyes were 2 different things. Brother Fong, it's so big. Wait, I'm going to strangle the crossbow. It's killing people. After a while, the timid Exen said in a trembling voice and turned to leave. Stop, the patrol ship will be back soon. Don't strangle the crossbow. go and cook sauerkraut, seafood pot, and cook ribs. Since you saw such big pearls, let's celebrate. Remember, call me Brother Tian in the future. The guard of the tower stopped him and gave him an order. Okay, Brother Feng, I'll go and let them taste the dishes. The timid Exen left happily to cook, leaving the 11 people waiting in silence. Before the meal was ready, the patrol boats escorted the people on the 5 boats back. Without the need for the people on the tower to explain, they already knew what was going on. The people on the 5 boats were not from other countries. They were from Jiao province. They were carrying goods and were about to come here to trade. However, on the way, they saw a big shell being fished up by people on 3 small boats. They came closer to have a chat. Everyone knew that there would be big pearls in the shell. When they saw the big pearls, the people on the 5 ships were tempted. The people on the 3 ships also realized that something was wrong. They immediately found a reason to leave and stopped talking to the people on the 5 ships. In the beginning, the people on the 5 ships were still in a daze, waiting for the 3 small boats to leave. Finally, they could not resist the impulse in their hearts and chased after them. Because there were many goods on the ships, they could not speed up for a while. They had no choice but to throw the goods into the sea and gradually shorten the distance. It was the first time they came here, and they did not expect there to be a lighthouse here. The people on the lighthouse were so responsible and equipped with powerful weapons. After they tried to kill people to get ashore, they were thinking of a way when they were caught by the patrol ship. Originally, the 2 ships were not on the same level. With the 8 water columns, the only choice was to surrender. The patrol ship could not directly approach the shore. They could only stop on the sea and send a small boat to the lighthouse to ask about the matter. A total of 3 people came down. 2 of them were from the inner courtyard left by the Zhang family. They were in charge of the new weapon experiment. When the 3 of them saw the 2 big pearls, the people who were not from the inner courtyard opened their mouths wide in shock. They muttered that they had not lived in vain and had learned something new. Although the people from the inner courtyard of the Zhang family were also surprised, they recovered very quickly. The 2 of them looked at each other and said at the same time, "This time, the little ancestors have something fun to play with." They really did not care about such big pearls. They were usually in contact with immortals, so it was not a big deal to look at a pearl. If these 2 pearls were given to the 4 little ancestors to play with, they would definitely be very happy. The pearls were beautiful. How much? Name a price, one of the inner courtyard people asked directly. The 10 owners of the pearls did not expect the other party to be so straightforward. For a moment, they were stunned and did not say anything. When they did not say anything, the other inner courtyard person said, "How about this? You all go with Lu Zhou first. When the pearls are delivered to the main family, we'll tell you the price or use other benefits to exchange with you. Don't worry, the main family won't scheme against you for these 2 pearls. If you want to snatch them, you can do it now." After the 2 of them finished speaking, they returned to the ship and waited. They let the 10 people choose for themselves. The 2 of them had more important things to do, which was to collect data and study the use of cannons in naval battles. The 10 of them ate an unknown meal and drank some wine. In their daze, they finally decided to trust the Zhang family. Apart from the Zhang family, it seemed like no one else would treat them this way. When the spring plowing in Shuzhou began in advance, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan finally received the 2 big pearls and a document about cannons sent by Lu Zhou on a fast horse. The 2 of them sent the small pearl to Old Man Pai and the other 3 for them to see. They threw the big pearl to their younger siblings' room and let the little ones play with it. The big pearls were good. The magnetism in such a big pearl was greater. It was said that it was good for the body and had a calming effect. Seeing the little ones holding the big pearls in their arms and drooling so much on them, one could tell how much the little ones liked them. It would be even better if they were ground into powder and eaten. You can also use it on your face. What should we do with the 10 of them? Wang Wan touched her tender face and asked Zhang Xiaobao. First, give them a few hundred strings of coins to settle down and bring them to Shuzhou. Ask them what they want. 2 pearls. 1 for your family to eat, and the other one for Xiaobei and the others to play with. It's translucent and pretty. Zhang Xiaobao really did not care. The big pearls now were like the diamonds in his past life. A diamond that was too big was not as valuable as divided into smaller pieces. Its social value was not based on its size. If it was not cut, there was no difference between a 2-ton diamond and a 1-ton diamond. It was the same for pearls. Moreover, pearls could not be cut and polished like diamonds for decoration. One was for collection, and the other was to be made into medicinal materials. Giving 10 people a long-term way to make money was better than giving them a large sum of money directly. Wang Wan was satisfied with Zhang Xiaobao's arrangement. In this way, she would have good pearl powder cosmetics. Even if she did not use it now, she could wipe her hands and feel it. Thinking about it was one thing, but things could not be done like this. Xiaobao, you want to keep all the pearls? Don't you plan to give one to Li Longji? If he knows there are such pearls, he will definitely get sick. It happens that the kind of illness that needs pearls to treat. The effect of looking for big pearls when he is sick is not the same as giving it to him now. Yes, it's understandable. Who would expect such a big pearl to be uneasy? If you want to use it to suppress the shock, then give the small one to him. We can't snatch Xiaobei and the others' toys. Later, we will ask Grandpa Bai and the others if it's okay. Let's go and see how Xiaobei and the others are playing. Zhang Xiaobao sighed with emotion about the benefits of being an emperor. As he spoke, he walked with Wang Wan to the courtyard of his younger brother and sister. On the way, he said, artificial pearl cultivation is to pick up the shells, choose the ones that can grow big in the future, and then put sand in them, right? Let their secretions be wrapped layer by layer. It should also depend on which one secretes more. Do you want to cultivate pearls? Wang Wan was not sure. She only knew that the pearls at that time would not be very good. They would be very cheap. They were not round and small. You could buy a pile of them with 10 yuan. How could I? I'm just letting others try. In case they succeed, there is Lake Tai here. Zhang Xiaobao thought of using pearls as medicine. Pearls were too expensive now. They could not afford to eat medicine. If they could be cultivated, then it would not be as difficult as it was now. As the two of them talked, they arrived outside the courtyard of the little guys. Before they entered, they saw 4 old men standing there with helpless expressions. Grandpa Bai, what's wrong with you guys? You don't look good. Get someone to take a look. Zhang Xiaobao asked with concern. It's nothing. It's just that seeing the little guys having fun there made me happy. Old Man Pai said with a pained expression. Chapter 591. The matter of the 2 pearls was just a small matter. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan wouldn't spend their energy on such luxurious things. It didn't have much meaning to their philosophy of life. They believed that Old Man Pai and the other 3 wouldn't care about how much the pearls were worth. The quality of the large pearl was good, and Xiaobei hadn't broken it yet. After a few words, the younger one decided to send it to Li Longji. It would probably be used as medicine in the capital. It was said that old pearls had sufficient medicinal power. They picked up the pearl that Xiaobei had thrown and spun it on the marble floor. The brilliance of the 2 reflected each other for a long time. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan saw that the children were having a good time, so they looked for the 4 old men to discuss the Yangtze River Bridge. Grandpa Bai, do you think we can collect tolls from people at the bridge? Usually, it costs money to take the ferry. Since it's convenient to take the bridge, it's not too much to pay less. The first thing that Zhang Xiaobao raised was money. The bridge needed to be repaired, and the account that was going through now was Wangjiang Building. It was part of the local government's functions and was incorporated into the finances of Wangjiang County. Old Man Pai and the other 3 were no longer people who didn't know much about economics like when they first met Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. When they heard Zhang Xiaobao mention money, they hesitated and said, Xiaobao, there are so many people coming and going on the bridge. It will definitely promote the local economic development and increase the tax revenue. It seems reasonable to take a portion of it for maintenance. Why should we collect more money? In that case, we won't collect it. I hope that the officials of Wangjiang County won't embezzle this money in the future. They will pay for it every year. The second thing is the people who ferry the Yangtze River. With the bridge, the people in the distance will still take the ferry, while the people nearby will cross the bridge. It won't be easy for the people who ferry. Zhang Xiaobao raised another matter. When a new industry developed, it would definitely have an impact on the related old models. People who had been ferrying for many years should find other things to do. This was not something that the people in power should do to the people. An official who sacrificed the interests of a portion of the people to obtain a certain economic development was an incompetent official. Don't treat the people as data on paper. They are living people. The four old men frowned at the same time. If the bridge could be repaired, then it must be repaired. A bridge was much more convenient than ferrying goods and people back and forth. They couldn't tear down the bridge just because of the ferrymen. Directly giving money to the ferrymen didn't seem right, so what should they arrange for them to do? Zhang Xiaobao didn't need the four old men to figure it out themselves. He naturally had a solution for the problem that he proposed. Grandpa Bai, my family's idea is to divide this group of people into 3 parts to solve the problem. On the one hand, we'll pull iron chains along the bridge piers. 2 iron chains will allow the ferry to hang on them, eliminating the danger of the ferry being washed over. On the bridge piers in the middle of the river, we'll use wood to build a view of the river. If there are people who like to enjoy the scenery there, they'll pay people to ferry them there. The second part is to make pleasure boats on the distributary river. We'll let the ferrymen work together and buy or rent large boats to them first. The distributary river isn't so turbulent, and we can solve a group of people. The third part is to cooperate with Wangjiang Restaurant. Every day, we'll catch fish in the river and sell them to Wangjiang Restaurant. Or, we'll directly take orders from Wangjiang Restaurant. With a 3-pronged approach, the people who originally lived on this section of the Yangtze River will have a new way to survive. Zhang Xiaobao explained the arrangement for the people who had lost their jobs and waited for the 4 old men to figure it out. Old Man Lu and the others weren't stupid. When they heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, they understood that there was no need to tell them this kind of thing. The Zhang family could do it themselves. Since it was solemnly proposed, it could only mean one thing. They had to remember this kind of method. In the future, if they wanted to develop elsewhere, they couldn't forget the people who lived on the original way. Old Man Yao nodded and said, "We already know what Xiaobao said. This year's spring plowing is early. There are a few bad places in the area that don't seem to have white fold seed. Could it be that it can't be planted here?" Last winter's cotton-padded clothes and quilts played a big role. This year, it was said that many places that originally planted hemp had changed to white fold seed. Compared to the delicate food crops, white fold seed was very adaptable to the soil. The oil extracted from it could also be used to light lamps. It was a very good economic crop. Other than Old Man Lu, the other 3 old men were already used to the way the Zhang family did things. At the beginning of every year, Zhang Zhong would make a plan. There were detailed descriptions and clear diagrams. They had seen the plan for Shuzhou this year. Every place was specifically divided into what should be done. There was no white fold seed in the plan. This was what they couldn't understand, so they asked. Zhang Xiaobao's planning was the clearest. His planning was not done blindly. It was done by the local officials who first sent over a plan based on the specific form of the place. They also sent over detailed data at the same time. Through modification, approval, and denial, it was perfected. After hearing the question, Zhang Xiaobao replied, "Grandpa Yao, my family also knows that white fold seed is more profitable and can increase the income of the people. However, Shuzhou definitely can't be planted now. Shuzhou is a food production area, and it has the water transportation from the Yangtze River and the canal. The food in the capital is estimated to still not be enough this year, so we need to transfer it from this route. White fold seed is good, but it's a waste to plant it in such a place. Shuzhou not only pursues economic development, but also needs to ensure the emergency supply of food in the capital. It's fine to plant it in the cold and saline land. If the land here isn't good, then plant soybeans." Wang Wan also added, "The output of white fold seed is low. It can't be compared to hemp. Shuzhou doesn't need to use cotton-padded clothes and quilts. It's enough to make paper and weave fishing nets with hemp. If we unilaterally pursue the profit of a certain economic crop, there won't be any changes to the income and expenditure. If we don't have enough hemp, we still have to buy it from other places." The 4 old men paid attention to the Zhang family. At the same time, the 3 old men were often with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Otherwise, Ordinary people really wouldn't understand what the two of them said. Now the two of them were using a planned economy. When transportation and productivity couldn't increase, a market economy couldn't be used. Besides, Zhang Xiaobao didn't like the market economy model. The reason why a planned economy became a market economy wasn't that the planned economy wasn't good, but that with the increase of business activities, people couldn't perfect the plan. Now, business activities were still relatively simple. If they used a market economy, it would be over. Old Man Bai and Old Man Yao were actually learning nonstop. Those who were closely involved could not see clearly. They did not have the experience of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, so they were moving forward by themselves. No one knew if it was right or wrong. Hearing Zhang Xiaobao and Old Man Pai's words, Old Man Pai thought and asked, "Should we learn this method in other places? There should be a model, right? How about this? You can summarize it and print it in a book and send it to the officials of the dynasty." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan shook their heads at the same time. There was a model, but the model was always changing. Not to mention now, even in their time, no one dared to say which model was the best. The so-called best was to adapt to the economic and political environment of the time. Grandpa Bai, if we really write a book, there are several models. Just like the art of war, soldiers are unpredictable, and water is unpredictable. Grandpa Bai, you know how to ride the two-wheeled carriage that we made. It's not a straight line, it's a wandering between left and right to seek stability. It's not left, right, and not in the middle. It's the same for economics. It wasn't that Zhang Xiaobao couldn't write, as long as he turned his own experience and other people's experience into words. However, he was afraid that people would take what he wrote as a doctrine. If they did well, they should, but if they didn't, they would push all the blame to him. Then is there no other way? Old Man Yao felt very regretful when he heard this. He felt that the Zhang family's development model was the same, which was to take out money to build the infrastructure. It was reasonable to match the local environment and crops. It wasn't too difficult. Wang Wan saw Old Man Yao's expression and knew what he was thinking. He had thought too simply of the matter. She explained, "Grandpa Yao, when other people take out the things that they have done, it's actually the same. The general situation is about the same. It's just like marching to war. It's nothing more than gathering the superior forces to annihilate a small number of enemies. Think of a way to prevent the enemy from hitting you, and you can hit the enemy. However, when it comes to the use of strategy and tactics in a real war, it's not the same at all. The grasp of the general situation, the understanding of the local area, the time difference, the environment, the terrain, and so on are all indispensable. The details determine success or failure. Oh, I'm anxious. Isn't it because your family can make the place develop faster? I hope to find a good way to make the entire Tang Empire stronger. Is there no other way?" Old Man Yao was a person who had been prime minister several times. He reacted very quickly and did a self-examination. He didn't want to give up. Looking at the eyes of the four old men, Zhang Xiaobao sighed. It's difficult. Since it's to rule people by people, it depends on the ability of the officials. But the most difficult thing to grasp is the human heart. I'll write it and let the officials learn. Come, bring me the plan of Shuzhou from my yard. After saying this, Zhang Xiaobao began to wait. He took the opportunity to play with the little guys for a while. In fact, the little guys didn't care about what to play. What they cared about was who played with them. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were their biggest attachments. As long as there were big brothers and big sisters by their side, they would be happy. After the big pearl was turned around again and again, the plan was finally brought over. Compared with the dozens of sheets of paper that the four old men saw before, this plan was much thicker. There were hundreds of sheets of paper. Since the new year, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had been busy with this matter. Spreading out the plan, Zhang Xiaobao took out a copy and said, "This is what the four grandpas saw." He put down this copy and took out another one. Then he said, "This is the supplementary plan." Then he took out another one. "This is the emergency plan. This is the side plan that can be used when something happens." It's not easy to make a development plan. All the risks must be taken into consideration and then improved and supplemented. When learning officials are making plans, they are not allowed to have only one plan, but a set. Otherwise, it will be a dereliction of duty. This was the first time the four old men had seen a detailed plan. They finally understood why Zhang Zhong could handle local affairs so smoothly. It had nothing to do with luck. It was actually paved with painstaking effort. It was no wonder that the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang families were not afraid of encountering difficulties. That was because they had written down all the possible difficulties that could arise. Furthermore, they had the corresponding methods. An expert. He's indeed an expert. Old Man Chong was the worst in this aspect compared to the other three. If he were to write such a plan, he felt that he would die of exhaustion. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not say anything. They only smiled in gratification. However, they sought merit, not publicity. Old Man Pai touched the plans one by one. He looked up and said, "Xiaobao, your father shouldn't go to Luoyang next time." Chapter 592. The matter of Zhang Zhong's next official position was indeed not easy to handle. According to Zhang Xiaobao's idea, he wanted to go to a slightly more leisurely place and spend more energy on political struggles, thus helping his father practice. Old Man Pai and the other three planned to send Zhang Zhong and Wang family to a poor place to continue to do construction. Zhang Xiaobao had already paid the due price for this matter, so he was very insistent and did not agree to send his father to a poor place to be an official. Old Man Pai wanted to use an empty position to make up for the lack of rank. After arguing for a long time, Zhang Xiaobao could only temporarily put this matter on hold, saying that this matter needed to be discussed with his family first. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan found an excuse to leave, Old Man Pai was still persuading the two to discuss it with their families. In order to divert the attention of the four old men, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had to use other methods to attract their attention. First of all, the kindergarten reopened. After the new year, everyone would gather together to live and study again. Just like last year, ordinary people would not be able to enjoy this kind of treatment. Those who could enter the kindergarten were either from a rich family or a powerful family. Unfortunately, this was very different from the original intention of setting up the kindergarten. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao were also very helpless about this matter. It was not that the two of them did not want to give all the children of other families a chance, but it was really that the teachers were too lacking. Kindergarten was different from school. School only needed people with similar knowledge to be qualified. Kindergarten teachers did not need to be too knowledgeable, but they must know how to take care of children. It seemed simple, but it was difficult to actually do. Children were unable to directly understand the intentions of adults, and were usually self-centered. Zhang Xiaobao's method was to nurture them, one by one. He would try his best to find talents who were suitable for educating children. The way to divert the attention of the four old men was to have the children from kindergarten last year compete with other children who had not received such education when school reopened. For many people, this was a very boring thing to do. What could the children compete? Singing and dancing as well as drawing and reciting. However, this kind of boring thing was to the liking of the four old men. Old Man Lu even specially left half a month to organize activities with the other three old men in order to see the educational effects of the kindergarten. Zhang Xiaobao came up with a plan that was full of loopholes. For example, the age of the children in the competition would start from 1 year old and continue until they were 6 years old. This was simply impossible. How could a 1-year-old child learn so many things? The four old men thought the same, so they had one more job, which was to perfect the plan and further develop the kindergarten's education. They hoped that more children would be able to participate in the future. Of course, they couldn't let the four old men spend too much time and energy on this kind of thing. After a few adjustments, they were almost done. Just when they felt that they had perfected the plan, Zhang Xiaobao changed the location of the competition to Hidden Mountain. Qianshan was where Li Sun's business was located. It had been under construction since last year, and some animals had been transported from other places. Together with the animals that were collected locally, although it could not be compared to the National Zoo, it was more lively. With Ernio's large amount of wheat-rice stones, a large bathing pool, or rather a bathing center, was about to be built there. A few doctors were specially sent to know. Old Man Pai and the other three also followed. As for whether the bathing effect could reach the level of strengthening the body or even bringing the dead back to life, further research was needed. Finally, it's quiet. It seems that it's not a good thing to be watched by others. Without the four old men, Wang Wan felt a little uncomfortable, but she also felt more relaxed. Otherwise, every time they met, she would have to ask where Zhang Zhong was going to be an official. It was really torturous. Zhang Xiaobao also did not have to continue to be entangled with the four old men. As long as he took advantage of the spring plowing this year to come up with one or several useful new plans that could improve the local people's living standards, he believed that the imperial court would not be in a hurry to transfer his father away. I really hope that someone comes to make trouble now. That way, I will have an excuse to deal with them and let my father stay in Shuzhou until next year. No matter what, I have to expand my family's business first. I can't just build it up and not get any benefits. Zhang Xiaobao tried hard to think of a way to make the imperial court give up on the idea of transferring his father away this year. Hearing Zhang Xiaobao's words, Wang Wan looked to the north, which was the direction of the capital, and asked, "The river embankment incident last year has not been settled yet. Who was it? Why didn't the imperial court say anything?" According to Li Longji's character, no matter which member of the imperial family it was, he would not let it go easily. Why is it like a stone sinking into the sea? Indeed, there has been no movement until now. No member of the imperial family in the capital has been dealt with. This matter is not handled by us, so it will probably be a little difficult. Do you think that a neighboring country is involved? They don't want to act rashly and alert the enemy. Zhang Xiaobao thought about it and said. Wang Wan nodded. It's also possible. If I had the chance, I would also do the same. Use the local resources to carry out the operation, and it won't have much impact on the country. If it can be done in every region, the damage to the target country will be very great. This kind of thing is not something we can manage. Even if it is true, there will be people who will help. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's consideration was indeed good. In order to stay in Shuzhou for one more year, they set aside some people during the spring plowing to build a large research base by the Wanshui River. The main research direction was on the lathe. The two people were not ready to succeed in the research of the lathe. The technology was far from there. This was just a reason to boast about the lathe to make people pay more attention to it, so that Zhang Zhong could stay in Shuzhou to take charge of this work. In order to make people believe, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan invested 50,000 strings of coins to start the industrial construction. The scale was not small. The old man Pai and the other three people who were still busy in Qianshan were indeed fooled. They were already very busy, so they had to set aside some energy again. Lu Jiro was the most concerned about this industrial base. She arranged the people she brought to the industrial park to provide help, and at the same time, to learn. At the same time, she also informed the imperial court of the situation here, so that the imperial court would consider more. Zhang Xiaobao's scam finally achieved its goal. He was afraid that the imperial court would transfer his father away, so another plan followed closely, and that was the medicinal herb plantation in Shuzhou. No matter what kind of medicinal herbs could be planted, and no matter how successful it was in the end, it had a reputation. He asked his father to write a memorial to the imperial court to transfer people from the Si Nong temple in the capital to follow the research, and the Zhang family would send people to lead. This was also a big project. It seemed that without Zhang Zhong, it would not succeed. Sure enough, this had an effect. For a while, the imperial court did not mention the matter of Zhang Zhong leaving, and the four people of Old Man Pai also put their energy in other places. Zhang Xiaobao did not feel that this matter was a waste of money and manpower. The money was not from the government. His family paid others to do the research. If the research was not successful in 1 year, then they would research for 2 years. If 2 years were not enough, then they would research for 10 years. He did not expect to get good results in a short time, as long as he could delay it. By the time the imperial court found out that this was a long and arduous task, his family's arrangements would be almost done. This situation was not considered a scam when he and Wang Wan were in the same situation. The technology was indeed enough, and someone had already done it. Now it was not a scam. The money was from his family, and there was not much negative impact on the people and the government. The plan was indeed going well. The spring plowing was over, and no one mentioned the matter of Zhang Zhong leaving, even though many people wanted to take advantage of Shuzhou. Li Sun was also very happy. He was also busy looking for talents who could help with the construction and organization of the affairs of the prince's mansion after he left. He wanted to leave as well. Firstly, he wanted to continue learning from Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Secondly, he wanted to run away from the marriage. Yes, he wanted to run away from the marriage. Other members of the imperial family had several children at his age. He was not married yet, but his father had already started looking for a wife for him. However, due to the influence of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, he was not going to let his father make the arrangements. He wanted to find a woman he was satisfied with and marry her. She might not be as good as Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were almost inhuman, but she should at least be as good as Xan Er's ability to earn money or Lu Er's knowledge. In fact, Xan Er and Lu Er were not bad, especially Xan Er. Their family conditions were compatible, but because they had been in contact with each other too much, Li Sun always felt that there was not that kind of passion. Moreover, Xan Er was still young. According to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's theory, it was not good for a woman at her age to get married and have children. Li Sun planned to look for one elsewhere. At the very least, he had to have a good impression of her. She had to be dignified and have time to study. Her family background could be different, but at the very least, she had to have the same hobbies and thoughts as him. She could not be so rigid. This was the goal he set. He thought it was easy to achieve, but Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan thought it was very difficult, especially in terms of thinking. It was like a person who came back from studying abroad and a person who grew up in a closed environment had to have the same thoughts. Not to mention which one was better, there would definitely be a gap between the two people. In order not to hurt Li Sun, the two of them specially made a plan for Li Sun, including the training of his wife. Li Sun was very grateful. He thought that training his wife was very interesting, especially after hearing the various stories that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan specially told for his family. In the stories, there was a certain noble prince who deliberately hid his identity and went elsewhere to find the princess in his heart. The various plans in Shuzhou were carried out, making the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family much more stable. Just as Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan believed that things would develop according to their plans, a new piece of news suddenly came from the imperial court. The human heart was hard to fathom, and Li Longji's thoughts were even harder for the average person to fathom. In addition, several important ministers in the imperial court added fuel to the fire. Zhang Zhong was finally unable to continue staying in Shuzhou. Even Zhang Xiaobao's early efforts had gone to waste. "Xiaobao, it looks like your father won't be able to go to Luoyang." This was the first thing Old Man Pai, who had rushed back from Qianshan, said when he saw Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Facing Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's puzzled gazes, Old Man Pai continued, "The new place has been decided. Your father will be going to Yizhou to be the provincial governor." "But Sichuan?" Zhang Xiaobao said in surprise. Chapter 593. Receiving the news in advance made Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan very passive. They hurried back to the courtyard and found the military map. It's a good place. The whole prefecture has a population of about 4,000. There are mountains and rivers. Zhang Xiaobao found the location on the map and looked at the notes beside it. He gritted his teeth and praised. Wang Wan was also a little confused. She drew on the map and said, "The most important thing is that we don't have to worry about cold drinks in summer. We can get them when we go up the mountain. Min Mountain is to the north. Do you remember this place? I like the snow on Min Mountain even more. Also, it's close to Jizhaegu. We don't need to spend money to go there now." In that case, Li Longji is not bad. He knows that the land route is difficult, so he chose a water route for us. We can go up the Yangtze River and directly reach the place. We don't have to pay rent and taxes to the capital. We have to eat 300 pounds of food on the way to the place. But I'm puzzled. Is Li Longji stupid? Why did he transfer us to Yingzhou at this time? We can get a prefecture where the rent and taxes are doubled in a year. There are about 4,000 people there, and it's a plateau climate. Does he want to see if our medical team is qualified? Zhang Xiaobao couldn't figure out what Li Longji wanted to do. Even if he wanted to use people as tools, he should put them in a more suitable place. Now that they were sent to Yingzhou, they couldn't play the full role of the Zhang family. Could it be that he wanted to lead the 4,000 people to become rich? Wang Wan was also worried. She was worried about the climate there. From morning to night, there was a big temperature difference and there were many mountains. It was very normal for it to be humid. In addition, it was easy to experience altitude sickness. Thinking of this, Wang Wan asked nervously, "Xiao Bao, is it possible that Li Longji is going to kill people? He sent us there so that we can't adapt to altitude sickness and directly die in Yingzhou. This way, he won't have to worry about us making more things in the future." He's not that muddle-headed. It's easy to kill people. He arranged for my father to be an official in Yaozhou, which is close to the capital. He could just send troops to kill him. Why would he arrange for him to be sent to Yingzhou? He probably had some difficulties as well. Why don't we go over and take a look? We don't have any medicine for altitude sickness. If you don't know how to make Tibetan rose root, don't even think about making the rest of the herbs. You still have to make a pressure cooker. Otherwise, you'll have to eat fried and barbecued food. Think about it. Since we're going there, we have to go there and take a look. We can't die from altitude sickness. Zhang Xiaobao thought of his family. Fortunately, they were still in Yizhou. If they were sent to Tibet, it would be even worse. The only thing he could comfort himself with was that the place where his family used to live was also a plateau. Although it was relatively low, he was afraid that the little ones would not be able to adapt. So we have to go? There was still butter tea and salvia miltiariza pills to use. Should he make a sealed jar, put the person in it and then suck the air out bit by bit, just like sucking the air out of a light bulb? Let a low pressure form inside? Let's train in advance, Wang Wan asked. Isn't it just a small population? Don't be afraid. That place is where the mountains are high and the emperor is far away. We have prepared enough medicine, but we don't need to train. The equipment is not easy to make. Zhang Xiaobao really did not believe in this. Wasn't it just a place that was a little remote, with poor conditions and a small population? When Wang Wan saw that Zhang Xiaobao had made up his mind, she put away the map and suddenly thought of a very important matter. "Xiaobao, the people there don't seem to be easy to deal with." "It's okay. Ethnic issues are not a problem. As long as they eat, as long as they wear clothes, as long as they are not sick, we can communicate with them." In the beginning, there were no ethnic groups. They were just 8 people who lived in various places. If we were to calculate based on regions, then where was the Central Plains? It's just a small place. Zhang Xiaobao was not concerned about a certain ethnic group. Instead, he was concerned about how to develop when he arrived at the place. It seemed that it was not so easy. After the two of them finished their discussion, they looked for Old Man Pai and gave him a reply. It seemed like Li Longji had the same idea. Otherwise, he would not have released the news. "Grandpa Bai, my family agrees. Let's go to Wing Province. However, Wing Province is a lower province. My father's grade." Zhang Xiaobao began to make his request when he saw the 4 old men. Old Man Pai and the others thought that the Zhang family and the Wang family would think of a way to refuse. They did not expect them to agree so quickly. After calculating the situation there, he said, "Xiaobao, don't worry. When you're there, your father will still be in charge of the military and political affairs. Moreover, there will be a higher rank. He can only be promoted and won't be demoted." Zhang Xiaobao pursed his lips. There were only about 4,000 people in total, and they might not be able to control them. Were they not going to integrate the military and political affairs? Were they going to send another registrar to the army? Were they going to give him all the other positions? He reckoned that when he arrived, he would only see a few officials who were sent away. That place was even more dangerous than Luzhou. The officials who were sent away had a slim chance of survival. Zhang Xiaobao was depressed that he did not get the benefits he deserved in exchange for the recipe. He had to mention this. If he did not mention it, he would be worried. "Grandpa Bai, let me make this clear. That place is different from other places. My family will need to bring a lot of refined iron this time. Otherwise, we won't even be able to make farming tools. Also, If the price of salt in the local wells is too high in the future, my family will have to choose a salt pool near the estuary of the Yangtze River. We won't be stopped when we transport salt to Wing Province. As long as your family can fix the road there and build a 4-lane road to the capital, it'll be a great contribution. This time, Old Man Yao was the one who made the promise. He was still looking forward to fixing the road. My family doesn't want this great contribution. We can't afford it. Grandpa Yao, you don't know what's going on there, right? I really want to fix that road. I'll invest all the money my family earns every year. After 30 to 50 years, I might be able to build a road that can take 2 carriages from there to the capital. But what's the use of that? The purpose of road repair is to facilitate transportation and make the place rich. If my family earns 30 years of profit, it's better to give the money directly to the locals. It won't be used much every year. When the day comes that the road needs to be repaired, someone will naturally find a way. Zhang Xiaobao was shocked by Old Man Yao's words. He was very clear about the situation there. If they used stones to repair it, it would be damaged after a few heavy rains. If they used cement, it was not suitable. There was no asphalt. Wasn't it cheating people? Why not build a 4-lane road from Sichuan to Tibet? The contribution was greater. If they crossed the Himalayas and built a 4-lane road, they could directly connect to Nepal. Maybe it would be convenient for international exchanges. Nonsense. Zhang Xiaobao's straightforward answer made the 4 old men feel inconceivable. Didn't the Zhang family and Wang family like to build roads very much? Wherever the Zhang family and Wang family were, they would help to build the road first. Why were they so timid when it came to Wing Province? Xiaobao, does your family have any plans for Wing Province? Ever since Lu Jiro saw the construction plan for Shuzhou, she was interested in this matter. My family's first plan is how to get there alive. For grandpas, this is not becoming an honorable official. It's no different from being banished. How difficult would it be to go upstream along the Yangtze River? We can't give up on the waterway and take the land route. That would be even worse. Zhang Xiaobao expressed the dissatisfaction in his heart. If it made people feel relaxed, perhaps they could send him to Moa next time. It would be more convenient to make ice lanterns there. Zhang Xiaobao expressed his intentions clearly and hurried back to the courtyard with Wang Wan to make arrangements. The 4 old men stood in place, not knowing what to say. Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao had previously agreed to arrange for Zhang Zhong to go to Luoyang and even took his prescription. Now that the situation had changed, they felt guilty when facing Xiaobao and Cuckoo. After returning to the courtyard, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't stay idle. They were about to leave. Li Longji probably couldn't wait until tomorrow, or else he wouldn't have sent the news now. It was very likely that the appointment would come in the summer. The business here hadn't been set up yet. They had to recoup their investment first. Even if they had to leave, they had to first stabilize the business in Shuzhou. When they reached Wing Province, they would need to build roads, but not roads to the capital. They would need to build roads to Chengdu, which would cost a lot of money. Zhang Xiaobao was hoping to take out the profits from Shuzhou. Taking out a business map of Shuzhou, Zhang Xiaobao pointed to a place. Here, build a leather processing plant. When the local people raise pigs, they will gather the pig hides here for processing. In the counties, build processing plants for sausages, ham, and bacon. The sausages will be sent to nearby places, and the ham and bacon will be sold further away. The pig's hair will also be left behind to be used to make brushes. The poultry's hair will also be left behind. When the time comes, it will be sent to Sanshui County to be processed into down jackets and duvets. What else haven't you thought of? Help me think about it. It's too urgent. There are also fish and crabs raised in sets. Although it's to increase rice production, we can't waste it. The meat will be dried and the corresponding processing plant will be built. The shells and bones will be ground into powder and mixed with other crops to be fodder. We can send it to the Yangtze River, which is the south bank. I believe that they will be willing to cooperate with us. In addition to the local business activities, should we send a few boats to go up the river and make arrangements in advance? There are 2 big families, not to mention Grandpa Bai and the others. Wang Wan followed suit. At the same time, she also acted as a secretary and wrote down what they thought of. Yes, we have to send people out first. It's not easy to travel on the waterway, so we don't have to use the MOF if we can. Send 20 people out from Team 0 to get used to the weather first. It's best to find more people before we leave. We can't just have Team 0. Since it's far away from Beijing and this place is special, we should expand the protection team. Zhang Xiaobao didn't want to suffer losses. If there was an opportunity to make up for the losses, he would use it. Chapter 594. The fleet of the Zhang family and Wang family went up against the mighty river. Li Sun's fleet followed closely behind. Li Sun ran to the main ship of the Zhang family and Wang family to stay. Old Man Yao, Old Man Pai, and Old Man Chang were also there. Old Man Lu took the collected information and left some people from the Ministry of Works to continue the research before returning. It wasn't that the main ship of the Zhang family had a good view, but that it was the safest place, especially Li Sun. Even after being told that he might fall ill, he still insisted on traveling. Usually, when he could see Zhang Xiaobao, he would stay beside him. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were busy, they would bring along 2 doctors. After the fleet traveled for 3 days, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan finally realized that something was wrong. Along the way, there were other ships joining Old Man Bai and Old Man Yao's fleet. None of the ships were small, and from the looks of it, they were very deep in the water. The fleet of the Zhang family and Wang family was large to begin with. It wasn't because they wanted to make a scene, but because they had a lot of people. In addition, they also carried a lot of goods. Along the way, they had already attracted the attention of others. The ships upstream didn't need to be reminded and automatically made way for them, afraid of conflict. The sun was shining brightly and the river breeze was whistling. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were flying kites with their younger brother and sister, another 4 ships that were waiting by the side joined the fleet. What do you mean? Have they been influenced by our personality and are preparing to follow us? Wang Wan raised her clairvoyance and stared at the 4 ships that didn't have any flags or symbols. In the past few days, 22 ships had joined, and they were all large ships. They were deep in the water, but no one came to greet them. Zhang Xiaobao tied a small kite rope to his younger brother's waist and signaled the servant girl to take him to play. He also looked at the ships in puzzlement. There's no unspoken rule that ships must travel in groups on the Yangtze River, right? The ship also looks awkward. It doesn't look like a military ship, and it doesn't look like a cargo ship. It seems to be a dual-purpose ship. Let's go and find someone to ask. The 2 of them went to look for Li Sun with confusion in their hearts. Li Sun was playing mahjong with Lu, Xn and Wei Wei. He was not as skilled as Zhang Xiaobao, and his opponents were not the so-called experts from the Ministry of Works. The 3 girls kept Li Sun at bay, and he could not even touch a single tile. Li Sun's luck was not bad. After the start of the new round, he had already heard his tiles after 5 rounds. Hu Yao had 4 and 7, but he did not touch a single tile after 3 rounds. Lu, his opponent, had already dismantled his table, but she still did not touch a single tile. Li Sun did not know, but the most infuriating one was Wei Wei. A 4 and a 7 were both useless tiles. She put them on the side for Li Sun to see. Then she played 3 consecutive tiles. Her meaning was very clear. If you want to win, change it. Don't expect me to play. Xn's opponent had 13 tiles on the table. She grabbed a tile and touched it with her small hands. Then, she glanced at Li Sun and gently flipped it to the middle. Li Sun felt a lot of pressure. He grabbed a tile and looked at the tiles that had been played in the middle. There was only one that was the same as the one in his hand. He hesitated and did not know whether to play or not. Young Master Li, why don't you sleep first and see if you should play in your dreams? I'm sleepy. Let me remind you that I'm playing 5 and 800,000. If so, don't play. Xn yawned and said to Li Sun, you said that last round, but the result was not at all. This round? I'll say it first. My heart is not good. If I play something else, you can't win, or else you can stop playing. As the saying goes, all is fair in war. No one is forcing you to play. Being sick is not an excuse. Being weak is not an excuse. What are you afraid of? A single tile is only 400. It's not a big deal. Xn looked like she was going to win, which made Li Sun even more worried. His hand holding the tiles trembled. 400 was not a big deal? The main thing was that he had already lost more than 3,000. If he continued to lose, he would become a poor man when he arrived at the destination. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan finally appeared. Li Sun did not wait for the two to speak and said directly, "I thought you two forgot about that big thing. Come back to the cabin with me. I'll give it to you. That's all for today. We'll play another day." After saying that, Li Sun prepared to leave. At the same time, she threw out the card in her hand. 50,000. I win. You can't be like this. You cheated. We won't play with you next time. 400. Even if you don't give it today, you have to give it tomorrow. Xen Air took out the tiles and shouted at Li Sun, who was leaving behind a shadow. Young Master Li's tiles are getting better. You dare to play with the three of them. Even I can't deal with them. Young Master Li, look at the ship behind them. Do you know it? Zhang Xiaobao did not know what the three of them were busy with all day. It seemed that they were short of money recently. It was not the first time that people from the inner courtyard had come to say that they were cheated of money. This kind of thing was up to them. What he had to figure out was the meaning of the ships that kept coming along the way. Li Sun took the clairvoyance and looked behind. For a moment he could not figure it out. The ships were not of the same size, and they were also of different ages. The only thing they had in common was that they were very honest. They could also be used for military purposes as cargo ships. Putting down the clairvoyance, Li Sun shook his head. I'm not sure. Since they are mixed in with Master Bai and Master Yao's fleet, why don't we ask the two of you why you haven't seen them in the past 2 days? Who knows? Maybe they are in the wrong. Wang Wan mumbled. As soon as Wang Wan finished speaking, 3 old men walked out from the cabin onto the deck. Their eyes were all red. The first impression they gave was that they were suffering from a contagious disease. Their eyes were red, but they were in good spirits. When the old man Pai saw Zhang Xiaobao and the others, he quickly walked over. He also looked behind and asked, "Xiaobao, Cuckoo, and His Royal Highness, are you enjoying the breeze here? It's almost time to eat. I haven't tasted Xiaobao and Cuckoo's cooking for many days. I'm really missing them." Yes, they are. They keep blowing and blowing and blowing, and a few ships will appear. I reckon that by the time they reach Izhou, there will be more than 100 ships behind them. Grandpa Bai, are those ships your relatives? I wonder what kind of goods they are carrying. They draw quite a lot of water. Zhang Xiaobao handed over the clairvoyance in his hand. Old man Pai took it and looked at it carefully. He looked like he was thinking. After a while, he said, "Maybe they see that your fleet is big, so they are following behind you. If they run into trouble, they can ask for help. If they eat the water, it means that they have a lot of goods. Merchants don't have it easy, so why bother with them?" That's true. Since they're going the same way, how about this? Grandpa Bai, I'll get someone to bring their ships in. It'll be safer to protect them on the side. I'll be a good person until the end. Every time it's time to eat, I'll call them over to eat something hot. I've seen them a few times, but they are only eating dry rations. How pitiful. Zhang Xiaobao kept looking into Old Man Pai's eyes as he spoke. That fleeting gaze of his was really admirable. He was so old, but he could still look back and forth. Old Man Yao stood up and said, "I don't think there's a need. Some people don't like to be helped. They are probably like that. Come, let's eat." "Okay, let's eat." "What a pity." "That's right, Grandpa Yao. My family often makes machines. Recently, we have figured out a kind of oil that can be smeared on metal. It can better protect the metal. For example, as long as we use that oil, not only will it not smell bad, but it will also shine brighter after we wipe it with a cotton cloth. Do you want to take out a few buckets of it and maintain the weapons on the ships behind us?" Zhang Xiaobao suddenly said when he was about to turn around and head back to eat. "No need. Wrap them up in oil paper." Old Man Yao followed Zhang Xiaobao's words and replied. "That's good," Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan said at the same time. This time, the 3 old men were stunned. Old Man Yao had a helpless expression. How could he make such a mistake normally? The comfortable life made him less vigilant. Old Man Pai asked helplessly, "Xiaobao, how do you know that the ships behind us are loaded with weapons?" I also know that the ships are not only loaded with weapons, but also with food and medicine, Zhang Xiaobao replied. How do you know? Old Man Pai wondered. I knew as soon as you asked. The more certain you asked, the more certain I was. You asked me first to let me know that my family was used as a cover. Everyone knows that my family's fleet is big. It's so big that no matter how many ships there are, no one will suspect it. So my father became a sacrifice. He had to stay in Izhou for at least a year. If he fell sick there, who would make up for it? I guess that as soon as my family set out, someone in the capital would impeach my father. Then my father was sent away. The time difference was controlled well. My family's pigeons couldn't have flown with the ships. Zhang Xiaobao didn't know the situation at first, but after probing a little, he understood everything. Who will go if not your family? Don't your family want to seek justice for the people in Shuzhou who were washed away by the flood? Other than your family, no one else can take out such a big fleet. Other than your family, no one else can do the follow-up work. Other people are more likely to fall sick. When we get there, I'll tell you why. There are too many people, and if the news is leaked, then all our previous efforts will be wasted. As long as everything goes well, your father can go to another place in at most a year. Old Man Pai didn't have a choice. He could only try to make his voice louder to sound reasonable. Zhang Xiaobao nodded as if he had accepted his fate. He sighed and said, It's really dangerous if you're not a local. Poor thing. My grandfather has lived for so long, but he still doesn't know what it's like to be a rank 1 official. My grandmother doesn't even know what the clothes of a noble lady look like. And Xiaobei, before we left, told me that he wanted to open a toy store in Shuzhou. He heard that there are skilled craftsmen in the Military Weapons Bureau. Unfortunately, this wish can't be realized. As a brother, I'm useless. Useless. Me, my family too. As a sister, sigh. Wang Wan also said at this time. Old Man Pai and the other two looked at each other. Old Man Yao nodded helplessly and said, There are arrangements. Now we'll go to Izhou safely. When he said this, he knew that he had to do something. It was his fault for not keeping his mouth shut. However, a rank 1 official was definitely not allowed. Even a rank 1 official was not allowed. Chapter 595. The drizzle fell on the Yangtze River, and the hazy scenery changed. Against the current, the weeping willows swayed gently, and the sunset could not be seen. After lunch, it started to drizzle, and it was already dark before it was evening. There was no sound of apes crying on both sides of the river, and the speed of a light boat passing through thousands of mountains. Similarly, there was no feeling of being blown by the wind. Li Sun covered his chest and found Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Xiaobao, I'm sick. I think I won't be able to hold on until we reach the place. I'll leave the rest to you, but I still have a wish. As soon as he saw Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, Li Sun gasped for breath and said. Zhang Xiaobao moved closer to Li Sun, rolled his eyes, and asked doubtfully, What's wrong with you? Didn't you see a doctor? It's no use. My heart can't take it anymore. Xiaobao, we have to live a grand life. I feel that I don't have anything else except that I'm missing a chance to do something big. Xiaobao, look at our relationship over the past few years. You have to let me shine like a meteor in the sky. Li Sun and Wei Wei closed their eyes, and their breathing gradually weakened. Wang Wan stood aside and watched for a while, then turned back to continue with her work. Zhang Xiaobao still looked nervous, but the corners of his mouth were curled up. When Li Sun slightly opened his left eye, Zhang Xiaobao quickly closed his mouth again. He asked sadly, Young Master Li, if you have something to say, just say it. I'll help you if I can. Rest assured, with our relationship, I won't let you die so easily. Li Sun heard and opened his right eye, but his breathing was still not so smooth. He said weakly, I hope that when we reach Yingzhou, your family will provide me with more sleeve arrows. I want to be loyal to the country. Well, do you want to kill yourself with sleeve arrows? Zhang Xiaobao asked doubtfully. No, I want to kill the enemy. Oh, you want to kill Tubo, right? Will you recover after killing them? I'm sorry, but don't think about it. It's not up to you. Tell me, what did you get from them? Zhang Xiaobao thought for a while. If he wanted to kill the enemy in Wing Prefecture, he could only go to Tubo. It seemed that this had something to do with the transfer this time. However, Old Man Pai and the other two didn't want to tell him and insisted on waiting until they arrived. He had no choice but to ask Li Sun in a roundabout way. Li Sun was stunned, and his breathing stopped. He stared at Zhang Xiaobao for a while and asked, "How did you know? Do you think I'm stupid? I don't know anything. I've decided. Because the boat is on the river and my family is not feeling well, we'll postpone the trip. We'll stop at the shore and enjoy the delicacies of the river to recuperate." Zhang Xiaobao thought of a way to get the news as soon as possible, and that was to delay. When the others were running out of time, they would naturally discuss with him. Then what about my aspiration to be like a shooting star? Li Sun was still thinking about his matter. With your IQ, you can't be a shooting star. How about the moon? Wait for the sun to set before you appear. Zhang Xiaobao expressed his thoughts tactfully. Li Sun still fought for it and said, "Then there's still the time when the sun and moon rise. Then I can leave the finishing work to you." Zhang Xiaobao compromised. Zhang Xiaobao did what he said. When night fell, the speed of the fleet slowed down and began to look for a place to dock. Just as he thought, Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao couldn't stay still. They pulled Old Man Chang along and each of them held a small teapot in their hands. From time to time, they would sip and shake the tea in their mouths. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were playing games with a group of little guys. Some of the adults were seasick, but the little guys were still so active. It seemed that they were not affected by the ups and downs of the ship at all. The group stood in a circle. In the middle was a big ball sewn with a float. They kicked it back and forth. If they kicked it, they would wait for others to kick it again. If they missed, they would chase with all their strength. Many times, two little guys would try to grab it at the same time, each wanting to kick it themselves. "Xiaobao, why is the ship so slow?" Old Man Pai asked Zhang Xiaobao after kicking the ball back to him. "The little guys are not in good health, so they can't walk too fast. Also, my grandfather has to find a place to rest. If we don't do well, it will be many days late when we reach Izhou. I don't know if the imperial court will blame me. But there's no other way. I can't get into trouble just to get there. At worst, I'll quit being an official and find a few acres of land to live a good life." Zhang Xiaobao pointed at his younger brothers and sisters and replied. The three old men couldn't tell which one of them was not in good health. They looked at each other. Old Man Yao sighed and finally spoke. "Xiaobao, there's something that I should tell you. Even if it's against the imperial favor, come with me." "Grandpa Yao, please don't. How can I harm you? There's no hurry. But Commandery Prince Li seems to want to be a shooting star. It's difficult for him to charge and break through the enemy lines. He's not satisfied with being a moon. What's going on?" Zhang Xiaobao didn't give him any face at all. He hated to fight battles that he wasn't sure about. Since it was a secret, then he would keep it. "I won't leave. I'll see when you can transport the things to the destination. Otherwise, don't use Zhang Xiaobao's and Wang's fleets as a cover." Li Sun already knew, but he still kept it a secret. This was unreasonable. As he said this, Zhang Xiaobao followed Old Man Yao to a place where there was no one. Old Man Pai and Zhang Xiaobao also came over. Wang Wan gathered the little guys and servants together and went to a place further away to play. She didn't want to disturb the four people's conversation. Zhang Xiaobao and Old Man Pai sat down. Old Man Pai looked around and said, "Actually, the main reason for going to Izhou this time is to deal with Tubo. We're going to use force against Tubo, but we're afraid that they will find out. So we're going to use our family's fleet as a cover and catch them off guard. My family has to take the risk and cooperate. Why didn't you tell us?" Without waiting for Old Man Pai to finish his words, Zhang Xiaobao continued with a dissatisfied look. Old Man Pai shut up. Old Man Chang then said, "Then do you know why we're going to use force against Tubo? It's mainly because they have something to do with the dam breach at Shuzhou's Wangjiang. The imperial court investigated and finally discovered that someone or a few people from the imperial court had been deceived by a spy. They didn't deal with the people from the imperial court because they wanted to numb Tubo. Once they started fighting, the imperial court would come back and deal with them. But what does this have to do with my family? My father is going to Luoyang, not Izhou. We've already exchanged benefits. When doing business, Even people know how to be honest, let alone the imperial court. Zhang Xiaobao continued the conversation once again. What he meant was, don't think that my family doesn't know anything. Anyway, we have to continue the exchange. Just as Old Man Yao was about to say something, Old Man Pai said angrily, why didn't you exchange with your family? Aren't your grandfather and Cuckoo's grandfather going to have official positions? When your family left, they gave you the salt pan you wanted. After the war, you had to return to Luoyang and delay things. If not your family, who would go? How would you cover up such a big team? If you don't go by water, people will notice you on land. It's not like your family doesn't know the local people. Ordinary people won't be able to control them at all. If the logistics are not stable, how are you going to fight? Moreover, this time, we have to borrow your family's power to allocate the provisions. If your family goes, no matter how big of a commotion you make, others will think that it's a business move. If someone else tries to mobilize there, Tubo will immediately realize it. The most important thing is your family's organizational ability. The imperial court didn't send any other officials. When the war starts, it will all depend on your family's ability to transfer and transport. This is the result of the emperor and a few ministers' research. Lu Zhou, when your family was fighting against disasters, running businesses, and taking care of the people, there was no mistake at all. If you want to blame someone, blame it on your family's ability. The emperor rarely praises others, but he praised your family once. He said that in terms of logistics, the Zhang family is the best. With your family there, it will save the imperial court a lot of trouble. At this time, Old Man Yao also spoke. He had to say it. The Zhang family's ship was about to dock. However, Zhang Xiaobao was still not satisfied with this answer. Then why didn't you say it in advance? If I say it in advance, what if your family members can't control their emotions? If others see it, won't all your previous efforts be wasted? Originally, it's not suitable for war now. The country has just stabilized, and it will take some time to recover. I'm the one who is most against war, but your family has helped the imperial court obtain a lot of taxes. Also, your family and Li Sun have a lot of money. Even if the imperial court can't gather it in time, we can use your money to deal with it first. When Old Man Yao said this, he seemed very embarrassed. He was not wrong. Back then, when Prime Minister Ren was still alive, he said that they should not go to war. However, he supported war now. Zhang Xiaobao pondered for a while and said, in that case, when the time comes and the imperial court can't transfer the provisions, my family will have to think of a way. If we can't support it financially, my family will have to fork out some money. If we lose, whose responsibility is it? Old Man Chang finally found an opportunity to say, if we lose, it's naturally the responsibility of the general in front. He'll be the one fighting. As long as your family supplies the logistics, it'll be fine. What if we win? Doesn't the credit also count as the general's? My family is in the logistics. If we lose money, we'll have nothing. Also, let me say this first. Logistics is a regular supply. If he needs a lot of oil to attack with fire, then my family won't care. My family is responsible for transporting the provisions and military equipment to the first city to attack. Now, let's talk about how the delay will be calculated. Zhang Xiaobao asked again. This time, the three old men were in a dilemma. They looked at each other and didn't know what to say. When they were stared at by Zhang Xiaobao, Old Man Pai said, if you win, you'll have to win. However, you can't give any reward in the imperial court. You can secretly compensate your father when he changes positions. In this year's imperial examination, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family's villagers in Zhuangzi will do well. As long as they are of age and have indeed studied in the academy, it's fine. We need to write a letter to discuss this. Basically, there's no problem. Yes, there's no problem. Chapter 596. Zhang Xiaobao's words at first made the three old men happy, but when they heard that they were going to dock, they didn't know what to do. They all looked at Zhang Xiaobao, waiting for his answer. The three old men knew that Zhang Xiaobao had just gone back to ask the expert, so now they were waiting for an answer. Why did they have to stop the ship? The fleet of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family had been floating on the water for 2 months without any supplies. They had just come out for a few days, so there must be a reason. Could it be that there were more conditions? It's all your fault. You only told me now. If you had told me earlier, I would have prepared earlier. The preparation for taking office is definitely different from the preparation for logistics. It will be too late to gather supplies when we arrive. We'll stop for one night and one morning tomorrow, and then we'll speed up. Zhang Xiaobao was much more relaxed this time. The new exchange conditions were good, better than the previous ones. The main thing was that they could help the people of Shuzhou to avenge. If his family didn't go to Shuzhou, maybe the two mines would continue to be secretly mined, and no one would destroy the river embankment. Zhang Xiaobao couldn't help but admire the two judges who had lurked and waited for an opportunity. After so many years of ambush, their families were established, and they even became officials, but they were still willing to sacrifice everything for the interests of the country. After all, they were not people of the Tang Empire. They had to be prepared for revenge. If you drown my people, I'll slaughter your people. There was nothing to say. As for the praise from the imperial court, Zhang Xiaobao didn't take it to heart at all. Something practical was more attractive than words. What was the use of 10,000 words of praise? After discussing with the three old men, Zhang Xiaobao happily found Wang Wan, who was playing with the little ones, and hurried back to his cabin. Taking out the map, Zhang Xiaobao said to Wang Wan, "Good news. Now we can make a lot of money from the war. We've also gained a lot of benefits. We're going to war. You're good at this. Help me figure out how to deal with logistics." While Wang Wan was puzzled, Zhang Xiaobao told her about his conversation with the three old men. The map in front of him was very precious. Even the imperial court didn't have it. Only Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had a few copies. It was a military map of Tubo. It included mountain ranges, rivers, fields, roads, as well as various villages and shops. There was even a map of the layout of Tubo's Jinchuan city. This was all thanks to Senrini, who had been doing business with him all this time. He had also told him about the new game and even gave him the map of the entire Tang Empire. In exchange, he had added a few more people to his team that Song Jinggong had sent to draw the map. Song Jinggong said that he would help him come up with a set of rules and let him operate the game in Tubo. In the end, after the map was done, the military map was given to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. After some changes, it became a map of the game and was sent back to him. It was said that the effect was not as good as that in the capital. Many people didn't follow the rules and mostly carved the characters and goods themselves. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't care about how much money he earned. With this map, it was enough. Wang Wan looked at the contour lines on the map and the marked roads. She whispered, "The road is too difficult to walk on. They arranged for your father to go to Izhou. It must be to find gold. It's a little far. It would be more convenient if your father went to Jizhou to be the provincial governor. It's close to Tubo." Yes, Li Longji was also afraid that something would go wrong, so he moved back dozens of miles. There's a province in front of him in case the expert died and there was no one to help him. From the date, this war was prepared in a hurry, especially in terms of logistics. According to the information you received, in order to numb the enemy and give them a warning and revenge, they didn't even gather the local food in Chengdu. The emperor who can mutiny is indeed daring. He's betting that we can organize a complete logistics system under such circumstances. Unfortunately, this matter is only known to the two of us now. We can't tell anyone else, including our family, in case the secret is leaked. Zhang Xiaobao nodded. He also knew how difficult it was, but since he had accepted it, he had to do it well. Basically, everyone knew that before the troops and horses moved, the provisions had to be prepared first, let alone him and Wang Wan. Looking at the roads on the map that shouldn't be used by humans, he held his chin and thought hard. When Wang Wan started to make military deductions, he said, "When we get to Jiangxia tomorrow night, think of a way to pass the news to the fleet in front through the land route. Send 5 members of Team 0. There are many places where there are no roads, only mountains. We need them to block the ships in front of us on the river section where we need to pull the cable. Don't sleep tonight. You make your deductions, and I'll do mine. Li Longji really thinks highly of us." No wonder Grandpa Bai and the others were busy building roads. They were planning to build a supply route. What a joke. Isn't Li Sun going to participate in the war? Good, count him in. We really can't send any troops. Then don't disturb me. It's very difficult, especially when we don't have any data to support it. I don't even have any information on the enemy's generals and our own generals, let alone understand their personalities. Wang Wan took a map and hid in a corner to get busy. She also knew that she didn't have many soldiers in her family. There were only 56 people that she could bring out. The rest of the guards had not seen blood yet. They were far inferior compared to Li Sun's guards. While Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were busy, the three old men couldn't sleep. They were already old, so they didn't sleep well. Coupled with the fact that they had something on their minds, they tossed and turned in bed. Do you think the Zhang family will succeed? Old Man Chang wasn't as knowledgeable as Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao. He also couldn't compare to them in terms of political knowledge. However, he was also anxious. As long as one wasn't stupid, they would know how big of a problem the Zhang family was going to face. They didn't give them any time to prepare and immediately mobilized. This was because they really couldn't keep it a secret. Otherwise, they would have only told them when they were about to reach Yizhou. In fact, it was useless now. There wasn't enough time. The transportation of military equipment couldn't be delayed. They could only see the situation along the way. If it were him, even if he was forced to die, he wouldn't be able to organize the logistics without solving the local problems. Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao were also uncertain. It was too risky. Perhaps the Zhang family's organizational skills had reached a frightening level, or perhaps the Zhang family had never compromised in the face of difficulties time and time again. That was why they had made such a plan. Old Man Pai pulled up the thin quilt covering his body and exposed his arms. He looked at the dark cabin ceiling and said, "I don't know if it will succeed. That will depend on whether the Zhang family has an undeserved reputation. If it succeeds, it will probably be difficult to arrange an official position for Zhang Zhong. Should he be placed in the Ministry of Revenue, which is in charge of local governance, or the Ministry of War? One person can't be divided into two halves. If he doesn't have an official position, the expert behind him won't do anything. Oh, it seems like it's also possible to put him in the Ministry of Works. Then let's use Cuckoo's father as well. Why do you insist on giving him an official position? Give him an actual position. Anyway, there's someone behind him helping. I don't believe that he can't do it well. I think it won't be too big of a problem. Otherwise, Xiaobao wouldn't have agreed so easily when he went to ask. I'm looking forward to his family's actions and see how capable they are. In the past, they always ran to the local areas to build. This time, they will be in charge of logistics. It's different from building. It's not as simple as taking out the family's money to give the people a job and then starting business. There's not much time for them to do this. Old Man Yao simply sat up and turned on the lights in the cabin. As he spoke, he picked up the thermos and made himself a cup of tea. He also took out a handful of sunflower seeds and started munching on them. Old Man Pai looked envious. He also came over and helped Old Man Chang make a cup of tea. He held the teacup in his hand and said, "It's a loss. If I knew this would happen, I would have discussed with the Zhang family in advance. Now, there are even more conditions in exchange. After giving out all the benefits, when the children of the Zhang family and Wang family grow up, with a marriage alliance between the two families, it won't be difficult for the 6 of them to support the 2 families. Moreover, there are still 2 adults. It's not good to tell them in advance. If they know the news and go to Chengdu in advance to make preparations, there will always be flaws. Zhang Zhong hasn't become an official yet, but there are already people buying grain in the area. Plus, with the incident in Shuzhou, as long as the people of Tubo aren't fools, they will be able to see through it. I don't know much about other things, but I also know that usually wars are fought after the autumn harvest. If we go now, it will be the hottest time of summer. It won't be the autumn harvest yet. After the war with Tubo, even if they want to counterattack, they will have to wait for some time. It's enough for Tang to make arrangements. What we rely on is to catch them off guard. Who would have thought that they would send troops at this time? However, the burden will be on the Zhang family. Let's see if they can bear it. Once they do, it will be impossible for them to become local officials in the future. Who can rest assured that such people will be released? Old Man Chang didn't drink tea as gently as Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao. While it was hot, he drank it in one gulp. He exhaled hot air and expressed his thoughts. Early the next morning, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan rushed to eat breakfast and ran to the deck to sleep in the sun. It had rained yesterday, so now the weather was good. It wasn't cold, but it wasn't hot. The little ones were waiting for their older brother and sister to come and play with them. However, after waiting for more than an hour, they still didn't see anyone. They angrily threw away the toys in their hands and went out to look for them. When they found the two people lying there sleeping, they became interested and tried hard to express their thoughts. They asked someone to wake them up and let them sleep next to their older brother and sister. The three old men woke up early in the morning and began to observe the people in the inner courtyard of the Zhang family and Wang family. When they found that nothing had changed, they were relieved. After breakfast, they called Li Sun over. "Your Highness, you know why we went there this time. Don't think about going to war. Your guards, Yuanji's and my guards will be responsible for protecting the people in the Zhang family and Wang family. Don't look at the distance. It's 100 li away. If something happens to them, this old man won't have the face to live." Old Man Pai heard Zhang Xiaobao mention yesterday that Li Sun wanted to be a star. Today, he had to tell him in advance in case something happened and disturbed the Zhang family's arrangements. Li Sun was still not convinced. I have a special force." "Stop. What kind of force must be left behind to protect? Otherwise, this old man will tie you up and send you back to the capital. Let the emperor see your special force." Chapter 597. After leaving Jiangxia, the speed of the fleet became faster. They didn't stop to resupply when they passed by Dongting Lake. After half a month, they finally arrived at a dangerous place, Shiling Gorge. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan stood at the bow of the ship and used their thousandly eyes to observe the scene in front of them. They looked at each other and were both shocked. They had never seen such a place before. Before, it was very stable, but now, it was terrifying. In just a short while, the two of them saw a fairly good ship hit the rocks due to the rapid current. Fortunately, it had just hit the rocks and was still going against the current. The ship immediately broke free and reached the shore before it sank. The people on the ship jumped off one after another, leaving only the mast of the ship above the water. "I think it's good to build a dam. Although it will put pressure on the Earth's crust, it's like an earthquake. No one can say that it really has a big impact on other aspects. At least it will be easier to sail. It's not that scary." Right now, Zhang Xiaobao only wanted his fleet to pass through smoothly, so he put everything else aside. Wang Wan was also shocked by the current and the danger below. Looking at the waves that hit the mountains on both sides, she said, "How can we go? Our ships are deep in the water. It's impossible to send people to check the situation below. If one person goes in, there will be no one left. Do you want to rely on luck? Let the ship go up and insert the iron pole diagonally. Explore the way. I don't want to walk for 3 days and 3 nights only to see Yellow Ox Rock when I turn back." Zhang Xiaobao didn't have time to waste. The earlier they arrived, the earlier they could prepare. He didn't know how the ship in front of them passed, so he immediately ordered the ship to go first. At least the ship would be more stable. At this time, the people on the ship pointed to the mountains on both sides and said, "Young master, look, there is a sign on the mountain. There are words on it." Zhang Xiaobao looked. Sure enough, there was a sign. The words were too small to see clearly, so he used the binoculars to look. "Ship, explore the way. At this sign, go forward 121 meters. 45 meters to the left. The reef is 7 meters above the water. Go around 5 meters. You can avoid it. Well done. This is the advance team. Look at the sign. Tell the people behind to follow closely. Don't worry if you hit the reef." Zhang Xiaobao saw the words on the sign, waved his fist, and said happily. This was the inner courtyard of the Zhang family and Wang family. They had long considered this matter, preparing for the fleet behind them. As for what he said afterwards, it was to warn those who were unconvinced. So what if it was military transport? How dare they compete with the fleet of the Zhang family and Wang family? This made it easy for the various ships following behind. Seeing the large ships in front of them moving forward smoothly, they also followed suit. The 3 old men sat together with Li Sun. Originally, They planned to wait patiently, but they didn't expect the fleet to rush forward. Especially the ships of the Zhang family, Wang family, and Li Sun. Relying on their flexibility, they weren't afraid of being swept away by the current at all. They stood at the front and opened a path for the ships behind. Old Man Pai took the clairvoyant eye and looked at the signs on both sides of the river. He could understand the measurements on the signs, so there was no problem in converting them into feet and feet. He then took another clairvoyant eye and gave it to Old Man Yao. This is the capability of the Zhang family. The people who are scouting ahead are from the inner courtyard of the Zhang family. They have long anticipated that the boats behind them would be difficult to pass through and provided the data on both sides of the river. With the performance of the Zhang family's boats, there is no need to worry about wasting time. This is the true inner courtyard of an aristocratic family. When I was in Sanshui County, I didn't realize that their inner courtyard was so powerful. Old Yao went to Shuzhou later. He only heard about the Zhang family from others, especially the shipping fleet. He only knew that it was extraordinary, but he had never seen it with his own eyes. Today was an eye-opener. When other ships took this route, they had to be extremely careful. Some even seemed to stop on the surface of the water for fear of being washed away by the turbulence. The Zhang family's fleet had never taken this route before. It was the first time they could do it so smoothly, so they couldn't help but be convinced. Why do you have to write such a number? Wouldn't it be better to just write Zhang? Old Man Yao asked in confusion. It's not accurate enough. The Zhang family's current measurement tools are accurate to the millimeter. It's too troublesome to calculate according to the measurements of the current Great Tang. For example, when the Ministry of Works is making weapons, they sometimes use the term half an inch. How much is half an inch? Moreover, every place has a different appearance. It's a mess. Unlike the Qin Dynasty, their weapons can be replaced when they are damaged. It seems like we need to unify them. Old Man Pai explained to Old Man Yao. Li Sun, who was at the side, said smugly, "What's this little bit of danger? How can it be more dangerous than the sea? There's no chance to explore there at all. It's all based on experience. That's the real danger." He had reason to be proud. His fleet was the same as the Zhang family and the Wang families. They were all good ships. If he didn't go to dangerous places, how could he show that he was better than others? Old Man Yao had never seen what the sea at Lu Zhou's place looked like. Now was not the time to talk about the sea. He looked at the signs that were specially hung on the mountains on both sides of the river and said, "When we get there, I'll arrange for people to replace the big signs and words with the sizes of Zhang and Zhang that everyone can understand. It's convenient for the ships to come and go. It's useless. The river rises and falls. We might be able to hide for a while, but when we really go on this route, we'll have to rely on the experience of the boatmen. Unfortunately, they can't read at all. If they could write down their experiences and organize it. Perhaps it would be useful." Old Man Pai said with emotion. He was thinking about the inner courtyard of the Zhang family and the Wang family and the villagers. When he was in Sanshui County, he found out that all of them had to be literate. At that time, he did not understand why the villagers were literate. Now that he thought about it, if the villagers of the Zhang family and the Wang family encountered the same situation, the result would be different. Li Sun's mansion also imitated the literacy of the Zhang family and the Wang family. At this time, he said, "In the future, let everyone be literate, just like Sanshui County, Huayuan County, and Lu Zhou's place. As long as there are children in the family, regardless of whether they are boys or girls, they will have to go to school for free. When they grow up and have children, they can teach themselves what the school can teach. Where will the money come from?" Old Man Yao also hoped that the entire Tang dynasty would be literate. Unless it was a critical moment, they would not realize the benefits of literacy. Li Sun was worried about other things, but he was not afraid of money. According to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, he was so poor that he only had money left. "Lord Yao, you don't have to worry about the money for education. I will contribute part of it, and the Zhang family and the Wang family will contribute part of it. They like to do this kind of thing the most, not only in education, but also in treatment. Since I met Xiaobao and Cuckoo, they have been investing a lot of money in education every year. Lord Bai, you should know. I know. But the money for Sanshui County's Jinjia Academy doesn't seem to come directly from his family. The academy organizes 1 or 2 competitions every year, and the money comes out. Also, they can make money by writing poems and copying books for the students they contact. Old Man Pai was full of anger at the mention of this matter. Zhang family and the Wang family gained a good reputation, and the students remembered them. Other people paid for them, and there were advertisements for other shops on the walls of the academy. Even the clothes they wore had small words embroidered on the corners. Only these 2 families could do such a thing. What was originally an elegant academy was actually filled with the stench of money, but the results were very good. Even if the students were poor, as long as they were willing to learn, they would have good food every day. There were 2 competitions in a year, and they did not have to worry about anything else. Their food, clothing, and accommodation were all taken care of by others, and the people who took care of them felt that they were taking advantage of them. What kind of world was this? Other people would not be able to finish the journey in a few days, but the fleet of Zhang family and the Wang family only took half a day to pass through. The weather was getting hotter. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan could not find anything to do, so they wrote a proposal every day and sent it to their father. After their father approved it, they changed it and sent it to Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao. After Old Man Bai and Old Man Yao gave their comments, the 2 of them would write another copy and send it over. When the 3 of them were satisfied, it would be considered complete. After that, they would tidy up what they had written before and after, write down their comments, and prepare to wait for the book to be printed and sold. It could be said that they could learn and earn money at the same time. If they still had time, they would look for Old Man Chang and Old Man Yao to practice martial arts. Old Man Chang basically used fighting techniques and had a lot of experience. Old Man Yao was well versed in all kinds of weapons. He could be said to be an all-rounder. If they did not take advantage of him, they would be letting themselves down. The 3 old men were also willing to teach, especially Old Man Yao. He came later, unlike Old Man Pai, who had already experienced the carefreeness of teaching Xiaobao and Cuckoo. The days passed in such a fulfilling way. On this day, the fleet finally could not rely on their own strength to move forward. Zhang family and the Wang family might be able to barely swim, but the military definitely could not. They had already reached Sutong Gorge. With the strength of the impact, no matter how good a swimmer was, if they jumped in, it was guaranteed that they would disappear. The fleet could not move on their own, so they had to rely on a tracker. Seeing that the tracker only had a piece of cloth to cover his face and did not even have shoes, Wang Wan closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and exhaled deeply. Just as she was about to ask someone to bring them clothes and shoes, Zhang Xiaobao spoke. Someone, bring them some good cotton rope and canvas. Tell them not to rush. Let them have a meal first and rest before moving. Tell the ships behind to wait. Wang Wan did not say anything after hearing Zhang Xiaobao's instructions. She only realized that the tracker had given them clothes and shoes, but they could not wear them when they were pulling the rope. The clothes would tear after a short period of time, and the shoes could not be worn. They had to be steady at every step. If they wore shoes, they would feel uncomfortable. To them, what they needed the most was good rope and canvas. However, Wang Wan was unwilling to give up. She tugged at Zhang Xiaobao and said, "Think of something for them. Take out 5,000 strings of cash and make good iron poles and handles for them on this route. That way, they won't have to hold on to rocks to move forward. Generations of trackers will be able to use them." Zhang Xiaobao agreed without hesitation. Chapter 598. The river winds, the river flows, the river tides, the mountains and rivers swirl in the heart of the river. The river bank is steep and the mountains are slanted along the wall. Beside the river, the naked rocks sing ancient songs. Tens of thousands of waves, tens of thousands of ripples, hundreds of big boats, hundreds of small boats. One man, one rope, one shoulder pad, one step, one stop, one sentence mark. The trackers gladly accepted the rope and canvas that Zhang Xiaobao asked his men to deliver to them. They decided to use the rope and canvas to replace the cost of pulling the rope, especially the huge canvas. When the leader of the trackers held the rope and canvas in his hand, a childish smile appeared on his face that was so old that it was hard to tell his age from the wind and frost. With such a good cloth to cushion your shoulders, you won't have to worry about chafing your shoulders. Where did this canvas come from? I've never seen it before. It's a good thing. I'll definitely pull the boat through this gorge safely. Wang Wan felt like she was just like her little brothers and sisters. She would be satisfied as long as they were given something fun to play with. The calluses on her hands, feet, and shoulders were cracked. She really wanted to do something for the trackers. Is 5,000 piercings really enough? Wang Wan asked Zhang Xiaobao. She knew that when Zhang Xiaobao spoke, under normal circumstances, it was hard to guess which sentence was true and which was false. Perhaps what Zhang Xiaobao said with a serious expression was so fake that it couldn't be any more fake. Or perhaps what he said casually was the truth. However, this wasn't a problem for Wang Wan. She knew that as long as she forced Zhang Xiaobao, the lies would become the truth. Now, she was going to do this. Zhang Xiaobao did not seem to notice the tracker's hard work. His expression was as calm as ever, and his words were as light as a feather. That depends on whether or not someone came over and secretly removed the steel fixed with cement when no one was paying attention. If someone steals, not to mention 5,000 strings of coins, even 50 million strings of coins won't be enough to fill it up. If no one steals, a one-time investment of about 3,000 strings of coins will be enough to open up a path that can be used. In the future, the annual maintenance cost of a few hundred strings of coins will be enough. Be serious. I want to know what you think. Wang Wan glared at Zhang Xiaobao in dissatisfaction. His life was already so difficult, and he still acted as if nothing had happened? Alright, that's serious. I'll be serious now. It doesn't matter what I think. What's important is whether or not the trackers can protect the things that were made for them. We are just passers-by. That's how the rules have been for thousands of years. Give them a chance, and it's up to them to see how far they can go. Zhang Xiaobao's words were serious, but his expression was still the same. There was even a hint of a smile on his face. Wang Wan was so angry that she reached out and pinched Zhang Xiaobao's cheeks. She stared into Zhang Xiaobao's eyes and said, "My Xiaobao is the Xiaobao who can jump from a height of 15 meters and climb a 9-meter-tall wall with his bare hands. My Xiaobao is the Xiaobao who can deceive the world and take the lives of the politicians of other countries. My Xiaobao is the Xiaobao who can use the money he scams to give the children of his country a better future. He is the Xiaobao who is willing to trade his life for the children of criminals. The only rule that can bind him is his conscience. When everyone is helpless, he can turn the tide. Do you understand, Zhang Xiaobao? Did you develop too quickly and get too much nutrition? Did you reach the sunflower stage early? I didn't say that I wouldn't help. What does your expression have to do with it? My cuckoo, don't you believe me?" Zhang Xiaobao spent a lot of effort to force those words out of his deformed mouth. Wang Wan let go of her hand. "Who's your cuckoo? You're the one who's at the sunflower stage. We'll sleep in separate beds tonight. I'll go see how they pull the cable. I'll leave this to you. If you can't do it well, we'll sleep in separate rooms." Wang Wan was satisfied and left happily. Zhang Xiaobao was left standing where he was. He rubbed his cheeks and mumbled, "Scared of you? Sleep in separate beds? Little brat, what else can I do? Just wait for me to grow up." "Hey, someone, why are you standing so far away?" When Zhang Xiaobao felt that his face still belonged to him, he shouted at the person who was standing 5 feet away and was about to fall off the boat. The person immediately came over and whispered, "Young master, please tell me. I didn't see anything just now." "If you didn't see anything, then don't stay in the inner courtyard. Didn't you see the hardship of being a tracker? Didn't you see the hardship of being a tracker? Since you didn't see anything, I'll give you a chance to take a good look. You stay here and find someone to organize the local trackers. Monopolize them. Each person can only earn a few copper coins for pulling a boat. You don't know how many people and goods are on the boat. When the goods are sold over there, you can earn several times or even more than 10 times the profit. Once you've organized them, raise the price. If they don't want to spend money, let them figure out a way to climb. Use cement and steel to fix the climbing area. If the local boss tries to stop you, use money. If you can't, kill him. Don't worry about not being able to beat him. I'll find something useful for you later. You can ask the local authorities for help. Remember, The person who stays with you is a man. If it's a woman, sleep in separate beds. After talking to the servants in the inner courtyard, Zhang Xiaobao was in a good mood. He happily went to find Old Man Pai and the other two. The servants in the inner courtyard were stunned for a while before they slapped themselves. Serves you right. You can't control your mouth. Grandpa Bai, Grandpa Yao, and Grandpa Zhang, have the three of you eaten? Zhang Xiaobao jogged all the way to the cabin where the three old men were. He asked them sweetly as they enjoyed the scenery outside through the window. Old Man Pai suddenly shivered. If it was in Sanshui County, he would feel gratified when he heard Xiaobao and Cuckoo talk like this. Now he understood the two more. A few days ago, they were angry with him. They didn't even give him a good face when he asked about knowledge. Now, they became cute in the blink of an eye. No matter how he looked at it, it was strange that they became so cute. Old Man Yao didn't know. He thought that the little kid didn't hold a grudge. He thought that the little kid didn't hold a grudge against his family a few days ago. Now that he saw the scenery of the Yangtze River, he forgot about it. When he heard Zhang Xiaobao's question, he laughed and said, "It's not time to eat yet. Xiaobao, aren't you going to play with Xiaobei and the others? You haven't eaten yet? That's good. In a while, Cuckoo and I will personally cook for the three grandpas. It's been hard on the boat for many days. You should eat something good. What do the three grandpas want to eat? Cuckoo and I will definitely make it. Usually, Cuckoo and I treat the three grandpas as our own grandpas." Zhang Xiaobao blinked his big innocent eyes and continued speaking. Old Man Chang also felt cold. Maybe it was because the window was open too wide. The wind was blowing. It was cold on the Yangtze River. Old Man Pai didn't see the nervous look that Old Man Pai gave him. He followed Zhang Xiaobao's words and said, "As long as it's made by Xiaobao and Cuckoo, the grandpas love to eat it." The grandpas also treat Xiaobao and Cuckoo as their own grandson and granddaughter. Grandpa Bai, Grandpa Zhang, is what Grandpa Yao said true? Zhang Xiaobao turned his head to look at Old Man Pai and Old Man Chang, and asked a little uncertainly. The two old men nodded very tacitly. At the same time, they said in their hearts, "It's over, it's over. We don't even know what's waiting for us. Retribution has come, right?" I knew the three grandpas were the best. Grandpa Bai, Grandpa Yao, where are your famous tattoos? Zhang Xiaobao changed the topic and started to get to the point. What? Old Man Pai asked with a trembling voice. Your grandson and granddaughter wanted to borrow it. If you don't want to give it to us, then forget it. You're even talking about your own grandpa. Zhang Xiaobao lowered his voice towards the end, but the three old men still heard it clearly. Just as Old Man Pai was wondering why the two little ancestors wanted the tattoos, Old Man Yao happily said, "Xiaobao and Cuckoo want to use it, then give it to them. It's just a name tattoo. Wait, Grandpa Xiaobao will get it for you." Old Man Yao turned around to look for a name assassin. Old Man Bai met Zhang Xiaobao's expectant gaze and was defeated within 2 seconds. He also turned around to look for one. Old Man Zhang did not have a name assassin, so he could only watch from the side. After Zhang Xiaobao got the two old men's tattoos, he happily waved them. He ran out while saying, "Three grandpas, thank you. In a while, Cuckoo and I will make wontons for the three of you. The kind with big stuffing. Don't get me into trouble." Old Man Pai shouted at the empty cabin. He sighed and said to Old Man Yao, "Xiaobao and Cuckoo's wontons aren't delicious. With the name tattoo in their hands, they can do anything." "Then why did you give them the gilded name tattoo?" Old Man Yao asked. "What they want is the gilded name tattoo. I just defended them a few days ago. How can I not give it? Don't talk about the name tattoo. If they want my life, I will fight with them. And in a while, let's eat wontons. The wontons made by the two children are really delicious. Drink tea, drink tea. Empty your stomach and eat a few to make up for your loss." Old Man Pai helplessly said. This time, Xiaobao also learned to keep it a secret. Zhang Xiaobao handed the two-name tattoo to the servants who stayed behind. Then, he turned around and went to find Wang Wan to discuss the wontons. When he found Wang Wan was watching the boatman pull the rope. She clenched her little fists tightly, as if she was helping him. "The river is flowing downwards, yo. Hey yo he. Bend your waist and climb the mountain, yos." Hey yo he. Straighten your back and walk yo. Hey yo he. There's a whirlpool ahead, grab the lifesaver yo. Hey yo he. Bend your waist to the right, lean down. Hey. Hey yo he. The boatman who commanded the boatmen shouted with every step. Following the sound of the boatman's voice, all the boatmen moved in unison and brushed past the whirlpool. It was unknown how they were able to exert their strength. The boatman's voice was sharp, hoarse, and high-pitched. The boatman's voice was deep and resounding. It echoed back and forth on both sides of the Yangtze River, making people hear the legendary song of this waterway. I was wondering why the boatman's voice in the past was different from now. The boatman's voice was modified. The real boatman's voice was used to command, not to express emotions. Wang Wan exclaimed as she listened to the boatman's voice echoing on both sides of the river and the mountains. Which one is better? Zhang Xiaobao did not expect the real boatman's voice to be so shocking. Chapter 599. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan could not possibly treat the trackers as civilians living at the bottom of society when they saw the trackers climbing and wading through the water. They were real heroes when they used their rich experience and strength to ensure the safety of the boats. If only we had a camera, we could record this moment. When Xiao Bei and the others are older and more mature, we'll show them that there are people like them in the world. Wang Wan said regretfully. Everyone lives the same life. The only difference is the quality of life. It's fine as long as the trackers know that they're tired. There's no need to put them in a high position. It'll be fine in the future. These people are giving us too little money. Let's stick together. If they don't want to spend more money, we'll cross the river ourselves. Zhang Xiaobao told Wang Wan as he watched the trackers moving forward. You've arranged everything? Aren't you afraid that someone else will take over if the trackers don't pull the boats? Wang Wan was very confident in Zhang Xiaobao's ability. She was just worried that someone else would take over the position if the price was too high. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. Pulling a cable isn't just about physical strength. Let's not even talk about newbies. Even if we ask the trackers from the other two valleys to try, we'll see if any of the boats dare to be pulled by them. They'll break every single one of the boats. Just listen to the tune. They've turned pulling a cable into an art. It's the experience accumulated from generations of trackers. What if they find someone to beat them up? Wang Wan asked. Don't worry, we have our dear Grandpa Bai and Grandpa Yao to help us. We can just ask the local authorities to arrest them, Zhang Xiaobao replied with a smile. What did they use in exchange? Once. We'll go make them later. You only know how to bully people. What do you mean bully? We have nothing to do anyway. We'll just take advantage of them and suffer some losses. We understand that it's not a big deal. We'll just treat it as a game. Our mentality has always been to transcend the rules. We're just willing to live within the rules. Little Zhu, Little Bei, and the others are out. Oh my God, isn't this bullshit? As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he turned his head and saw his younger brother and sister dragging a model boat. He didn't know where they found ribbons, but they used them as ropes and hung them on the model boat. Together, they pulled in different directions. Even when the boat was pulled down, they continued to drag it. As they walked, they made yo-yo sounds, chanting. Rushing over, Zhang Xiaobao pretended to be angry and said to the little guys, "Who told you to pull me like this?" As she spoke, she glanced at the maidservants and male handymen who were taking care of her. The few of them were frightened. A courageous maidservant explained, "Little young master, didn't you say that we should let little young master and little young mistress play whatever they want? That's not the way to play. You have to tell them that the purpose of playing is to learn, not to exhaust their strength. At this time, you have to tell them the rules of carrying the log. If 8 people can't carry a log, then 6 people can change. If 6 people can't carry it, then 4 people can change. Let them gradually understand the importance of unity during the process of playing." Zhang Xiaobao finally said the reason why he was angry. Only then did the maidservants feel relieved. It wasn't that they were not allowed to play, but that they were missing a step. At this time, the little guys also stopped. Their eyes looked at the most powerful brother in their hearts. Wang Wan's younger sister, little Zhu, pulled the rope on her shoulders twice and sang, "Hey yo, hey yo." "Okay, I'll let you guys pull at the swimming pool on the boat in a while." Zhang Xiaobao was very satisfied with the little guy's way of doing things. If he directly told them to be united, they wouldn't understand. They would understand after a while. Xiao Bei tried hard to take off the rope on her body and give it to her brother. She cried out anxiously. When Zhang Xiaobao took the rope in his hand and pulled the boat up by himself, the little guys looked at their brother with eyes full of worship. Zhang Xiaobao enjoyed this kind of worship very much. He said to the maidservants, "Cooperate with them and let them know how to use their strength." The maidservants took the other ropes one by one and each found a direction and began to pull. Sure enough, they couldn't pull. Wang Wan cooperated and came in front of Zhang Xiaobao. She pulled with all her strength and said, "Please do this with me." "I'll do this with you." If the maidservants still didn't know what to do, they would have been kicked out of the inner courtyard. In order to let the little guys understand, the group talked and walked at the same time. This time, the little ones understood. After their brother and sister walked one round, they all took over and shouted, "Please do the same with me," and pulled the boat up together. However, after pulling a few steps, they thought of something even more interesting. Zhang Xiaobao's younger brother asked the others to stop first. He pulled by himself and sang, pull the radish, io io, pull the radish. Remember, take them to play like this in the future." Zhang Xiaobao looked at the little guys' serious faces and said to the maidservants with a smile. This scene happened to be seen by the 3 old men who came out of the cabin. After Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were busy making wontons and left, Old Man Pai said to Old Man Chang and Old Man Yao, "See? This is the real education. Don't look at how good the schools and academies of the Zhang family and Wang family are. They don't show their real ability at all. When the children grow up and start learning, as long as they learn something, they can understand it according to their previous experience." Old Man Chang and Old Man Yao had to admit that the education of the Zhang family and Wang family was indeed different from others, but it was the best. Now that you mention it, I also remember that the children of other families are told not to do this and not to do that, but the children of the Zhang family and Wang family have never been told that. They are always told what to do or demonstrated when they can't do it well. This won't do, I have to write this down. In the future, when I educate my descendants, I'll write a copy and send it to the palace. I've decided to keep an eye on the children. The Zhang and Wang families always give the children the best things. The best place to sleep, the best food, the best toys, and the best education. As long as the children aren't stupid to death, then they'll all be talents. Old Man Yao also agreed and was ready to shift his attention from Xiao Bao and Wang Wan to the children. This decision was not wrong. After lunch, in the afternoon, Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao gave each of the children a set of drawing tools. It was the kind of drawing tools with big circles and small circles. Different small circles were placed in different big circles. No matter how they scribbled inside, they could draw all kinds of beautiful circles or ovals. There were also crayons of different colors. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao also accompanied them. Wang Wan took a drawing clip and sketched with charcoal strips. Zhang Xiaobao used a brush to draw mountains and rivers. Even the servant girls who served them had changed into simple and elegant clothes. They were either writing or grinding. All of a sudden, a unique atmosphere appeared. The children, who had slept for an hour, wanted to play. When they saw their older brother, sister, and the people who usually played with them there doing almost the same thing, they changed their original thoughts and picked up their toys to draw. As they drew, Wang Wan's younger sister did not use tools. She only held a crayon and copied her older sister, drawing whatever she saw. No one made a sound. They were all quietly doing their own things. The 3 old men who had eaten a lot of wontons walked out of the cabin and saw a scene with a special charm in the mountains and rivers. This kind of scene was not something they could bear to destroy. Just by looking, they felt a sense of tranquility in their hearts. "Why do I feel a little scared when I look at them?" Old Man Chang whispered. He found that what he saw was not a group of children, but a silent battlefield. On the battlefield, tens of thousands of horses stood with spears in their hands. What a powerful aura. This is what Xiao Bao and Cuckoo meant when they said that the environment affects people. Remember, children are often affected by the environment. Old Man Pai said with emotion. The 3 people quietly walked closer. Old Man Pai had long known about Wang Wan's special drawing method. The people or things she drew were as real as they could be. However, he did not like it, because he felt that it lacked the abstract charm that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had described. However, Wang Wan did not only draw like this. She drew well, and the other drawing method he taught her was also good. Zhang Xiaobao was worse. This was compared to Wang Wan. Compared to other children of the same age, he was still better. The maidservants' drawing and writing were average. After all, they were usually busy with other things and did not have much energy to devote to it. Being able to draw and write was not a skill that ordinary maidservants could possess. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family's maidservants could do it. The little ones' drawing toys were not bad. He did not know what they were thinking, but no matter how hard they tried, they would always be able to draw a beautiful picture. The most interesting one was Xiao Zhu. She actually did not use that toy to draw. Could it be that she wanted to draw something like a cuckoo? This was drawn by Xiao Zhu? Old Man Bai quietly moved closer and began to be evaluated by the people around him. As he watched, he arrived behind Wang Wan's sister, little Zhu. When he saw that she wasn't using any tools and was only holding a specially made crayon in her hand, he thought that she was just randomly drawing. In the end, when he saw little Zhu lying down and drawing, he was finally moved. If this drawing was placed in the academy, anyone who drew it would give the lowest rating. It was really too bad. There was only a rough outline, and the water and trees in the drawing only looked like water and trees. Especially that water, the ups and downs were too bad. The trees were not bad, and one could see the branches. However, this drawing was drawn by a child who was more than 1 year old and less than 2 years old. Furthermore, she used a thick crayon and matched the drawing with similar colors. This was not a simple matter. At this time, Xiao Zhu was worrying about the color of a stone. The stone was yellow, but it was not yellow, and it was not green. The yellow stone had light green moss on it. How could this color match? The crayon did not have a light green color. Old Man Zhang and Old Man Yao also came over. When the 3 old men saw that Xiao Zhu had to match the color, they were all worried. Xiao Zhu first used a dark cyan crayon to paint the approximate position, then used a yellow crayon to paint another layer, turning it into a light cyan with a hint of green.